Capítulo 1, SIR Yes SIR. Line up, boys. For the last 5 years we have trained and trained and trained. Now is the time for you all to put this training in a trial of fire. The one talking was a clone in a set of armor. The armor had dark red and brown patterns on the chest and arms, with strips of it covering the middle section of the hand. However, the clone's most distinguishing feature was his helmet. It was covered with brown panting on top, and there were 2 stylized ox horns on the front. Although the armor was as shiny as the one any other clone was wearing, it gave off a strong and dignified vibe. Before he was 25 rows, each one with 20 clones. The clone took a step to the side and said, "Now pay attention to General Dai. He wants to say a few things before we set off." A man with orange skin came from behind the clone talking. He had small thorns all over his face and his skin looked cracked. The man, a Nikto, wore brown robes with a black belt. Hanging on the belt was a metallic stick, carefully crafted to fit his hand. The Nikto looked at the clones and presented himself. "Thank you, Commander Keeley. I am Jedi Master Imagun Dai. You can call me General Dai, as Keeley here seems to like." General Dai paused for a moment and looked at the clones in the first row. "Men, you are clones and you were bred for battle. You were bred to fight for the Republic. However, you are also a person. You have desires and emotions like anyone else. So, if you want to let those emotions out and become true citizens of the Republic, we have to finish this war as soon as possible." "Understood." Hundreds of voices replied at the same time. SIR Yes SIR. After the small presentation, General Dai and Commander Keeley walked along the rows of men, doing some small talk with them. Suddenly, an officer ran to General Dai and said something to him. "Sir, Admiral Dao just received the order. We are ready to go." General Dai thanked the officer before turning and saying something to Commander Keeley. Keeley listened and went back to the front. "Attention, all right boys, we are good to go. Everyone check your weapons and get on the lot gunships. Now." Commander Keeley, together with General Dai and 20 or so troopers. With a low sound, the doors of the lower hangar of the destroyer they were opened, and the lot started pouring down. Capítulo 2, CT 4063. CT 4063 could hear laser shots and explosions all around him, but inside the lot, and with the doors closed, he could only imagine what was happening outside. As for now, the only thing he knew was for whose side he was fighting for. He looked down to his weapon, a DC-15A long blaster rifle, the clone army standard weapon. During his training, he was told countless times that his weapon is his life, that a clone without his weapon is a dead clone. Moving his eyes up, he saw a clone helmet, identical to his. He could not see the face under the helmet, but he didn't need to. It was the same face he saw every day after he woke up for the last 5 years. He, like the other 29 clones on the lot, and also like the millions of clones that were taking part on the war, was a clone. Bred on Kamino, clones were copies of the bounty hunter Jango Fett. 10 years before Jedi Master Zafo Vyas has gone to Kamino and paid the Kaminoans to make the strongest army the galaxy have ever seen. This way the clones were born. The clone in front of CT 4063, CT 4198, punched him on the shoulder. "Hey brother, what are you thinking so much for? All we have to do is destroy some droids, and then we are done here." Yeah, let's make it quick. I don't want to waste too much time here and lose everything General Dai talked about." This got a few laughs from the surrounding clones, but after that they stood quiet. Jokes apart, they were going to their first combat, and they weren't sure if they would make it out, or if their brothers would. Every time CT 4063 looked at his brothers, a strong feeling of belonging took over him. He would give his life for them, and he was sure that they would hive theirs for him. This feeling wasn't just the camaraderie of brothers who spent their whole life together. There was also an even bigger loyalty to his commanders and the Jedi. But stronger than anything was his loyalty to a figure in his mind. Although he couldn't see it clearly, he would do anything to this person. Sometimes he had dreams about it, more like nightmares. That image would ask him to do something terrible, like killing his brothers, but in the dreams he did it with a smile. The communication device on the sergeant wrist whistled, taking him away from his thoughts. From it, The voice of Commander Keeley come. Sergeant, we are under heavy fire. Land your lot now, or you will be blown to pieces. Right away, sir. Pilot, get us to the ground. Capitulo 3, Genosis. CT-4063 could feel the lot turning to the left and the going down. He braced himself using the sides of the lot. The noise of the explosions was getting louder by the second. Now it was almost impossible to distinguish between each of them. There was a big explosion, and the thought he heard a scream. Probably his imagination. The red lights of the lot painted everything on a shade of red. The sergeant was barking orders, but CT-4063 couldn't hear them. Realizing his men weren't listening to him, the sergeant left his station. He started making his way through the clones, patting one here and there and saying something to calm them. There was another explosion, this one louder than the others. CT-4063 felt a gust of hot wind on his face, and then the sergeant was gone. I took a few seconds for him to realize that a rocket or a laser beam had hit the right side of the lot, blasting it into pieces. The sergeant, together with 5 or 6 clones, has been thrown through the hole. CT-4063 barely had time to react before the pilot voice sounded on the speakers. We are hit, I repeat, we are hit. Squad leader, we are going down. Everyone hold on to something. Looking through the whole CT-4063 could see hundreds, maybe thousands, of lots flying. Big explosions were going on everywhere, and the green lasers from the lots and the red ones from the droids were obstructing the sky. He saw lots blowing up, hit by ground-to-air rockets, some even hitting others. In the middle of the mess, he saw some ships shaped as half cones, with a round cabin between the halves. They were called solar sailors, used by the native Genosians. The planet of Genosis was where the invasion was taking place. When Jedi Master Obi-Wan Kenobi discovered a massive number of separatist ships and droid factories, he reported to the Jedi Council. However, before he could return, he, together with Jedi Padawan Anakin Skywalker and Senator Amidala, were captured. The Jedi mobilized a big number of Jedi Masters, but they were surrounded by droids. Master Yoda rescued them at the last second with the first batch of clones that arrived on Genosis. That was all that CT-4063 and the other clones were told by Commander Keeley just before they entered the planet airspace. If they were able to conquer Genosis before the Separatists' leaders could flee, then the first battle of the war might be the last one. All of this came back to his head in a moment, just before their lot gunship hit the ground hard. Capitulo 4, Crash. The lot landed on Genosian ground belly first. The lot bounced on the ground like a rock thrown on a lake. One unlucky trooper flew out the hole on the side and hit the ground at a speed of more than 400 kilometers. CT-4063 didn't want to know what happened to him. Finally, they stopped. CT-4063 only felt a slight pain on his left ribs. Besides this, he was fine. Many of his brothers weren't so lucky. He could hear many painful moans. If not for the hole on the side, which let a little light in the lot, would be totally dark. He tried standing up and hit his head hard on what looked like a box of supplies that was hanging over. Since he knew those boxes were supposed to be locked on the side of the ship, he thought they were most probably leaning on the side. There was some movement on the other end of the gunship, and a voice he recognized as his squad leader called. "Who is able to walk?" CT-4063 answered promptly. CT-4063 reporting, sir. I am. Good, I need you to go check the pilots and take a look outside. See if there is any immediate danger. The rest of you check who is still alive, take the injured, and get ready to go as soon as CT-4063 gives the clear signal. Making his way over the bodies of dead and injured clones, CT-4063 arrived at the cockpit. He first checked the pilots. One was still alive, and then looked over the shattered window. There were no droids in sight, but about 3 clicks west, he saw what he identified as a destroyed ATTA. Putting the injured pilot arm over his shoulders, he made his way back to the cargo compartment. There were 5 or so troopers up and another 7 leaning on the walls. CT-4099, the squad leader, was giving orders. CT-4063 dropped the pilot with another clone and walked over to him. Sir, no droids in a 5 clicks radius, but 3 clicks west there is a burning ATTA. It's too far away to see if there are any clones. Good job, Ulrich, we need to go now. Those who can walk help the injureds and let's go. CT-4063 picked up his DC-15A and crawled through the hole that was half buried in the soil. Putting his weapon out first, he waited a few seconds. Although he had not seen any droid, the planet was under their rule, at least for now. He wouldn't joke with his life or his brother's lives. Capitulo 5, clones ahead. Another clone crawled through the hole. Have you seen anything, CT-4063? Not yet, but we better have a look around before we tell the others to come out. He and the other clone spent 10 minutes looking for any hiding droids, and after finding none, they told the other clones to come out. There were 16 of them, 5 uninjured or almost, 8 suffered light injuries, but were still able to walk. The other 3 had fainted due to heavy injuries. Squad leader CT-4099 took out a binocular and looked the way the fallen ATT was. I can't see anyone, clones or droids. CT-4063, you and CT-4087 go ahead and make sure everything is clear. Yes, sir. CT-4063 and the other clone, CT-4087, were 0.2 clicks away from the ATTA. They were advancing carefully, going from cover to cover. Now they could see the whole ATTA. It was turned sideways to them and destroyed. There were many craters around it. On the ground near it there was a clone, probably thrown from the top cannon after it exploded. CT-4063 went to check on him. He is dead. CT-4087, go check inside the ATTA. I will keep watch outside and see what I can find. While CT-4087 went inside, he started making his way around the ATTA. Now he could see that at least 6 rocket shots have hit it, one of them directly hitting the top cannon and killing the poor clone. All dead here, CT-4063. From the looks of it, the droids came in to finish the job. The voice of CT-4087 came through the shattered front window, but CT-4063 was paying more attention to what was in front of him. They've put up a good fight. There are at least 40 of those droids, as well as 2 of the Genosians. It was a shocking scene, although he had been trained to cope with much worse. The droids were in pieces, blown by the cannon, or shot with the laser cannons, in which case there was a hole on them. Man, those bugs are disgusting. CT-4087 complained about the 2 Genosians' bodies, so torn apart that there was green blood all over the dead droids. He was about to talk more, but CT-4063 made him shut up with a hand sign. Pointing ahead, he and CT-4087 hid behind a rock. Coming out of somewhere was a squad of 10 droids, and leading them was a B-2 super battle droid. Gray and way bigger than the other droids, he was quiet, while the others were talking in their mechanical voice. R1P3, why are we back here? We have already killed all the clones here. R1J4, the commander received an order to investigate a crashed Republic gunship. Finally, the super battle droid spoke. Shut up, you idiots. HHH, there are clones ahead, prepare. HH, for battle. Capitulo 6, First Battle. CT-4063 and CT-4087 looked at each other. The droids could only be talking about one group of clones. CT-4087 wanted to fire the moment he heard them, but CT-4063 pulled him. Wait, there are too many for just us 2. Let them pass, then we shoot. That way we should be able to take out 3 or 4 before they turn. After explaining his plans to CT-4087, CT-4087 took out his communicator. Squad leader, there is a bunch of droids going your way. They have already seen you. You need to find some cover now. CT-4087, and I will shoot them from behind as soon as they start firing. Okay then. I hope you and CT-4087 have good aim, otherwise we are dead. CT-4063 could hear him barking orders Eben before he switched off the communicator. Making a sign to CT-4087, both started to rotate around the rock they were hitting. As the droids passed through their left, they crouched to the right. After they passed, CT-4063 and CT-4087 showed their heads over the rock. Both were using the clone's army-trusted weapon, the long version of DC-15A. The droids marched for 400 meters before the B-2 Super Battle Droid gave the firing order. Instantly, red lasers started hitting the rocks where squad leader CT-4099 and the other clones were. Luckily, thanks to CT-4063, timely warning they were already crouching behind rocks. Although CT-4063 was almost 1 kilometer away from the clone's position, he could clearly see that only one of the clones was hit. CT-4087 now. The moment he gave the order, he himself started shooting. Blue laser fire left his weapon, hitting the back of the leftmost B-1 battle droid. Without even waiting, he fired on the next one. This time he was too anxious, and his shot grazed the side of the droid. Although the DC-15A had a 5 kilometers range, the majority of the clones were accurate at most in a 350 to 400 meters range. CT-4063 being able to hit a droid on his first try was thanks to 5 years of training and him being on a stable position. On his side, CT-4087 have hit another 2. Now the droids had turned and started firing. CT-4063 dropped to the ground, rock shards and dust flying around him. He crawled to the right side, exchanging positions with CT-4087. They waited for 5 seconds and then appeared on the side of the rock. The droids were firing at the top, so they had a small window to shoot, which they used. In less than 3 seconds, 3 droids have fallen, but they were forced back to cover before they could fire again by a huge amount of red lasers. At this moment, squad leader CT-4099 and the other 6 clones who were able to shoot started doing it, and the remaining 4 B-1 droids plus the B-2 Super Battle Droid were caught in a crossfire. Capítulo 7, Wrist Rocket. The battle that followed lasted for no more than 20 seconds, but it was intense. First, the droids, stupid as ever, spent a moment figuring out where to shoot. That was enough for one of the B-1 get obliterated. Deciding that CT-4063 side was the weaker one, they started marching and firing his way. The E-5 that the droids used were able to rapid fire, losing on accuracy but gaining on damage. Plus the fact that droids usually win by overwhelming their enemies with numbers, the E-5 and them were a perfect combination. The B-2 Super Battle Droid was also a big problem. His double-wrist laser blasters and thick armor made him equal to 3 B-1 droids. CT-4063 and CT-4087 were only able to stay hidden, but the squad leader was doing a good job, directing his men to pick the droids one by one. The lasers coming from the droids lessened considerably, and they judged safe to come out. The only droid left was the B-2 unit. CT-4087 took aim and fired, his shot hitting the target. Seeing this, he came out of cover, his hands already up in commemoration, only to be hit by a rocket directly on the face. CT-4087 knew. CT-4063, who just saw one of his brothers die, jumped out and fired a stream of lasers on the B-2, melting part of his metallic face. He only stopped when he was sure it was dead. On his feet was a deformed clone helmet. Squad leader CT-4099, who had seen everything, consoled him. He was a good soldier, but he was also overconfident. Those wrist rockets are deadly even to the ATTEs. Don't let his courage be in vain by dying here. 2 hours later, they finally saw the big battle. For the next few kilometers, there were hundreds of clone and droids' corpses. Fallen ATTEs, lots, dwarf spider droids, Hailfer and AATs were everywhere. There were shells holes everywhere, and on the places where the Hailfger volleys had hit, the clone death toll was in the dozens. For any other person, it would have been as terrifying as hell, but for the genetically modified clones, it was normal, even though they haven't seen such a scene before. Even so, walking amid the cold corpses of their fallen brothers wasn't a good feeling. Thankfully, there was a clone command center not too far away. 14 surviving clones, CT-4087, and a trooper by the number CT-40-298 had died made their way to there. The closer they got, the louder it was. By the time they arrived, they could already see the fight. The droids were on full retreat, but the clones were taking heavy casualties. Every second clones were falling. CT-4099 left his subordinates with a medic clone and ordered CT-4063 to go with him to the command platform. On the platform were 2 clone sergeants and 1 lieutenant. Squad leader CT-4099 and CT-4063 saluted. Squad leader CT-4099 reporting, sir. The lieutenant glanced at him and turned back to the battle ahead. Good to see you, CT-4099, but I need you to talk fast. We are in the middle of a war. You and your squad, together with another 2 squads, should have been here long ago. We thought you were dead. What happened? Capitulo 8, kill some droids. We were shot down as soon as we left the cruiser. After we crashed CT-4063 here found an ATTA. We made our way there, but they were already dead. Unluckily for us, or for them, we found the droid squad who killed them. We killed them, but lost 2 men. The squad leader reported, and that took the lieutenant attention. You only lost 2 men to kill 10B1 and 1B2? That's impressive. CT-4099, there was a sergeant and 2 squad leaders in your lot. I assume they're dead. Yes, we lost the sergeant and 18 others, including 1 pilot. Honestly, if it wasn't for CT-4063, we would have lost more. The lieutenant looked at CT-4063 after hearing that. A clone killing a bunch of droids wasn't surprising, but being praised as the reason the others were alive is unusual. Seems like we have a good soldier here. CT-4063, right? As you have noticed, we have a big battle going on. From what CT-4099 said, you have some skills. Congratulations, you are now a squad leader. That really came as a surprise to CT-4063, but he was fast in thanking the lieutenant. The lieutenant sent CT-4099 away to take care of his men. Next, he turned to CT-4063. CT-4063, you will take command of Hell Squad. They lost their leader on the last push we did. Pick them up and go to the left flank. Lieutenant Thayer could use help there. Go now. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. It was easy to find his new squad. They were already waiting for him, weapons loaded. As soon as he arrived, they saluted him. We are ready for battle, sir. It was quite strange for CT-4063 to receive such respect. Just a few minutes before, he was on the same place as those clones. There were 10 clones, making up a normal squad. They stood tall, with their DC-15A leaning on their shoulder, helmets off, in the standard ready position. Their haircuts were different, some with short military style, others totally shaved. But their features were the same. I was impossible to look at them and think they were anything other than clones. CT-4063 took off his helmet. He thought that would be good that his men knew his face, even if it was the same as theirs. I would like to make a speech here, but Lieutenant Thayer is in trouble. I know you just lost your squad leader, but now is not the time to mourn. I want each of you to get at least 5 droid kills for him. The last one to do so cleans the weapons after the battle. Any questions? With a grin, a clone numbered CT-2891 raised his hand. It is a competition then. Are you also participating, sir? I sure am. All right, Hell Squad. It's time to kill some droids. Capitulo 9, the battle. If one looked the battlefield from the air, the first thing he would see was a mess of laser fire and explosions. The battle on the skies was as intense as the one on the ground. Many of the lots were shot down as soon as they left the cruisers. Genosian, Solar Sailors, and Separatist Vulture droids were targeting the newly departed lots. That way they would be able to take out dozens of clones each time they hit one. Knowing that they couldn't let their fully boarded gunships fall as the droids pleased, all of the empty lot and Acclamator-class cruisers were focusing their laser fire and missiles on the nearest Separatist fighters. Now, if the person looked through the sky battle to the ground, they would see the same amount of laser fire and explosions. But this time there were also many small black dots, with a few larger ones mixed. Looking even closer, one would notice that the black dots were divided. The 2 sides looked as if they were playing a game, one side running and the other chasing. The big dots were now all kinds of tanks, shooting, exploding, and burning. Now, after another look, the person would notice that the running dots were thousands of robots. With a red-brown camouflage, the B-1 droids would be almost inconspicuous on Genosian ground if it wasn't for all the fire their E-5 were letting off. On the other hand, the chasing black dots were not black anymore. White armors marching forward, at least in this battlefield, the clones were overpowering the droid army. Part of it was the surprise element the clones had. Droid leaders didn't know about them until they were attacked. However, even though the droids were on full retreat, their mechanic minds knew no fear, so every inch they fell backwards was paid on clone blood. Zooming in one last time, one is able to see that in the back of the clones lines a new group of about 300 fresh and well-rested clones was forming up. Those clones were separated in 30 smaller groups of 11 each, 1 leader and 10 soldiers. Grabbing their blasters nervously, they put on their white helmets and under some soundless order started marching forward. The march soon turned to running as they entered the outskirts of the battle. It didn't take long for the battle droids to notice them. Lasers started coming, and the clones were quick to respond. Thanks to the longer range of the DC-15 as droids started falling first. Until one of the A-8T turned in the clone's direction. The first shot missed. The second shot landed a few meters to the right. The third shot hit bullseye. Sand and soil flew everywhere. One of the clone squads was lying on the ground. Many of them were groaning, but some were totally still. The A-8T fired a fourth time. Capítulo 10, A-8T. The A-8T shot one more time, making another group of clones scatter. CT-4063 took cover behind the flaming remains of a dwarf spider droid. We need to take that thing down or it will kill us all. Where is the bazooka? One of the clones gestured backwards. On the sand 40 meters away was an RPS-6 rocket launcher. On the middle of the battle, it was impossible to get to it. There is no way we can get that back, sir. Anyone who tries will become a sieve. CT-4063 had to think fast. His men's lives were depending on him coming up with a plan. His head was buzzing. There was too much noise for him to think. One of Hell's squad men was down. On the middle of the white helmet was a hole. Even through his own helmet, CT-4063 could smell the scent of cauterized flesh. That clicked something on his mind. Seeing one of the clones under his command, one of his brothers, die because he could not think fast enough was brutal. He had to do something, and he did. CT-2981, contact the leaders of Onyx and Melt squads. They are closer to our position. We will need their cover fire if we want my plan to work. And what plan is that, sir? You will know, now do it fast. CT-2981 took out his communicator. Even under his helmet, he could sense that CT-4063 was about to do something crazy. This is CT-2981 from Hell Squad. We need support now. We are going to take down this AAT. Through the communicator came a doubtful voice. Do you have a plan, Hell Squad? CT-2981 looked at his commander, who gave him an affirmative nod. He hesitated a little before answering. We do, but we need your help now. We are going. CT-4063 looked to the AAT. It was 100 or so meters away, ahead of the droid's line. There were some B-1 battle droids and 4 B-2 super battle droids around it. He needed to clear those first if he wanted to be alive after his plan. While he was looking, the AAT fired again, this time somewhere to his left and behind. From the screams, it had gotten another hit. 15 meters to his right, and about 12 to his left, the members of Onyx and Melt squads arrived, not without losing 1 or 2 members. Their leaders noted at him and started engaging the droids. He looked around. 8 members of Hell Squad were there. They have lost 2 before even making it to their objective. That was not a good start. He beckoned to CT-2981. Start with the cover fire as soon as I go. Those droids need to be dead before I get to the AAT. Sir, what are you thinking? Let me go with you. Wait. CT-2981 couldn't even finish before CT-4063 jumped over the dead dwarf spider droid and started running to the AAT. Capítulo 11, ready to die. CT-4063 jumped over his cover and immediately started sprinting. Behind him, CT-2981 stopped cursing his craziness and ordered the others to fire. Blue laser flashing by him, he himself firing, it didn't take long for the droids protecting the AAT to fall. The droid lines were too far to get accurate shots, so the only danger he was facing at the moment was the AAT. Not that it was little danger. The cannon of the AAT aimed at him. Through the black hole on the tip of the cannon barrel, he could see a red glow building. He waited to the last second before making a sharp turn right and diving behind a boulder. BAMMM. On the place he was before there was now scorched earth. He had escaped this time, but now the AAT knew where he was. He had few seconds before it fired again, and this time he wouldn't be able to dodge. He sneaked a glance over the boulder. The cannon was aimed at him. To make things worse, there was a droid squadron, about 100 of them coming to support it. Laser fire was pouring on the AAT, doing little to no damage to it. There was nothing his brothers could do to help him. He had two options now. Continue charging, maybe taking out the AAT and most probably dying, or he could try to make his way back and most probably die together with his brothers. Others might have chosen the second option, but not he. He was a clone. Sacrificing his life for the greater good was his nature. If he could do that without endangering any of his brothers, it was even better. So he charged. Firing like crazy, he ran the last 30 meters. Although he was zigzagging to dodge the shots, the AAT followed him like an insistent bug. But it was another bug saved his life. From one of the many natural towers on the battlefield, a green halo flew. It was one of the Genosian's weapons, a LR-1K sonic cannon. Its shots exploded on contact. Normally, it would have been devastating, damaging everything around. But this time, as the sonic blast hit the ground near him, he was thrown out of the way of the AAT shot. His body was launched over 5 meters, and he landed on his side. His left shoulder made a sickening crack sound. His head was buzzing and his vision turbid, but he knew that if he stayed there, either LR-1K or the AAT would fire again. Biting his lips in pain, he got up, his left arm hanging on the side. The AAT was now less than 10 meters from him. He left his DC-15A on the ground. He couldn't fire anyway, and reached for a V1 thermal detonator. With the AAT recharging, it was easy to reach it. He jumped on the front of part of the AAT and stretched for the cannon barrel. With a soft click, the thermal detonator was activated. He put it inside the barrel and let it roll down on its own. CT-4063 jumped from the AAT and ran as far as possible while counting the seconds. 1, 2, 3. BAMMM. Like the most fascinating of fireworks, the AAT exploded from the inside. A heat wave passed by him. He had done what he needed to do. But he didn't have the time to celebrate, as the squadron of droids he had seen before was already in front of him. Their weapons clicked as they prepared to shoot. CT-4063 picked the nearest weapon, a Genosian sonic blaster, and aimed as well as he could with one broken arm. Capitulo 12, Small Jedi. CT-4063 was looking uptight to the droids. He squeezed the sonic blaster, although he probably wouldn't be able to pull the trigger before becoming a pile of carbonized clone. Suddenly, an lot flew above them at neck-breaking speed. The lot fired all its missiles at the tower where the LR-1K was. The over 30 meters tall tower was instantly reduced to rubble. A cloud of dust rose, and CT-4063 couldn't see a thing. Somewhere above him, the noise of the lot appeared again. He should have run at this moment, taking advantage of the distraction to run. But a feeling of calm washed over him, as if he couldn't be harmed at that moment. He only had that feeling once before, earlier that day, when Commander Keeley and General Dai were talking. Up on the cloud of dust, where he thought the lot was, a glowing green stick lit up. He thought it was a strange action, as the glowing stick would become a beacon to where the droids could direct their fire. Until he heard the droids screaming. "Jedi, there is a Jedi. All units fire on him. Kill the Jedi scam." The green light, or rather, the lightsaber seemed to drop down from the lot, more than 20 meters above the ground. Droid screams sounded as the lightsaber danced in the middle of the dust. "Where is he?" Oh, found him. Ah. R1W3, where yo? Ugh. "Don't panic, it's just a Jedi if just, he stopped so I can shoot him." As the dust settled, all that was left from more than 100 droids was scrap metal. The only droid left fired a few times before the green lightsaber trespassed him and ripped to the right, almost cutting it in two. As the droid fell, a figure, no more than 1.5 meters, stood on its place. The lightsaber disappeared with a buzz, and the face of the figure was totally revealed. He had big pointed ears and a hard look on his face. The most eye-catching of all was the scar crossing from his forehead to his cheek, and over where his left eye should have been. The lot landed on the ground, and before long many more arrived. The clones on them swiftly made a defensive perimeter, making sure every droid on 300 meters was either dead or running. A lieutenant jumped of the latest arrived lot and went to the small Jedi, who started giving orders. "Lieutenant, move your command center to here and make sure that no droids are left behind us. I want a list with every high-value target near here and our casualties. I need to know how many men we can send without risking a counterattack. Hey, you trooper, yes you, where do you think you are putting those detonators? Distribute them." The Jedi was really rigid, making CT-4063 think that anyone under his command probably lived trying to avoid him. The lieutenant left the Jedi side and went in CT-4063 direction. "I am Lieutenant Thayer. I saw what you did to that AAT trooper, very bold and very brave, but I doubt that was your target. What are you doing here?" "Actually, my squad and another 10 were sent here to give you support, but that AAT gave us quite a headache. In the end, you saved us." "It doesn't matter. You did a really good job, and you had it hard, I see. Later you go find someone to take a look at that arm of yours, but now prepare yourself. General Peel wises to speak with you. That can be worse than fighting 1,000 droids." Capítulo 13, Degir. Talking with General Peel can be worse than fighting 1,000 droids. Lieutenant Thayer patted CT-4063 on his good shoulder and walked away. CT-4063 made his way to where the Master Jedi was. The small Lannick was still giving orders and butchering any distracted clone with his words. "Lieutenant Thayer said you wanted to talk with me, General." "Yes, I am Master Even Peel. We received word from the command center that your group seemed to be stuck with problems. That droid tank, I presume. I have to say you were very creative. I like it, but I like it even better when you don't die while you are at it." From this, CT-4063 could see that although General Peel was very serious, he was still a Jedi, caring for the others. "Now go find someone to heal that arm of yours. I can't let such a fine soldier become handicapped." "Yes, sir." CT-4063 turned and left, but General Peel called him once again. "Trooper, do you have a name? I mean a real name, not a bunch of numbers." "No, I don't, sir." And under who you are serving?" "Commander Keeley and General Dye, sir." "That old man? He and I are good friends. I'm sure he won't mind that I do him a little favor. When you meet him again, say that Master Peel gave you a real name." "And which name is this, sir?" "From now on you are no longer CT-4063, the squad leader, but Hell Squad Leader Degir." Degir, thank you, sir. I will be sure to tell him." CT-4063, Degir now, first went to find his squad. He talked to CT-2891, who had become something like a deputy to him. CT-2981, what are Hell Squad casualties? "We lost CT-2976 and CT-2894, sir. Also, CT-2876, CT-2893 and CT-2845 will be out of the battlefield for some time, sir. They got hit pretty hard, especially CT-2845. The doctors aren't sure he will survive. I also will be out of the battle for a few days. Meanwhile, you are in command of Hell Squad, unless command sends someone to take my place." "Yes, sir. Good recovery, sir." "Thanks. Also, before I forget, my name now is Degir." CT-2981 smiled. "Okay, sir." After that, he went to talk with the rest of his squad and bid his farewell. He and the other wounded clones would take a gunship to one of the cruisers, where they would be immersed a few days on a Bacta tank, accelerating their recover. Of course, he didn't forget to tell them his new name. He was quite proud to be named by a Master Jedi. His time on the Bacta tank passed in torpor. Before long, he was back on a lot, descending to Geonosis. The invasion had progressed really well. On the entirety of the planet, Republic forces were advancing. However, it was said that Count Dooku and Poggle escaped, together with many other important CIS leaders. If this was true, Dajir could predict that the war would go on for a lot more than expected. Now, holding on the loops of the lot, Dajir looked through the contents of a tablet. According to it, there was now only one massive droid factory on the south hemisphere of Geonosis that was still holding on. The clone army wasn't able to invade it because of the huge number of droids and narrow choke points. They also couldn't bomb it, because the chief of the factory, a Genosian bug called Thag, sent a hologram of 2 captured Jedis. They were identified as Jin Altiz and Depa Balaba. Hell Squad was part of a massive offense mounted to cover the operations of a so-called Delta Squad that had already destroyed 3 droid factories with minimum casualties. Capitulo 14, Delta Squad Mission. Dajir Lot landed on the command center. There were dozens of thousands of clones joining this last attack. If they won this battle, it would signify the capture of Geonosis and the first victory of the Grand Army of the Republic. The place they were attacking was gigantic. The factory occupied dozens of square kilometers, but the only place the clones could attack was the front gate. The whole factory was protected by an energy shield, so unless someone from inside took out the shield generator, it would be a massacre for the clone infantry to take it. An orbital strike would be able to easily destroy the shield, but they could only fire after the Jedis were rescued. Dajir was informed that he was to find the general in command of the attack, Jedi Master Mace Windu. He found Mace Windu looking at a hologram table, in which the factory and the clones surrounding it were represented on 3D. Around the table were 5 other people wearing long brown robes, Jedi Masters. There was also a number of clones, all of them lieutenants or higher ranked. Dajir wasn't sure why he, a mere squad leader, was called to this meeting. He stood at the back. Mace Windu acknowledged his arrival with a nod, but kept quiet. Not much later, a group of 4 clone arrived. They were different from the other clones. Their armor was much bigger and looked much heavier. Their armor was also full of blaster marks, as if they were shoot but kept going. Probably the armor was too thick, so normal blasters couldn't drill their way through. Another difference was the color of their armor. From everything Dajir knew, all clones, be it soldiers, squad leaders, sergeants, lieutenants, or captains, should have the same white armor, with small differences depending on the rank. The only exception was the commanders. And now those clones. The armor of the one leading them was orange on the upper part of his right chest and on his right shoulder. His helmet had a vertical orange strip in the middle. The clone on the left had an almost entirely green armor, and on his back was a mechanical bag of sorts. On the middle was a clone with a black armor, with yellow patches on the arms and legs. His chest was white, but full of scorched marks. The last clone had random blood red splashes of paint. All of them were using different variations of the DC-17M ICWS, the best weapon any clone could dream off. The orange clone was using the dual pistol variation, the green one using the blaster rifle variation, the black and yellow with the grenade launcher variation, and finally the red one with the sniper variation. All about them, be it their armors, their weapons, or the way they walked, showed they were no common squad. Mace Windu started the meeting asking a question to the newly arrived squad. Delta Squad, how did the last mission go? There was a lot of fire. Many dead droids and Scorch got the chance to blow a lot of things. All in all, it was very good. The orange clone didn't have much courtesy while speaking. Not that he didn't respect the Jedi, but the lack of sirs showed that his position was much higher than the others around the hologram table. Master Windu didn't seem fazed by it. Good, because I need you in your best state for your next assignment. Our objective is to take down Thag, destroy his factory, and rescue his Jedi captives. We have already sent a few hundred clones, but their defenses are too thick, and they had to retreat. Boss, you and Delta Squad are to go and save Masters Jin and Depa. Capitulo 15, Special Assignment. I got it, but how are we supposed to make it past their defenses? The orange clone, boss, didn't look surprised that he was assigned such a dangerous and seemingly impossible task. Opposite to that, he asked for more details, for what Master Windu showed the big army behind him. We are going to do a frontal attack. The only entry point is the front gate. Our army will eliminate the first defenses. After that, Fixer should be able to open the gate. If he can't, then you get Scorch to blow it up. After that, Delta Squad go rescue the prisoners. When they are out, we blow the factory to pieces. This time, the one who asked a question was the black and yellow one, Scorch. And how are you going to blow it? Unless we take that shield generator out, but we can't do that and save the prisoners. You have to choose one, sir. And I know which one it is. And if we save the prisoners, but don't destroy the shield generator, then your only option is an orbital strike, but that could take days to prepare. Yeah, that is where my other squad enters. General Windu looked at Dajir. He beckoned him, and as Dajir walked to the front, every eye was on him. Yes, General. Dajir, even in the time you were recovering, Hell Squad have distinguished themselves. I can only imagine how they will perform with their leader back. Master Peel and Lieutenant Thayer speak highly of the way you took out an AAT. I hope you can live up to my expectations. I will do my best, sir. I know, if you don't, you won't be able to make it out of the factory. Fixer, the Delta Squad member with green armor, rummaged impatiently. Sir, it's not that I am looking down on Hell Squad, but they aren't clone commandos like us. Are you sure they are up to the task? This struck a nerve on Dajir. It might not have been the best choice, but he answered without wanting for General Windu answer. Fixer, right? My squad might not be clone commandos or whatever you are, but General Windu wouldn't have chosen us if we weren't good. Every Jedi and clone on the vicinity was looking at him. Suddenly, a loud laughter rang out. It was Save, the sniper of Delta Squad. Hahaha, I think you got your answer and more, Fixer. Let's give them a shot. Maybe they will surprise us. Suddenly, his tone changed to a serious one. But be warned. If you destroy the shield generator but don't go out in 10 minutes, we will consider you dead and detonate that factory. General Windu decided it was time to put out the fire. Alrighty, Dajir, go find your men. Delta Squad, go prepare yourselves. When it is time, I will give you the order to go. Let our troops soften them first. Any more questions? Boss Head 1. As a matter of fact, I do, sir. Pardon me if I am being disrespectful, but there are 6 Jedi here. Why send us and Hell Squad on such an important mission? Good question, boss. But if Thag see any Jedi inside the factory, chances are that he will kill Jin and Dapa. Now, Captain Rigger, you and your men. Dajir went to find his men. What General Windu said about them distinguishing themselves while he was out of action had got him curious. Even though he tried to track them after he got out of the Bacta tank, he didn't have much time before he was called to the meeting. Capitulo 16, Brain. Hey, CT-2981. Sir, it's good to see you. How is the arm? It's good. How is Hell Squad doing? I heard you have made a name for us. CT-2981 scratched his chin. He looked pensive. Actually, sir, I am not sure of what is going on. After we captured that bug, I thought we would receive some kind of praise, but Command transferred 4 of our members to other squads. Now there are just you, me, CT-3004, CT-2798, and 2 new troopers, Cell and Dab. I will tell you what is going on later when we meet the rest of the squad. Now tell me about that bug you captured. Turned out that as CT-2981 and the rest of Hell Squad, still with 10 members at the time, were returning from another day of battle on the left flank together with the other clones, they found a semi-destroyed tactical droid. One of the clones from another squad analyzed the information that the tactical droid carried and discovered that not too far away there was an underground base where the Genosian separatist leader Chlor-Kakun was hiding. After informing Command, they were ordered to go capture Chlor-Kakun if possible, otherwise they were to take him down. However, as they arrived above the droid base, they couldn't enter because the 3 entry points were rigged with bombs. It took 1 clone life to find that out. They didn't know what to do until CT-2981 went back to the information the tactical droid provided and found the base plant. Using this information, he ordered that detonators were prepared above where Chlor-Kakun was most likely to be. CT-2981 calculations hit a jackpot, and Chlor-Kakun didn't have a chance to react before his guards were shot down and he was rendered at gunpoint. Dajir was impressed. That was very intelligent of you. You know, I think we should call you Brain. Do you agree? I sure do, thank you, sir. The other 4 members of the squad were CT-3444 and CT-2798, who were good soldiers, good at following orders, and original members of Hell Squad, and Cell and Dab, the new members. Cell and Dab were transferred from Mace Windu Command. Cell was a specialized scout, while Dab was a sniper using a DC-15X, one of the most powerful weapons the Republic had. Together, they made a pretty good team. It was Dajir's job to take all of them and transform them in a flawless group, able to take part on all kinds of missions. That was a process that would take time and lots of battles to work. They were all excited to know their mission, as it showed that Command thought they were able to become more than just normal soldiers. Before long, the army of clones was called to start the attack. It was an impacting sign, dozens of thousands of clones on white armor marching together. Leading them were 6 Jedi Masters. Hell Squad was placed not far from the front lines, but also not too near. They wouldn't be the first clones to attack, but it wouldn't look strange when they entered the factory after the gate was broken. All of General Windu plan depended on Thag not finding out that there were 2 squads with special missions. Not far from them was Delta Squad, their colorful armor making them stand out. Hopefully that wouldn't get them killed. Dajir and Boss exchanged nods, and as the army started walking forward, Dajir caught himself excited about the battle to come. The Jedi Masters were the first to cross the blue energy shield. Their lightsabers zoomed to life. Windu purple lightsaber was especially eye-catching, but no enemy fire come, contrary to their expectations. It wasn't until more than 2,000 clones have entered the shield that the factory's first defensive line came to life. Capítulo 17, Factory Invasion. The first defense of the factory wasn't droids, but Genosians. They flew out from the factory and from the towers outside it at the hundreds. During their conquest of Geonosis, the clone army have already learned that the bugs like to hide in those towers. So the clones have the towers under their aim the moment they stepped inside the shield. When the Genosians flew out and the LR-1K started firing, more than 100 clones shot theirs RPS-6. The rockets hit the nearest towers, bringing them down before the LR-1Ks could fire a second time. However, there were many cannons on the towers out of range, so the clone army was still taking losses. But what worried them even more were the Genosians. Their sonic blasters weren't that good of a weapon, and they needed to get really close to use it. But they were able to fly, and hitting them was as difficult as catching a fly. However, they were still getting kills, and Genosians were dropping from the sky. Dajir had his DC-15A anchored on his shoulder, and he was firing. He was trying to catch one Genosian, but he kept dodging his shots, flying in an irregular pattern. Brain, help me catch that bug. Brain joined him, and another clone from other squad also started shooting. Pinned between 3 clones, the Genosian couldn't resist much longer, and Dajir finally got him. They continued their advance, and at least for this moment, everything seemed to be going according to the plan. They were no more than 400 meters away from the gates, and about 5,000 more clones have penetrated the shield. The Jedi led by General Windu were absolutely crushing the Genosian force. Even though there were only 6 or 7 of them, the enemy couldn't take them down. All their shots were reflected or absorbed, and any Genosian that got too close was pulled using the powers the Jedi had, directly to their lightsabers. Seeing that they wouldn't be able to stop the clone army, the Genosians started their most terrifying attack method, although it wasn't the most effective. Alone or in pairs, the Genosians started descending and grabbing clones. Any clone that wasn't fast enough to escape would face one of 2 outcomes. They were either dropped from a big height, dying instantly, or even worse, they were carried to the factory. On the whole Geonosis battle up to now, none of those captured clones have been found. Even when the separatist bases were cleared, there was no trace of them. Between the clones, rumors said that the bugs had a queen, and the captured clones were her food. Help me. Don't drop me, you disgusting boo. On the whole, battlefield screams from the clones could be heard, some stopping abruptly. Dajir was firing, trying to save one of his brothers who was being carried, but he was too late, and the Genosians took him. To his left, he heard someone giving a muffled shout, and then the clone seemed to start arguing with the Genosians trying to lift him. He turned and saw Boss, the leader of Delta Squad. "Ouch, put me down, you little bug." "Oh no you don't." Dajir was about to help, but somehow Boss freed his left arm and grabbed his pistol. He was now being carried by only one Genosian, who seemed to be struggling with his weight. Boss putted his DC-17M against the Genosian head and pulled the trigger. The bug head exploded, and Boss dropped and rolled on the ground. Getting up on one fluid movement, he picked up his other DC-17M pistol and shot the bug he had shaken off. He looked at Dajir, who was still aiming his weapon at the second Genosian. "Thanks for the good intentions, but it takes more than 1 or 2 bugs to take care of me." Capítulo 18, Blowing the Gates. If you say so. Dajir wouldn't ever see a clone get hurt or killed without doing anything, but that didn't mean that he was a close friend of Delta Squad. The way that Fixer talked about Hell Squad on the meeting had annoyed him quite a bit. Although it wasn't Boss who did it, he as the squad leader had to take responsibility for what his men said, the same way Dajir had with Hell Squad. Apart from that, the invasion proceeded as normal as an invasion can. They still lost a lot of troopers, but the Jedi were giving a beating on the Genosians. Dajir risked to say that each Jedi was equal to 100 men on combat ability alone, but their powers made them worth a lot more. Towers were falling from time to time, the LR-1K sonic cannons on them given quite a headache to the clones. Since Dajir was in the middle of the action, he couldn't see all, but from what was happening around him, he calculated that the clone army have suffered 1,000 or so casualties, between dead and wounded. It took the clones half an hour to advance 200 more meters. It was at that time that the droid's second defense line came into action. On the factory, dozens of what before looked like mud walls broke down to show more LR-1Ks. They all pointed to the front lines of the clone force and fired their green and deadly halos. An entire section of clones was thrown in the air, and amidst them was a Jedi. The deafening noise of the explosions, screams, and shots being fired enclosed the whole battlefield. Dajir could see the LR-1Ks recharging. In a few seconds, they would fire another time. "Dab." "On it, sir." Dab dropped to the ground, using a Genosian body to support his DC-15X. Cell laid on the ground next to him and adjusted his binoculars. 296 meters, 37 degrees. Dab adjusted his aim, took a deep breath and squeezed the trigger. One of the LR-1K had its gunner shot down. However, another Genosian quickly moved up to take his position. Suddenly, one of the other LR-1K exploded. Save voice came from their left. "Aim for their ammunition stock, brother." Following Save tip, Dab fired again, getting an explosion as reward. Before long, the other snipers on the battlefield learned the trick, and in a few minutes all the LR-1Ks were gone. Thag probably wasn't expecting his cannons to be destroyed so fast, as there was no response from his side for some time. Seeing that the battle has calmed down, General Windu came to Dajir position. "Dajir boss, now is the time, go." "Delta Squad, let's go." "Brain Hell Squad, come on." Both squads raced the last few hundred meters to the gate with almost no opposition. As soon as they got to the big gate, Fixer went to the panel and started messing with it. Boss and the rest of his squad took position around Fixer, in case anyone tried to stop him. Dajir ordered Hell Squad to do the same, but nothing came. Boss was starting to get impatient. "Come on, Fixer, it is taking too much time." "It's not my fault, it will take time. Better let Scorch do it." "Scorch, you are up." Scorch and Fixer changed positions. From his backpack, Scorch took out a handful of thermal detonators. He placed them around a smaller door on the left gate. "Everyone get away, haha." Scorch made it sound like it would be a good explosion, but in reality it just made a muffled sound. The gate fell to the inside, revealing a group of surprised droids. Before they could react, Scorch, the closest to the gate, activated another detonator and throwed it in. Hahaha, now the fun begins. Capítulo 19, Surprise. Delta Squad entered the factory under the lead of Boss. Behind them was Hell Squad. The detonator that Scorch throwed have destroyed almost all the droids. The few who air left were dealt quickly. The factory corridors were almost entirely dark. The only light was from holes in the ceiling and walls. The walls had many carved entrances on them that Dajir deduced were the Genosians' sleeping place. They kept walking until Boss ordered stop. He pointed at a hole on the floor. "We are going down here. The Jedi prisoners should be at one of the dungeons. Hell Squad, if our information is right, the shield generator should be somewhere in front. Good luck." "Good luck to you too." Delta Squad members descended on the hole one by one. Now, the only thing Hell Squad could do for them was wish good luck and take down the shield. Hell Squad moved on. The corridors were all the same, splitting left, right, up, and down. Thanks to the map Delta Squad got who knows where, they didn't get lost. However, something was wrong, and the others knew that. CT-3444 was the first to speak. "There is something wrong, sir. There were hundreds of bugs out there, but since we got inside, we haven't seen either them or the droids, beside those on the gate." "I know 3-4, but there is no coming back now. Everyone open your eyes and stay sharp." They walked for 10 more minutes, but still there was no sign of any enemy. Cell, who was walking at the front, called. "Sir, look at this. The shield generator room was supposed to be here, but instead there is a door, a metal door." A metal door on a Genosian nest was weird to say the least. Dajir sent CT-2798, who they have started calling Tech as he was good with mechanics. "Tech, see if you can open that door. Everyone else prepare for battle. We don't know what is behind this." There was nothing deadly behind the door, just corridors, this time modern ones, much like the ones on spaceships. Hell Squad looked at each other. The first to break the silence was Brain. "Sir, is this what I think it is?" "Brain, contact General Windu. He needs to know what is in here." However, Brain wasn't able to make the call. All they could hear by the communicator was static. "They are jamming our communication, sir. Do you think they know we are here?" "I don't think so. Most probably they are doing that just in case that someone like us gets here. But that mean we will have to send someone back. Dab and 3-4, you go back. Tell General Windu about this. The rest of Hell Squad come with me. We still have to destroy the shield generator." "Yes, sir." Dab and 3-4 turned and went back the way they have come. Dajir, Brain, Tech, and Cell started making their way on the new corridor. There were many doors on the side, leading to rooms or more corridors. They stopped by a panel on the wall. "Tech, see if you can get us the path to the shield generator room. I don't want to run aimless here. Who knows how many droids there are here." Dajir's words soon proved right, as the sound of metallic feet marching echoed. "Silence. Cell, give me one of those droid poppers. You take another one. We have to take them quietly, otherwise a whole army will be onto us." Dajir and Cell made their way to the turn the corridor made. The sound of the droid patrol got closer. Dajir counted to 3 on his fingers and throwed the electromagnetic pulse grenade EMP on the middle of the unsuspecting droids. Cell did the same. "Whoa, what is this? Auk." Capitulo 20, Shield Generator. 6 deactivated B-1 droids were lying on the floor. Hell Squad have taken care of those quietly, but they might not be so lucky the next time, or maybe another patrol would find them. There were too many variables, so Hell Squad had to do their job fast. "Got it, sir. According to the plant, the shield generator room is 12 floors above us." Tech had a hologram projecting from the panel. On the spherical image, he pointed their position and the shield generator room. "Also, sir, their jammer is on the same floor. We can take care of it on the way. We have to take the first elevator we find. I only don't know how are we going to stay undercover. There must be thousands of droids." "You are right, but they don't know that we are here yet. There is an entire clone army out there. If I were on command, I would mobilize all of the droids and prepare for attack, even more if this really is what we think it is." Dajir was right. They only encountered one more patrol during their way to the shield generator room. The droid poppers took care of them nicely. Problem only arrived when they got to their objective. Guarding the shield generator room were 6 B-2 super battle droids and 10 B-1 battle droids. Brain looked over the corner to them. "We don't have that much EMP, sir. The only way to get there is battle, but we have to make sure the Jedi are out before we do that. I suggest we deactivate their jammer, contact Delta Squad. When they are ready, we blast those droids. That would work, but how do we get out before they are onto us? Maybe we won't sell. Now let's do as Brain said. Deactivating the jammer was easy. Tech just used 2 minutes to put it out, and another 2 to put their communicators back on motion. Dajir contacted Boss. Boss, do you hear me? I do, Dajir. What is it? We are almost out of the factory. Good, did the rescue work? Yes, we have the Jedi, although they are pretty hurt. Okay, Boss, you probably already discovered, but this is no Genosian factory. We are going to take out the shield, and the moment we do, that Thag will try to escape. When this thing go up, we need the general to destroy it, otherwise Thag is gone. What about Hell Squad? We will go to the lower hangar on floor 27. From there, we will take a ship or something. I see. Good luck, Hell Squad. Dajir deactivated the communicator and turned to Hell Squad. All right, boyos, we are going to kill those droids, then we destroy the shield generator, and last we run like there are 1,000 droids on our tail. Because there will be. They split in 2 groups, Dajir and Tech on the left, Brain and Cell on the right. On Dajir, Signal Hell Squad opened fire. At such a close range, there wasn't even need to aim. 7 of the B-1 droids on the front fell full of holes. Only then did the droids return fire. But they were out in the open protecting the door, while the clones used the junctions and doors as cover. Alarms started going off, but the last B-2 droid fell before any reinforcement arrived. Tech opened the door and they quickly entered. Cell and Brain stayed to guard the door. Dajir pulled out a bunch of thermal detonators. They already know we are here, Tech. Let's just blow this thing up and go. They put the detonators on the shield generator, but before they got out, 2 rolling droids appeared on the end of the corridor. Cell screamed a warning. Destroyers. Capitulo 21, Battlesphere. The 2 droidecas, or destroyers, stopped rolling to reveal 1-meter droids. Their deflector shield came to life, blocking the shots that Cell and Brain had fired. Also, their twin blaster cannons started firing at amazing speeds. Oh, my leg. Before they could retreat, Cell was shot in the leg. Brain saved his life by pushing him out of the way of the following lasers. However, they were now trapped inside the room. As soon as the destroyers appeared, Dajir and Tech had jumped out of the door frame. Laser shots were hitting the wall behind them and reflecting a little bit, almost catching them. Dajir's attention was now fixed over Cell and his injured leg. Brain was taking a look at it. I wish we hadn't sent 3-4 back. He had way more medic training than I did. But don't worry, Cell, it's going to be okay. Then Brain looked at Dajir and pointed to the door, where the destroyers were still pouring fire. We have to do something about them, sir. If more droids arrive, then we are doomed. I know, luckily they are dumb. Can you hear it? They are approaching. Wait for them to pass through the door and stick your guns in their shield. The droid did exactly what Dajir said they would. As the first destroyer crossed the door, before he could turn and fire, Dajir put his weapon through the shield and blew his circuits. The second destroyer, however, took the chance to fire at Dajir's arm that could be seen through the door. Instead of retracting his arm, Dajir dropped to the ground. As the destroyer turned down to shoot at him, Brain jumped through the door directly on the droid. The destroyer tried to shook him off, but Brain shot his head. Dajir took the lead once again. Brain and Tech helped Cell. Come on, Tech already armed the detonators. We need to get to the hangar on floor 27. Meanwhile, in the factory command center, a Genosian Thag was talking to some droids and watching the battle outside on some screens when suddenly the alarms went off. What's happened? Shots were fired on level 42, sir. It appears a group of clones have infiltrated our defenses. I have already sent 2 droideca units to take care of it, and another 2 patrols who were near are going too. Quickly check the Kiki, Jedi. Sir, the Jedi are gone. Somehow the clones have hacked our cameras and put it on a loop. I am sorry, sir. Thag went mad, but at this moment another droid, who was working on some panels, called him. Sir, the shield is down. The clone army is beginning their bombing. The factory shook. Some droids and Genosians on the command center fell. Thag fell on his chair and started screaming orders in Genosian, translated for your better understanding. Launch the ship, take off now. Outside the factory, front lines of the clone army. General Windu was talking to 3-4 and Dab. Are you saying that there is a droid ship buried underneath the factory? We have. Sir, Delta Squad is getting out of the factory. General Windu looked at the gate. There were 6 people leaving the factory. 4 of them were Delta Squad members, and the other 2 were being carried. However, at this moment, the gates of the factory totally opened. From it, a droid army started marching. There were B-1 and B-2 droids at the thousands, and destroyers and AATs were also following them. Windu ordered all his troops to fire, but once again he was surprised. First, the shield was gone and the ground shook. Debris started falling from the factory. Then, it was the towers falling as an enormous spherical spaceship started getting out of the ground. A battlesphere, that's not good. Everyone focus fire on that thing. Capítulo 22, Hole. The battlesphere destroyed the whole factory. The debris that were falling smashed the droid army getting out of the factory. It seemed that those droids were just a suicide attack, meant to distract the clones. However, thanks to Hell Squad actions of deactivating the shield, Thag have destroyed almost all of his own troops. General Windu gave the fire order. At TEs, Lots and NSFW, focus all your fire on this battlesphere. Lasers, missiles, and cannon shots were hitting the battlesphere repeatedly. Explosions were going off on it, and pieces of its exterior shell were falling. It was clear it wouldn't be able to make it. General Windu turned to Dab. Where is the rest of Hell Squad? We don't know, sir. The last time we talked with Leader Dajir, he was about to enter the ship to find the shield generator. Then may the Force be with them. Dajir braced himself on the sides of the corridor. Cell, who was hurt, was asking them to leave. I am only delaying you all, sir. Leave me and go. You don't give orders here, trooper. Either we all get out or none of us do. He is right, Cell. All we have to do is find a ship, hijack it and get out. Nice and easy. You know, Brain, this is not helping. It almost make leave Cell behind a good opti. Careful, droids. One of the patrols sent after them have caught up and started shooting. Thanks to Dajir warning, they were able to dodge the first shots. They responded the fire, but this time, the ones caught in the open were them. Dajir took out his last droid popper. Tech at the same time, 1, 2, 3, now. Their grenades hit the middle of the droid patrol, and the electric currents they let out deactivated 4 or 5 droids. However, there were still 10 more, including 3 B-2 super battle droids. Hell Squad was out of options. With the droids outnumbering them, it was just a matter of time before someone died. Dajir fired his DC-15A and hit one of the droids on the head, severing it from his body. It was at this moment that one of the missiles the Republic Army was firing hit the battlesphere, opening a hole on it. The vacuum sucked everything, including the unprepared droids. Dajir grabbed a control panel with everything he could muster. Tech couldn't grab anything and was sent flying in the whole direction. Letting one of his hands go, Dajir grabbed Tech arm, barely catching him. Brain and Cell have secured themselves onto some protuberances on the sides of the corridor. After Tech had grabbed on something, Dajir climbed up the control panel. The droid ship had energy walls that could be activated for situations like this. After the situation was solved, the clones sat on the floor for a little rest. That was close. Thank you for catching me, sir. The clone group couldn't rest much, however, as they had to get to the hangar. Fortunately, this time they didn't encounter any more droids, not alive ones at least. There were droids that got crushed by something, droids that hit the wall too hard and broke, and also there were many more holes covered by energy shields. They got to the hangar area without any more problems, but when they got there they found at least 30 droids guarding the ships. Tech pointed to the nearest ship, a Maxilipede shuttle. That is our best option. The droids are scattered. If we can make to that ship before they group up, we got some chance. Everybody check your weapons. I am the best shooter, so you two carry Cell. Everyone ready? Go. Dajir fired at the 2 droids guarding the door from where they came, catching them off guard. Then he, Cell, Brain, and Tech started running the fastest they could without leaving Cell behind. Capítulo 23, Dust Cloud. Since he wasn't carrying anyone, Dajir was the first on to arrive at the shuttle. By the time he arrived, the droids on the hangar were already coming his way, and the nearest ones were firing. Dajir secured the shuttle entrance just enough for the other three to arrive, and then closed the door. Lasers hit the shuttle, and the attack from the clone army outside was making everything shake. Dajir took Cell from Tech Arms and ordered him to go pilot the shuttle. "We need to go, get us out of here, Tech." "On it." Tech went to the cockpit, but he didn't have time to do anything as the floor tilted sideways. Boxes, ships, and droids slipped on the hangar. The Maxilipede shuttle they were taking was no exception. Dajir knew that the clone army have destroyed one of the stabilizers of the battlesphere. It was going down, and when it did, everything and everyone inside it would be utterly destroyed. But Tech didn't plan on waiting to die. Somehow he turned on the shuttle and made it to the hangar door, not without hitting quite a few things and droids on the way. As they made it out, Dajir looked behind them to the battlesphere. It was crashing down quickly than it went up. Escape pods and other ships were flying out of it, but Dajir could tell that the majority of the droids would die. The clone fire was still hitting it, though. Dajir hoped that no clone would fire at them, thinking they were enemies. Finally, the battlesphere smashed on the ground. A dust cloud of dozens of square kilometers large covered the sky. Thanks to the shuttle sensors, they didn't crash on anything. Dajir went to the cockpit and turned on the shuttle communicator. "Republic Army, this is Dajir of Hell Squad. We are approaching on a droid Maxilipede shuttle. Don't fire. I repeat, this is." On the Clone Army Command Center. As soon as the battlesphere started to fall, General Windu have ordered his troops to retreat. The dust cloud still enveloped them, but he and the other Jedi used their powers to create a bubble around the command center, on which the dust couldn't penetrate. 3-4, who was around him, turned to face the clone on the radar, but the clone just shook his head. Several droid ships and escape pods left the battlesphere before it hit the ground, but we don't have confirmation that any of them carried Hell Squad. Sorry, brother. 3-4 and Dab stood quiet, and General Windu shook his head. He turned to the same clone. "What about Delta Squad?" "Our scouts already found them. They are all good. Generals Jin and Depa are injured but not dead." "On, sir, we are receiving a transmission from a droid shuttle." Play it." "One, hear me. I repeat, don't fire. This is Dajir and Hell Squad. Can anyone hear us? Don't fire." Dab and 3-4 were relieved. General Windu smiled and nodded to the clone. "We hear you, Hell Squad. You can land, nobody will shoot you." "Thanks, brother. I started to think you were ignoring us on purpose." After the shuttle landed, the first to talk with them were Dab and 3-4. "This doesn't look good, Cell. You should find a medical droid after you report." "Yeah, Dab, I will. Next time you and 3-4 come with us." Brain laughed. "They do have to come. I am not sure, Tech, and I would have been able to carry you much longer. You need to stop eating those cakes at the canteen, man. Hahaha." Dajir put order in Hell Squad and went to the command center with them. They all formed a line, Dab supporting Cell, and saluted General Windu. "Mission accomplished, sir." Capitulo 24, Hunting Insects. At ease, Hell Squad, you did a great job today. With the fall of this battlesphere, we can almost wrap up the Battle of Geonosis. However, there are still some loose ends. Trooper, show the projection. One of the clones on took out a hologram projector. The hologram showed Geonosis, and there were 12 red dots and a yellow Republic symbol on it. General Windu pointed to the Republic symbol. "We are here." When the battlesphere fell, quite a number of escape pods and ships flew from it. Some were destroyed, and the majority of them landed close, so our troops have already searched and destroyed the droids on them. He paused and looked up. The clones looked back, already understanding what he wanted. "However, we don't have anyone near those 12 areas. We can't risk Thag escaping and started some kind of rebellion. Hell Squad have already proved themselves over and over again, so I need you to go to those places and look for the fugitives. Just give us the time to drop Cell with a medical droid, and we are ready to go, sir. I know you have been through all of this recently, but now that the Clone Wars have begun, the Separatists have come out of hiding and dominated almost 300 star systems. We are leaving a fleet here, but we can't spend much efforts on finding Thag. There will be some other squads looking for him, but I hope he have gone down with his ship. There is no problem, sir. It is our job, but I have to ask a question, sir. Do it then. Hell Squad only have 6 members. Before I thought it was because we couldn't be too big of a group to invade the factory. Now I am not so sure. Hell Squad is being changed in a special unit. You will still follow under Master Dai lead, but be prepared for lots of challenges. Sir, yes, sir. Hell Squad left cell on a lot directed to the fleet above Genosis. Now Dajir, Brain, 3-4, Dab and Tech were on other lot, going to one of the locations on the map General Windu gave them. They didn't even got out of the lot. The escape pod has blown up, and there was no chance anyone could have survived. It was on the second location that they found something. The escape pod was opened, and there were droid footprints going south. It didn't take long for them to find the droids. Their mechanical minds couldn't process anything before the laser cannons on the lot cut them into pieces. The other squads have already checked 6 other locations, founding and destroying some droids. The 3rd and 4th places they stopped was the same. The droids returned a little bit of fire before they died. Finally, there was some response from another squad. Dajir, we found a shuttle. From the footprints it could be Thag. We are in pursuit. Copy that, Menz. We are going to meet you. Call us if you need any help. Dajir was expecting Thag to give them some trouble, but before long Menz contacted him again, saying that Thag had surrendered as soon as their lot approached. To make sure there was nothing wrong, Hell Squad went to escort Men's squad. They arrived at their base without any problems. Menz pushed a Genosian out of their lot and passed the keys of his chains to Dajir. He is all yours. We will stay here with the Genosis Garrison Force, Dajir. Good luck out there. Bye, Menz. We will send you a hologram when we capture Count Dooku. Now come on, you bug. Hell Squad lot soared into space. With this, their battle on Genosis was over. Capitulo 25, Renvar. Author note: first of all, thanks to anyone following my novel. I want to say that from this point onwards there might and will be some inconsistencies. Characters who are supposed to die will die, and those who are supposed to live will live, and battles will still have the same outcome. What will change is who take part on the battles and how they happen. Like the next battle, General Dai wasn't supposed to take part on it, but he will. If I were only to follow what happens in the series, there would be no reason to write. One of the reasons I have chosen Hell Squad and Dajir to be under Commander Keeley and General Dai is because there is very little about them known, so I have bigger flexibility. I hope you all can understand that, and thank you all for your support so far. I am really enjoying writing this. Renvar. Hell Squad was on the Republic Venator-class Star Destroyer Sincerity. The capital ship of Jedi Master Imagun Dai Fleet, it was one of the biggest starships on the Republic Navy, although there were bigger cruisers being built. They were going to the outer rim system of Tobali on the Thanium sector. The Separatists have invaded and conquered the planet of Renvar. The system was at the time defended only by the Jedi General Obi-Wan Kenobi and his Padawan Anakin Skywalker. Tobali's system was an unimportant system, so the defending troops only had an Acclamator-class cruiser, which was patrolling at the time. As soon as General Kenobi's ship detected the invading force, that was composed of 3 Lucrehulk-class battleships and several smaller ships, he ordered his forces on the planet, already under siege, to retreat. He sent his Padawan to pick them up on RTTs, and after they were safe, he himself descended with lots to bring them to his ship. General Kenobi retreated to the nearest Republic-controlled system. His forces have suffered heavy losses while boarding the lots. He himself was injured. After that, he could only report to the Galaxy Senate and the Jedi Council that the system have been lost. As a response, General Imagun Dai and his troops have been sent to retake the system. Besides Sincerity, they were also taking 2 Acclamator-class cruisers. Dajir was on the command center of the Sincerity, together with Commander Keeley and General Dai. They were talking to General Kenobi, his Padawan Anakin Skywalker, and Kenobi Commander Cody in the hologram table. Good to see you, Master Kenobi, and you, young Skywalker. We should arrive in 1 or 2 days. We have to take a detour around a nebula. After we reunite our troops, we shall take Renvar back. As Dajir have already noticed, General Dai liked to get straight to the point. General Kenobi, on the other hand, seemed to enjoy doing small talk. Master Dai, it's good to see you. I am afraid that we have to ask for your help. However, I don't think we should focus our efforts on Renvar. We have seen a large number of separatist ships landing on a nearby planet called Raxus Prime. We think their attack on Renvar was just so our base there couldn't keep an eye on them. I think I have heard of Raxus Prime somewhere. There is more than what we can see to this separatist invasion. I agree. I and my Padawan will go to Raxus Prime C if we can discover what is going on. Don't worry, we won't make a move before you arrive. Then I shall see you soon, Master Kenobi. I am going to consult our records and see if I can find out about Raxus Prime. General Dai closed the transmission and turned to Dajir and Commander Keeley. Keeley, go check our troops. I want the 303rd ready to anything. We are entering enemy territory. Dajir, I have never seen you in actual combat, but if Master Windu transformed Hell Squad on a special unit, you should be good. I looked at your records and you received just the normal training. I want you to follow Commander Keeley until we disembark. See what you can learn. Dismissed. Yes, sir. Dajir and Commander Kelly walked out of the bridge. Keeley seemed very interested on Hell Squad stories. According to him, he would be able to learn how to best deploy them. So, Dajir, tell me more about Hell Squad operations. General Dai and I found quite strange when he asked for one of our squads. You lost a lot of fun out here. I guarantee that we had more than enough fun on the factory, sir. From what I have heard, the separatists couldn't even broke through our blockade on Geonosis. Yeah, they tried to counterattack. I say it is stupidity of them. Almost all of our army and navy was there. They weren't expecting us. Now they are, we have to be more careful. Come on, enough about us, tell me about Hell Squad. Well, Brain is. Capitulo 26, captured Padawan. Dajir was looking to the windows. Continuous white and light blue stripes of light were passing outside. They were on light speed, going to Raxus Prime. Dajir was on the mess, how clones called the canteen, with Hell Squad. He have accompanied Commander Keeley for over 3 hours, learning how a commander should, well, command. Although it was little time, he have learned much, including the experiences that Keeley had when he himself was being trained. Now, Cell, recovering from his leg injury, was describing to 3-4 and Dab how he got hurt, but they weren't buying it. And I was like destroyers, and everyone jumped out of the way. If I wasn't so close, I would have been able to destroy those clankers before they could even shoot. Yeah, all I remember was he crying for my help. Brain, save me please. Hahaha. Hahaha. At that moment, Commander Keeley entered the mess. One of the clones near the entrance saw him, got up and said, Commander on sight. Every clone stopped talking, got up and stood upright. Some, as Cell, struggled a little from their injuries before they got up. At ease, Dagger, General Dai wants you on the bridge. Everyone else keep eating. Dajir was surprised, as it hadn't passed much time since he left the bridge. Cell looked at him as if he was going to martial court, but said something totally different. Ah, the price of fame. Can't even eat with us normal clones anymore. This got a round of laughter, not only from Hell Squad, but also the surrounding clones. Dajir caught up with Keeley and tried to catch the situation. What happened, Commander? General Kenobi and his Padawan were scouting Raxus Prime, but apparently his Padawan was captured. You will understand better when General Dai talks to you. General Dai and General Kenobi were discussing something through the hologram table. General Dai welcomed Dajir and went straight to the point. Dajir, Master Kenobi's Padawan, Skywalker was captured by Count Dooku and a bounty hunter named Sidon Prax. Master Kenobi's forces are severely depleted. I'm sending Hell Squad and Steel Company to replenish his troops. He has some ideas about young Skywalker situation. You are to follow his orders. What about the ground invasion, General? Will we be able to handle it without a battalion? Let me worry about that, Commander Keeley. I have already asked for help from Master Windu. He will be coming to support us. Now I need to debate with Master Kenobi. You are dismissed. Yes, sir. Dajir left the bridge, thoughts spinning in his mind. On one side, he wasn't happy leaving his general's side. On the other, he could see the importance of reinforcing General Kenobi. He didn't return to the canteen, but went to his quarters. He needed to rest before they arrived, as he would have a lot of work. Another few hours passed, and they arrived at Jorda System, near Tobali System. Kenobi fleet was there. Hell Squad and Steel Battalion took the transports to Kenobi's ship. Dajir, together with Steel Company Captain, Captain Rosal, went to see General Kenobi. General Kenobi had a cordial air around him. It wasn't the first time Dajir experienced the calming effects that being around a Jedi had. Maybe it was what they called the Force. However, even if he looked calm on the outside, Dajir was certain that he was really worried about his Padawan. He was right, as Kenobi's words proved. Captain Rosal, Dajir, as you already know, my reckless Padawan was captured. He kind of deserved it, but is my duty as his master to save him. I, together with Commander Cody and General Dai, will go stop Count Dooku plans on Raxus Prime and save Anakin, although I believe he is already devising a plan to escape by himself. Capitulo 27, Dark Reaper. You two will stay here, defend the ship, and stop any separatist ship who tries to escape. My pilots were almost all shot down on Renvar. Dajir had an objection, as he couldn't see a reason why he should stay on the ship. Sir, I understand why Steel Company stays here, as they are an air force. However, Hell Squad is an infantry unit. We will be of no help up here. Are you sure? 6 men would not make any difference down there, but here, if we discover that the separatists are escaping with prisoners, you are the best choice to board the enemy ship. But, okay, sir. While you are here, you are under Admiral Yazub. General Kenobi left and went to tell Hell Squad their new orders. On a closed, dark room, General Kenobi was facing an hologram of General Dai. Obi-Wan, what I am about to tell you can be known to you and by you only. You can't tell anyone, not even your Padawan. All right, Master Dai, don't keep me anxious. Many years ago, as a Padawan, I came across a piece of information. This information was so terrifying that I told my master, and he decided to tell only Master Yoda and Master Windu. He gave me repeated warnings not to tell anyone. Not too much later he died, and Master Yoda called me to make sure I wouldn't say it to my own Padawan. The information is about a Sith weapon known as the Dark Reaper. Kenobi felt a chill when he heard the name. It seemed as if the Force got disturbed only by mentioning the weapon. This weapon is capable of harnessing the Force inside living beings and turning it onto rays of energy able to destroy everything. However, this weapon needs a core component to work, known as Force Harvester. It was about this component that I learned. It is, or was, in a Sith temple on Raxus Prime. I believe that is the reason Count Dooku attacked the Tobali system. But if this weapon is so dangerous, why leave it there? Why not destroy it? Only a Sith Lord is able to penetrate the temple's defenses. Many Jedi lost their lives or fell to the dark side trying to do what you say. So, since we know that Dooku is trying to get, or already got, this Force Harvester, we have to stop him from collecting the other parts of it at all costs. You are right. However, I believe that since he went to get the Force Harvester, he already has the other components, as this is the core one. But for the Dark Reaper to work, it has to first collect the Force inside beings, killing them on the process. I think that he will try to escape and use it on a nearby planet. That is the reason I was so insistent on leaving my fleet in standby. Then we have to make sure that Count Dooku don't escape us, and that this weapon is destroyed before it is even constructed. Admiral Yazub was on the bridge of General Kenobi capital ship. The battle on the planet below, Raxus Prime, was on full motion. However, in space everything was quiet, as the Separatists seemed to have no intention of supporting their forces. Before he left, General Kenobi was very specific that the fleet should not move, even if the whole Separatists' navy came after them. Admiral Yazub looked through the windows, but one of the deck officers called him. Sir, several ships coming out of hyperspace. 1, 2, 5, at least 20. Admiral Yazub was really calm as he gave the orders. Everyone to battle stations. Tell the Steel Company to get on air. I want every pilot we can scrap. Any other troops stand in standby to provide medical assistance and to defend against any droid that board us. Also, get me General Dai's Special Unit Squad Leader. Capitulo 28, Escaping. Alarms sounded all over the Acclamator-class ship. Thousands of clones were moving to the fighters and turrets, or just taking defensive positions. Hell Squad was left on the hangar, near an ETA-class shuttle. If any ship suspected of taking prisoners was detected, they were the boarding crew. Dajir was walking fast towards the bridge. It was at this moment that 20 or so separatist ships came out of hyperspace, including the 3 Lucrehulk-class battleships that were supposed to be on Renvar. Immediately after, a dozen thousand or so vulture droids started flying at their direction. Dajir could see less than half that number of Republic Arc 170 going to meet them. For a time there was nothing, as the 2 massive groups flew directly to each other. Then there was laser fire being shot and explosions started going off. It was impossible to tell which side was winning, but the Republic seemed to be on the losing side, as their opponents overpowered them almost 3-1. For Dajir, who was inside the ship, the explosions and shots didn't have any sound. It was like mute fireworks. However, as some pilots have already told him, for those inside the battle the noise was overwhelming, not from the outside, but from their own ships and the others. Every time someone died they were able to hear as if it was at their side. Dajir shook his head and took his eyes out of the battle. He had orders to obey, and he needed to get back to Hell Squad as soon as he has finished his talk with Admiral Yazub. Yazub was up in the bridge giving orders to everyone. One of the Republic Acclamator-class cruisers was damaged, and he had to coordination with the ship's commander to evacuate everyone possible. "Admiral, sir. Dajir, General Kenobi contacted us from the surface. Count Dooku bounty hunter, Sidon Prax have escaped in a shuttle. He is taking General Skywalker and another prisoner with him. Your mission is to board them and retake the prisoners. He also said that there is a special cargo. If possible, take it with you." "Yes, sir." Dajir made his way back to the hangar. His men have already been warned and were waiting inside the ship. Only Cell would not go because of his leg wound. Dajir entered the ship and the pilot took off. They were heading to a hexagonal ship that Dajir didn't recognize. The ship was flying from the planet below, and it was gaining speed. The pilot looked to the panel in front of him. "They are entering lightspeed, sir. We are not gonna make it." "Go as fast as you can. We have to try." The ETA accelerated, and for a moment it seemed as they would be able to catch up and interrupt the lightspeed jump. But a group of 4 vulture droids came into their sight and attacked them. The pilot took evasive maneuvers, and Sidon Prax's ship disappeared, taking the prisoners and whatever General Kenobi wanted. "Dang. Sir, we need somebody on the guns. Those vulture droids are coming for another round." Dajir went to the top laser turret and sent Dab to the back turret. The vulture droids were on their tail. Luckily, Dab wasn't good only with rifles. Any weapon looked alive on his hands. One of the vulture droids exploded. Dajir swinged his turret around, aiming for the vulture droid on the back of the group. He spawned fire, and the droid was sent spinning on the void. The pilot started making back for the cruiser, and as they got close the turbolasers on it sent the remaining 2 vulture droids away. A dejected group of clones left the ETA. With the escape of the hexagonal ship, the droid forces on Raxus Prime quickly retreated. The ships on space also left. It seemed that everything valuable for them on the planet left with the escaping ship. Capitulo 29, Alaris Prime. Hell Squad returned to their quarters, thinking about what would happen next. Dajir had to report the failure of their mission, although he was sure the command already knew. He walked slowly since there was no immediate threat as the separatists have left. The hangar doors opened again, and this time a group of lots landed. From them walked General Kenobi and General Dai. Dajir stood waiting as the wounded were taken to the medical center. After that was over, he went to talk to the Jedi. "They escaped, generals. Hell Squad have failed. Don't worry, there wasn't much you could do on a space battle. Go back to your quarters, Dajir. I will contact you when we find them." General Kenobi didn't seem too worried about the kidnapping of his Padawan. General Dai also wasn't angry, however he looked pensive. For the next few days it was quiet. The clones entered on a kind of routine similar to the one they had on Kamino. They woke up, went to the mess for breakfast, and after that went to training. After lunch they were free, unless they were sorted to guard duty. Each clone went his own way, and the commanders went to a small briefing before going back to what they were doing. Dajir already passed his daily briefing and was playing some kind of card game with Brain and Tech when his comlink bipped. He told the other two to keep playing and went outside the room. At some moment, they have entered hyperspace, and Dajir reckoned that this had something to do with the message he was receiving. The voice of Captain Rosal passed through the comlink. Dajir, we have found General Skywalker. Come to the bridge for briefing. Yes, sir. On the bridge were Admiral Yazib, Captain Rosal, Commander Cody, and General Kenobi. Not much later, another clone captain, under Commander Cody, arrived. Flip. General Commander. The captain Flip nodded to Dajir and Rosal. Commander Cody started the meeting. We received a signal from General Skywalker. According to it, he is on Alaris Prime, a moon on the Kashyyyk system. It is a colonized moon, inhabited by a group of Wookiees. General Kenobi took over. The rest of our fleet have to defend the system at least until Master Windu arrives with his fleet. We are going to Alaris Prime, and we will rescue my Padawan, but don't expect reinforcements. Yes, General. They spent the next 2 hours making the battle plans. When they arrived, there was no separatist blockade. The green moon under them looked peaceful. However, when the lots landed, they saw that things weren't that calm. They have landed near the place from where they received the signal. It was droid base, however it was very damaged. There was a hole on the wall, buildings were in flames and half fallen, and there were dead droids everywhere. Well, it looks like my Padawan passed here. Cody, keep going this direction and be careful of the droids. What about you, General? I am going to take a look in front. General Kenobi took a speeder and went looking for his Padawan. Before long, the clone forces encountered more dead droids, some cut with a lightsaber, and the cuts were still glowing. Cody analyzed them and ordered all troops to stay sharp. Come on, lads, careful, there are still droids here. They advanced carefully, but when they finally found droids, they still took losses. It was another droid base, also with a hole on the wall, but this time not all the droids were dead. 2 or 3 dozens of droids on the walls started shooting at them, killing a 10 or so clones. Thanks to the dense vegetation, they weren't able to get many clear shots, and the clones had plenty of cover. Capitulo 30, Wookiee Village. Dajir advanced through the trees. The droid fire was concentrated on the middle of the clone positions. One clone fell on Dajir right. He leaned to the side and shot his DC-15A at one of the droids, getting the kill. This, however, attracted the attention of the other droids. Laser fire hit the tree he was hidden behind, forcing him to abandon it for other one, as it started to fell. Fortunately, the droids were soon distracted by other clones, giving him the chance to fire again, killing another droid. This way they advanced, and Dajir got the members of Hell Squad to stay together with him. There was a 30 meters long clear area between the droid base and the trees. Dajir turned to Commander Cody and asked for cover fire. A barrage of lasers hit the droid defenses, forcing them to stay quiet. Hell Squad took the chance to run and arrived safely at the base of the walls. They run, sticking to the wall to the hole on it. The droids guarding it were among the first that the clones have taken down, so they entered the base undetected. Dab, Cell, and Tech take the right side. Go up the ramp and fire as soon as you have a clear shot. Brain, 3-4, we will do the same on the left. Also, Dab, why don't you take the chance to test your new toy? Dab chuckled. With pleasure, sir. The two groups went separate ways. Dajir went up the left ramp and looked. There were about 12 droids, and from there he could also see the right side. Dab, Tech, and Cell were ready. Dab was fixing something on his DC-15X. Dajir took out a thermal detonator, pressed the button, and waited 2 seconds before tossing it out. The explosion destroyed 4 or 5 of the unsuspecting battle droids. At Dajir's side, Brain and 344 also opened fire. Bang! A big explosion shook the air. Although they were in the middle of a combat, Dajir could not help but turn and look. Dab has fired his weapon, and about 7 droids were dead, and another 3 or 4 have been thrown to the ground. Dab was an weapon expert, and on the few days they didn't have nothing to do on the ship, he have made some modifications on his DC-15X. He installed some sort of charging component on it, so when he activated it, his shot would become explosive rounds. He could switch between that and the normal sniper shots. Of course, this also had his downside, as he had to wait a long time to fire again and lost some range. For that reason, he started carrying with him a DC-15S. Dajir started firing again, and some of the droid laser fire hit the ground next to him. However, the droids were surprised, and were also getting fired from the clones on the forest. As one of the droids turned to fire at Dajir group, his head was shot off by someone outside. This distracted the droids once again, as their dumb AI couldn't decide what to do. The clones have already discovered that taking out the droid commander was the same as cutting their brain off. Without someone giving orders, they would shoot the person that was shooting them, not the ones close to them. The clone forces only took about 20 or 30 casualties to take the droid base, which was pretty good. If there wasn't a hole in the walls for Hell Squad to enter, the death toll would have been much bigger. They encountered another 2 droid bases on the way, all of them semi-destroyed. Only after them did they find General Kenobi. He was spying on a Wookiee village where combat seemed to be going on. Capítulo 31, Wookiees. Cody, good of you to join me. From the big battle down there, I deduce my Padawan is here. Are the men ready? Always, sir. Then let's attack. Commander Cody got the clones prepared, and under General Kenobi, lead they attacked. There were about 200 to 300 droids assaulting the village. The village only had about 30 or so Wookiees defending it, so the droids were getting an easy win. However, being attacked from behind by about the same amount as they had, the droids were soon being wiped out. The backlines of the droids were totally destroyed, but for those droids who have already entered the village, the clones were forced to go to close combat. General Kenobi was the first to enter the village, his lightsaber cutting the droids in pieces. Dajir and Cody were just after him. Dajir walked alongside the Wookiees' huts, paying attention to any movement that could be a droid. Hell Squad was behind him, and they started cleaning the village of any droids. A group of 3 droids was assaulting one of the clone huts, but as soon as the first entered in it, he was thrown back by a green flash. A Wookiee carrying some kind of crossbow blaster came out. Before he shot again Dajir, Tekken 3-4 had already got the 2 remaining droids. The Wookiee looked at them, and a smaller version of him, presumably his daughter or son, ran out of the house and hugged his leg. Warrigged. Dajir nodded at the Wookiee and Cell said lightly, "You are welcomed, I guess." Their advance didn't stop because of it, and before long they arrived at the center of the village. There, General Kenobi's Padawan and 20 Wookiees have built some kind of last stance defense. Thankfully, the clone army arrived, and General Kenobi himself was the first to enter the battle, cutting down droids left and right. Hell Squad took cover on the corners of the huts and picked the droids one by one. The village was soon clean, and Dajir, Commander Cody, General Kenobi, General Skywalker, and the village chief entered a hut to talk. The Wookiee, a tall creature, totally covered in fur, and with many animal bones hanging on his locks, was the first to talk. Warg arged. Anakin, I believe you do speak Wookiee right. Can you translate what he is saying, please? Yes, Master. He is thanking us for our help and saying that we are welcome to stay if we want. I am sorry, Chief, but we can't stay here. I am sure more droids are coming. We would only put you in more danger if we stayed. Warg wargarsis. He said, don't worry, there are no more droids on this planet, only a small group in the forest to the south. General Kenobi tensed up. Commander Cody and General Skywalker saw it too. General Skywalker asked what was wrong, but his master ignored him and turned to the Wookiee. What did you say? We need to get everyone out of the village now. Anakin, Cody, I want every troop and every Wookiee on the lots as soon as possible. Warg Iarig. He is asking why. At this moment, another Wookiee entered the hut and started discussing with the chief. Wiarg arg arg, wirig arg. What is he saying, Anakin? That there is an enormous black aura coming from the south, and that everything that touches it dies. And many more words I have never heard. They all got outside the hut, and saw the black aura the Wookiee was talking about. A giant black bubble was expanding, and Dajir saw with his own eyes as birds and other flying creatures that touched it fell to the ground instantly. Trees turned black and fell, and animals were running away. Kenobi turned and screamed, "Everyone run, to the lots now." Capítulo 32, Death. The clone army was instantly thrown in disarray. Wookiees were roaring, but the chief quickly got them to move. Many of the Wookiees seemed unhappy, but the scene of everything dying as the black bubble passed convinced them. The delay, however, was enough for the bubble reach the outskirts of the village. The clone army, trained to follow orders, was already a few hundred meters away. However, the Wookiees took a lot more time to run, and this cost them a lot. One of the Wookiee families who took the most to leave was encompassed by the black bubble. They screamed and fell to the ground. Their bodies started withering away. The Wookiees cried. Dajir was running at full speed, Hell Squad and the rest of the clone army too. The bubble caught up with some more Wookiees, but they finally saw the lots which were flying towards them. Dajir switched his comlink on to talk to the pilots. "Don't land, just get ready to pick us up." The lots hovered above the ground, and the clones started to climb in. Commander Cody and the Jedis stayed just outside the lots, helping the wounded and the Wookiee children. However, as the black bubble approached, they were forced to get on the gunships. Dajir looked at the elderly Wookiees and the injured clones who didn't make to the gunships yet, and closed his eyes. Without opening them, he ordered the pilots. "Go now." The lot flew as the black bubble engulfed those left behind. A track of death and destruction was left on its path. The gunships flew as fast as their engines permitted, but two of them who took too long to depart were still caught by the bubble. The gunships were still working, but with their pilots dead, they fell to the ground with explosions. Dajir talked in his comlink. "General, with all due respect, but what was that? We just lost over 50 clones and another 20 Wookiees. This isn't something we have to worry about right now, Dajir. We have to make sure that this thing does not get to separatist hands." On General Kenobi capital ship, Commander Cody, Dajir, General Kenobi, General Dai and Commander Keeley were discussing. General Kenobi's Padawan was recovering from the battle. Commander Keeley was giving them their intel on the separatist movement. "Generals, our intelligence report that whatever generated that black thing you all confronted was taken by the separatists back to Renvar. Then all our forces shall move there too. Master Kenobi, do you agree? We can't let them use it again. Cody, prepare every clone. Defeat is not an option." "Yes, sir." "Dajir, you are returning with me and Keeley. I am sure we can find something for Hell Squad to do." "Yes, sir." The fleet of Mace Windu have arrived, and the 3 Jedi generals started a joint attack. The separatist blockade didn't last long before several gunships, starfighters, and 2 Acclamator-class cruisers broke through it. The clones braved through the anti-aircraft fire and landed on the barren planet. Many clones were taken down by the droids on the ground, but their sheer numbers won them a foothold. Hell Squad was amongst the first to get out of the lots. Their cohesion as a special unit showed up as they took out droid after droid. Their primary targets were the E-Web, on which Dab used his charged shot to make sure the droids wouldn't be able to use them again. There wasn't much cover on the barren land, and Hell Squad used the droid barricades they have just took out to their own defense. Suddenly the battlefield stopped. Droids and clones alike stopped firing and looked at the sky. On the green sky, one Republic cruiser was on fire as it entered the atmosphere and crashed down on some distant mountains. Capítulo 33, Sensor Station. Dajir was one of the first to recover from the incredible, and at the same time depressing sight. "Keep going, destroy those clankers." The clones resumed their shooting, but witnessing one of their ships being shot down obviously affected their morale. Seeing this, General Dai jumped out of his lot and went to the front lines, hacking at the droids. With their commander leading them, the clones finally awakened their fighting spirit and took out the droid outpost. General Dai went to Dajir. "We can't stop now. Don't worry about the cruiser. Obi-Wan is already on his way. There is a sensor station that we need to take out. It is the station coordinating all the droid units. Let's move out." The clones embarked on ATTEs or went by foot, fighting every step of the way. As a planetary-wide invasion, although a small one, there were at least 100,000 clones taking part on it. As they fought, the losses amounted, but they kept going. Dajir thought that General Dai and Commander Keeley were a sight to behold. They were fighting side by side, the Jedi deflecting lasers and cutting through droids and turrets alike, while the clone commander used his 2 DC-17 pistols to crush the droids. The barren land slowly turned to snowy hills and mountains as they got closer and closer to the sensor station. Taking the station, however, wasn't going to be an easy feat. On the rocky walls on which the station was built, there were 4 particle cannon turrets. Those turrets were able to destroy even the ATTEs the Republic brought. To make things worse, there were only 2 paths to the sensor station. The first was through the mountain and under the fire of all the droid defenses and entering through the main gate. The second was a sewer path, on which a couple of droids would be able to hold against a force 20 times their own. Of course, Hell Squad was taking the sewer route, but they wouldn't be alone, as General Dai was going with them. They would take a small force of 100 clones, and their mission was to clear a path to the interior of the sensor station. If they were able to do that, a major force would then enter after them. Commander Keeley would be left to command the main force over the main path. They had 15 ATTEs and a huge amount of clones, but they would still suffer severe losses if they didn't take the turrets out. The sewers smelled surprisingly normal, most probably because the droids didn't have an use for them. However, their defenses were quite good. The sewer was only big enough for 3 clones to pass side by side, and it was full of droid barricades and E-web turrets. Dajir was sure that if it wasn't for General Dai fighting at the front, they could have lost thousands and still not take the sewers. But that wasn't the case. The narrowness of the sewer was actually helping them, as General Dai didn't have to worry about side attacks and could deflect almost all lasers. The clones didn't do almost anything as they went through the sewers. Dajir checked on the situation outside, and it did seem much rougher. Dajir, tell the general we are making progress, albeit slow. We already lost 4 ATTEs to those particle cannon turrets, but we will make it. Those clankers don't have what it takes to stop us, but it would be good if you could catch them from behind. Keeley out. Dajir went to General Dai and repeated what Commander Keeley said. The Jedi flashed him the first smile Dajir ever seen he give and yelled. All right, 303, let's get them. Capitulo 34, Flames. Go, go, go. The clones broke through the end of the sewers, and a good number of barricades was waiting for them. During the weeks he battled in Geonosis and on Alaris Prime, Dajir's senses have sharpened, and his battle abilities have become much better. So has his aim. Dajir exited the sewers and immediately dropped to the ground. A volley of laser fire flew over him. Some clones who weren't as fast as him fell, their armor melted, and the flesh beneath it carbonized. Dajir quickly aimed and shot 3 times. 3 droids fell. Besides himself through a thermal detonator. The metallic ball landed near an E-web turret. Eat this, clankers. Clones started pouring out of the sewers and spreading out. They fell one after another, some hurt and some dead. However, their sacrifice wasn't in vain as their brothers pushed the droids back more and more. They were now inside the building. The end of the sewers was on an open area, and this gave the droids less maneuverability. General Dai went to Dajir's side, still waving his blue lightsaber. Dajir, I am taking some men to the control room. You take the rest and go to the main path. Open the gate and catch the droids from behind. Yes, General. General Dai took a group of 20 clones and turned left on the next junction. Dajir, now commanding the rest of the clones, went on a straight path, sending small groups when they faced a junction to make sure they wouldn't be flanked. The sensor station wasn't that big, so it didn't take long for them to arrive at the gate control room. The problem was that there was a few hundreds of droids between them. Dajir didn't have any other option besides ordering a frontal attack. He positioned his DC-15A and changed it to automatic fire mode. Blue laser absolutely crushed the nearest droids as more than 100 clones fired. Red laser was returned, and clones started to fall. Dajir would pop out every now and then, killing 1 or 2 droids each time, however the battle was entering on a stalemate. It was at this moment that one clone went up to him. "Sir, I have an idea, but I need your support." "What is it, trooper?" "If I have 1 or 2 clones help me, I can get." Dajir approved the idea, sending a group of clones to help. The battle extended for a few more minutes before the clone returned. He was carrying, with the help of 2 other clones, one of the E-webs, now out of its tripod. The heavy turret weighted so much that the 3 clones were actually struggling and shaking to carry it. Dajir ordered the clones to give some cover fire, and when the time was right, he gave the clone a signal. The clone stepped on the middle of the path and warmed up the E-web. Knock knock. BRUMMs. The laser the turret spammed was so concentrated that it actually turned on a continuous red flow. The droid defenses and themselves were literally torn apart. The clone was laughing maniacally as he fired, but at such a firing rate, the barrel of the E-web turned orange and then red, and the clones were forced to leave it before it blew up. After the mad barrage of laser, the few dozen remaining droids weren't able to put up a fight and were quickly destroyed. Dajir went to the clone, who was being complimented by the others. "What is your name, trooper?" "Metal, sir." "Welcome to Hell Squad, Metal. Come on, lads, we still have brothers fighting outside. Commander Keeley invited us to the party." "What, sir, I already have a..." Dajir ignored him and fired at the control panel. It sparked and the main gate started to open. The clones lined up, Hell Squad on the front, weapons ready to give the droids hell. Capitulo 35, deactivated. Outside the sensor station, the clones led by Commander Keeley were facing a tough battle. They have already taken out 2 of the particle cannon turrets, but there were still 2 more. The path leading to the station was packed with bodies of clones and droids. Flaming remains let smoke on the sky. Commander Keeley was having a hard time pushing forward. Half the ATTEs were down, and the remaining ones wouldn't last much longer. Keeley was almost giving up hope when the gate started to open by itself. The droids turned, not really understanding why the gate they were supposed to hold was opening. As the gate went up, smoke billowed under it, and the ones behind it were slowly revealed. White armor, followed by a variety of weapons, and finally the characteristic clone helmets. The armor was charred and full of scars, and the clones wearing it were visibly exhausted. But for Commander Keeley and the clones outside, they weren't just help, but a sign they have captured the station. The clone leading them, Dajir, didn't give any order, just shot. An all-out war broke out. As the gate opened, Dajir could see the clones on the outside. Seeing so many of his brothers on the ground pained him. Commander Keeley was on the front lines, using 2 DC-17 and leading the 303rd. As he absorbed more and more of the vision before him, Dajir didn't even give any orders and just fired at the nearest droid. This initiated a chain reaction, and every clone and droid started shooting. The first targets for Hell Squad were the 2 remaining particle cannon turrets. Their gunners were taken out before they could turn and fire, giving the clones on the path some time to prepare. On the path, Commander Keeley gave the total attack order. Blue laser fire started hitting the droids from 2 sides, and they were torn apart in the crossfire. The ATTEs weren't able to fire their top cannons, as Hell Squad clones were too close, but the smaller laser cannons still made quite a mess on the droid lines. The clones led by Dajir were the ones facing the biggest amount of pressure, as their numbers were a lot less than the droid numbers. Dajir was taking cover behind some boxes, together with Brain. Cell and 3-4 were hidden on the sides of the main gate. Dab, Tech, and Metal, the newest addition to Hell Squad with the majority of the clones, were out in the open, receiving most of the enemy fire. Z1NGR. Dagger looked upward. The gigantic antenna above the sensor station have stopped. 4 floors above where they were, a window broke and a tactical droid smashed on the ground. A blur of movement followed it, and before anyone could do anything, General Dai landed and rotated, slicing 3 droids cleanly in half. Without saying a word, the Nikto Jedi ran to the middle of the surprised droids, jumping over their barricades and swinging his lightsaber faster than eyes could see. Sliced pieces of B-1 battle droids fell as the Jedi continued unstoppable. The general is here. You don't want to look bad, am I right, boys? Get up and fire. Commander Keeley fired his pistols repeatedly, and droid heads jumped out of its notches. Dajir joined the battle, laser fire leaving his DC-15A and stopping at some droid back or chest. A group of ATXD walkers neared the sensor station. In the night, their lights shone upon the remains of the battle that took place there. The clone bodies have been moved to the sides so they wouldn't be crushed by the walkers, but the droids didn't receive such treatment. As the walkers came closer to the main gate, groups of clones on the barricades checked them. The gate opened, and a Jedi, together with 2 clones, went out. Capítulo 36, Fuel. A hatch on top of the ATXD opened, and General Kenobi got out. He looked really serious, very different from what Dajir considered his normal. The Jedi jumped out of the walker and started talking with General Dai. Master Dai, there is no need to make a secret out of it anymore. The Separatists took the weapon to Thule, and Master Windu already requested help from Luminara. I see, Thule is a Republic planet, isn't it? Since they took the Harvester to Thule, that means they are ready to use it. We have to stop them at all costs. Dajir was lost in the conversation, as Commander Keeley seemed to be, but he was able to put together that the black bubble that killed so many clones in Alaris Prime was going to Thule. General Dai turned to them. Keeley, prepare to move out. We are going to Thule. Dajir was looking through the window of the Sincerity to the planet of Thule. Thule was small, almost entirely made of water, and the few Earth spots that Dajir could see on the planet were green. Encompassing the planet was a pale blue shield. Republic forces have been able to arrive before the majority of the Separatist ships, but Count Dooku had set up a planetary shield, stopping the Republic fleet. For now, Dajir was just waiting. According to General Dai, Anakin Skywalker was sent to deal with the shield generator, located on a small moon. The clone forces were composed of the 303rd, commanded by General Dai, the 41st commanded by Jedi Master Luminara Unduli, the 212th commanded by General Kenobi, and finally the 187th under General Windu. The Jedi have taken to themselves the mission of destroying the new Separatist weapon. The clones were told that their mission was to fight the droids, locate the weapon, and stay away. During the meeting, one clone commander with purple markings on his armor asked why. He was Vant, the commander of the 187th. The answer he received was that it wasn't for them to worry about. So now Dajir was waiting for the shields to come down. He made his way to the officers' canteen, where he saw Commanders Keeley, Vant, Gree, and Cody. There was also a number of lieutenants and captains. If it wasn't for his position as leader of a special squad, he wouldn't have the permission to be there. Of course, he wouldn't sit on the same table as the commanders, since his rank was lower. It was his first time there, so he decided that he would sit alone. He grabbed his food, a green paste, and went to an empty table. Dajir took off his helmet and put it down beside him. While the Sincerity was on its way to Thule, he had shaved his head, so he could be even a little bit different from the other clones. He loved his brothers, but he wanted to have an identity of his own. Dajir started eating his food, and another clone came to his side. From his armor, he was probably a lieutenant. The lieutenant putted his hand on Dajir's shoulder. "Hey brother, don't sit there all alone." Dajir got up and looked at the clone. He wasn't wearing his helmet and had an horizontal scar about 5 centimeters long on his forehead. He stretched his hand, and Dajir shocked it. "I am Dajir." The lieutenant pointed to the scar on his forehead. "My men nicknamed me Scar." "Very imaginative." "Hahaha, come sit with us, brother." Scar led Dajir to a table where 2 more lieutenants and 1 captain were sitting. Scar presented them. "Dajir, those 2 are Lieutenants Guard and Fondor. They are from the 303rd, as are you, I believe. The captain here is Cedar, and he is, as am I, from the 41st. Capítulo 37, maybe. Dajir greeted each of the clones. It appeared that most of them had the same idea as Dajir, since, with the exception of Guard, all of them had different haircuts and tattoos. Fondor, one of the lieutenants of the 303rd, looked at Dajir and said with a surprised voice, "I don't believe you are a lieutenant. How did you got into the officer's canteen? I am just asking, don't be mad at me. Since you are here, you must have authorization. Actually, I am not sure what my rank is now. However, I have been given the same privileges as officers. Let me present myself. I am Dajir, leader of a special unit called Hell Squad. Scar and Cedar didn't have any reaction when he told his name, but as members of the 303rd, Fondor and Guard had obviously heard of him. Guard, who appeared to be a stern type, talked for the first time. So you are Dajir. The men on my platoon have been talking about you. I heard you had a tough time on that battlesphere on Genosis. It was fun, at least it sharpened my squad. They were much better on Alaris Prime than on Genosis. Since you mentioned it, what was that on Alaris Prime? Guard and Fondor platoons stayed on the ship. They could only tell us what they had heard. The one who asked the question was Cedar. The captain was the most serious of the batch, maybe because of his responsibilities. Dajir frowned when he asked about what the Jedi called harvester. It was disturbing. On this month or so of war I have seen many men die, but not the way it happened on Alaris Prime. Everyone that touched that thing simply fell and died. It was as if everything inside them was sucked away and only skin remained. I'm sorry, Dajir, do you already know what is your mission when we disembark? Not yet, Captain. Hell Squad will follow the 303rd and act according to the situation. Dajir talked to the clones a little more, then went to Hell Squad quarters. All of Hell Squad was there at the moment, which was a surprise, as the clones usually eat at this time. Hell Squad was no exception. Brain and Tech were playing some game on a hologram table. Dab was cleaning his DC-15X, and Cell was sleeping. 3-4 and Metal were discussing something on one of the corners. Metal seemed to have accepted his transfer to Hell Squad, although he complained quite a bit. When Dajir stepped inside the room, they all stopped what they were doing and saluted him. He dispensed them, told them to get back to what they were doing, and went asleep himself. When Dajir woke up, the shield was still on. Now there was only Metal on the room with him, playing with his weapon. Dajir sat on his bed and called him. Metal, I know you are not happy with being taken out of your squad, but Hell Squad is in dire need of a heavy gunner like you. It is not that, sir. I don't care with being transferred. I was surprised at most. It is just that. All my old squad members are dead. Some died on Alaris Prime and others on Renvar. In the end, only I survived. I am sorry to hear that. No need to be, sir. We are soldiers, this is normal. Even so, when I am alone, I can't stop thinking that I could have done something. Maybe if I have grabbed that E-web earlier, or if I have entered the sewers first, or if I had waited more on Alaris Prime. Maybe. Metal, I know how you are feeling. I lost as many brothers as you did, and for that reason that we have to keep fighting. So we can end this war earlier and make sure that we all can go home as soon as possible. Capitulo 38, Memories. That is why I need you to stop thinking about those who fell and stay here on the present. As a member of Hell Squad, your mission is bigger than most of the clones. We are a special unit, prepared to take high-value targets. We will face more danger than most clones, all to make sure that they face less perils than us. Metal was staring blankly at Dajir. He probably wasn't expecting such an emotional speech from Dajir. To tell the truth, Dajir also wasn't. It was just that when he heard Metal talking, memories started to float his mind. He remembered the brothers with who he spent his training. Some, like CT-4087, were dead. Others he didn't know if were dead or alive. He remembered his squad leader, who used to be harsh, but was the first to jump into battle on Genosis. He remembers all of those brothers who died by his side in the short month of war. Then he thought about all the others who could die with the war kept going. He then thought about Brain, Cell, Dab, 3-4, Tech, and Metal. He thought about Keely, Gree, Cody, and even those who he had just met such as Scar and Cedar. So, Metal, put aside those memories, and shown your respect to those who left us by fighting side by side with me, Hell Squad, the 303rd, and every clone in the galaxy. Metal stood up, his eyes glinting. Yes, SIR. When he talked, it wasn't only his voice, but also some more that came from the door. Dajir turned to see the rest of Hell Squad on the door. 3-4 spoke with a strong voice. We will make sure to follow what you just said, sir. Ugh, for how long have you been listening? Don't you know that not saluting your superior officer is disrespectful? We know, brother. Thankfully, a clone soldier came and took Dajir if the awkward moment. Sir, General Skywalker took out the shield. General Dai want you on the bridge. The invasion has begun. All right, trooper, I'm going. Hell Squad, check your weapons and your armors. We are going to show this separatist scum what brothers can do. Clones were working hard on the bridge. Different from the normal clones, those didn't wear armor but navy outfit. On the bridge there was a platform, higher than the rest of the bridge. The door on the end of the bridge opened and Dajir walked in, helmet off his head and under his arm. The bridge was especially crowded at this moment. Captains stood on organized rows before the hologram table. General Dai and Commander Keeley were facing the projections of General Luminara and Commander Gree, General Kenobi and Commander Cody and General Windu and Commander Vant. General Windu was the one speaking. Obi-Wan, you and Commander Cody shall land on the South Hemisphere, where the Separatists built their communication center. Luminara, you and I will land onto the North Hemisphere and try to clear as many droid air bases as possible. Luckily, we have stopped the Separatist fleet before they could dominate the whole planet. If we do our job well, then the air battle should be easy. What about me, Master Windu? Imagundai, you and Commander Keeley also have air bases as target. There is an archipelago onto the planet where the Separatist built one of their largest air bases. It is from there that they are resupplying their capital ship. General Windu turned to the clones that were on his ship. Automatically, the projection zoomed out to show that he had all his clone captains with him, as did Kenobi and Luminara unduly. Troopers, listen up. Your mission isn't only to conquer the planet, but also to keep an eye out for this Separatist weapon. You will know that it is the moment you see it. You are not to approach it on any occasion. The troops of Master Dai and Master Kenobi have already proved how deadly that can be. Capitulo 39, Shoulder to Shoulder. Our orders are to destroy the air base, and while we are at it, try to locate the Separatist weapon. We are not to get anywhere near it. After the briefing, Dajir was giving Hell Squad their orders, which were the same as the other clones. Now get in the gunships. Remember what I said before. We might not have any special assignment this time, but that doesn't mean we can't be at the front lines. Metal, before we go, come with me a minute. Metal followed Dajir to the armory. Inside, there were thousands of blasters, cannons, turrets, and explosives. Dajir led Metal through a maze of shelves with weapons to a section where what looked like E-webs, but smaller, were leaning. Wow, those are Z6 rotaries, aren't they? I used to have a smaller version of them, Kamino, but after we went to Genosis, I didn't see one of those. Well, one of them is yours now. I have already talked with Command. I expect you to be Hell Squad's strongest attacker. Thank you, sir. Dajir and Metal went row the hangar, where the 303rd was preparing to go. The members of Hell Squad whistled when they saw Metal new gun. Z6s weren't that common and needed special authorization to use. Hell Squad got in the gunships, together with General Dai and Commander Keeley. Taking out the base shouldn't be much difficult, as they had an overwhelming number of clones. What they were really worried about was the weapon that created the black bubble. The clones who had been in Alaris Prime have all experienced the terror of it, even those who weren't have heard of it by other clones. The pilot of the lot directed the gunship to a group of islands. There was no anti-aircraft fire, and the sides of the gunship were open. Dajir looked outside and saw the lots diverting in 3 different directions. The 303rd lots lowered their altitude, and soon the droid airbase was on sight. A stream of black dots left the airbase, and the pilot warned them. Vultures incoming, closing the doors. The doors slid to the sides, covering the sides. Red lights turned on. Dajir was now used to it, and the sounds that the battle outside made didn't make him uncomfortable as the first time. He walked on the gunship, going to the cockpit, and at the same time talking with the soldiers. On his way, he crossed with Commander Geely, who was doing the same on the other direction. He arrived behind the pilot seat and looked outside. The battle was on full swing, vulture droids blowing up, not without taking some lots out. The clones had the upper hand, and Dajir gunship faced almost no enemy fire before it neared the landing point. Dajir turned and walked back into the cargo area. He looked and nodded at Commander Keeley. He, on turn, nodded back at Dajir, as if saying that he should do the talk. Dajir looked at the 30 or so clones and turned on his speaker. "Listen up, boys, get in position. We are coming in hot and we will take that base fast and easy. Remember our orders. If any of you see the separatist weapon, tell the general. Now, get ready." Dajir went to the left side, where General Dai and Commander Keeley were. He prepared his DC-15A and stood at their side. General Dai turned on his lightsaber, and on Dajir left, Commander Keeley took out his 2 DC-17. Brain went to his right, and Hell Squad entered position behind him. Cell put his hand on his shoulder, and Dajir nodded to all the members of Hell Squad. The clones lifted their weapons. The doors opened. Capitulo 40, flank. Lasers hit everywhere. The lightsaber of General Dai swung crazily, but it wasn't able to stop every shot. By luck, no clone of Hell Squad was hit. Dajir jumped of the lot. His feet hit the soil and he ducked behind a tree. He looked to the left, quickly taking note of the droid defenses. Blast shields have been put in 4 or 5 locations, but it appeared that most of their defenses were composed of boxes hurriedly moved. Those were just the outer defenses, though. Further away was the air base. It was one of the easy-to-build droid bases, walls 10 meters tall, holes on the top for the droids to shoot. There was 1 dwarf spider droid on each of the 4 corners. Towering over the walls was 1 C-9979 landing craft. The 4 wings of the C-9979 were able to carry thousands of clankers, but Dajir was sure that every single clone of the 303rd was worth 10 droids. By now, the clones have got out of the gunship and were taking cover. Meanwhile, dozens of other lots were landing. The 2 dwarf spider droids that were able to fire at them made quite a mess, even blowing up 1 or 2 gunships. However, the clone fire was annihilating their outer ring of defenses. Also, they had a Jedi. Like always, General Dai was fighting in the front lines, although he was heavily suppressed right now. He was, however, attracting most of the enemy fire, and Dajir was using this chance to fire at the droids. He fired 2 shots to the right and ran to the left, advancing a couple dozen of meters before the droids aimed at him again. Commander Keeley talked to him through his comlink. "Dajir, take the left, I am taking the right. The general will attract their attention, and we sneak around them. When we are in position, we pincer them from 2 sides. What about the clankers on the walls, and those 2 spider droids? Hit and run." Commander Keeley cut off his communications, so Dajir had no other option but doing as he was told. He waited until General Dai had jumped out and started crawling. He used the bushes and logs to cover his body as he passed, and it seemed to work. He got behind the enemy lines, just before the walls. If he advanced any further, they would be able to detect him. Dajir contacted Commander Keeley, careful to speak softly. "I'm in position, Commander." "Wait, I had to take a detour around some of them. Give me 10 seconds, and when you hear me fire, do it." "Yes, sir." Seconds passed at snail pace, as Dajir was worried he would be noticed. No one did. When 5 seconds had passed, he crawled a little more forward, taking the risk of being seen so he could have a clear shot. The droids' backs were turned towards him, but there were at least a dozen of them. And that was just the nearest barricade. There were a few more. Dajir really had no idea how he and the commander were going to survive the fire from both the droids outside and on the walls, but he trusted Commander Keeley. 10 seconds and nothing happened. Dajir griped the hilt of his DC-15A, his finger slightly pressing the trigger. 11 seconds. 12. 13. Bang, bang. 2 droids on the other side of the barricade lost their heads. Dajir fired, aiming for a target a bit easier to hit, their bodies. 1, 2, 3 droids went down on his side and 2 more on the other. 6 remained. Dajir rolled to the side, dodging the laser fire from the droids. He fired 2 more times, getting 1 droid but missing the other one. Commander Keeley ran out of his position, firing his DC-17, destroying almost all the droids. Dajir got up and fired his DC-15A, his shots, and Commander Keeley ones hitting the last droids at the same time. Everything took less than 15 seconds. Capitulo 41, taking the walls. The droids on the walls finally started shooting at them. It was at this moment that Commander Keeley said something that made Dajir think he was crazy, and he himself even more by following it. Run to the walls. What? However, he ran. Possibility the stupid idea of his short life, as he was now stuck between a solid and tall wall and dozens of E5s. And then Commander Keeley threw one of his DC-17s to him. Use the hooks. Light struck Dajir's mind. The idea was at the same time ingenious and crazy, but it could work. Actually, Dajir felt it would work. Commander Keeley aimed his weapon to one of the holes in the wall from which droids were shooting. He clicked some button and a metal cable, with an X-shaped head, penetrated the thinner metal pieces that made the border of the hole. Using both his arms, Commander Keeley started climbing his way up. Dajir found the hook button on the DC-17 and fired it, the recoil stronger than he thought, making his aim go up a little. The cable went directly through the window and hit something inside. Dajir pulled it to make sure it was strong enough to take on his weight. The cable dragged something for a little and then tensed up. Dajir ignored his uneasiness and started climbing. The droids on the outside had turned and fired at him and Commander Keeley, and lasers hit around him, one even grazing his shoulder, leaving a dark mark on it but not hurting him. Slightly above him, Commander Keeley had reached the holes and pulled himself inside. Immediately, laser fire was heard, and somehow one B-1 droid was thrown out. Dajir reached the hole and, mimicking Commander Keeley, held onto the sides, detached the cable, and pulled himself. On the walls, there was actually only a metal floor, going all around the base, with stairs here and there. It was only a couple meters wide, so 2 careless steps could lead to a 10 meters fall. From above, Dajir could see the ground level of the airbase, on which were a few Vulture droids and, of course, the C-9979. And there were also droids, many of them. On the top, where Dajir and Commander Keeley were, droids were divided into groups of 5, one group on each hole. Dajir had hit one of those droids with the cable, and the hook trespassed his front and appeared on his back. Maybe because of the loud noise outside, only the nearest droids have noticed them, giving the chance for them to clear up the droids on their side. Dajir used the DC-17, faster and better for close distances, and shot the droids point blank. Commander Keeley was doing the same, and when his ammo was over, he used the butt of his DC-17 to back punch one of the droids, sending him tumbling backwards and getting on the way of the others. He picked up one of the droids' E5 and knelt down, turning and firing to the other side. Dajir was a bit more violent when the ammunition of his DC-17 was over. He dropped it and picked up his DC-15A, which he had put on his back to climb, grabbed it by the barrel, and swung it like a club. The unlucky droid he had chosen was sent flying, out of the wall and onto the ground 1 level below. Dajir twirled his gun around and fired, so close to the droids that the blue laser passed through the first droid and hit the second. Their side of the wall was now clear, but the small skirmish was enough to attract not only the droids in the other walls, but also those onto the ground, who were surrounding the droid Dajir had thrown down. Capitulo 42, Fire. Commander Keeley looked at Dajir, who in turn asked him a question. What now, Commander? There is only half a base aiming at us. Well, I only planned until this point. I didn't think we would make this far this fast. Either they are worse than we thought, or we are much better than we thought. But now is not the time to talk. We have to find some cover, take the stairs. They ran towards the stairs that lead downwards, getting some cover behind some containers. But if the droids used a pincer move, from up and down, they wouldn't be able to survive 5 seconds. Dajir, any idea on what do we do? Sir, that might sound even crazier than the ideas I had before, but I think there is an easy way to complete the mission and maybe even come out alive. The commander fired a bit from the corner, at least for now keeping the droids below them away. I'm interested, what is this way? Dajir knelt down and aimed upwards, taking down a few brave and dumb droids who tried to charge them. You see those red barrels over there? If I ain't wrong, they should be Tabana gas. See that they are connected to those vultures. If we blow the barrels, then we start a chain reaction. Yeah, and probably we will go to hell with it. Are you up to it, Commander? Any doubt when I count 3? 1, 2, 3. They got out from behind the containers and fired. The big barrels were an easy target for experienced shooters like them. At first there was no reaction, even when the lasers hit. However, after a few shots hit the same place, the barrels finally exploded. A wave of heat passed by, throwing them onto the ground. The Tabana gas burned green, and as the fire ignited the gas inside the hoses, green flowers of fire were formed. When it finally got to vulture droids, shrapnel flew everywhere, dismembering the droids near. By now no droid was paying attention to Dajir and Keely, neither they were able to. Fire started to spread through the whole base, and firefighter droids were trying to put it out, without success. "Oh ho, Commander, I think we might have a slight problem." The fire had made its way up the C-9979, and even if it didn't blow, even if it just fell, it would be disastrous. "Dajir, let's go back the way we came. Up now." They run up the stairs, and found themselves back into the top of the walls. The droids were too worried about the already out-of-control fire to go after them, so they faced no impediments. Commander Keely got to the cables they used to come in and jumped, Dajir following suit. The droids outside had already died, but after seeing the fire, General Dai had tactfully ordered the 303rd to stay their advance. Dajir and Commander Keely were already quite a distance away when the C-9979 finally couldn't hold on anymore. An explosion bigger than the others sounded, and then it fell, crushing the west wall. The whole airbase was on fire, and Dajir was sure that there was no chance any droid survived it. Brain approached them. "Sir, I think when the general said, 'Take the airbase,' he didn't mean set it on fire." "Hahaha, you know, Dajir, I think this trooper here is right." "Well, Commander, I can't take all the credit to myself. If it wasn't because of you, I wouldn't even have gotten inside the airbase." General Dai approached them, and the clones got in standard military position. "General, good job, you two. On fire or not, this base won't be able to send any air support to Count Dooku. Any sign of the separatist weapon?" "Nothing, sir, but I think I know where it is." "And where is it, Dajir?" Dajir pointed to somewhere behind General Dai. There, a black pillar was growing larger by the second. Capitulo 43, don't know what title to put. "Commander, get me a lot." "I am going with you, sir." "No, you aren't, Keely. Jedis might be able to survive this thing, but clones don't stand a chance. Search the base, what is left of it. Make sure there are no separatists left." "Yes, sir." Soon a lot arrived, and General Dai embarked on it, going to the still-growing pillar of black. The clones made a perimeter around the airbase, and groups started searching for anything that could be salvaged. Hell Squad had long passed their time of guard duty, and, for the envy of all 303rd, were chilling while they did the heavy work. Dajir was talking to Commander Keely, both of them looking uncomfortably to the black pillar. "Commander, it is in the south. Maybe we should contact Commander Cody and see if he has any information." "Already did it, Dajir. He said that General Kenobi ordered them to retreat as soon as the separatist activated the weapon." "But, have you noticed it is different from last time? It isn't a bubble anymore. I hope that is good." "Coming from the separatist, I doubt it can be any good." Tech interrupted them to show that something had changed. The black pillar had dimmed, and it was slowly disappearing. The moment it totally disappeared, a mushroom cloud took its place. Commander Keely activated his comlink, trying to get in contact with General Dai. "General, can you hear me, General?" "Keely." "Is everything all right, General? That appears to be one big explosion." It was. The harvester was destroyed, together with the rest of the weapon. Quite surprisingly, it wasn't any Jedi Master, but young Skywalker who did it. I think we should expect to work with him in the future, as he seems to be about to take the challenges to become a Jedi Master. General Dai interrupted himself and gave a dry laugh. "I am getting off track. What matters is that our campaign on Thule is over, and the galaxy will never see such a terrifying weapon once again. Unfortunately, Count Dooku escaped, although his bounty hunter perished. So, what do we do now, sir?" "Be ready to leave and wait for new orders. I am going to the Sincerity directly. There are still some matters I need to discuss with Master Windu. Meanwhile, we are going to come get you." "We are waiting, sir." After the call was over, Commander Keely turned to Dajir, who was listening. Let's go, this war is not over yet. Later, on the Sincerity, General Dai passed a memorial to Commander Keeley, who later passed it to Dajir. On it was written the next assignment of the 303rd. Dajir looked at General Dai and couldn't help but ask, "General, are we being assigned to guard duty? Why?" The 303rd had stellar results, and so far we haven't lost one battle. Which is why we are receiving such a task, Dajir. You, as a clone, should understand it better than anyone. Take Keeley as example. I am sure he is as unhappy as you, but he didn't complain. You know why, Dajir? Dajir was in silence, extremely surprised. He hadn't expected that a complaint he made lightly would result in such a scolding. "Yes, sir, I'm sorry, sir." The Jedi continued, as if he had not heard what Dajir answered. He didn't complain because he knew his position as a soldier, and more than that, he knows how important that planet is not only for the Republic, but also for the clones. The Sincerity shook lightly, and they entered hyperspace. General Dai turned to the front of the ship, showing his back to Dajir and Commander Keeley. "Prepare yourselves, gentlemen. You are going home. You are going to Kamino." Capítulo 44, Home. 2 days later, the Sincerity landed on a platform next to Tapoca City, on Kamino. As always, it was raining, the only weather that the planet had. Dark green water made up for the entire planet, except its core, which was dozens of thousands meters deep. The access ramp on the back of the Sincerity got down, and the 303rd Attack Legion started to march out neatly. After all the soldiers got out, it was the ATE's and ATXD's turn. They were directed by the Kamino security team, a specialized legion, to their quarters. Not even the rain could make Hell Squad feel down. No matter how disappointed they were for being taken out of the front lines, returning to their home planet was still an amazing sensation. Dajir was approached by one of the Kamino troopers, recognizable by his gray shoulder armor. "Hell Squad. That is us. Follow me, you were allocated somewhere else." Hell Squad left formation, and under the clone lead went to a separate platform. The clone explained that this platform was reserved to special units, such as Hell Squad. After they arrived at the door, the Kamino trooper took off his helmet and looked at them expectantly. "Sir, if you don't mind me asking, but how is the battlefield like?" Dajir could understand why the clone would ask that. The Kamino security team received some of the best training of the clone army, but unless Kamino was attacked, they would never use it. It is at the same time horrible and impressive. However, no clone who ever fought would wish that for a brother. The clone looked like he wanted to ask something else, but in the end he didn't, and just saluted Hell Squad before he left. Tech watched as he left. "Well, sir, you did a good job scaring this one." Brain intervened. "That is good. If he ever have to fight then, he might survive more than the others." 3-4 gave Brain a light punch. "Enough of this, guys. We just got back home, and you are already talking about those gloomy things." Ignoring his bickering squad, Dajir entered their facilities. It was a long hall, with doors on both sides, most of them unmarked. Only 2 had something written in the panels, the first one being Hell Squad and the second Deep Squad. As Hell Squad was moving in, the door of Deep Squad room opened, and a clone wearing blue clothes, not armor, walked out. He seemed surprised, but then stuck his head inside the room from which he came and said something. After doing that, he extended his hand and shook it with everyone of Hell Squad before introducing himself. "Hello, brothers, Shock Deep Squad. I am Dajir, Hell Squad leader. Those are Brain, Tech, 3-4, Cell, Dab, and Metal." More clones wearing the same blue clothes walked out, a total of 10. One of them, who had long hair unusual in clones, walked forward. "Welcome home, Hell Squad. My name is Broody, and I am the leader of Deep Squad. Always good to meet a brother. Which legion are you under?" "We serve General Shock T, here on Kamino. That doesn't mean, though, that we don't know how to fight." Dajir easily detected the need for recognition on Broody voice. Maybe because they haven't actually gone to battles, but they seemed afraid that the other clones would think they were cowards. Dajir suspected that every clone of the Kamino security team felt the same. "It was a pleasure to meet you, Deep Squad, but now we have to organize ourselves. It won't be long before we receive our tasks. If you need help or maybe a guide, feel free to ask. As Hell Squad members organized their few possessions, weapons and armor, Dajir went outside. The Sincerity was refueling and preparing to go to orbit, where it would stay until they were called to battle again. Dajir checked on Hell Squad, and seeing that some of them had already drifted into sleep, he decided to go to the mess alone. Capítulo 45, Old Friend. On the glass corridors of Topoka City, a clone with a shaved head was walking. His once clean white armor was now dusty and scarred. When he passed by other clones, they would greet him, and on one occasion, when he passed by a group of teenager clone cadets, they looked up impressed. Dajir was immersed on his own thoughts as he walked to the canteen. Little more than a month had passed since he himself was a cadet walking on the same halls, but his mentality had changed a lot. Due to him being so absorbed on his thoughts, he didn't see a figure coming straight towards him. They crashed on each other, Dajir only slightly shaking, but the figure dropped to the ground. Dajir looked at him, surprised that he found a familiar face so soon. 99, I am so sorry. CT 4063, it is. Cough, cough, it is good to see you. How are you doing? My name is Dajir now, and I'm fine 99. I am even better now that we are home. Any big changes here on the last month? Yes, a lot actually. Cough, one Jedi, Shock T came to hear. She has taken over the clone production control, but she is not bad at all. She treats the clones much better than those bounty hunters that train the cadets. Bounty hunters? Yeah, 2 of them, Brick and LS. They are good trainers and they do a good job. Cough, cough. A good job training the cadets, but I feel they are too strict to the young cadets. Well, maybe I will meet those bounty hunters later and have a look at their training methods. It was good to see you again 99. We probably are staying here for quite some time, so I will see you again. Bye. Send my greetings to our brothers on the 303rd. Dajir watched the hunched back of 99. The poor clone was totally deformed and completely inept to battle. However, he never gave up and still fought his own way, giving many cadets, including Dajir, the support they needed to get through some of the most difficult moments of their training. Dajir pitied 99, for he had more fighting spirit than any clone Dajir ever met, but couldn't use it on a real battle. Remembering his initial intent of eating something, Dajir started walking once again, following the path he had treaded upon as a cadet, going to the canteen. He passed by many more clones, the Kamino troopers patrolling, cadets of all ages just walking around, and soldiers like him, who had just returning and were going to the mess. On his way, he met a good number of 303rd clones, and when they arrived at the mess, the group had grown by a considerable amount. The doors slid up, showing a big building with dozens of long tables. Like most things on Kamino, the canteen was white, making he feel as if he had entered a white box. When the clones of the 303rd Attack Legion entered the white canteen, their dirty armor immediately made them the focus of attention. Uncountable identical faces turned to them, and when they looked back, the heads turned to their food once again. Their dirty armors, and the sharpened eyes of men who passed by countless life-and-death situations intimidated most of the clones on the mess, brothers or not. Of course not all of them, as some of the soldiers already on the canteen were the same as them. On one table, a group of clones looked up and raised their forks to greet Dajir and the others. Those clones had the same scorched armor, and Dajir could tell they had also been to the war front. They were most probably the 182nd Legion, who was also stationed on Kamino. Capítulo 46, Training. On a building on the central platform of Topoka City. A female Togruta, with red skin and blue and white protuberances on her head, was talking to General Dai. She appeared to be very calm, as if nothing could make her feel worried. Master Dai, I understand how important those facilities are for the Republic better than anyone, however. I still think the High Council is wrong about positioning you here. Any danger that the Kaminoans might suffer has to be treated as a peril to the Republic core itself. Our informants have enough proof for us to believe that the Separatists are mounting an attack. Then, tell me, Master Dai, how are the Separatists supposed to get past dozens of highly fortified Republic systems and still have a big enough force to destroy Kamino? That is unknown yet. but the Council is so sure that the attack is going to happen that they have sent not only me, but also another group of Jedis, who are on their way. If what you are saying is true, then may the Force be with us. Hell Squad didn't have much to do on Kamino. Apart from the occasional guard duty, their only occupation was staying ready to defend all times. They spent most of their free time watching the cadets run the test course, a hobby that Cell had discovered and the other members of Hell Squad had adopted. At this moment, Hell Squad was on the bleachers, watching a squad of 5 clones trying to clear the course. B1 and B2 battle droids reconfigured to fire non-lethal shots and painted with white targets were blocking the clones. As Dajir watched the clones finally shot down the last B2 battle droid and captured the green flag that they were protecting. That wasn't bad, but if the one on their right flank hasn't hesitated so much to advance, they probably would have won without losing anybody. You can't blame him, Brain. He has only trained here. We wouldn't have fared much better if we were still cadets. It was at that moment that someone behind them said something calmly. Then why don't you try it, Trooper? They all turned quick, only to see the Togruta that was talking to General Dai before. Of course, they didn't know that. General Shock T. No need for that, troopers. If you are so interested in the test runs, why don't you show the cadets what a real soldier is like? If we can do it as a squad, Hell Squad would be more than happy to give the cadets a taste of what a battlefield looks like. Dajir stepped forward, and Cell gave him a thankful stare. Good, I will call all the cadets available here, and I hope that by watching you they can understand some of their own problems. Prepare yourself. Yes, General. Before long, at least 1,000 clone cadets had filled the benches, and, as improbable as it sounded, Tech and Cell, 2 soldiers who had passed through dozens of life-and-death combats, were starting to get nervous. Man, I don't think we ever had such a big crowd watching us battle. Usually the crowd was trying to kill us. This lightened the mood, and Dajir directed them to the starting line. The course was made up by scattered crates, small fortifications, and at the end, a tower they had to either climb or invade to get the flag. Of course, there were also many training droids, who had been placed on almost all defensive positions of the test field. Since Hell Squad was an elite unit, Shock T had decided to increase the difficulty, adding not only a lot more droids, but also some droidicas. Dajir had the feeling it was going to be fun. Capitulo 47, Odd Strategy. General Shock T looked down to where Hell Squad was and used a microphone to ask if they were ready. As an answer, Dajir raised his DC-15A, and then the timer started counting. Hell Squad advanced together, as a unit, to the first bit of cover. From that point onwards, every other crate or fortress they wanted to reach would be full of droids. Dajir then made a decision that the clone cadets were trained not to do, that was direct Hell Squad to the left, where their backs would be against the wall. That meant that, although they wouldn't be flanked, they wouldn't be able to run if things got too hot. Only Dajir knew what he was thinking when he ordered that. On the benches, clones were cheering loud for them, but they all frowned when they saw Hell Squad moving to the left, totally against the logic. On a higher stage, General Shock T was together with the 2 bounty hunters, a Cinetine called Brick and an Arcona called LS. At this moment, Brick, who before had complained a lot about the show, was impressed now. They aren't actually as bad as I thought. General Shock T looked to Brick weirdly. She had thought that he would be angry with them not following the tactic books. Why are you so impressed, Brick? They are doing the opposite of what you teach. LS intervened. I can answer that for him, General. If soldiers without battle sense do that, it is the same as suicide since they wouldn't have enough space to dodge. But, as battle-hardened men and a special unit on top of that, Hell Squad can make the most out of it. Yes, General, you might be a Jedi, but this is the first time you went to war. Then clarify for me how they are going to make the most out of it, please. It is simple. They only have to take down every droid before they can fire. When Hell Squad went left, they have escaped from 2 different perils. The first was that the middle was lower than the rest of the terrain, so they could have been fired upon easily. The second was that there were 2 towers, on each side, and each one with a turret. If they have just gone to the left a little, they would have gotten out of the lower terrain and also would have a lot of covers, although both towers would still be able to fire at them, but with a smaller outpost, as there were too many obstacles. That was the strategy that all the cadets followed. However, Dajir had moved Hell's squad to the extreme left, out of range from the right tower, but with little to none cover, and directly in front of the left tower. The cadets sucked a deep breath, thinking that Hell Squad was about to be annihilated, but the members of Hell Squad itself did not even look at the tower and concentrated on cleaning the droids on the ground. Only when the turret had already turned to them that Dab aimed at it and fired 2 shots, taking out both droids on it and eliminating the threat easily. Dajir switched from crate to crate, taking shots when he could. On a small space like that, his accuracy reached its peak, and every shot took out of 1 droid. At this time, he saw a big movement from the droids on the right. It appeared that they had decided that since Hell Squad wouldn't come to them, they would come for Hell Squad. Under his helmet, Dajir smirked. That was the chance he was waiting. When almost 30 droids have reunited and were marching towards them, Dajir signaled to Metal. Metal, big boy, it's your turn. Capitulo 48, harmless. Metal got up, his Z6 spinning slowly. As soon as he appeared, the 30-odd droids lifted their weapons, but it was too late. A torrent of laser left the 6 barrels of the gun, and the front of the droid forces fell quickly. As soon as one droid fell, the one behind him would be on the receiving end of the lasers and would also be shot down pretty quick. Hell Squad had shown now that even with their backs against the wall, they could still take care of the enemies easily. Many of the cadets were already thinking of using this strategy to pass their final examination. What many clones did not think, though, was how much Dajir pondered before formulating his plan. Dajir has taken into account different facts before he decided for the extreme left. First of all, he knew how many enemies they would face, which usually is an incognita on real battles. Second, Hell Squad had a pretty clear objective, which was that capturing the flag, and he knew that the droids would do everything to protect it, including abandoning defensive positions and agglomerating on a large group. Lastly, Hell Squad had 1 sniper Dab to take care of the towers and 1 heavy machine gunner Metal to take care of the group of droids. Those were members that normal squads didn't have, so any of the cadets who tried the same strategy would be obliterated. While Metal was taking care of the droids who came at them, Dajir called Brain, and together they sprinted towards a bunch of crates 20 meters away. They knelt on the floor behind the crates, and Dajir took out a droid popper. Brain, seeing his squad leader doing so, also took out one, and they both threw it over their shoulders without even aiming. The grenades flew over some crates and landed behind some droids. Blue, electric chains zapped and the droids trembled before crashing onto the floor. With the path clear, the rest of Hell Squad advanced, and Dajir signaled for Cell to go ahead. The scout carried a DC-15S, much better for close ranges, and was a specialist on close combat. Cell darted through the crates, and when he passed through a droid, he would shoot it point blank. His actions secured Hell Squad another 20 minutes before he was forced to stop. There was now an open space, and the droidekas were positioned there, their shields raised. There were 5 of them, and for the cadets, it was their first time seeing one. The destroyers were amongst the most dangerous infantry forces of the Separatist, and therefore it was difficult for the Republic to acquire one of them. Thus, the cadets only received theoretical training about how to destroy or deactivate droidekas. This time there was no doorway on which Hell Squad could funnel them, so Dajir could only go with the second best option. First, he and Hell Squad cleared all the droids on the vicinities so they wouldn't be attacked immediately. Then, each Hell Squad members grabbed droid poppers. Their objective was to roll the grenades under the destroyer's shields, but it was a troublesome tactic. They couldn't throw it too fast, or the shields would identify it as a laser or attack of some sort and block it. But if they were too slow, then they wouldn't reach the target. Remember, boys, neither too slow nor too fast, just like we practiced. We have to trick their shields into thinking those here are harmless rocks and not some kind of metal ball of death. When you are ready, sir. Then go. Dajir threw the grenade near the ground, and it started rolling towards the droidekas, together with 6 others. Capitulo 49, exceptional. The droid poppers rolled, but only 4 of them passed the shields and shut down the destroyers. Metal and 3-4 have thrown them too strong, and they banged on the shield before activating harmlessly. Dab 1, on the other hand, had been too slow and didn't have enough impulse to reach the destroyer. With on droideka remaining, Dajir went all out and ran in a zigzag to the droid. Thanks to his swift movements, he was able to dodge the stun lasers that the droideka was firing. He put the muzzle of his DC-15A on the droid head and pulled the trigger. On the stands, Brick made a hard face, thinking about how hard it was to acquire an intact droideka and reprogram it. Now, with a third of the course done, and their biggest threat out of the way, Hell Squad was much more relaxed. They walked through almost the entire test course as if they weren't on a battle, but walking on a park. Cell and Brain even found the time to bicker a little, although Dajir ordered them to shut up. "Come on, men, I know it is just a test course, but we have 1,000 cadets and even a Jedi watching us. You can decide later who sleep on the top bed." Hearing that, Commander Keeley and General Dai, who had heard of the demonstration Hell Squad was giving and wanted to see it, facepalmed. On their minds, they were thinking if it was even possible for their special squad to embarrass the 303rd more than they were already doing. Hell Squad was now faced with their last obstacle, a fortress that presented them with 2 options. They could either invade it, fighting door to door, or they could climb from the outside, but they would be exposed to droid fire from the top and the windows. It was a treacherous choice for others, but for Hell Squad not so much. Dab would be able to shoot any droid who approached the windows from the outside, so it was an easy option. However, before they could even take out the cables they had prepared beforehand, a heavy machinery sound buzzed. From both sides of the walls, holes opened and 4 heavy turrets showed up. It was obvious that General Shock T had already analyzed their members and knew what they were going to do, so she couldn't let Hell Squad had it too easy. Dajir knew there was no way Hell Squad could escape from the turrets on open ground, even less if they wanted to climb. He could only command them to break into the tower, the option he liked less. The members of Hell Squad disappeared inside the tower one after another. The cadets outside couldn't see anything, but General Shock T, Brick, and LS could. They had cameras inside the tower that they used to analyze the cadets during normal training. At this moment, Hell Squad had only broken through the first door and still had 5 floors to go. They moved organized, their leader on the front, followed by the heavy machine gunner, their medic, and then the sniper in the middle. Walking backward was their mechanic, and lastly, the 2 clones who had been discussing earlier. The 2 bounty hunters were impressed by the cohesion the group showed, going from door to door, opening it, and shooting the droids inside systematically. Dajir opened the last door and then started going up the last set of stairs. Hell Squad had taken care of each and every droid on their way, and now the only remaining ones were those defending the flag. They didn't stand a chance. Dajir walked among downed droids and grabbed the flag. The moment he touched the green flag, it turned red and the timer stopped. 14:56. Capitulo 50, Ambush. As soon as the chronometer stopped ticking, the clone cadets got up and started cheering and clapping loudly. Such a short conclusion time was unheard of, and with turrets, droidekas, and a ton of droids, even more so. Commander Keeley also joined in the fray, and even General Dai had a proud smile on his face. General Shock T asked for everyone's attention on the speaker and waited for all of Hell Squad to line up. "Congratulations, Hell Squad. You have set a new record for all clones on Kamino to break, and a difficult one on top of that. However, cadets, do not feel discouraged because of this. Those clones here are merely 2 months ahead of you. All you have to do is train harder, and you will be able to do the same as them. I thought the whole point of us being a special squad was doing what others could never do." Cell, unconcerned as ever, whispered to Dajir, who gave him a stern warning stare. However, before Dajir could reprimand him, the lights turned red. General Shock T and General Dai pulled out their lightsabers. Hell Squad, Commander Keeley, the 2 bounty hunters, and any of the clones of the 303rd or 182nd who were there aimed their blasters at the doors on a swift motion. The cadets, on the other hand, did not know what to do, or at least the young ones didn't. They were just standing, waiting for someone to order them. a few seconds later General Shock T received a message through her comlink. Immediately after she gave some orders to the bounty hunters, who then left and turned to General Dai. You were right, Master Dai. Kamino is under attack at this exact moment, but we still haven't identified the enemy commander. You and your legion already know what to do on this case, I believe. Don't worry, my friend, not a single droid will get past us. That said, he gesticulated to Hell Squad and the 303rd clones on the training course. They immediately entered formation and followed him out of the training field. On her side, General Shock T connected the speaker to the entire base system, and her voice resounded on every corner of the cloning facilities. Shock T talking. This is a Level 1 alert. Kamino security team, take up positions and prepare to hold. All clone cadets and non-essential personnel return to your dormitories. Those who have 6 months or less to complete your training, pick your weapons at the arsenal and meet with trainers Brick and LS on platform FF203. The voice of the Togruta Jedi repeated the warning 3 times, but Dajir was too busy running to pay attention. In his head, he was thinking that this was the reason why the 303rd Attack Battalion had been moved to Kamino. The Jedi knew something was going to happen, but they decided not to tell the clones. As a soldier, he knew that was the correct decision. Otherwise, the men would stay on a tiring, unnecessary, alarmed state, waiting for an attack that they didn't know when it would happen. Nevertheless, a small part of Dajir's mind, the emotional one, thought that maybe, just maybe, he wasn't high enough on the chain of command to be trusted with this information. But now wasn't the time to think about this. Behind General Dai, Hell Squad ran through one corridor after another. They passed by Kamino security team members going in the same direction as them, robots and Kamino workers going on the opposite direction, and cadets of all ages returning to their quarters. Panic, and also a bit of angry, adorned the faces of the teenager cadets who were being led by a clone sergeant to their dormitories, away from the fight. Capitulo 51, Rain. Rain kept falling over the platforms, buildings, and clones of Kamino. In fact, it had started raining even heavier. The Awa's native creatures of Kamino, used by the natives for locomotion, were jumping happily out of the water. Dozens of platforms were currently occupied by thousands of white-armored men. The rain made heavy thuds when it hit their armor. From one of the compounds, a bunch of clones led by a Nikto walked out. Some of them went to join the already there clones, while the rest followed the Nikto. They arrived at the central platform, way bigger than the others, and where the cruisers landed when they needed to refuel. When they stopped, they all looked up at the same time. Above them, on the distant space, massive Munificent-class frigates and Providence-class dreadnoughts, and many of the smaller Gonzati-class cruisers jumped out of hyperspace one after the other. Welcoming them were large Acclamator-class cruisers and Venator-class star destroyers, together with the small CR-90 corvettes. General Dai turned to his troops and lifted his lightsaber. Soldiers, get to your positions. I don't think I need to explain how important it is that we defend Kamino. Am I right? Yes, SIR. After the resounding response, the clones started to move and spread, and General Dai turned to Keeley and Dajir. Now let's hope that Admiral Dao can keep those ships away long enough for us to prepare our defenses. May the Force be with us. Up and above, past the black clouds and the green sky of Kamino. On the Sincerity, a Navy officer with many different symbols on his uniform was observing the starry space, now occupied by droid warships. His short, military-style hair gave him a strong and dangerous look. Behind him, another officer came running and gave him a data pad. He didn't even look at it. What is the situation, Lieutenant? Bad, Admiral. Our scanners detected 3 Providence-class dreadnoughts, 26 Munificent-class frigates, and 165 Gonzati-class cruisers. Their fighters' numbers are unknown by now, but according to our calculations, there should be. Enough, their numbers are unimportant. General Dai orders are to defend Kamino till our last starfighter, and so we will. Admiral Dao walked back to the hologram table, taking his eyes off the magnitude sight of both Republic and CIS ships about to collide. Connect me with Admirals Yazub, Shantu, and Yularen. we will be responsible for holding Section 3. Sections 1, 2, and 4 will have to find their own ways. Rosel's Arc 170 was heading Steel Battalion 183 starfighters. Each Arc 170 needed 3 crew members plus an astromech to work perfectly. Rosel had divided Steel Battalion into 3 groups, each with 61 starfighters, arranged on the usual V attack formation. The Republic had many similar battalions, scattered all around the planet of Kamino, but even so, they were nothing compared to the number of vulture droids about to be thrown on them. They had an advantage that made up for this, though. The vulture droids flew on a different number of patterns, but the pilots were able to grasp them quickly. Batch after batch of vultures left the hangars of the Munificent-class frigates and the Providence-class dreadnoughts, not to count the many Gonzati-class cruisers, smaller but still lethal. Rosel, who was piloting, called his co-pilot in the seat behind him. "Hey Bat, how are you doing there?" "Systems online, Captain. We are ready to go." "Spark, how is my favorite gunner doing?" "On standby to blow some droids, Captain." Rosel pressed a button on his panel, connecting him to the rest of Steel Battalion. "Steel Battalion, this is Steel 1. Light up your engines." "Steel 2 ready." "Steel 3 on standby." "Steel 4 can't wait." "Steel 5 locked and ready to go." Bat confirmed that Steel Battalion was prepared, and Rosel passed on the information to an officer on the capital ship, the Sincerity. The officer wrote down everything he heard from all battalions and screamed to the top part of the bridge. "Admiral, all ships ready and on standby." Admiral Dow responded simply, "Wait for confirmation." Capitulo 52, Djarik. Admiral Dow was waiting for the Separatists to make their move. To him, battles were like Djarik games. He had already made his move by setting up his defenses. Now was the time for the enemy commander to make his or hers, as they didn't even know who it was yet. Dap was not a clone, but he was already an admiral on the old Republic Army for years before the Clone Wars began. He had worked his way up the ranks and was an expert on pacification and defense missions. His years of experience told him that since the enemy had not to attack immediately, there were 3 paths that the enemy could choose. The first one was that they were expecting reinforcements and were not worried about time. They could also be waiting for contact from the Republic, probably to order that the clone army surrendered unconditionally. Lastly, the Separatist could be trying to intimidate them by showing their numbers and firepower. Either way, Dow knew that on any of those situations, the enemy would have to contact them first. Dow certainly would not surrender, even if that cost him his life. He could also bet that the clankers weren't waiting for reinforcements unless they were really stupid. Kamino was the heart of the Grand Army of the Republic. Even if the Separatists have found a secret hyperspace path that the Republic didn't know about and caught them by surprise, that would only buy them a few hours at most. So, the only option was that the Separatist leader was trying to apply to press on the defending forces and hoping to crush their morale. Then, according to Dow deductions, the enemy commander would say that the Republic had no chance and will be destroyed, all of this in hopes that the clones fight with a little bit less spirit. For all that Dow knew, those were the worst kind of enemy. An enemy that uses all his strength to kill you is scary, but one who tries to decrease your forces, both physically and mentally, on every which way before attacking is absolutely terrifying. "Admiral, incoming transmission from their capital ship. All of our command ships are receiving it." "Put it on the table." Facing the Republic ships, on the biggest of the Providence-class dreadnoughts, called Trambach 1. Different from the other ships of the Trade Federation, the crew members of the Trambach 1 were not B-1 battle droids, but Moan Calamarians. They had red or green skin and looked many alike fishes, a necessity considering the planet they came from. Besides the rows of deactivated battle droids on the hangar areas, there wasn't a single other robot on the entire ship. Even cleaning and transportation were made by Moan Calamarians. If it wasn't for the fact that the ship was clearly a Separatist dreadnought then, and one looked only to the crew, they might think it was a commercial ship. On the bridge, a glass compartment supported by a part of the ship that towered over the rest of the dreadnought, there was a big chair, decorated with images of aquatic creatures. The Mon calamari sitting on the chair was incredibly small, looking like a child next to the others, but he had abstract tattoos all over his arms and faces. On the Mon calamari traditions, those tattoos were only given to a leader and a hunter who fought countless of the dangerous creatures on Mon Cala and survived. One of the Mon calamari crew members went to him and bowed respectfully before rising and giving his message. "We are ready to transmit our message, Commander. Pass me to all of their capital ships." Another Mon calamari went to the chair and also bowed before taking out a hologram projector from his sleeves. The Mon calamari on the chair straightened up and started talking. "Admirals, I see our tactics didn't work on you." The projections kept quiet, waiting for their opponent to finish talking. "Since things are like this, I won't delay my attack anymore. As a sign of respect, I am warning you, 10 minutes. Capitulo 53, let's go. Since things are like this, I won't delay my attack anymore. As a sign of respect, I am warning you, 10 minutes." As soon as the projection of the Mon calamari disappeared, Dao grabbed the nearest clone by his shoulders. "Discover who in the galaxy our opponent is. I want to know everything, from his name to the battles he participated." The clone quickly went to do as he was ordered, but Admiral Shan made it unnecessary. "His name is Mary, a Mon calamari who received many honors from the Mon calamari king for destroying Quarren ships on their civil war. After Mon Cala joined the Republic, he tried to convince them that they have chosen the wrong side. Once nobody listened, he defected to the Separatist with his crew. Shanta was usually a happy and motivated admiral, but when he talked about Mary, his tone took a turn to worst. One admiral with a missing ear looked at Shantu and asked the question on everybody's head. "And how do you know all of that, Shantu?" "I ordered a complete investigation on him after he crushed 3 Acclamator-class cruisers on the Kessel sector 4 weeks ago. Less than half of their crews survived. The 313th lost many good men that day, and the Republic lost Kessel sector." Solemn faces disappeared one by one as the admirals turned their attention to their troops and the imminent battle. Dao ordered his starfighters to start their engines. Rosal received Steel Battalion orders. "Wait for the enemy to engage and don't go too far. Protecting the planet is our priority." Minutes passed slowly as the vultures rearranged their formations, entering on full attack positions, V shapes similar to the Republic ones. It seemed that it would be a frontal confrontation. Differently from Genosis, this time the enemy was prepared for them. Rosal could already see the start of the battle playing on his head. The two sides will collide, ships will explode, and they would pass by each other. Then, it would be the big ship's turn, firing their turbolaser cannons at each other. Detecting heat signatures ahead, Captain. The clankers are warming up their engines. Rosal let their channel open, so he wouldn't have to worry about pressing any unnecessary buttons on the middle of the battle. He had lost enough brothers to learn that a moment of distraction could cost not only his life, but others too. Rosal totally lit up his Arc 170, and Spark turned the turrets to the direction where the thousands of droids were. The voice of an officer came through. "Here they come. Steel Battalion, move out." Rosal accelerated the Arc 170 to his maximum in less than 5 seconds. The vultures were closer and closer. With the side of his vision, he saw the fighting erupting on other sections. Bat warned him. 3 parsecs, 2.5, Captain, 2. Rosal aim locked on the front vulture droid. His thumbs pressed both triggers, and blue laser left the frontal cannons of the Arc 170. 2 flashes of blue traveled thereon through the vacuum of empty space. There was no sound, only the 2 lonely blue lasers flying at light speed. Their destination, a vulture droid, twisted out of way, but it was too late. The lasers found its home on the vulture right wing, sending it spinning before it blew. The first kill went to the Republic, but who knew how many more were needed before they could call it a day? Obviously, Rosal didn't have the time to think about it now. 1 vulture might have been shot, but the Separatists were not to be outdone. Red and blue laser intertwined in the space. Rosal pulled the yoke hard, making the Arc 170 go even faster. 1 starfighter to his right exploded. Spark was spamming fire on the incoming mass of droids. Bat was still giving orientations. We lost Steel 46, 1 parsec to them, sir. 0, 5. Steel 87 out of combat but still alive. Rosal didn't need the warnings to see that they were about to hit the vulture droids. Keep going, boys. Cut right through them and turn quickly. Let's beat those droids in scrap metal. Capitulo 54, Senses. Half of the space around Kamino was filled by big and small ships and starfighters, red and blue lasers, all in the still and noiseless vacuum of space. Steel Battalion was one of the many groups of starfighters, and they were about to pass straight through a group of vulture droids double their number. Rosal spun his Arc 170 to the left, doing full 360 spins, all the while firing. Spark, fire straight ahead. We have to cut a path in their midst. Steel Battalion, focus all your fire up front. I am not sure I can do that, sir. I've lost my gunner. Do what you can. Every kill counts on this battle. Captain, they hit my stabilizers. I am losing contour. Steel 7, Ferret. We lost him, Captain. Rosal wanted to curse and mourn at the same time, but the vultures were already in front of him. Luckily, Spark has turned the turrets right on time, and they blitzed their way through the remains of a vulture. Shadows passed by him, almost invisible in contrast with the dark space, if it wasn't for the blur their red, cold, mechanical eyes left behind. For a few moments, he couldn't even see what he was shooting. Just beside him, Steel 81 and 2 vulture droids crashed on each other, leaving almost nothing. And then they were out of the cloud of droids. Rosal made a sharp turn, passing awfully close to some of his own brother starfighters. The short encounter had left behind many remains of Republic and Separatist combatants, and the big toys haven't even entered the fray yet. As the pilots of the 303rd made the turn, the vultures kept going without looking back, straight to the Republic cruisers. Come on, brothers, their objective is our home below us, but they have to pass by our cruisers first. We can't let them do that. Let's play catch. Rosal speed up his Arc 170. The battle had only started. Farrell didn't have much to do now besides watch and analyze. As the admiral of the 303rd, his focus was on his Legion ships, but he still kept an eye for any Republic cruiser needing reinforcements. Report. Yes, Admiral. We lost a lot of pilots on the first engagement, and Rast Battalion was hit pretty hard by some torpedoes. But overall, we took more of them than they took from us. We are still tabulating the exact numbers. That was similar to what Farrell was seeing outside. Clones and vultures had passed by each other, both sides suffering severe losses, but the droids more than the Republic. However, now was the time for the clone pilots to show their specialty, persecution. Their analysis of the vultures' patterns of flight and their instincts, or, as the soldiers liked to call, senses, made they much better at pursuit. As if to prove his thoughts, an officer screamed from below the bridge. Vultures incoming, sir. They should be trying to destroy us and invade the planet. Arc 170s on hot pursuit. All turrets open fire. Cannons hold for now. Charge and wait for their frigates to come into range. What Farrell was really worried about were not the vultures, but the big ships of the Separatists. Even if some small droids passed through their blockade, they wouldn't be able to do much damage. But if just one of the Munificent-class frigates got to the surface, it could destroy dozens of installations and murder hundreds of thousands of embryos and newborn clones. Not to talk about what a Providence-class dreadnought would do. Farrell ordered the Republic fleet to hold ground, not actively attacking, but focusing on destroying the incoming vulture droids. Some of the vultures passed really close to the Sincerity, but their small lasers didn't do much against the shields. And those who came close enough to fire were also on the range of the Sincerity turrets. But the droid navy was relentless and knew no fear. They kept coming despite losing hundreds, and soon their proton torpedoes started amounting for something. One of the CR-90 sent a call for help, but even when the backup arrived, it couldn't hold. Its shields went off, and a round of torpedoes blew it. Capitulo 55, bombing. Rosal and 10 pilots of Steel Battalion were part of the group sent to give the corvette backup. So when they failed, Rosal decided he wouldn't leave the droids unscathed. Rosal took 3 Arc 170s with him and started chasing a group of vulture droids, flying in the middle of the remains of the CR-90. When Rosal entered persecution, he focused only on his target. Before his visors, the only thing was the vultures. Bat prepared the ion torpedoes. "The gifts are ready, sir." Rosal locked his aim not on the vulture droids, but in a point somewhere in the middle of them. His computer bipped that he was aiming at the wrong place, but Rosal trusted his senses and pressed the trigger. Torpedo went off. The torpedo flew, leaving behind blue and white sparks. The torpedo almost scraped off the painting of one of the vultures, but hit bull's. The explosion threw the vulture droid's formation in disarray, sending 5 or 6 of them out of control, some crashing on others and some exploding directly. Rosal didn't give them a chance to catch their breath. Torpedo 2 off. Another torpedo flew, but this time one vulture droid got on the way, and they took only one enemy out. Bat touched some buttons and keys on the control panel. Torpedoes 3 and 4 ready, Captain. You might want to hold them for now, sir. Their small cruisers are getting into range. Spark, working not only as a gunner, but also as a spotter, saw the Gonzati-class cruisers starting to get into the battle and warned them. Almost at the same time, they received orders from their command ships ordering them to attack the Gonzati-class cruisers. Rosal didn't hesitate, separating Steel Battalion on pre-existing divisions for those situations. Iron and Thorn squadrons attack the cruiser at marker 187-690. Copper and Brown squadrons take out the one at 187-485. Cooperate with each other. If it is too risky, fall back, regroup and focus on one of them. Steel 127, Steel 66, Steel 43, Steel 90 and Shell Squadron follow me. Thorn leader is down, sir. Yonk, you are the new Thorn leader. Yes, sir. Rosal moved Steel 1 to the cruiser he decided to attack, but with them on the offensive, it was the droids' time to chase. 2 vulture droids were on their tail, and even with Spark doing his best, they were having difficulties shaking them off. Steel 1 needs assistance. We got 2 of them following us. Copy that. Steel 66 on the way to help, Captain. Rosal made a lot of sharp turns and even tried to rotate, but the vultures kept hot on them. Another ARC 170 appeared behind them, support finally arriving. The ARC 170 fired his 2 frontal cannons, spraying on the vultures. One of them exploded, blinding both Steel 66 and the other vulture temporarily. Spark took the chance, and the top turret tore the vulture droid to pieces. Now that their backs clean, Rosal and his men concentrated on the attack. The Gonzati-class cruisers weren't big, and because of that had fewer defenses. They were used mostly as troops transports, and were probably carrying the droids supposed to drop on Kamino. Those following me, go ahead and take out their shields. Steel 43, and I will deliver the torpedoes. Roger that. Rosal slowed just enough for the other starfighters to overtake him. Yonk voice came through the comms. Enemy ship at 187-690 is falling, Captain. Good job, Thorn Squadron, Iron Squadron. Go give support to the attack on their other cruiser. In front of Rosal, the ARC 170s accompanying him fired a volley of lasers on the Gonzati-class cruiser, wearing out its shields, but Shell Squadron took 1 loss on the process. Rosal and Steel 43 prepared their ion torpedoes and took over the attack, flying extremely close to the enemy ship and bombarding the heck out of the bridge. Without its command center, the cruiser quickly went down, falling towards Kamino. Rosal turned around and went looking for more targets. On the Sincerity. Admiral, their frigates are in range. Scanners indicate that they are coming right to us. Dao showed some excitation on his face. The real battle was about to begin. All batteries, concentrate your fire on the nearest frigate. We have to take out as many as possible before the dreadnoughts arrive. Capitulo 56, forcing through. The Sincerity was a Venator-class cruiser, which means it had a good number of heavy turbolaser cannons, which were able to wreck a ship without shields in a few minutes. Also, since the Venator-class cruisers were bigger and more advanced than the Acclamator-class ones, they had a longer range. So, the Sincerity was the first Republic ship to open fire. Huge blue lasers impacted on the Munificent-class frigate's shields. Each round that the heavy turbolaser cannons fired need about 30 seconds to recharge, but took huge chunks out of the enemy. The Separatist frigates were still holding at the moment, but their ships shook each time a shot connected. However, the Sincerity range vantage didn't last much. When the Munificent-class frigates started taking too much fire, the Gonzati-class cruisers took the lead and went forward to attack. The Republic cruisers started facing some problems, although a good number of small Separatist cruisers went down. But the objective of the Separatists wasn't to destroy all Republic ships, but have a small group break through. In fact, Dao suspected that the Munificent-class frigates were being used as bait, but he couldn't move critical troops because of that. He didn't have ships he could move, so he decided that he would wait and see what cards the Separatist had. That was his biggest mistake. Before he knew one Munificent-class frigate suddenly accelerated, its cannons silent, as if there was no one on it. "Admiral, it is heading straight toward us." "I can see that, destroy it now." At that moment that the biggest trick of the Separatist showed itself. When the lasers landed on the front of the frigate, big explosions happened. "They have no shields, Admiral, and no weapons. It appears that all their power is on their thrusters." "What are they doing? Oh, darn it, they got us. Evasive maneuvers quickly." But it was too late. The frigate-torn front crashed on the Sincerity, opening a rhombus on the cruiser belly. The entire ship tilted sideways, and inside it clones were thrown in the air as if they were dolls. A gigantic gap was opened on the defensive ring around Kamino, and close to 20 Gonzati-class cruisers crossed it and entered the planet atmosphere. On the Sincerity bridge, Admiral Dao got up, in his head a wound bleeding and his left leg limping. But he couldn't feel his wounds and went to the semi-destroyed hologram table. On the planet below, Dajir saw everything. Even if he wasn't using his binoculars, the shocking sign of two massive ships crashing in each other was clear. He could also see the 20-odd Separatist cruisers entering Kamino. One transmission from General Dai's capital ship arrived. On it, a man that Dajir recognized as Admiral Dao appeared with a bleeding head. "I am so sorry, General Dai. The droids passed through our defensive line. I never expected that scum to use one of their frigates as a suicide weapon. You have 18 small enemy cruisers going for you." "Don't worry about it, Admiral. You did your best. The Separatists don't view their troops as we do with ours. They will need more than a few cruisers worth of droids to take Kamino. Just make sure that their bigger ships don't make it through." Admiral Dao didn't hear the entirety of General Dai words. He passed out before. "Keely, every man on his position, they will do a ground attack. Their main targets will be the main reactor, the DNA room, and the incubation area. Make sure our defenses there are strong enough." "Yes, General. I will go talk to my fellow Jedi, let them know about this on first hand." "Don't worry, General. We will be all set when you are back." "May the Force be with us." General Dai went away to talk with the other Jedi, and Commander Keely turned to Dajir. "The Force may be good, but I trust a clone with a good blaster more. Hell Squad, I want you here, ready to give the Clankers a welcome they will never forget. Our objective is to stop them before they can enter the buildings. When we are outnumbered, we retreat to a better position and start again. Copy that." "Yes, Commander." Capitulo 57, Training in the Middle of Combat. As the men of the 303rd got into position, General Dai came back just long enough to take about half of the Clone Legion to protect the incubation area and the DNA room. Before leaving, he told them about the situation. Of the 18 Gonzati-class cruisers, 3 of them were coming towards Dajir position. That was a lot of droids, but Dajir had confidence that the 303rd would kill at least half of them on the outside. The open platforms of Kamino were optimal to defend and terrible to attack. If the defending forces were well positioned, they could hold out for a good amount of time. With the enemy invasion force drawing closer and closer, Commander Keely took Dajir on a last-minute check of their defenses. "Any ideas if there is any improvement we can make, Dajir?" Dajir analyzed the resistance that his brothers had made. Crates and blast shields have been put on the bridges connecting the platforms, and short-range anti-aircraft turrets on the buildings made so that the droids were forced to land a bit far away. On the platforms that the clones calculated the droids would land, nothing was left. Every bit of cover that the droids could use was taken away, leaving only the bare platform. The bridges connected to such platforms had defenses only in the opposing half of the bridges, so the droids would have to walk on a small area with zero cover. I think we are okay. When the clankers land, we should have our heavy machine gunners concentrate their fire on the disembark ramparts. After that, the first half of the bridges, the open areas, and the platforms on itself shall become death zones to them. Maybe if we have snipers take positions there we can kill some more of them. Commander Keeley didn't answer. Dajir looked at him, and after a few seconds, realization struck him. You had already thought of that. Of course you have, you are the commander. Then why make me say it all over again? First, because two minds think better than one, and you might have spotted something I didn't. Secondly, because the best place to learn things like that isn't in a classroom, but on the battlefield. So did I miss anything? Actually, yes. See those side bridges? They are too small for their ships to land, but we can put some men over there to catch the droids on a crossfire. I've already ordered that, actually. Commander Keeley's comlink blinked to life. Commander, they are arriving. You should hurry back. Both of them looked upwards and saw that the 3 Gonzati-class cruisers were only a few kilometers away. They hurried back to the first line of defense, on the bridges near the landing points. Crates and blast shields were scattered here and there, so the clones would have a bit of cover. The problem was that once the droids got to those defenses, they also would have cover, but there was nothing they could do about that. Dajir sent Dab to a sniper point a little far away and put metal with his Z6 at the very front. The other members, including Dajir, scattered among the crates and aimed their blasters at the landing droid cruisers. 3 Gonzati-class cruisers landed, each one on different platforms. This meant that the droid forces wouldn't be so concentrated, which was bad, because if one of the defending groups failed, the droids would be able to fire on the clones on the other bridges. Here they come. The lateral of the cruisers opened, revealing droids upon droids. Literally. The droids were mostly deactivated, one above the other, so they could fit as much of them as possible. Only the ones on ground level were activated and started marching out. In the first line was out of the way, the second pile of droids was dropped and went live. Of course, the clones weren't doing nothing while that happened. All of them had opened fire, and the lasers from the heavy machine gunners were totally drowning the doors of the cruisers. Dajir was calmly firing his DC-15A for the first moments, but soon the droids started returning fire, and he was forced to duck behind the crates. Capitulo 58, don't give up. Dead droids were piling up in the hundreds, but the clones were paying a hefty price for it. Members of the Kamino security team and of the 303rd Attack Legion were getting gunned down left and right as the droids continued on their unwavering efforts to take Kamino. By now, 2 hours on the fight, the defending troops retreated to a complex of platforms a few hundred meters away from where they started. Using the crates and blast shields that the clones had settled, mechanical feet stepped on dead clones and droids, heading to the buildings where hundreds of thousands of clones were growing. By now Dajir had already lost count of how many clankers he had killed. He, as well Hell's Squad and Commander Keeley, was on the front lines, retreating when needed, all the while fighting. Dajir finished reloading his DC-15A and got up to fire once more, as he had been doing for hours. However, before he got up, a volley of red lasers killed 3 or 4 clones, making him rethink. While crouching, Dajir looked to his side, where 5 members of the Kamino security team and on clone of the 303rd were. There were originally 20 or so clones at that position, but now they were all that was left. Dajir made a retreat now sign and then an I will cover to his brothers. He looked a little bit above the crates and then hid his head once more. The droids had advanced a lot after 1 round of suppressive fire. Dajir was hoping to give his brothers a little time to escape and then make a run for it, but once again things didn't go as planned. Before anyone could retreat or Dajir could deploy cover fire, a thermal detonator is thrown. The little ball rolled until it touched the feet of one of the clones. He looked down to see what it was, and then the detonator exploded. Dajir had a vision of the clones being thrown in the air and spinning as they fell off the bridge into the sea below them. Then that vision disappeared as it is replaced by gray clouds, parts of the bridge, sea, and gray clouds again. He fell into the agitated sea, not hearing anything because of the blast. The ice-cold water was probably what saved him, as the cold shocked him out of unconsciousness. Dajir swam up and broke to the surface. Above the water was much more aggressive, big waves going forth. He took off his helmet, that was at the moment making things worse. After that, he could hear something, although muffled. When he touched his ears, he sensed blood, but besides that, he wasn't very hurt. A bit away, he saw something white contrasting with the green water. It was one of the Kamino security team clones, his left side totally burned and his armor destroyed. The clone had no pulse. Dajir left the floating body behind and swam towards one of the huge pillars that sustained the platforms of Kamino. There were elevators and stairs on it, which he could use to get back up. When he got to the base of the pillar, he heard someone or something walking from the other side of it. It could be one of the clones, but it could also be one of the droids. He had, of course, lost his blaster on the fall, so he could only hide and wait for the owner of the steps he was hearing to come and ambush him. As the sound drew closer, Dajir tensed up. When one figure entered his line of sight, he threw himself over it, and both fell and rolled, nearly getting into the sea again. It was only at that moment Dajir saw the face of his opponent, the clone of the 303rd that fell with him. "Damn, I am sorry, Barrow. I thought you were a clanker." "No worries, sir. Better safe than sorry. Are you hurt somewhere?" "No, we need to get back there. Did you find someone else on the water?" "I think it is only us, sir." "Then let's waste no more time." Dajir and Barrow entered the elevator. Both of them had lost their weapons and had only their fists to battle whatever droid they encountered on the way. Capítulo 59, Crazy Idea. Barrow and Dajir went into the elevator and pressed the top button. If Dajir wasn't wrong, they would get out on the back of the droid invasion forces. Dajir also knew that no commander would leave such pathways to the back of his army unguarded. "Barrow, do you have any detonators?" "No, I lost all of them when I fell. But if you want to do what I think you want to, I still have some magazines left." Tabana gas, that will do." Zzzz. Commander Keeley tried his comlink once more, hoping to get an answer, but the only response was static. He then switched to another frequency. "Dab, do you copy?" "Yes, Commander." "Do you have eyes on Dajir?" "No, sir. I don't think he is amongst the dead, although is difficult to tell with so many bodies. Dajir doesn't die so easily. I just don't know where the hell he went. I swear that if he is dead, I will throw each and every one of those droids on the sea persona. Oh damn, the clankers are coming again, Commander." Commander Keeley heard the sound of Dab's DC-15X firing before he cut comms. The droids were attacking again after small regroup moment. Cell came running towards Commander Keeley, his binoculars lowered on his visor. "Commander, there was a small explosion behind enemy lines. From the size, it was something smaller than a thermal detonator. Do we have anyone still alive behind the clankers?" "Not that we know of, and the droids certainly aren't taking prisoners. They proved that already." Cell was referring to a moment not long ago, after Dajir went missing, when a squad of clones was overrun, and when the survivors surrendered, the droids executed them in cold blood. After that, no clone tried to surrender again and fought to their last breath. If we don't have anyone there then, it is probably some B-2 battle droids experiencing a late explosion. Continue the defense. A few minutes earlier, Dajir and Barrow strapped 4 magazines together. The Tabana gas that composed the fuel to the laser shots was highly unstable, and Dajir wanted to exploit that. However, they needed something to trigger it. Barrow and Dajir took off their armors and supported them on the walls of the elevator, so it looked like 2 clones. Of course, if one were to look at it 1 second longer than necessary, they would discover the trick. After that, they left the elevator 1 floor earlier than the top floor, where the droids were. Then, they used some pieces of scrap metal to drill a hole on the magazines and threw it onto the elevator. Soon, the Tabana gas filled the elevator with a brownish fog. on the top level of the Kamino platforms, behind droid lines. A squad of droids was guarding every elevator, with orders to shoot anyone who got out of it. One of those elevators chimed, and the door opened. The droids guarding it saw 2 white armors and fired instantly. When the red lasers entered in contact with a brown mist that was in the elevator, a small explosion engulfed the area. Taking advantage of the distraction of the other droids, who had turned around to see what was happening, 2 clones wearing no armor got out of another elevator and pushed the droids out of the way and off the platform. After Dajir left the perforated magazines on the elevator, he and Barrow went to another elevator. When they heard the explosion, they got to the top level, hoping to get the droids by surprise what really happened. With their backs turned towards them, the droids didn't have a moment to react when the 2 clones grabbed their E5s and threw them off the platform. Dajir and Barrow then used the stolen E5s to kill the 3 remaining droids guarding that elevator and took cover behind it. They had got back to the platform, but there was now an entire army between them and their brothers. Dajir quickly thought of a plan, and it was crazy as always. "Barrow, I have a crazy idea." "I'm up to everything at the moment, sir, crazy or not." Capitulo 60, Madman. "Barrow, try to contact Commander Keeley. You will have to take a comlink from one of our brothers." "What do I tell him, sir?" "Tell him to move all of our forces back." "Sir, but then the facility." "He will have to trust me, as you will have to." Dajir left the cover that the elevator was providing and ran to a group of crates while firing. After he got there, he searched the bodies of clones and droids for thermal detonators and was rewarded with a bunch of them. Then Dajir triggered all of them and threw it without care, sending droids flying left and right. That gave them a small window on which Barrow found a comlink on a dead clone and contacted Command. "Commander Keeley, this is Barrow, CT-457. I and Dajir were thrown out the platform, but we are back." "Barrow, good to hear from you. Where are you? Was that explosion you're doing?" "Yes, we are behind the clankers. There is no way we can make it back now, but Dajir has a plan." "What is it?" "He wants you to retreat our troops to outside the buildings. I don't know anything apart from that. He said you will have to trust him." "What? I want to talk to him. He is crazy." "Yes, Commander." Barrow turned to call Dajir, but the only thing he saw was Dajir's back, running towards the Gonzati-class cruisers and away from the clone defenses. Commander, he is out of reach." "What do you mean?" Commander Keeley was talking to Barrow in the middle of the fight, using his twin DC-17s to kill droids. When he heard that Dajir had run towards the enemy cruisers, he almost froze. He had a slight idea of what Dajir wanted to do, and on the small chance that Dajir wouldn't die while at it, he had no option but retreat his troops as Dajir said. He decided to wait a little more before calling the retreat, but for security and to speed up the process, he ordered the backline of the clone army to build defenses near the entry of the facilities. Of course, he didn't forget to tell Hell Squad that their squad leader was alive. Dajir ran towards the closer Gonzati-class cruiser with nothing but his stolen E5 and a bunch of thermal detonators. Thankfully, the only resistance he encountered were the groups guarding the elevators. He had a crazy idea and stupid one, but it was the only he had. With the droid invasion forces disembarked, the Gonzati-class cruisers were almost empty apart from the crew. Dajir easily got into the ship after killing a few droids. Gonk droids and cleaning droids were the only sort of droid he found for a time. It was only at the command bridge that he saw some battle droids. A group of B-2 super battle droids and a dozen B-1 battle droids were guarding the bridge. It was time for some grenade action. Without giving the enemy a warning, he blew them to pieces. B-1 battle droids with blue painting, but no weapons commanded the ship. "Buzz, who are you? You don't have authorization to." Dajir dropped his blaster on the floor and started fiddling with the buttons of the control panel. He heard some movement behind him and instinctively dropped to the floor. However, no laser fire came. He got up and saw Barrow looking at him with a grimace. "Barrow, you scared the hell out of me," says the one who left me behind and ran towards an enemy cruiser. "Come on, man, I knew you would find your way." Now help me, this cruiser is so small that with 2 of us we should be able to get it on the air. And why exactly do we want it on the air? A clone came running to Commander Keeley. Sir, the enemy cruiser on the middle platform is taking off. He did it, that mad clone. Trooper, let's retreat. I want everyone inside the buildings before that cruiser is on the air. Yes, sir. And order the anti-aircraft turrets not to fire. That cruiser is with us. After the clone left, Commander Keeley found Brain amongst the clones and pulled him aside. Brain, your squad leader is coming back on that cruiser. I need you to find and tell General Dai why we retreated and that the Gonzati-class cruiser is on our side. Capitulo 61, Explosive Blow. Brain found General Dai and told what Commander Keeley said to him, but the Jedi was still unconvinced. Commander, you bet the lives of hundreds of thousands of clones on the hands of a single clone, and now you say you don't even know what is his plan. Yes, sir. Luckily for you there are only 2 ways this could end, and in neither of those you will be reprimanded. Either Dajir plan works and your harsh decision saved all of the clones here, or it doesn't, and then all of us will be dead. It will work, General. I trust my brothers. Dajir and Barrow got the cruiser in the air quite easily. The first part of Dajir plan was completed. Now it was the difficult piece of it, flying the cruiser to where the other 2 were and destroying them. The Gonzati-class cruiser got up very slowly and turned even slower. Since the crew necessary to fly it was of only a few droids, Dajir and Barrow could still do it, although the hyperdrive and the shields would be out of reach. Literally. If Dajir left the control panel to go activate the shields, the ship would lose control. If Barrow tried to do it, the weapon system would be unavailable, and all of Dajir planning would be for naught. Sir, the other enemy cruisers don't seem to have noticed we are not their allies. I am locking on the target. Wait till we get closer. Neither of us is a gunner. The first shots are crucial, and I don't want to miss them. Dajir controlled the ship to go after the cruiser on the left platform first. After they destroyed, or at least disabled it, they would have to turn around and go to the second target, which would probably be prepared for them. When they were midway between the middle and the left platform, a transmission of a B-1 battle droid with blue strips, a crew droid, popped into the control panel. R3G6, why is cruiser AHHP taking off? Those are not your orders. Sorry, Clanker, R3G6 had a slight malfunction. Wait, Buzz, ZZZ, who are you? Barrow now. Usually the small turrets of a Gonzati-class cruiser would be useless in a fight with anything bigger than a starfighter. However, as a troop carrier, the Gonzati-class cruisers focused on having as much space as possible, eliminating everything apart from the necessary for it to fly. That included its shields, who were so weak that even the small turrets could break them easily. And so they did. The first Gonzati-class cruiser was turned in scrap metal at record speed and had 0 chances to retaliate or run. The second one, however, turned its turrets to the stolen cruiser. It was true that the ship in which Dajir and Barrow were destroyed the other easily, but that also meant that the same could happen with them. When the Gonzati-class cruiser took enemy fire, its engines quickly shut down and holes were opened on its surface. Barrow controlled the turrets, and even amidst the shaking, aimed and fired at the command bridge of the last ship. The command bridge blew up, and the cruiser which had barely taken off fell once again, crashing sideways on the platform. But Dajir and Barrow had to pay quite the price to destroy the enemy cruiser. Their engines were dead, the ship was half destroyed, and there was no way they could land it safely. Barrow, remember when I told you that I had a plan? Yes, sir. Well, I have good and bad news. The bad is that my plan depended on this ship being flyable. The good news is that I have a new plan. Why do I have the feeling that those are not exactly good news? Dajir pressed all the buttons not destroyed on the control panel and put the cruiser in a direct course to the bridge, where the main invasion droid force was. Find a door leading to outside, we need to run. Dajir pulled Barrow to outside the command bridge. They didn't find a door, but soon a hole appeared on the side of the cruiser. That will do, jump on the 3, 1, 2. Wait, sir, that is your plan. 3's now. Dajir jumped and Barrow followed suit. For the second time on the day, they fell onto the green and gray waters of Kamino. Capítulo 62, Nightmare. The clones defending Kamino all saw the Gonzati-class cruiser take off, and most of them worried, thinking that an air attack was coming. Only a few knew it was Dajir controlling the enemy ship, those being General Dai, Commander Keeley, Hell Squad, and the clones in charge of the anti-aircraft turrets. So when the ship they thought it was an enemy fired and destroyed one of its own, they were astonished, to say the least. Commander Keeley waved a sigh of relief, but his expression soon turned dark once he saw Dajir and Barrow taking a lot of fire from the second cruiser. Even when they destroyed the second cruiser, his face didn't light up. Commander Keeley was no engineer, but even a child could see that Dajir's cruiser was doomed. And then Commander Keeley screamed when Dajir did the second unexpected thing of the day. "What's Dajir you? All troops fall back, fall back." The Gonzati-class cruiser, 60 meters long, hundreds of tons heavy, came crashing down into the droid infantry troops. Be it B-1 battle droids, B-2 super battle droids, droidekas or dwarf spider droids, all of them were crushed immediately. The bridge where the cruiser crashed bent under the strength of weight and speed combined. For a few seconds it seemed as if it would resist, but then cracks appeared and the bridge broke in many pieces. Not only that, but the nearby bridges and platforms all fell due to the momentum of the ship. With thunderous sounds, cruiser, bridges, platforms, and droids were dragged into the sea, starting waves dozens of meters tall. Dajir fell into the water once again, but this time the impact was much bigger, and his consciences started fading away. Dajir saw flashes of gray and green, and what might have been some B-1 battle droids, as well as clones. Something or someone started pulling him. He tried to resist, but realized he couldn't move his body. Things started to get darker and darker, and he passed out. Shadows hiding into shadows, an eerie laugh resounded. Brain Tech 34, Cell Dab Metal, Commander Keeley appeared. Dajir tried to reach them, but blue lightning zapped and they were gone. Then his old squad leader, CT-4087, and many of his dead brothers appeared in his vision. This time, when the lighting passed, they didn't disappear, but slowly turned into a hooded black figure. The many figures became a giant one, and terrifying chuckles came off the dark hood. Things started to spin in and out, black becoming red, and red becoming black. Dajir was spinning faster and faster, red and black flashes making him want to close his eyes, but he wasn't able to. The chuckles turned to a hoarse voice, saying the same phrase over and over. "Kill Jedi, kill 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 Jedi." Dajir woke up. Dajir reached to his left side with his right hand, looking for his blaster, but it wasn't there. Only then he looked around and recognized the beds and bacta-tanks of Kamino Infirmary. A female Kaminoan, with its long neck who was near another bed, where a wounded clone was, saw him trying to sit and came to him. "Don't get up, trooper, you have a fractured rib." Obviously, it was only when she said that he felt the pain on his abdomen, but he had suffered worse injuries. "Where is Barrow?" "I don't know who Barrow is, trooper, but Commander Keeley said that I was to call him as soon as you woke up." "Then call him, please." "Already did that, wait for moment, please." The Kaminoan went back to the injured clone from before, and Dajir spent the next few minutes looking at some of his unconscious brothers. Soon Commander Keeley and Hell Squad came in, and the first thing that happened was a bunch of them talking at the same time. When they finally stopped, Commander Keeley spent the next 10 minutes scolding and congratulating him at the same time. At last, Dajir discovered that they had won and that the Separatist had been beaten back, not without taking a bite out of the clone forces. The installations that the 303rd was protecting stayed safe, but others weren't able to stop the droid invasion groups, and the death toll of soldiers, cadets, and embryos was in the dozens of thousands. Capítulo 63, Starting a Trend. Apparently, the enemy commander, a Mon Calamari called Marai, saw that the battle was lost for the Separatist and tried to do a suicide charge with his starfighter on the Jedi starfighters' hyperspace rings, and succeeded. The rings were destroyed, and the Jedi weren't able to chase the retreating Separatist ships. Without the commands of the Jedi, the Republic cruisers decided it was too risky to chase, and the remaining Separatist cruisers, frigates and dreadnoughts disappeared in the space. "Commander, brothers, is good to see you, but where is Barrow? He was with me when we jumped off the cruiser." "Don't worry, sir. Barrow is in another infirmary, and besides a few broken ribs, he is okay." "Tech is right, Dajir. Actually, you better thank Barrow as soon as you leave the infirmary. If he didn't drag you out of the water, you probably would have drowned. He said he found you almost unconscious." "It is good to hear that. I will make sure to go after him soon." The Kamino from before came back, waving her long hands and fingers to make Commander Keeley and Hell Squad go out. "Commander, there are many troopers that need rest. I shall ask you to leave." "No problem, Jumafai. We were just making sure that this clone here was all good." Jumafai gave Dajir some pills, and soon he drifted into a heavy sleep, this time without dreaming. A few days later, Dajir was out of the infirmary. His broken rib didn't need a Bacta-tank, so his recovery took a little more this time, but there was no imminent battle, so he didn't rush it. The Republic discovered which path the Separatist had taken to arrive on Kamino, and were now guarding it tightly. Dajir expected that the 303rd would soon leave Kamino and go find another battle. Of course, he didn't forget to visit Barrow on the other infirmary. He was more injured than Dajir, so his recovery would take a little more. Most places of Kamino suffered some measure of damage. Corridors of glass were shattered. The mess had a patch of metal covering a hole in the ceiling where some laser fire melted the roof. There were still broke droid bodies here and there, and the robots were working hard to clean them. While roaming around, Dajir saw a teenager cadet talking to a clone on a litter. The clone had a bandage on his leg, but besides that seemed all right. "Don't worry, kid, it is just a blaster wound. Soon I will be back. You were very courageous there. Make sure you and your squad work hard." The cadet nodded, and Dajir became curious. He had supposed that by now all wounded clones would be on the infirmary, so why did that one have a fresh wound? "Trooper, what happened to your leg?" "Sir, nothing much. Some clankers managed to lock themselves into a storeroom, so we didn't discover them until today. It was quite a surprise, and they gave me a little gift before dying." The clone tapped himself on the leg, and then frowned with pain. "Go get yourself patched up." "Yes, sir." Dajir turned to the clone cadet. He himself was quite amused by the situation and felt like smiling, but the cadet seemed afraid that it would get reprimanded. "And what was your play on all of this, cadet?" I was near the room at that time, sir. I helped to pull him out of the way when he was shot." Dajir couldn't hold it anymore and smile, making the cadet sigh in relief. "That was very brave of you, kid. What is your name?" "CT-4040, sir." Dajir shook his head. He should have known that a cadet wouldn't have a name yet. Most of the grown soldiers were just getting theirs. "That can't do. Let me tell you a secret, little brother. A clone fights much harder when they have a name. We aren't just a bunch of numbers anymore. Many of us bleed and died for the Republic. We deserve at least that." The cadet listened attentively, feeling anticipation for Dajir's next words. "CT-4040, right? Forget that numbers. Let me think. What about? Queued up. Yeah, queued up is good. Don't forget to tell our brothers what I said to you. We are living beings, not machines. Never forget that." Quite satisfied with himself, Dajir left the clone cadet behind and went to meet Hell Squad at the mess. Capitulo 64, New Mission. The 303rd Attack Legion was going to be stationed on Kamino for a few more weeks, until they could replenish all the troopers who died in battle. Dajir had become once again the reason for Proud of Hell Squad and the 303rd. Now most clones who took part in the Battle of Kamino, as it was being called, knew who he was, at least by name. Few days have passed since the invasion, and the originally tense and easily scared clones have now started to relax. Members of the Kamino security team, and even some cadets, walked with more confidence and weren't afraid to lift their heads in front of the soldiers. For the past few days, Dajir had done nothing more than patrolling and socializing. The members of Deep Squad, who at the start had been almost hostile, were now some of the best friends that Hell Squad had. If it wasn't for the batches of fresh clones that took the place of his fallen brothers, Dajir could have thought that the war was over. although he knew it had just started. Now, however, duty called once more. Commander Keeley asked Dajir to go to his headquarters in the capital ship of General Dai Fleet, the Sincerity. A lot took him there, and Dajir had the chance to see what remained after one of the biggest space battles of the Clone Wars till now. Debris shuffling in the starry skies, some as small as fists, and others gigantic pieces of destroyed ships. Every now and then Dajir saw dead droids floating, and he could swear that some were still trying to move, to no avail. What pained him, though, were the numerous clone bodies. Droids might be able to survive for some time in space before their engines froze and their power ran out. However, that was not an option for clones, who could survive only 10 to 20 minutes even with their helmets. After 15 dolorous minutes, the gunship finally landed inside the Sincerity. Even inside, the cruiser things weren't going well. During the battle, a suicide frigate tore a hole in the belly of the Sincerity. The hole had already been closed by energy shields, but it was still a depressing sight, seeing the ship that he treated as a second home like this. Commander Keeley was in the command bridge, surrounded by officers and yelling tasks. General Dai was nowhere to be seen. "Commander, you wanted to see me." "Yes, Dajir, just give me a minute." "Gorg, send the broken Arc 170s down to Kamino. After that, ask them to send a group of mechanics up here." "Yes, Commander." Little by little, the officers around Commander Keeley dwindled, and Dajir finally heard what the commander had for him. "Dajir, I have new orders for you. In the Scarif system, about 1,000 parsecs from here, there is a medical base. Too many clones were hurt or died. Kamino has sufficient facilities to take care of them all, but not enough supplies. I am sending Hell Squad to go there, grab medical necessities, and come back." "Yes, sir." "I can see the questions in your face. You know, Dajir, you are a fine soldier, but if you keep contesting your superiors, it will be difficult for you to ascended positions." Dajir smiled, because he could see that although it looked like Commander Keeley was reprimanding him, in truth, it was a compliment. "I never had that kind of ambition, sir. In any case, it was you who said I had questions, not me. Am I authorized to make them?" "Yes, you are, soldier." "Don't you think that sending just Hell Squad is too little? Also, why Hell Squad?" "First of all, after the battle we have too little men. We can't spare many, and I don't trust the Shines to be decisive enough." "And why do they have to be decisive? Have you thought why the medical base can't send the supplies by themselves?" Dajir kept his silence. "The supplies in Scarif come from the ocean of the planet. The algae and small creatures are of utmost importance to the creation of medicines. However, ever since the end of the battle, they haven't been able to gather anything, and every clone they sent to investigate was never seen again." "I understand, Commander. Ask your men to come up here, and you will take a CR-90. And, Dajir, be careful. The enemy commander this time was a Mon Calamari. Although he died, I don't think it is too far off to think that there is some kind of connection." Capítulo 65, Scarif. Maybe it was coincidence, or some mysterious formation from when the galaxy has been created, but most planets near Kamino were almost or entirely aquatic. Scarif was no exception. That was what Dajir was thinking, while he looked down on the planet from the command center of the CR-90. Scarif was 90% water, and the remaining 10% were composed of archipelagos. In fact, from the images that Dajir got before, it was a very beautiful planet. Contrary to Kamino, where it was always raining, Scarif was sunny 100% of the times. If the planet wasn't so far from the inner core, and so deep on the outer rim, where pirates and criminals were kings, it would most probably be one of the most visited planets on the galaxy. Speaking from a strategic perspective, though, the planet had zero value. Kamino was already near the end of the known galaxy, and the planet was even further than that. Also, there were no sentient beings, so the only intelligent life form were the clones based there to collect medical supplies which would later be sent to Kamino. Dajir looked at the captain of the corvette. Hell Squad was the only combat group on the ship, the rest being crewmen and some scientists. "Captain, were you able to contact the medical station?" "Yes, sir. Apart from the missing clones and the lack of medical ingredients, they say that nothing is wrong." "Land, It will be up for me and Hell Squad to say if there is anything wrong. The medical base was nothing more than 4 or 5 buildings connected by halls. Since it wasn't a war facility, the garrison stationed there was of only 30 or so clones, commanded by a sergeant. After they arrived, they discovered that the actual number was much smaller than that, and that the situation was much worse than they initially thought. According to the captain, about a few days before they arrived, the algae and small sea animals that were used to make some of the medicines stopped appearing. The machinery was still working, but nothing came. The day that happened, the sergeant sent 2 clones to see what was going on, but those 2 never returned. After that, at least 1 soldier would disappear every day. By now, of the 30 men garrisoned that, only 12 remained. The sergeant was scared and looked at Dajir as if he was his savior. "I am very grateful that you arrived, sir. We were starting to think that you hadn't got our message. If the situation was so serious, why didn't you tell us, Sergeant? 1 clone disappearing might be an accident or a native creature, but 18 of them is no such thing. You better pray those men are well, or you are not going to have a good ending." "But, sir, we tried to contact you. There was no answer." "What do you mean, Sergeant? The only transmission we received from you was that production stopped and some clones went missing, so we were sent to solve this and take medical supplies to Kamino. That was 8 days ago." "I know, sir. After we sent that transmission, more men disappeared, so we tried to call Kamino once more. Our transmission was sent, but no answer came. And we never received those transmissions. That means they were intercepted somewhere in the middle." "What do you think it is, sir?" "Certainly not a native creature. I am sending the corvette back right now." Dajir turned on his comlink and contacted the captain of the CR-90, but the voice on the other side wasn't the one from a clone. "Clune, you were kind, killed my father. Now I will kill all of you." "Who are you? What did you do to my brothers?" "You mean Thuks Clunes? They are alive. You can get them in a while. You won't die so easily. I will start with you all and they destroy all of you." The voice cut off communications. Dajir instantly got into action, putting his helmet and grabbing his DC-15A before running out. The sergeant followed suit, as well as the 2 guards. Midway, Dajir contacted Brain, telling him to surround the corvette with Hell Squad. When they arrived, the ship was entirely encircled, but after they entered it, all they found was the unconscious crew and water puddles. Metal and 3-4 started carrying the unconscious clones to the medical station, while Tech started checking the ship for any hidden bombs. Brain and Dajir checked the near areas, but found no one. "Sir, who do you think it was, and why leave the crew alive?" "I don't know who it is, Brain, nor why not kill them, but I can guess why he is attacking us. He is a Mon Calamari, as was the enemy commander in the Battle of Kamino." Capítulo 66, Vengeance. "I don't know who it is, Brain, nor why not kill them, but I can guess why he is attacking us. He is a Mon Calamari, as was the enemy commander in the Battle of Kamino." Dajir knew it had to be a Mon Calamari, and one who partook into the Battle of Kamino. In 2 months of war, a lot of living beings died, be it on Genosis, Kamino, Renvar, Alaris Prime, or any other battlefield in the galaxy. But the timing was too close to be any other than a Mon Calamari. "Brain, after the ship is clean, I want everyone inside the medical base, including sentries. He already proved that he can sneak inside easily. A few more guards won't make a difference." "Yes, sir." Not long after Brain left, Tech came over to Dajir. "Sir, the corvette is clean. No bombs, almost all functions are good, only the communicators were broken, and there is no one left inside it." "Only the communicators? He didn't even break the flight systems?" "No, sir." "Are the communicators repairable?" "Not in a short amount of time, sir." "Then get the crew back here, and send them back to Kamino to ask for reinforcements. We have an unknown number of enemies, but they already killed or captured 2 dozens of clones." "Sir, are you sure that is all right? Why would they leave the ship intact, knowing that we can ask for support?" "Think with me, Tech. They cut our communications, so the only way we can ask for backup is by this ship. They broke the communicators, which means that only when the corvette land on Kamino that they will be able to know our situation. And that will take a few days and a few more for them to arrive back here. Is this a trap, sir? Not for us. Our opponent must think that this span of time is enough for him to kill all of us here on Scarif and flee. Either that or he wants our reinforcements to arrive, and that would mean that the enemy force is much bigger than we thought. That doesn't make sense. If they were strong enough, why bother jamming communications? They could just have let the medical base tell the whole story, and then a big group of Republic ships would be sent. I agree. I think they want to kill us all and flee before our reinforcements arrive. The reason that they let the corvette intact is that more clones can arrive here and see what they did. I am sorry, sir, but I am still confused. That too doesn't make sense. If you are thinking from a strategic perspective, it doesn't. But this isn't a military operation. He said clones killed his father. This is vengeance. Deep into the sea of Scarif, where there was so little light that only the weirdest creatures could survive. A starship as big as a Ganzati-class cruiser laid on the muddy bottom of the ocean. Inside, it was a crew of Mon Calamari, and on the command center was a Mon Calamari bigger than any other. The Mon Calamari was alone on the command bridge, talking to a hologram of a hooded figure. At this moment, the Mon Calamari seemed to be angry, and the calm voice of the hooded figure only made him angrier. It is exactly like you heard Tgthegood. Your pile of metal that you calls an army retreated as soon as they saw that my father died. Young Hiatus, the last order from your father was for them to retreat. He should have retreated too. The death of your father was his own fault. He died because of you. He believed Uwan the separatist. I told him that your plan was bound to fail, but he trusted you and knew he is dead. Hiatus, be careful. What you are saying could be interpreted as treason against the separatist cause. Tgthegood, I still believe in our cause. The one I do not believe is you. You ask me to return and do a what? Stay hidden, do a suicide mission for you as my father did? I can't even return to my home planet, or I will be charged as a traitor. I will not return. I will avenge my father and kill every clone and Jedi on this galaxy. And after you do that, what will you do, child? I will kill you. The Mon Calamari, Hiatus, crushed the hologram projector in his hands. Unfortunately, he was too absorbed in his rage to see the smile on Count Dooku's face. Capítulo 67, Deep into the Ocean. The Mon Calamari, Hiatus, threw the broken pieces of the hologram projector away and sat on the captain chair. The door opened, and a Mon Calamari entered. He had wrinkles on his face, and one of his legs was made of metal, so he limped while walking. Hiatus wasn't on a food mood, but when the old Mon Calamari entered the room, respect showed on his face. Tart. Hiatus, I followed your father for years, and I want to avenge him as much as you do. But we can't be harsh now. What do you want me to do? You said that I should interrupt their production. I did it. You said that I should cut the clones' communications. I did it. You said I should let their ship intact and not kill any own. I did it. You say that we should kill those clones who came here. I am going to do that with pleasure. Hiatus, calm down. Calm down, calm down. Calm down. My father was killed, and the next thing you want me to do is kill some clones and run away. I do not want to kill some clones. I want to kill them all. Tart said nothing, and just looked at Hiatus until he stopped raging. The chest of the big Mon Calamari waved up and down, and after he calmed down, he sat on the chair. What do you want me to do, Tart? What do you think that we should do? We can't fight an army. Nuot new. I say that after we kill all the clones on Scarif, we leave this planet and try to gather as much support as we can. Then we kill every clone and Jedi we find. Hiatus closed his eyes and crossed his fingers. Tonight we attack their medical base. New clone survives. All the clones and researchers on the base were waiting for Dajir in the command center. He had taken his time to talk with all the clones so he could grasp the situation. All the clones, including the researchers, have armed themselves. Hell Squad wasn't so tense, but the clones already there had some difficulties to calm down. Dajir couldn't worry about it at the moment. They were soldiers, and wanting it or not, they would have to get used to it, or they wouldn't last long. Troopers, for the last few days you have faced some hardships. I know losing a brother is terrible, and not knowing what happened to them is even worse. But we have a mission to serve and protect the Republic. And those who took our brothers are ours and the Republic enemies. Worse than that, they are part of the same group who attacked our home planet. Tech went ahead and showed a projection of a moan calamari. Dajir let the men take a look at it before continuing. Our enemy this time is a moan calamari, most probably related to the enemy commander during the Battle of Kamino. That is why you couldn't find him no matter how much you searched. He got the whole ocean to hide. And that is also why the sentries were useless. Sergeant, I imagine there is some connection to the ocean inside the base. Yes, sir. The water we use come directly from an underwater tunnel, the same from which we take the algae needed to make the medicine. However, the grid on it showed no sign of being broken. That doesn't mean anything. After the production stopped, you sent 2 men to discover what was wrong, right? I imagine they had the keys to the grid. Those men didn't return, did they? All of you listen. I already sent back the ship in which Hell Squad came. Since this moan calamari didn't blow it up, that means he isn't afraid of our reinforcements. That also means we have no means to escape. Somewhere between tonight and the next week, that separatist scum will try to kill us all. That is not going to happen. Understood? Yes, sir. Understood. Yes, SIR. Good. Tech Dab, you two go take a look at the armory, see what we can use. Cell, take another clone and go have a look at the surroundings. I am quite sure the attack will come from this tunnel the sergeant talked about, but just to make sure, install some sensors. Sergeant Salve, stay here for a moment. The rest of you go back to your positions. I don't want anyone alone. At least 2 men together always. The clones acknowledged his orders and went to do their duties, only the sergeant, Salve, staying behind. Salve, you and I are going to take a look at that tunnel. Capitulo 68, Fishing. Dajir changed his helmet for a diving mask connected to a small gas tank on his back. On normal circumstances, the tank was able to sustain for 36 hours underwater. He and Sergeant Salve directed themselves to the tunnel. When they arrived, Dajir saw it wasn't actually a tunnel, but a big well. On it, a treadmill was moving, but there was nothing on it. Some robots attached to the treadmill were doing picking motions, probably to separate the algae, if there was any. Dajir pulled the diving mask over his face and jumped in the water. It was surprisingly clear, and the lights on the treadmill made so that he didn't need to use the lantern on his mask. Dajir grabbed the treadmill and used it to propel himself downwards. A splashing sound, and then Salve was on the water with him. It was obviously not the first time he did that, and his movements were experienced, leaving Dajir behind. The large well soon started to narrow, and the before smooth walls soon became rocky. The treadmill accompanied them all the time, providing light. After a few dozen meters, the vertical descent started easing, and after a few more dozen meters, it became a normal tunnel. Dajir and Salve released their grasp on the treadmill and started swimming. About 200 meters later, the tunnel came to an end on a metal grid. As you see, sir, the grid is intact. But if that scum took the keys from Fit and Hing, they can easily open it. We can change the lock, though. There is no time. A job like that underwater will take some time, and we don't have that time. Dajir approached the grid and looked outside, but the lights from the treadmill only illuminated so far as a dozen meters. Some strange fishes swam away when he got close, but nothing bigger than a fist appeared. Open it, I want to take a look outside. Are you sure, sir? Dajir checked the weapon he brought, a DC-17. He had grown fond of it after Commander Keeley showed all of its uses to him. Besides, his DC-15A was too cumbersome and big to use underwater. Yes, open it. Salve took out a keycard and passed it in front of the lock. The red light turned to green, and then he pushed it slightly. A small section of the grid opened, and Salve passed through it, followed by Dajir. They turned on the lanterns on their masks, and 2 flashes of light swiped the darkness. Well, not total darkness. After they got out, Dajir saw that the light from outside still illuminated a good 100 meters below them, although weakly. They swam a couple of strokes forward, and Dajir turned to look at the entry of the tunnel. He was already having some ideas. Their opponents would have to pass through there, if he could get a couple of detonat. A shadow. Somewhere behind him, something big swam. Very slowly he lifted his pistol, trying to give the impression that he was just going to swim back. The shadow moved fast to him, and Dajir turned as fast as the water let him and fired the pistol. The blue laser concentrated a high amount of energy, and water evaporated on its path, even underwater. As the trail of bubbles cleared, Dajir saw what he hit. A Mon calamari corpse floated to the surface, a hole on its throat and green blood staining the water around him. Next to him was a vibro trident, a weapon more lethal than blasters on close combat. Through the transparent mask on Salve's face, Dajir could see his shock. But soon that express turned to one of surprise, and the sergeant fired his weapon, a DC-15S. The laser passed a few meters away from Dajir's face, engulfing him in a cloud of bubbles. Behind Dajir was another Mon calamari, now with a blaster wound on his arm. Contrary to Dajir's expectations, after the arm that was holding the vibro trident was disabled, the Mon calamari didn't run, but showed his sharp teeth and swam to Dajir barehanded. Dajir didn't show mercy. They stayed alert for 2 minutes, but no more Mon calamarians came. They should have been guarding the grid. Salve, when we return, send someone to fish their bodies. Let's see if we can find them on our database. Do you think those two are the only ones? No, they are probably just sentries, but now we know 2 things. The first one is what happened to our brothers. The second is that our enemies will be aware that we know from where they are coming. Capitulo 69, Grenadier. Dajir and Salve went back the way they came, not forgetting to lock the grid, although it wouldn't make a difference. 2 clones were sent to place some detonators on the grid. Hopefully, the explosion would take out a few of the enemies and warn the defending clones. Salve sent some men to pick up the 2 dead Mon calamarians, in hope that they could find something about who they would be fighting, but it was in vain. Time passed, and the night soon arrived. Some clones were left on the walls in case the enemy tried to attack from there, but the main defenses were on the inside. The well was surrounded by a multitude of clones. The medical base didn't have any e-webs, but was well supplied with electric grenades. Those were specifically designed to restrain some of the more dangerous predators on Scarif's ocean, and would work well against an aquatic enemy like the Mon calamarians. The electric grenades could be attached to a launcher on the blaster, so when underwater they could still be launched. Dajir was walking amongst the clones, making sure they were ready for the battle. And then the ground went down and surged up at the same time. A column of water rose, and 2 unfortunate clones were caught into it, being torn to pieces. For a moment, all the clones turned to where the implosion happened, and it was at that exact moment that the Mon calamarians came out of the well. The one leading them had his top stripped, and a large half of it covered by black and blue tattoos. Hiatus stabbed his vibro trident on the back of a poor clone, then pulled it viciously and threw it at another clone, impaling him. Dajir had to recognize how clever the enemy was. They had discovered and disarmed the thermal detonators on the grid, and also had to dig a hole underwater and blow it, at the same time distracting the clones and stopping them from using the electric grenades. Another clone fell, and the already small garrison went from 18 to 15. Dajir turned and fired his DC-15A, days without end of practice guiding his hands. A few pulls on the trigger, 2 dead Mon calamarians, and the effect was better than a sign saying, "Shoot me," on his armor. That was, at least until Metal showed up. Metal got up from his crouched stance, using both hands to lift his Z6 rotary at his waist. Green blood flowed from the bodies of some Mon calamarians, their lack of armor only making the situation grosser. By now, the Mon calamarians had changed their vibro tridents to a kind of blaster that fired red lasers. By Dajir's side, one clone was hit on his shoulder, falling to the ground in pain. Dajir dropped his weapon and dragged him until most of his body was behind the treadmill. 3-4, wounded. Coming. 3-4 ran from behind his own piece of cover, and even killed one Mon calamari while at it. He knelt beside Dajir and the wounded clone, checking his wound. "Sir, press here, we need to stop the bleedy. Damn." Red laser hit the treadmill in front of them, pulling splinters of it. Dajir took 3-4 DC-15S and got up. "Change of plans. 3-4, do your best and get him behind something. We need every clone here." The wounded clone moaned and reached for his weapon. "I can still fight, sir. Cough, cough." "No, you can't. Be a good boy and follow orders. 3-4. On it." While their little exchange was going on, the Moan Calamarians had gained more ground, dozens of them already on the base, and more coming out of the well. Brain listened to him and knew what to do. From his belt, a handful of thermal detonators appeared. Back on Kamino, when Hell Squad found out that Brain was putting so much training on throwing grenades, they had made fun of him. Now, each and every one of the detonators he threw took out bunches of Moan Calamarians. Dajir had a random thought about how Brain, the one who didn't have a specified role on Hell Squad, went out after it by himself, deciding to train in the position they were missing, a grenadier. Capitulo 70, Firing Squad. Dajir was very proud of the current Hell Squad, but there was no time to show it off at the moment. Even with Brain's thermal detonators, the situation was still getting out of hand very quickly. The number of Moan Calamarians who invaded the base was well over 100, although it appeared that the last of them had already got out. If Dajir had to analyze the battle, he would probably say that, although the clones were outnumbered 4, maybe 5-1, they still had a chance. There were two main reasons for that. The first and most obvious one was that they occupied defensive positions, which was always an advantage. The second, and not so obvious, was that their enemies were enraged. That might not look as an advantage for some, and in some cases it really wasn't. But at this specific battle, or at least this moment of it, it made so that the Moan Calamarians were more likely to make mistakes, such as running forward without thinking. At least 24 Moan Calamarians had to fell to clone lasers and brain grenades, until the rest learned that charging might not be the best tactic. Nevertheless, the brave moves by the Moan Calamarians paid off. Meter by meter, clone by clone, they started to gain ground. The one leading them was especially eye-catching. He used the weird Moan Calamari blasters with ability and zero scruples. Dajir aimed at him, knowing that if he took out the leader, the invasion would soon crumble. The DC-15S, however, wasn't accurate enough. Dajir shots passed right above the Moan Calamari head, and he ducked behind a crate. "Fall back, take position inside." Dajir saw that he didn't have enough clones to maintain their position. He ordered a retreat, but he himself stayed behind. Unconsciously or not, all of Hell Squad members had gathered with him. Brain left his thermal detonators aside, changing them by a DC-15A Tech, and 3-4 were side by side, 3-4 helping Tech, who had a hole on his legs. Cell and Dab stayed a little behind, ready to cover their retreat. Metal took the chance to reload his Z6 rotary, a troublesome matter, impossible to be done if they didn't have that break. Dajir scrubbed the dust of his visor. "Boys, we have no way out. Either we kill those fishes right here and right now, or we become seafood. On my mark, everyone gets up, fire what you had and run to inside the base. Cell Dab, you cover us while we retreat. When we are past you, turn back and run. Brain, help Tech." His men looked intensely at him. He and Metal would be at the most danger, covering their retreat and being the last to leave. With a small nod, Dajir took a deep breath and got up. In a synchronized movement, like a well-oiled machine, Hell Squad became an executioner squad. Almost 10 Moan Calamarians in the front were cut down like Juryu being harvested. Following Dajir's orders, Tech, Brain, and 3-4 turned and ran. Dajir aimed and fired, and then aimed and fired, and then aimed and fired, and then aimed and fired. When he thought that the others had enough time to retreat, he gave Metal a pat on his shoulder and started walking backwards. The enemy blasters were getting more accurate, so Dajir ordered Metal to turn back and run. Now, only Dajir was left facing 60 or 70 enemies. He ducked behind cover and analyzed the situation at hand. There were 15 meters of open ground between him and the base. Almost all clones were already there, Metal reaching it the moment he looked. Men on 2-1, Ahig. He didn't get the chance to count to 2. One Moan Calamari had run very far forward, and somehow had managed to hide long enough to jump on Dajir. They rolled on the ground, and the Moan Calamari grabbed Dajir's head and smashed it on the ground hard. Amidst his dizziness, Dajir took out his DC-17 and pressed the muzzle on the chest of the Moan calamari. The eyes of his enemy enlarged, and he let Dajir go, but it was too late for him. Dajir pushed the Moan calamari off. His men inside the base sent volleys of laser fire, trying to fend off the incoming enemies and give Dajir some cover fire. But they were too close. Soon, his allies at the doorway had to hide from the laser fire of the Moan calamarians, and Dajir was left alone, about to be engulfed by the enemies. Capítulo 71, Variable. The Moan calamarians were advancing slowly, looking for traps. It seemed that they learned that clones were a tough nut to crack, as the 50 or 60 Moan calamarians' bodies on the ground showed. In contrast, there were only 7 dead clones there, showing how high the price to take the medical base was. Things had gone quiet for the moment, but it wouldn't take long before the air was filled with lasers once more. Involuntary, and certainly to their worry, one clone had been left behind. Dajir checked his belt, and even the dead Moan calamari, for anything that could be used to stop the invaders. He had on DC-17, 1 DC-15S, and 2 thermal detonators. Not nearly enough to escape his current predicament. No, that wasn't all of it actually. He also had some electric grenades, but he had thrown them to the back of his mind because they could only be used underwater. Underwater, underwater. The word kept ringing on his mind as if he was missing something, and then the idea dawned upon him. It was no wonder that Commander Keeley always said he had really bad ideas when he was in battle. That was another one of those bad ideas. Dajir took out the grenade launcher and attached it to his weapon. Then he got one of his thermal detonators and activated it before rolling it to his right. When the explosion sounded and the Moan calamarians turned to it, he ran the opposite direction, circling around them, hoping they wouldn't see him. They saw. Luwak. The Mom calamari who pointed at Dajir was the first one to receive his greetings. He looked surprisingly unconcerned at the hole on his chest, as if he never thought it would happen, and then fell to his knees. Dajir pressed the trigger madly, sending wave after wave of lasers onto his enemies. By the time he arrived at his objective, another 5 Moan calamarians were gone forever. Dajir had gone all the way back to the treadmill and was once more using it to hide his body from his enemies. This time, however, he wouldn't run away, but in fact, he would get closer to the well. Alternating between crouching and standing to shoot, he walked as fast as he could towards the well, paying little attention to anything else besides the Moan calamarians dead ahead. And that almost costed his life. The treadmill was only half a meter large, and the moment he stood up, one Moan calamari appeared right in front of him, on the other side of the treadmill. The Moan calamari grabbed Dajir's neck with one hand and used the other to stab his vibro trident on Dajir. Or at least tried to. If he had the chance, he would have stabbed Dajir without mercy, but his head blew up before he could. On the doorway of the medical base, one of the clones who had taken cover before was now shooting. Dab used his DC-15X to kill not only the immediate threat to Dajir's life, but also 3 other Moan calamarians who were close. Although those events might seem long, in truth they all happened in quick succession, and before they knew, the Moan calamarians had lost almost 10 men. Without any enemies right next to him, Dajir did the unthinkable. He grabbed the diving mask and put it on, before jumping into the well. Before that, he left a little gift for the Moan calamarians, a small and round metal ball, who killed 3 of them when it exploded. Needless to say that Hiatus was furious. He had started the assault with a full 128 men, but now only 58 remained. He had expected to lose some men, but not more than half of his forces, all because of a single variable, a clone squad he hadn't paid attention before. Tart, chase and kill that bastard who dared to jump in Duamain. I want his head. The elder Moan calamari, Tart, acknowledged his orders and gathered 12 Moan calamarians before jumping in the well. He could only think of this clone as stupid, who decided, at his own will, to fight the Moan calamarians on the habitat they knew better. Then he was greeted by a chain of electricity, numbing and paralyzing his body, as well as his men. The stupid clone didn't show any mercy and tried to finish them off while they couldn't fight back. Capítulo 72, Sea Monster. Dajir calmly shot the paralyzed Moan calamarians, finishing them off one by one. Some of the weaker ones had already lost consciousness, and even the stronger of them, an older Moan calamari, was having problems moving his body. Dajir didn't show any mercy, even if his opponents were defenseless at the moment. He would not shoot a surrounded enemy, or one who couldn't fight in any way, but that wasn't the case for those Moan calamarians. Dajir was sure they would try to kill him as soon as they recovered. Eliminating all threats was in his nature as a soldier, and also on his genetic code. But he didn't have the time to kill all of them. A hand penetrated the water and grabbed the older Moan calamari, pulling him out. After that, the owner of the hand jumped in the water and punched Dajir. Maybe because of their skin, the Moan calamarians didn't face as much resistance from the water as clones did. The punch wasn't enough to throw Dajir away, but still got him dizzy, and he expelled some air, creating bubbles on the water. Dajir grabbed the treadmill and started pulling himself down blindly. At the same time, he launched another electric grenade, hoping to entangle the Moan calamari. It just slowed him down for a little. Hiatus was angry. First, he lost many good men. Then one clone slipped by his hands and jumped in the water. Hiatus faced that as a provocation, and such as that he sent his right hand, Tart, to kill him. Never would he have thought that one clone would be able to take on 13 Moan calamarians, even if it was through different means. Of course, he couldn't let Tart die, so he pulled him out of the water before he was killed. After doing that, a red mist took over his head, and all he could think of was of killing the clone. When the clone used his weapon to throw another of the detonators that exploded on electrical spirals, he was forced to stop. That was enough for him to clear his head and think that maybe the clone was leading him into a trap. But what trap could it be? He had already disarmed their bombs and scouted the tunnel. No, the clone was just desperate, and Hiatus liked the feeling of invoking such terror on one of the clones who killed his father. Dajir's plan only went as far as that. He was now alone in the underwater tunnel, and a good number of Moan calamarians would go after him for sure. At least he had taken some pressure out off his brothers. As he followed the tunnel, Dajir started designing his new plan. If someone came after him, he would fight, no other choice. But if they decided that he wasn't a threat and let him be, he would show them how wrong they were. The grid at the end of the tunnel was open, as he suspected, and the thermal detonators they left there were gone. Carefully, he swam across the grid, entering the ocean. It was night, and because of that he had trouble seeing more than a few meters ahead. No Moan calamari attacked him, and he decided to put his second plan in motion. He went back in the tunnel, but before he made the first turn, the lights on the treadmill projected shadows in the walls. Too many shadows for Dajir to take care. Once more he turned and got out, looking for somewhere to ambush them. But this was an ocean, how could he ambush someone? It was only when he turned back and saw the rock wall where the tunnel ended that he saw the many caves in it. Thinking it was better than nothing, he swam to one of them, not the closest, as that would be the first they would search, but one close enough so he could get them when they came out. He couldn't see them, and there was no sound, so the only thing he could do was wait. He didn't have to wait for long, though. Figures appeared in the entrance of the cave, and Dajir made the shot. Instantly, a small amount of blue laser fire and a huge amount of red ones intertwined in the cave. Red lasers flew inside the cave, almost getting Dajir, who tried his best to take out his enemies before they could take him out. One of those red lasers flew all the way to the end of the cave and hit the wall. The wall moved, and two huge eyes appeared on it. After that came a curved beak, which opened and let out a horrifying screech. SRRRIKKK. Capitulo 73, Cali. The screech was so loud that all of them, be it Dajir or the Moan calamarians, stopped. Dajir turned and looked at the darkness behind him, only to see a pink tentacle shooting out of the darkness and winding around him. The tentacle swung him, smashing into the walls a couple of times. The impact was so hard that Dajir actually spat blood, leaving a small and red mist on the water. The scent of blood seemed to stimulate the owner of the tentacles, and it came out of the darkness. A giant monster. That was the only way Dajir could describe it. It was at least 15 meters long, with a pink body. It was covered by a dark gray shell, and the only uncovered place was its face, from where the tentacles came. 5 long tentacles, ending on suckers and starting at the sides of its beak. The monster went closer and closer to the entrance of the cave, and the moan calamarians there seemed to be paralyzed. Even when the tentacles reached out to grab them, there was still no resistance from their part. The monster kept dragging Tgthegood, and luckily for him, decided that it was one moan calamari, not him, that would be his dinner. The scene was gruesome. The monster, however, was not satisfied after just one moan calamari, and this time, Tgthegood was the unfortunate one. As the tentacle pulled him closer and closer to the curved beak, Tgthegood had to think fast. When the monster opened its beak in anticipation, Tgthegood used another of the electric grenades, launching it directly inside the monster's mouth. Blue arcs of electricity filled the monster mouth, and it let another horrifying screech before its tentacles twitched and let go of Tgthegood and the moan calamarians. Without worrying about the fact that they were enemies, Clone and moan calamarians swam as fast as they could to get out of the cave. Once they were out in the ocean again, Tgthegood was instantly surrounded by moan calamarians. There were at least 10 of them, led by the one who chased Tgthegood on the well. They entered a stalemate, both sides pointing their weapons at each other, but too worried with the monster to actually try and kill each other. The moan calamari on the lead, the one with the tattoos, looked viciously at Tgthegood. "Clune, your kind killed my father." "We are at war, moan calamari. Your father was amongst the one who attacked my home planet. How would you feel if we attacked Moan Kala?" "Muan Kala? Ha, I despise Muan Kala. They tuok your side and betrayed my father, and I listen Clune. The name of Woot will kill you is Hiagi, Suwan of Marai." So the moan calamari was the son of the enemy commander. Now it made sense why he had such hate for the clones. "And I am Tgthegood, son of Kamino, a pleasure to meet you. Don't you think that we have more immediate problems, such as this creature right there?" Tgthegood pointed at the cave, from where the tentacles of the monster were already emerging. "I can kill you first, scum." Hiagi spat those words and was almost pulling the trigger, but Tgthegood was already expecting that and sent his last electric grenade. The grenade exploded, once more paralyzing the moan calamarians and knocking some of them unconscious. Tgthegood obviously would not wait for them and swam as fast as he could to the tunnel. When he arrived there, he looked over his shoulder and saw the monster grabbing moan calamarians and stuffing them on its mouth. The clone threw another one of the electric grenades, catching Hiagi and the other moan calamarians out off guard. With a numb body, Hiagi could only look while the monster used its tentacles to capture his men and eat them. Hiagi hated himself for not being able to move. He hated the clone who caused so many of his men to die, and he hated Count Dooku, who started it all. As the tentacles reached for him, the only thing he could do was watch and wait. At that moment, when he was almost being captured, Tart, his father's right hand, pushed him out of the way. "Tart." Until the moment that his body was crushed by the curved beak, Tart said nothing, but only looked at Hiagi, his eyes telling him to run. Later, on the bottom of the ocean, Hiagi's ship. Hiagi was once more on the control room, facing Count Dooku's hologram. "Hiagi, I see your vengeance didn't go as well as expected." Not caring about how Count Dooku knew this, Hiagi faced him silently. "Child, you come to me for my help, even after you said you will kill me. Good. I will show you the path on which you can destroy all clones. Go to a planet called Kali. Someone there will teach you how to exercise your vengeance." Hiagi turned off the transmission, and not much later a ship left Scarif. Capítulo 74, Blixis. When Tgthegood got out of the well, the situation was pretty much the same as when he left, but both sides had suffered losses. Without counting the moan calamarians who chased him, and were by now most probably dead, there were about 25 or 30 of them. The clones obviously made them pay a heavy price to get to the inside of the base. But they did. Tgthegood could see 2 dead clones on the doorway and another one leaning on the wall. Thankfully, none of them was of Hell Squad. As Tgthegood got inside the facilities of the medical base, more bodies appeared. Most of them were moan calamarians, but there were also some more clones and even some researchers. Judging by the blasters on their hands, even the researchers were still clones. Soon, Tgthegood heard laser fire. He sneaked across the corridors and saw the backs of the Moan Calamarians. They were grouped around a door on which water tests was written and were firing inside. There were 2 more dead clones, with holes on their backs. Dajir couldn't see who they were. By the sights of it, the clones were retreating when the Moan Calamarians caught up to them. If Dajir didn't miss anything, then there were 17 Moan Calamarians alive. And judging by the bodies all over, only 3 or 4 clones remained, plus Hell Squad and some researchers. Hey, you smelly scum. Dajir did the most reasonable thing, which was, of course, shooting at every Moan Calamari on his line of sight. The DC-15S that he took from 3-4 was the best option at this kind of close combat, since it could fire faster, and accuracy wasn't so important. G started with his blaster pointed at the left, and pressed the trigger non-stop, at the same time moving the weapon in a horizontal line, ending his movement on the right. As a result, the back lines of the Moan Calamarians, about 6 of them, all fell, and the astonished survivors took a lot of time to react. Dajir didn't have anywhere to hide, and all of his ammo was spent. But he didn't need to worry, as the clones on the room came out and quickly took down some enemies. For the first time in the whole battle, the Moan Calamarians showed some common sense and surrendered. Only half an hour later that Dajir finally had the chance to sit down and think about the situation. They had 9 prisoners, all locked and defeated both physically and mentally. However, the Republic side wasn't faring much better. On the battle of the original 18 clones stationed on the medical base, only Salve and 3 more remained. Of the researchers, more than half were dead, all with a blaster on their hands. Hell Squad only had 1 wounded tech and no dead, but were extremely tired. Talking about that, the only reason they were alive and victorious was because of that strange monster that Dajir encountered. The creature killed at least 15 Moan Calamarians, and Dajir still didn't know if their leader was alive, but his instincts told him that Hiatus was. Dajir became curious about why such a dangerous monster lived near the medical base, and asked one of the researchers. The answer surprised him. It turned out that the monster was called Blixus, a native predator of Scarif. The electric grenades were originally designed to deal with it, and more, the Blixus he encountered was only one of the many who lived in Scarif. The clones knew the monster lived there, but since it never came out of its cave until Dajir electrocuted it, they never had any problems. The aftermath of the battle was intense, and the clones spent the next few days cleaning up everything. The task of how to make the production continue was not Dajir's problem, and the researchers decided to wait a few weeks before going down on the water to make sure the Blixus had calmed down. However, the medical base still had a huge stockpile of medicines, and Dajir got it all ready for their return to Kamino. Dajir didn't know that Hiatus had survived and followed Dooku's instructions to go to Kali, but it was a fact that after the battle their communications were restored. Dajir saw that as a sign that the planet was theirs again. It was only after a week that another group of Republic ships arrived, not rushing since Dajir contacted them to say everything was under control. Dajir was expecting that they would get the medical supplies on a ship and go back to Kamino, but apparently, Commander Keeley and General Dai had other plans. Both of them disembarked from the Sincerity and asked Dajir to have all the clones in position because they were going to get a speech. Together with the speech came the surprises. Capitulo 75, Right Hand. Commander Keeley and General Dai looked quite serious when they saw all the clones lined up and waiting, for a grand total of 11 clones and 6 researchers. Both leaders looked at the group, solemn expressions on their faces, but Dajir wasn't getting any bad feelings. He went up to greet them. "General Commander, it is good to see you. For some time we thought we were all dead." "Dajir, are those all the survivors?" "Yes, sir, even the injured are here." "Keeley." "Yes, General." Commander Keeley stepped forward and took off his helmet. His eyes calm, he took out a data pad. But before he started reading from it, he decided to say something himself. "Clones, only you remain before me, of over 30 brothers who were here before. They died doing their duties, but that doesn't make their deaths less important." Commander Keeley looked at the clones, who were all looking sharp. Most of them had some new scar or hole in their armor to show. Satisfied, Commander Keeley looked at the datapad and started reading it. Sergeant Salve, one step ahead. Salve walked until he was in front of Commander Keeley and General Dye. Sir, Sergeant Salve, the Republic, and I are deeply grateful to you and your men by defending this medical base at the cost of your lives. Your lost troopers will be replenished soon. Thank you, sir. Salve returned to his position, and then it was the turn of the head researcher, Giddu. Giddu, many of the researchers lost their lives defending this base, as good as any other clone. Their sacrifice will not be forgotten, and the men you lost will also be replenished. Thank you, sir. After both men returned to their initial position, Commander Keeley passed the datapad to General Dye, who took it, but didn't give it another glance. With his hoarse voice, the Jedi asked Dajir to come a little bit forward. Dajir, leader of Hell Squad. You lead your squad and the garrison of this medical base to withstand an attack from an enemy many times larger. Your actions also gave the Republic a crucial piece of information, that being that our enemies are not only much better prepared than we thought, but also that they are not only droids. He stopped talking, something that Dajir was already accustomed. General Dye looked at Commander Keeley, who took over. Dajir, you did a meritorious service for the Republic and showed exceptional bravery, attracting the invasion force way and giving your men the chance to regroup and fight back. For that reason, I, in the name of the Grand Army of the Republic, am rewarding you with the second-class Kamino medal. Commander Kelly took out a small medal, shaped like a rectangle and with dark blue borders. The medal was magnetized, and when Commander Keeley put it on Dajir's chest, it stayed there without falling. Dajir accepted the medal without any complaints, as he already suspected he would receive something like that. What surprised him was the second part of Commander Keeley's words. That is not all. Now I am not speaking in the name of the Grand Army of the Republic, but in the name of the 303rd Attack Legion. During this battle and many others, you showed outstanding courage, leadership, and a little bit of craziness. However, everything you did was thinking about your brothers and how to keep most of them alive. Those are the thoughts that a leader should have. He paused, and one of the clones that came with him advanced, carrying a box bigger than Dajir's head. The clone gave the box to Commander Keeley, who in turn passed it to Dajir, but told him not to open it yet. I discussed with the general, and we both agreed that you deserve a promotion. You don't have to say that you don't want it, I know you don't. But we cannot let your talents go to waste. Because of that, we both agreed that you shall be given the rank of sub-commander in name. That means you will still command Hell Squad as a special unit, but when needed you will have to step out and take over. Do you copy that? Yes, sir, thank you, sir. Thank you, General. Commander Keeley and General Dye united the best of both options, giving Dajir a place for his talents to shine, but at the same time keeping the best special squad on the 303rd. Nobody would say that aloud, but it was obvious that they were showing a lot more support for Hell Squad and Dajir than for the rest. General Dye put his hands on Dajir's shoulders and surprisingly made a joke. We prepared you a little gift to congratulate you and at the same time make the heavy duties we are putting on you are a little bit lighter. It was so different from the general normal self that Dajir took a few moments before he understood that it was not a real commentary, but a half-joke. Like a kid that got a new present, Dajir opened the box expectantly. On it, a shiny new helmet waited for him. Capitulo 76, Identity. Dajir opened the box, and inside it was a shiny new helmet. He used both hands to pick up the helmet and saw it was very different from the normal ones. First of all, it had one of the macrobinoculars that was only present on lieutenant and higher ranks. The macrobinoculars was different from the usual ones, slimmer and more powerful. It had many functions, like night vision, 100x zoom, detection software that provided distance, wind, elevation, and more. But that was by far the less eye-catching piece of the helmet. What really caused an impression was the dark, reddish-brown paint. The right side was plain white like the standard armor, but on the left was a stylized horn, much like the one on Commander Keeley's helmet. The base of the horn started a little above the neck piece and started thinning as it went up. It ended when it met the visor and appeared once above it. At the top, the tip of the horn was only 1 finger large and made a curve to the side part of the helmet, ending in a half circle. It was amazing. Dajir never thought he would use those words to describe a helmet, but it was really amazing. Dajir picked his old helmet, full of scorched marks, dust, and scars, and put it carefully on the box. Old or not, the helmet saved his life many times, and Dajir felt it deserved some respect. After that, he put his new helmet, and it fitted perfectly, just like his old one. The helmet was new, but he felt a sense of familiarity with it, just like the one he felt with blasters, even when he had never used them. It was his soldier genes talking. He pushed down the macrobinoculars and started playing with it. The islands that before were just a dot on the sea now were clear as day, and he could even see the distance between them. Realizing that he was behaving like a Kowakian monkey lizard, Dajir held his new helmet under his arms and saluted Commander Keeley and General Dai. Dajir was already respected by the men of the 303rd, but his prestige grew a few steps after his promotion. He was now the sub-commander, and slowly his achievements started to spread. He was the clone who destroyed an AAT using a grenade on his first battle. He was the clone who formed up a special squad from zero. He was the clone who took down an entire battlesphere. He was the clone who confronted the weapon of death of the separatist, the Harvest. He was the clone who led a group of men in the sewers and tore apart a droid base. He was the clone who hijacked a separatist cruiser on Kamino and risked his life when he threw it on the enemy forces. He was the clone who took a bunch of shines and commanded them to fight more than 100 Moan Calamarians. He was the clone who fought a Blixis and used it to destroy his enemies. Here and there he would hear someone talking about him, and many of his closest friends, like Rosal, Fondor, Guard, and Barrow, went up to congratulate him. In the end, they didn't return to Kamino. 2 CR-90s were sent back with the supplies, and the Sincerity, together with the rest of General Dai's fleet, was going to their next destination. Now, Dajir was going to a meeting to discover exactly what was that destination. Fully clad in armor, his helmet standing out, Dajir's presence made every clone stop what they were doing and greet him. When he arrived at the door of the command bridge, the 4 guards stepped aside and made way for him. With the black space as background, the command bridge was less crowded than Dajir expected. General Dai and Commander Keeley were with Admiral Dao, seeing the projection of a planet. They all had worried expressions on their faces, but that didn't tell much, as all commanders had that kind of face. General Dai, sir, Admiral Dao, Commander. The Nikto looked up and called Dajir closer. He then pointed to the planet on the projection. The planet looked like it was actually 2, the smaller one, made of earth and a bigger one, like a sphere enveloping it, made of water. Dajir had a bad feeling. Dajir, are you familiar with that planet? It feels familiar, sir, but I don't actually know what planet it is. Can you? The Jedi answered him ambiguously, not saying the name of the planet, but telling him everything he needed to know. I called you here for 2 reasons, Dajir. First of all, you are the sub-commander. Secondly, I want you to detail the battle you had with the Moan Calamarians on Scarif, because we are going to their home. Capitulo 77, Sinister. So we are going to their home. So their next destination was Moan Kala. Dajir had already heard of the situation on the planet. The 2 intelligent species on the planet, the Moan Calamarians and the Quarrens, had engaged on war for hundreds of years, only coming to some kind of peace on the last few decades. But that peace was once more broken when the Clone Wars started, and the planet once again was divided in 2. Most of the Moan Calamarians took the Republic side, the exceptions being a few like Hyagi and Marai. On the other hand, the Quarrens had taken the Republic side, mostly because they didn't want to fight side by side with the Moan Calamarians. As the flames of their internal conflict burned stronger and stronger, both Republic and Separatist had sent their troops. Now, both sides were in a standoff both on space and on the planet. One side controlling the south and the other the north. Small skirmishes had been happening for the last months. Now the planet was on the verge of an all-out conflict, and Dajir voiced his doubts about it. Sir, it is not that I like the situation on the planet, but till now, nothing big happened. However, I fear that the arrival of another Republic fleet and legion might be the spark that ignites it all. The Mon Calamari king asked for Republic aid. If we deny that, the whole planet might turn to the Separatist, and the start of a war is crucial. Losing a planet on a battle, we can take it back. But losing the people? That is not something that can be retaken easily. The Senate is afraid that this might start a chain reaction. We have to show our allies and the neutral systems that we can be trusted, even if that means starting another battle. Seeing that things were getting a little out of hand, Commander Keeley intervened. Dajir, orders are orders. Yes, sir. Later, somewhere more silent of the sincerity, Commander Keeley stopped Dajir and looked at him seriously. Dajir, what was that? Commander, with all due respect, but we are going to send a lot of our brothers to death if we go to Mon Cala. I just think. You think I don't know that? Do you think the general doesn't know that? Let me tell you something. When we received our orders, the first thing the general did was go and voice the same concerns with the Jedi Council. That got Dajir. Of course, General Dai would think the same things he did and have the same worries. You, Dajir, are a sub-commander now. If the only thing you do is complain and go against your superiors, then maybe you are not as fit for this position as we thought you were. We are going to Mon Cala, and we are going to fight. That is our job. We are already at war. One battle more we win can be the decisive factor, and you know that. Now think about that, and I want you to pass the information you passed to us to as many as possible soldiers. Go. Yes, sir. I am sorry, sir. Dajir wanted to explain, but in the end, he just decided to go do his bindings. Meanwhile, with all that talk about Mon Cala, he wondered what happened to Hiatus, the Mon Calamari he fought on Scarif. Millions of parsecs away, deep into wild space. A small ship came out of hyperspace. The ship was controlled by only one being, a Mon Calamari. Before Hiatus was a small planet called Cali. When Count Dooku sent him there, Hiatus had looked for all the information he could get on the planet. However, besides the coordinates and the fact that there were no intelligent life forms there, he got nothing else. When his scanners analyzed the planet, he saw that there was no sign of life at all. It was a barren and deserted planet, but weirdly, his sensors told him that it should be habitable to most life forms in the galaxy. As he got closer to the planet, his sensors finally picked up something different. On one of the few mountains of Cali, there were high energy fluctuations. Hiatus flew over the plains and savannas of the planet and landed on the mountain range. There, amidst the mist, a door was opened and waiting for him. He picked his vibro trident and his blaster and got in slowly. As soon as he passed through the door, it closed, and he was in total darkness, one that even his eyes, adapted to the depths of Mon Cala, couldn't see through. But he walked all the same until an eerie voice was heard. Ka, so you are the insect that, cough, the insect that my master sent for me to train. Who are you? Ka, if you survive you will see. A hole opened under Hiatus, and he fell in the darkness below. Inside the mountain, only a creepy laugh remained. Capitulo 78, Dooku's Apprentice. Hiatus slid down faster and faster, his head, back and hands slamming on the sides repeatedly, leaving many bruises. Then, the hole ended, and he slammed on the ground, his legs exploding in pain. Struggling to get up, he looked around. The room he was now was illuminated by green lights and was circular. While he was wondering what to do, the creepy voice appeared once more. Insect, you are weak. I don't understand why my master chose you. But if you can't survive this, then I am sure he will agree that choosing you was a mistake. What do I have to survive? Ka. As an answer from another hole in the ceiling, 2 droids wearing cloaks fell. They rolled on the ground and split, starting to surround Hiatus. On their hands, a metal rod appeared, and on both ends of it, purple lightning appeared. Ka, cough, those are only the first battle you will fight, insect. Cough, ka. Since his conversation with Commander Keeley, Dajir thought a lot about what his commander said, and realized that he was right. Dajir had indeed forgotten his place as a soldier, and that he couldn't be afraid of starting a battle. He wasn't fighting only for the Republic, but for a galaxy in which he and his brothers could be free, and that galaxy would only become reality if they win the war. With all that in mind, Dajir shared his experiences in underwater combat, about 2 hours of it with every clone he could. That could be the difference between life and death in the Battle of Mon Cala. When they came out of hyperspace, they arrived just behind the Republic fleet already there. On the distance, very far away, was the Separatist fleet. They must have detected General Dai fleet before it got out of hyperspace, because they were already arranging defensive formations. But they obviously didn't know that the Republic was going to send aid for Mon Cala, since they didn't attack, but waited for the Republic move. As per discussed before, half of the CR-90s on General Dai fleet immediately descended on the planet. Their objective was to drop troopers on Mon Cala. Since they only had diving and underwater equipment for less than half of the Legion, only 2 regiments, about 4 clones, would fight on the planet. The rest would stay on the cruisers, either to board Separatist ships or defend against them. Hell Squad was among the ones who would be dropped, but the Separatists wouldn't let them get there easily. Mon Cala was basically an ocean, and as such, there was nothing like outposts, bases, and else. The battles would take place directly in the cities, and 4,000 clones could make all the difference there. So, as soon as their objective became clear, the Separatists moved to intercept. Vulture droid after Vulture droid speed towards them, and the same amount of Republic starfighters went to meet the incoming enemy. Inside one of the corvettes, Dajir reassured his opinion that this was the worst moment of any invasion. He was fine with fighting on the group or underwater, attacking or defending, alone or with his brothers, but not inside a ship. He couldn't do anything, only hope that he wasn't the next to be blown by the droids. At the cost of many pilots' lives, including some of Steel Battalion, only 2 corvettes were lost on their way. The bottom part of the CR-90 opened, and Dajir, this time using much better prepared equipment, told the clones to jump, squad by squad. Hell Squad was the last. Dajir watched his brothers jump, then sent his squad members. Tech 3-4, now brain metal, go down, cell dab your turn. Hell Squad jumped, hitting the water and creating splashes. The last man on the corvette, Dajir connected the tubes on his diving mask and drooped from the ship. Feet first, the water enveloped him. Callie, in a room on the mountain complex. Higi gasped hard. At his feet was the body of a crab-like creature, and a broken half of Higi's vibro-trident was trespassing its head. Higi knelt on the ground. His clothes were ragged and his body full of wounds. His left hand was wrapped in a bloodied bandage, and this little finger was missing. The room was full of bodies, most of them being a type of droid called Magnagard, but also a lot of different creatures, all of them deadly. The voice that Hiagi had been hearing for the last 3 days appeared as soon as he killed his enemy, just like he expected. Cough, 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 Mon Calamari, you have passed the test that my master left for you. Hiagi unexpectedly laughed so hard that his wounds started bleeding again. Cough, cough, what is so funny? You called me Mon Calamari Nuat insect, Hahaha. The voice was startled for a moment. You are still an insect, but cough, 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 but an insect who passed my master's test. Cough, you survived 3 days fighting every 20 minutes. Cough, cough, I will train you, ka 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 ka. Capitulo 79, in the water once more. The water closed around Dajir, but this time he didn't get temporarily blind. The clones taking part in this battle had vision gear made especially for underwater combat, and that should help them aim. Their armor was modified to resist the pressure from the depths, and their air supply should last a week. All in all, they were ready for a long battle. Dajir looked around and saw all the clones that were under his command. He looked at the map on his comlink and pointed south and down. Move out, squad leaders, if anything happens, report to me. Keep an eye out for trouble. We might be on friendly territory, but that doesn't mean the clankers can come and get us. Using thrusters, the clones dove in the depths below. Hiagi walked in a long, straight hall. On both sides, green lights illuminated him, giving his injured face a terrible look. Holding his hand at his chest and limping, he almost fell many times. Finally, when he was almost giving up, he got to the end of the corridor. He got to another room, a storage one. However, the things it was storing were weird. Hands and arms made of metal were hanging from the ceiling, on racks, feet and legs laid. Hiagi walked amongst the racks, looking for nothing in particular. The metallic limbs shone in the green light, and their shadows formed deformed beings on the walls, sending chills down his spine. Hiagi made another turn, and when he looked at the things on the rack, he almost tripped on himself. Row after row of weirdly shaped metal heads watched him. Their empty eye sockets followed him wherever he looked. Hiagi was almost turning back and getting out of this line of racks when one of the heads caught his attention. Differently from the others, which were opaque but new, that one looked old. Hiagi got closer, trying to figure out why, and looked at the empty eye sockets. The darkness seemed to call him, and he reached with his hand. And then the eyes opened. Bright yellow irises with reptilian pupils faced him. Something hit his chest hard, sending him flying, and he was unconscious before he hit the ground. Grabbing on thrusters, the clones of the 303rd dove into the ocean. Dajir was in the front, following his map to arrive at the city of Vernilla, where their allies were. Suddenly, he received a signal from ahead. One of the scouts he had sent returned with another clone. Dajir looked at the clone and his worn-out armor. He was from a different clone group, the Scuba Troopers under Jedi Master Kit Fisto. They were a legion specialized in underwater combat, and were of course the first to arrive on Mon Cala. Their equipment was even better than the one that the 303rd was wearing. They had propulsion backpacks and scuba rifles, which helped them operate to their best. The clone approached Dajir, and seeing his helmet knew that he was of high rank. CT-9087, Glock, from Monk Company, Scuba Troopers. Dajir, 303rd Attack Legion. Glock, what is the situation ahead? All clear, sir. The Quarrens and Separatists have engaged our troops in many small fights in the last week, but nothing big happened. Is General Fisto in Vernilla? No, sir. He went on a recognizance mission with Commander Monk yesterday. Dajir preferred to talk to the Jedi as soon as possible, but if he wasn't there, then he could do nothing. Following Glock, the 303rd dove even deeper, going straight to Vernilla. Slowly, Hiagi woke up from his torpor. His body was aching all over, but he realized that most of it was because he was hanging upside down. Chains wrapped around his ankles, but his arms were free. His first reaction was to try and reach the chains, to get rid of them, but when he moved, his body rotated enough for him to see a dark figure in the corner. Seeing he was awake, the figure approached him, his steps making heavy, clank noises. The figure appeared in the light little by little. In the end, the owner of the heavy footsteps showed itself. Hiagi almost thought it was another monster. It was at least 25 meters tall, and his body was totally covered in dirty white metal pieces. His chest was sectioned on 3 parts, and Hiagi could see a dark red heart beating under them. It was then that Hiagi understood that the white metal pieces weren't an armor, as he had thought, but the actual body of the creature. When it talked, the only thing that moved were its eyes, and it didn't have a mouth. Cough, 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 ka-ka-ka-ka-ka, insect. Cough, cough, my master ordered me to train you in the ways that the Jedi fight. Cough, cough, like me you don't have talent in the Force, but you. Cough, cough, but you can learn their other talents. Who are you? The creature grabbed something behind his body. With a green flash, a lightsaber as turned on centimeters away from Hiagi's face. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka, I am the Jedi Hunter. My name is Grievous, ka-ka-ka-ka-ka. Capitulo 80, Mon Calamarian's ex-Quarrens. At one of the many crevices that made up the bottom of Mon Cala, Vernilla laid. The buildings were built in the rocks, and a glowing stone worked as light. Between the buildings, glass tunnels with rapid currents connected them. That way, the Mon Calamarians could travel faster and safely. Glock took the 303rd to a big building a little away from the city. The flag of the Republic was printed on the building. When they entered it, they saw many scuba troopers, all of them in good shape. It was impossible to treat the wounded underwater, so they had to be sent back to the ships above as soon as possible. Soon the 303rd was accommodated, and since Dajir was the commander, it was his job to go and talk with the Mon Calamarians. But he decided to wait for Monk and General Fisto to come back. If he wasn't wrong, anything he asked about the Quarrens or Separatist would be answered with hate. He wanted to have a clear view of the situation, if possible given by a Jedi. Nevertheless, he still decided to walk around the city. He changed his helmet for a normal one, so others, beside clones, wouldn't be able to tell his rank. That way, even if he was stopped by a Mon Calamari, he could say he didn't know anything because he was too low ranked. What surprised him was that the Mon Calamarians lived as if they weren't about to enter a war. Merchants still sold their merchandise, parents and kids were shopping and playing. The only signs that the war was already there were the soldiers patrolling the city and the graffiti claiming for the death of the Quarrens. Dajir even saw some wanting for the clones to leave. As he wandered in the poorest areas of the city, the situation started to get worse, and the number of graffiti asking the clones to leave started to get bigger. When Dajir turned a corner, he saw a commotion. 3 young and male Mon Calamarians were kicking and punching someone. Initially, he was going to let them be and call the Mon Calamari police. But then he saw that the person they were beating was different from the Mon Calamarians. His skin was yellow, and he had small tentacles growing of its chin. It was a Quarren. But what was a Quarren doing in the middle of a Mon Calamari city? If he was a spy, how could he let 3 Mon Calamarians beat him? But then another group of Mon Calamarians appeared. Dajir thought they were going to join the others, but in turn, they took the side of the Quarren. A big fight broke out, and by the time Dajir got there, the 3 Mon Calamarians had ran. One of the Mon Calamari helped the Quarren up and hugged him. When Dajir approached, the crowd parted, and Dajir saw that there were many more Quarrens amidst them. The Quarren who was beaten up was bleeding from some small cuts, but besides that, he looked okay. Both Mon Calamarians and Quarrens looked at Dajir with some hostility, but his words surprised them. "Are you all right?" The Quarren nodded, his hostility appeasing a little. Dajir asked the question that was in his mind. "You are a Quarren, right? Many of you are. I thought you were at war with the Mon Calamarians." The Quarren gave a dry laugh. "Our kings are at war. It has been many years since both our species saw that it was unnecessary. I moved here when we were at peace, but now that we are at war again, things are getting out of hand. What you saw today isn't the first time, neither the last." Back at the barracks, Dajir was deep in thought. He never thought that maybe, just maybe, not everyone agreed to the war. Quarrens and Mon Calamarians had hated each other for centuries, but when they had the chance to get along, they discovered they had a lot in common. "Sir," the general returned. "Thank you, Vielo." Dajir thanked the clone that warned him and went to the command center, ready to meet the Jedi and Commander Monk. The Jedi had green skin, and his hair was a bunch of tentacles. He had a big smile on his face, as if seeing Dajir was the best thing in the galaxy. Besides him was a scuba trooper with 2 yellow lines, one on which side of his helmet. Commander Monk, probably. "You must be Dajir, the rising star of the 303rd Attack Legion." "General Fisto, Commander Monk. Not so much, but I am Dajir, yeah." "Did Master Dai come?" "No, sir. He said he can't fight in an ambient too watery." "Hahaha, that is understandable. He is a Nikto after all. His home planet doesn't even have a lake, but forget about that. Give us your report, Dajir." "Yes, sir. I have 2 regiments with me, but none of them have combat experience underwater. I fought some Mon Calamarians on Scarif, so I did my best, but General Dai hopes that Commander Monk can train them before we start our attack." Kit Fisto looked at Monk, who nodded his head. "That is a deal then. Now let us tell you what we saw." Capitulo 81, Yos Kalina. Kit Fisto turned on his hologram projector and showed Dajir and Monk some underwater separatist buildings. "When I went ahead, I passed a good number of their patrols, both droids and Quarrens. Their base is quite well hidden. If I haven't followed one of their patrols, it would have been difficult to find." He zoomed on the face of one Quarren, presumably the king, since he had a crown on his head. The Quarrens have always been more aggressive than the Mon Calamarians. He is Chieftain Nasser Rai. Ever since the Separatist contacted him, he had shown huge support to their cause. Now, he is at their camp. This shows where his loyalty really lies. Next, the Jedi showed the base once more, this time focusing on the buildings. Their weapon depots are here, here, and here. I saw at least 2 buildings that look like storage of some sorts. They might keep the deactivated droids there. Also, the Quarrens are staying in a group of buildings out of the base. Maybe the Separatist doesn't trust them, or they don't trust the Separatist. Or maybe both don't trust each other. Did you see what defenses they had, General? Dajir shrugged and asked the most concerning thing for an attack force. I am no specialist in regards to quarren weapons, but there were at least 20 things that looked like giant pipes. I bet they are a cannon of some sort. And there are many separatist manta droids and mini-subs. Dajir looked at the projection and thought of many different ways of attack, but none of them had 100% chance of they winning. Besides that, there weren't that many clones, and they had to minimize their casualties as much as possible. While he and the Jedi were thinking, Monk spoke for the first time. We could bury them. Dajir was startled, as was the Jedi. Kit Fisto didn't answer immediately, but went deep in thought. Dajir and Monk kept quiet, but Dajir could understand what the scuba trooper meant. The Separatists wanted to keep their base hidden, so they chose a crevice in the rocks, and as the Jedi discovered, it was extremely hard to attack. But that also meant that the clones could undermine the rocks above and crush them. Strategically speaking, that was the best way to destroy the enemy without suffering a single casualty. Dajir nodded his head, agreeing with Monk, but the Jedi didn't. No, if it was just the droids, I could agree, but there are quarrens there. Even though they are our enemies now, we can't do that. Monk shook his head, disappointed but not surprised. Dajir knew what both sides were thinking. Clones were genetically engineered to be combat machines. Things such as mercy and pity were unknown to them, but the Jedi were peacekeepers. Their history came from thousands of years, when the galaxy was at a chaotic moment and the so-called dark side ruled. After many thousands of years, the Jedi had accommodated on their role of guardians, judges, and mediators, and were unprepared to the clone wars. At least that was what Dajir thought. But a general was still a general, even if his methods weren't the best. If we can't do that, then a frontal attack is our only option, but the cost will be high. Dajir, Monk, returned to the barracks. Monk, I will take your suggestion to Yos Kalina. He is still king, and that is still his planet. He has the right to at least know our options. Dajir, take your men to outside the city. Monk will send someone to give them some basic training. Yes, General. Yes, General. When the Jedi left, Monk turned to Dajir, speaking in a way that clones only spoke with each other. Brother, let me present myself unofficially. I am Monk, commander of the scuba troopers and under General Fisto. Dajir, sub-commander of the 303rd Attack Legion. I see that General Fisto is quite difficult to deal with. He is emotive. His mood swings very fast, but his sense of righteousness is unmovable. Now come, let me give your boys a taste of underwater combat. Vernilla, Red Palace Side Hall. Dajir and Monk were at the most important building of Mon Cala, the Red Palace, where the king lived and made his decisions. At that moment, what they were deciding was their course of attack. The meeting had been called by the king himself, Yos Kalina. For fear of spies, only the most trusted men of the king were there, mainly generals and the prime minister. Of course, Jedi Kit Fisto and the clone commanders, Dajir and Monk, were also there. As Kit Fisto have suspected, when he took Monk's suggestion over to the king, the old Mon Calamari rejected. But many of his generals didn't view the matter the same as him. They supported burying the quarrens, and Yos Kalina was having a hard time suppressing their protest. The side hall was filled with angry voices shouting, and the situation was getting a little intense. Because of that, General Fisto used the force to move a torrent of bubbles right in the middle of the hall, attracting everyone's attention. Capitulo 82, Royal Fight. Bubbles shuffled in the side hall, and the Mon Calamarians twitched and swam a few steps back. Dajir and Monk weren't surprised, since it wasn't their first time seeing the force in action. Yos Kalina also didn't seem fazed by that. Having grabbed the attention of everyone, Kit Fisto smiled. Your Highness, generals, please listen to me. I am speaking in name of the Jedi Council when I say that we do not agree on that tactic. The Mon Calamarians got angry because their biggest backer was the Republic. If the Jedi didn't want to help them, then they had zero chance of winning an argument with the king. Monk retreated slightly and pulled Dajir while doing so. Using his comlink so only Dajir could hear, he uttered dangerous words. Be prepared. Those Mon Calamarians are too angry. I fear the general or their king won't be able to control them. Dajir frowned and unconsciously reached for his blaster. Meanwhile, Kit Fisto continued talking. While the clones here are under my command, the Republic will not take part in such inhuman attack. One of the generals that was closer to the king whispered something to him. The king got angry and ordered the general aside. Unhappy with the king's attitude, the general started whispering with some others before speaking to Kit Fisto. Jedi, you say such things, but you never saw the horrors that the Quarrens do to Ur Pioapple. You have no right to say that here. Yos Kalina got up from his throne, his green face a shade darker. Yos Tivos. All the while, Kit Fisto's smile never faded. Don't worry, Your Highness. His worries are perfectly understandable. You are right when you say I don't know what the Quarrens did to your people, General Tivos. What I know, though, is what the Mon Calamarians can do to the Quarrens. I've seen innocent Quarrens being beaten and killed on the streets of Vernilla, be they elders, women, men, or children. And I know that you can't wait to bury thousands of Quarrens because of an old feud. Yos Tivos was speechless. Rumble filled the side hall once more. Dajir frowned even harder. He didn't like the way that things were going. The hall was splitting into two different factions, one taking the king's side and the other echoing Yos Tivos' words. Why should we respect the Quarrens? They are beasts. We follow the king. Which side is the Republic? Are you even here to aid Muankala? Or to give it to the separatist? Jedi, do you represent the Republic? Are you just speaking your mind? Silence. When Yos Kalina spoke, everyone shut up. The king was still the king, even if he was going against the wishes of his subordinates. Jedi finished speaking. Generals, if you wish, you can ask the Chancellor for another Jedi or commander. But while I am here, we won't undermine those rocks. That is not the way the Republic fights. Many hours later, only Yos Kalina, Dajir, Monk, Kit Fisto, and a few loyal aides of the king stayed in the hall. After the generals paid their respects to the king, in a not very respectful way, they stormed out of the hall, still angry with the decision. But they couldn't do anything, because without the help of the Republic they would be crushed. Master Jedi, I am sorry that my brother behaved in such way. Ever since we were little, Tivos always was against the peace agreements that Ur father made with the Quarrens. I wasn't offended, Your Highness, but if I could ask for your help. Go ahead. Please, send someone to keep an eye on General Yos Tivos. I am afraid that he might do something harsh. I already did that, but he is right about one thing. We can't delay much, or the side attacking will be the separatist. Who abuat? What? While the king was speaking, one Mon Calamari came and said something in his ear, and that invoked a big reaction from him. Tivos, who can he? That is unacceptable. Your Highness, what happened? My brother. He ignored my orders and decided to bury the separatist himself. Hearing that, Kit Fisto decisively turned around and swam out of the Red Palace. Dajir and Monk followed him, and on the background, the king was barking orders at his subordinates. Monk and Dajir only caught up to the Jedi when they reached their barracks. There, Kit Fisto was grabbing a thruster, and a battalion was already behind him. As soon as they arrived, Monk and Dajir parted ways, each going to their respective men. Brain, get everyone here now. Tech 3-4, go with the support team, get them going, we catch up to you. Cell Dab, you two go ahead, destination, separatist base. However, your target isn't them but a group of Mon Calamarians who are going there. They are going against the orders of King Yos Kalina and General Fisto. Don't kill anyone, but try your best to stop them without alerting the separatist. You will probably meet a group of scuba troopers with the same mission. Sir, are we attacking? I am not sure yet, but odds are that we will have to attack, ready or not. It is up to General Fisto. Dajir turned his comlink and spoke to every clone of the 303rd on direct channel with him. Aye boys, it is time for some action. Capitulo 83, my way. Using their thrusters and propulsion backpacks, the clones set out almost immediately. Such a huge movement would be impossible to hide, and Dajir was sure that the clankers and the separatist would be waiting for them. It was with that in mind that Dajir thought that maybe the insubordination of Yos Tivos was for the best. But the general was disobeying his king, and that was unacceptable for Dajir. When Dajir and the 303rd got on their way, the Mon Calamari army was still trying to organize themselves. The scuba troopers were either setting out or already on their way. When Dajir stopped one of them, he discovered that Monk and Kit Fisto had gone ahead. "Cell, are you there?" "Yes, sir." "Where are you now? Did you catch up to General Fisto and Commander Monk?" "Sir, Commander Monk is with us, but General Fisto just stormed past us." "Dajir, hurry up and get your men over here. Our scouts already reported that the separatists are mobilizing, and we still have no clue on Yo's Tivos." Monk cut into the conversation, and Dajir had to hurry his troops. One of the advantages of the ocean was that they didn't have to take any detours, just a straight line. Not much later, they caught up to Monk, Cell, Dab, and the other advanced units. They were pretty close to the separatist base, so they were forced to stop, or they would have a head-on confront. Dajir swam closer to Monk, but he didn't see any Jedi or Mon Calamari general with him. "Commander, what happened?" "Many things and nothing. General Fisto ordered us to stay here and went to see the separatist base. He is Nautolan, so he is much more agile in the water." "And what about Yo's Tivos and the separatist?" "They are starting to move, but it doesn't seem like they know we found them. Nasser Rai is still having his banquet. The bad news is that we still haven't found Yo's Tivos. He has to be somewhere down there if he wants to blow up those rocks. I am going there." "Wait, Dajir, you can't. General Fisto gave specific orders to." "Monk, I am going there. You have to stay here, you have your orders. General Fisto is your general, not mine. I respect him as much as I do with any superior, but I have my way of following orders." "Look, Monk, he said that we have to stop Yo's Tivos from blowing this. I don't agree on that, and I know you don't agree on that. So at least let me stop them my way. Jedis are good, but maybe just one isn't good enough for that." "Dajir, you just go. But I hope you are right, otherwise you won't be sub-commander for too long." Hell Squad on me. All kinds of creatures dwindled on the rocks at the bottom of Mon Cala, some beautiful, some weird, and some dangerous. Amongst them was a group of 7 clones, armed to the teeth. Hell Squad was having an easy time so far. No enemy patrols had appeared, but they still hadn't found any of their objectives. For some reason, General Fisto wasn't responding, so they had to search for him manually. "Sir, I got something over here." Tech was using a sensor to see if he could find anything, and he finally got a response. A small heat signal, stronger than that of fishes, showed up. They followed the signal, and after a small search found an FF6 bomb strapped under a boulder. Tech carefully disarmed it and put it on his backpack. They were on the right trail and soon found another one. But still, no sign of either Kit Fisto or Yo's Tivos. All of a sudden, an enemy patrol appeared in their line of sight. It was too unexpected, but they took quick care of it. Not too much later, the bottom of the ocean had 5 new decorations. "Cell, I want eyes on that enemy base. Dab, follow him from a distance, help each other if you get in trouble. Hell Squad, let's advance. We are out of time for anything too careful. Our priority is securing General Fisto. We can deal with the bombs later." 5 minutes after Cell and Dab went scouting, Dab contacted Dajir. "Sir, we got something here. Cell is going ahead and, dang, sir, we need some help here." "Dab, what happened?" "It will be better for you to see for yourself, sir." They advanced quickly, but what greeted them was out of their expectations. On one side was Kit Fisto, with his lightsaber turned on, and Cell. Dab was a little more far away, his sniper ready. On the other side were 10 or so Mon Calamarians, including Yo's Tivos. Both sides were facing each other, blasters ready to go. The arrival of Hell Squad evened the equation. Dajir asked what was happening to Kit Fisto quietly. "I caught them strapping more bombs, but I was the one captured. What are you doing here?" "Saving you, General." "Oh. What are you talking, Jedi?" Yo's Tivos, on the other side, got afraid that they were making plans and interrupted them. "Jedi, we are on the same side. There is no reason for you to stop me. I can win this battle." "Not that way, General. Leave those bombs and return. We can't have an internal conflict when we are about to enter a battle. The Mon Calamarians need to see that you, the King, and the Republic are on the same side." Capitulo 84, Treason. "Not that way, General. Leave those bombs and return. We can't have an internal conflict when we are about to enter a battle. The Mon Calamarians need to see that you, The king and the republic are on the same side. Kit Fisto words were touching, but useless. Tgthegood was fighting for something on which he believed, and Dajir knew by experience that it was impossible for such a man to give up. He was all too familiar with this because that was the way every clone fought. Do not think you can convince me, Jedi. As we speak, my men are planting more bombs. Even if you try to disarm them, there won't be a new time. Enough time for what? A third voice was introduced in the conversation. Dajir looked up to the Quarrens and Separatists above them. There were at least 100, and on the front was Chieftain Nasser Rai. Clones and Moan Calamarians had been so absorbed in their confrontation that they didn't notice the enemy arriving. The Quarren leading the enemy was Nasser Rai himself, holding his crown in one hand and a scepter on the other. So, General Tgthegood, would you be kind enough to tell me your plans? Dajir slowly moved while Nasser Rai and Tgthegood were quarreling, trying to get to a better position. At the moment, the clones were too exposed, and the Separatists were right above them, at a perfect angle to kill them all. The Moan Calamarians that Tgthegood brought with him, presumably his guards, were doing the same. Both groups might have been discussing moments ago, but when they were put against the wall, they were still on the Republic side. Their actions, however, didn't pass unnoticed. With a shout from Nasser Rai, 100 blasters were pointed at them. Don't you try anything, Republic scum, or you are dead. Kit Fisto talked at this moment, his eyes closed in concentration. His hand was moving left and right in a hypnotic rhythm. Chieftain, you don't want to kill us. You want to let us free. You will let us go, and you will retreat your troops. I will let you go. For a few seconds, the eyes of the chieftain became dazed, and Dajir thought that maybe General Fisto's use of the Force would work. But then Nasser Rai's body shook, and the misty in his eyes disappeared, giving place to anger. No, your tricks won't work on me, Jedi. My mind is too strong. You just dug your own grave, trying to control me, the king of Mon Cala. You are Nuat the king. My brother is the only king Mon Cala have. Tgthegood's face was entirely red, and he disregarded everything when he heard Nasser Rai calling himself king. He tried to swim to Nasser Rai, but gave up when dozens of E5s were pointed at him. Nasser Rai sneered, disdain all over his face. Little general, why are you so angered? Don't you already know that your dear brother charged you with treason? Ho 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 hihi. Did you really think my spies wouldn't discover why you came here? As we talk, my men are disarming your bombs. Tgthegood's face showed surprise, despair, and then a defeated smile. So that is who it is. I guess I can only redeem myself by completing my trisuanuous acts. He opened his fists, showing that they weren't closed only because of his anger, but also to hide something. A small switch was revealed. Many things happened at the same time. Kai Fisto yelled a no, and Nasser Rai ordered his men to stop Tgthegood. But Tgthegood pressed the switch, and then was immediately torn apart by the lasers of the droids. Muffled explosions happened all around them, and big boulders and rocks started to fall. One big boulder hit the droids and Quarrens, burying them under a few tons of rocks. More rocks crashed down, directly above Hell Squad. Before everything went dark, Dajir felt a small push on his body. Hell Squad, can you hear me? Brain, cell, dab, meta. You don't need to call in the comms, sir. We are here. Tech, is everyone all right? Report. Tech here. Brain here. Cell and dab ready to go, sir. I am here, sir. 3-4. Metal here. Good. General Fisto, can you hear me? There was no answer. Dajir touched his helmet and found out that he lost his lantern. Men, turn on your lights. Let me see what we have here. One by one, small light beams appeared in the darkness, barely enough to see anything. Oh. 3-4, what happened? Dajir looked to one of the moving lights. Nothing, sir, just got a bit scared here. Dajir looked over and saw that 3-4 was facing the corpse of a Moan calamari, only that its bottom half was buried under the rocks. Miraculously, no one of Hell Squad got hurt, but it appeared that only them had that luck. Around them was an empty space where no rocks had fallen, and then the rest was a mess of broken boulders and droid parts. Brain called him. Sir, I found General Fisto. Dajir swam over to the middle of their cave and saw Kit Fisto there, laying on the bottom of the ocean, covered in dust. His arms looked like they were frozen, stuck in a manner that hands were pointed to above, his open palms facing the rocks. I think he used the force to protect us, sir. That is the only way we can be unharmed. Yeah, 3-4, do a check on him, see if he needs anything. The others, look for any way out of here. Capitulo 85, Jedi Tricks. Dajir looked around, touching the rocks, trying to see if he could find some way out, maybe a tunnel or something. But there was nothing, they were totally trapped. In the end, after a fruitless search, Hell Squad grouped together around Kit Fisto. 3-4 had used some painkillers to stabilize the Jedi, but it appeared that he was unconscious from overexertion. He had made a huge effort to stop the falling rocks, and all he needed was some rest. What Dajir was worrying at the moment was how long it would take for the Jedi to wake up. Just Hell Squad alone wouldn't be able to escape from their prison, and their air supply would end sooner or later. 3-4, how long before he wakes up? 6 or 7 hours at least. But based on what I know about Jedis, he will need at least 2 days before he can use the Force again. Damn, okay. Everyone check your air supply. All of you have 2 days or more worth of it. Yes. Yes. Sure. I'm okay. Yes. Yeah. I'm good. After making sure that the members of Hell Squad were all right, Dajir asked them to get some sleep, that he would do the first guard shift. Almost certainly they wouldn't face any enemy, after all they were buried, but it was better to be prepared. Dajir chose on rock and sat on it, his blaster on his lap. The lights that represented Hell Squad members turned off one by one, and soon he was in total darkness. Kuak cough cough cough. A sound startled Dajir out of his dreams. Instinctively, he grabbed his DC-15A that was by his side. The coughing continued, and Dajir realized it was Kit Fisto waking up. Dajir looked at his comlink. It has been 6 hours since Tech took over his place, and he went to sleep. Now the one doing the guarding shift was Metal, who had his Z6 rotary pointed roughly at the direction of the Jedi. Put down your weapon, Metal, it is the General. The Jedi got up and saw that Hell Squad was looking at him. When Dajir thanked him for saving their lives, Kit Fisto just waved it off with a smile. Hell Squad, am I right? Yes, General. I don't think I know any of you besides Dajir. What are your names, troopers? My name is Brain, Hell Squad Grenadier. Metal, Heavy Machine Gunner. Cell and Dab, Scout and Sniper. Tech, Mechanic and Technician. 3-4 Medic. You came after me even after I ordered you not to. Though that might have saved my life, you all were still disobeying orders. I am sure you did that knowing that you could lose your ranks and be punished. So why? Commander Monk had to follow your orders because he had to think not only about you, but also about all the scuba troopers. Our brothers of the 303rd will do well under his command, so we don't have to worry about that. I know we might get punished, but that is better than following orders and letting a general be killed. Hahaha, what an interesting squad. Well, shall we get out of here? General, are you strong enough? You just got conscious. We won't know if we don't try, right? Besides, as much as I trust Monk, we can't let him do all the work alone. Kit Fisto started making circles in their small cave, one of his hands always touching the rocks. After repeating this action for some time, he stopped at one point, put both hands on the boulder. That is it, this is the point where the rocks are lighter. He closed his eyes and stood immobile. The rocks started shaking and slowly started to fall apart, creating a path in the middle of them. The Jedi started swimming through the path, and Hell Squad followed him. The scene was impressive, but Kit Fisto's face was getting uglier and uglier. As he got tired, small rocks started falling as he chose to control the heavier and more dangerous ones. Thankfully, the path they had to cross was short, and an end was revealed. However, Kit Fisto couldn't control the rocks for much longer. When he got out of the tunnel, he turned and concentrated all of his efforts on the end of the path, letting the boulders fall where they had already passed. Quick, I can't hold on much longer. Swimming as fast as they could, Dajir, Brain, Cell, and 3-4 had already gotten out. Metal, Dab, and Tech, on the other hand, were being slowed down by their heavy blasters and equipment. Leave it, come on. Tech and Metal got out. Dab threw his beloved DC-15X away. The time was just enough for him to get out when Kit Fisto's eyes rolled on its sockets and he passed out again. The Separatist and Quarren base was chaotic but deadly silent. The vision that Hell's Squad got when they swam over it was a mess. Half of the base was totally buried under rocks and mud. The other half was hit with sporadic boulders, and many buildings have collapsed due to it. Kit Fisto clenched his fists when he saw all the dead. Droid parts were scattered at the bottom of the sea since they were heavier, but the Quarrens were floating. Men, women, and children, none of them had escaped. Dajir even saw some Moan Calamarians, probably in the same situation as the Quarren he saw on Vernilla. Dajir knew that this was better for the Republic, but after seeing it, he understood why the Jedi were so much against actions like the one that Yo's Tivos took. Kit Fisto spent a long while looking at the destroyed base, then turned around. Do we have any confirmation that Nasser Rai is dead? No, sir, but I don't see how he can be alive. We survived, didn't we? Yes, but we had you with us. For all we know, he can be leading an attack at Vernilla. This battle will only end when he is dead or captured. Let's go to Vernilla. Capitulo 86, Crab Cannon. Vernilla was a battlefield. At the moment only, the outer layers of the city had been hit, but even then the scenery was of utter destruction. The two opposing forces were crashing against each other over and over again, each time resulting in more and more casualties. What Dajir had beforehand considered being huge pipes, he now saw it were deadly weapons. Small but strong metal legs sprung from its side, and it was using those to move, albeit slowly. At the end of the pipe, huge laser fire was shot. Each time one of those lasers hit a building, a hole with a diameter of 15 meters appeared, and the building collapsed right away. There is no need to say what happened to any unlucky clone in its path. But the Republic was fighting back. Under the leadership of Monk, small squads were flanking the cannons and bombing it. Unfortunately, not all of those squads made it back. Hell Squad had an easy way to the city, mainly because the droids and Quarrens were focused on the attack. General Fisto was still too tired to use the Force, but his skills with a lightsaber weren't affected. Together with Hell Squad, he blasted their way through the droids. They were only 8, but their skilled use of their blasters and the Jedi deflecting enemy lasers totally made up for their lack of numbers. Brains, get that thing. On it. Dajir pointed to one of the giant cannons and marked it as their target. Brain took out his thermal detonators and laughed. Dajir and Metal, with a little help from Dab, soon took out the droids around the cannon. Brains swiftly planted the detonators, and Kit Fisto helped by cutting the legs of the cannon. The weird cannon fell on one side when all of its legs were cut off, and crushed a few droids. Everyone get some distance. Brain, clear. The thermal detonators blew one by one, starting a chain reaction. In the end, the cannon cracked into 2 halves, totally out of use. After that, Hell Squad had a clear pathway to Vernilla. They left dead Quarrens and droids on their trail, and opened a path for the other clones to attack. General, it is good to see you. The situation is quite a mess at the moment. Monk, I thought you brought all your troops to their base, preparing for an attack. How come we are the ones being attacked? Well, sir, I am quite confused about it. We were waiting for you and Hell Squad when the whole thing blew up. We thought you were all dead, but I was prepared to send a search team when the Seppies came out of nowhere. We were out in the middle of the ocean, no cover, and they had those huge crab cannons. I had to order retreat. We fought our way back here, so we at least have cover. I understand. Well, continue fighting. Where is King Yo's Kalina? I need to speak to him. He and the Moan Calamarians are on the left flank. Dajir, I've sent the 303rd there to support them. They were getting destroyed. Dajir, Hell Squad, go take control of your men. I will explain what happened to the king. Yes, sir. Turned out that the 303rd was doing quite well. They had taken pretty good defensive positions and were trading fire with the Separatist. Dajir found his second in command, Jeffrey, coordinating the retreat of a batch of wounded clones. Jeffrey's status? Yes, sir. Quarrens and Separatist pushed us back to the 13th block, but now our lines are holding them back. If we keep those cannons away, I believe we have a good chance of holding our position. How many casualties? Numbers are uncertain, but we have 205 dead and at least another 200 out of combat. Medium and light wounds should be about 600 or 700, and there are 75 clones missing or unaccounted for. I am not sure about the Moan Calamarians, but they are in a way worse situation than us. They have retreated to the 17th block and organized some bunkers. Okay, Jeffrey, prepare the men to push forward. Sir, if we go out now, their crab cannons will decimate us. I think it is better to hold. That is why I'm going to take care of the cannons. Why else do you think Hell Squad was formed too? Our job is to turn the tides of the battle. Jeffrey was stunned, but remembered Dajir was right. Dajir was only given the rank of sub-commander, so Hell Squad wouldn't face problems when in their operations. He might be the commander in name of this battle, but his real role was to do what he just said. His orders given, Dajir and Hell Squad swam in the direction of the battle. Since the battle was now happening inside of the city, things were a little bit easier. The weird cannons, or crab cannons, had to either maneuver or destroy the buildings before they could go on, so their already slow-moving pace almost came to a stop. So, Hell Squad made use of the corners and alleys to get to the cannons. The problem was that the cannons were way behind the enemy lines. They reached the first line of defense of the clones pretty soon, and without any accidents. Since they were the closest to the Quarrens and droids, many clones there were dead or wounded, and dead bodies and blood floated in the water. Dajir pulled the sergeant in charge of the line aside. Sergeant, retreat. Jeffrey built some strong positions in the 13th block. Get your wounded there and prepare for the counterattack. Yes, sir. Hell Squad stayed back with some clones to cover the retreating ones, and when they were gone, they quietly slipped into one of the buildings. All right, boys, we will let them pass, and when the crab cannons are close, we strike. If they send a patrol to secure the building, we have to take care of them quietly. Tech scanners blipped, and he turned to one of the doors in the building and put his head close to it. Sir, I am hearing something there. Probably just natives. Anyway, brain metal, check it out. Capitulo 87, ambush. Probably just natives, but anyway, brain metal, check it out. Both clones got closer to the door and Brain pushed it slightly, but it didn't open. It was Metal's turn then, and he was a little more brutal. He got in front of the door and kicked it hard twice. In the second kick, the door creaked and dropped to the inside. Brain covered the door frame, and he and Metal formed a sort of cross, covering the entirety of the room. Nothing, moving to the next room. A few moments later, Brain called them from the inside. Just a family, sir, no clankers. Dajir entered the apartment and found a family of 3 trembling on a corner. The child appeared to be especially afraid, and it was hiding its face on his mother clothes. Sometimes it would look at Metal and Brain and then hide its face again. When Dajir entered, the father stepped forward, hiding his wife and child behind him. Brain, Metal, go outside. You are scaring them, especially you, Metal. Your blaster isn't exactly calming. What do you mean, sir? This beauty here is absolutely charming. Hahaha. Stop joking. Brain, prepare everything for the ambush. We will have only one shot at this. Yes, sir, come on, Metal. Both clones got outside, Metal still complaining that they were making fun of his new Z6 rotary. Brain shook his head, helpless. Tech, get to a window and see where this cannon is. Be careful to not be seen. Metal, you will take out the escort of the cannon. 3-4 and Cell will help you. Dab, I don't think there is much you can do, even more without your modified DC-15X. Grab a DC-15A and cover us. Dajir put his blaster on the table and got his hands up to show he didn't mean anything bad. It is all right, we don't mean any bad. You are a clown, right? Yeah, sir, I am sorry, but I am afraid that I have to ask you and your family to leave this building. If you go towards the center of the city, you will find other clones. They will lead you somewhere safe. Leaves my homes, you come here and bring your war and we have to pay for it. Nu I have to leave my home, I won't. Sir, please think properly. This is about to become a war zone. Think about your family and leave now, please. Dajir tried to persuade the Moan Calamari, but it was in vain. For fear or anger, the man started shouting a torrent of curses, but since they were on his own language, Dajir couldn't understand any of them. He was trying to make the man calm down when 3-4 came in and startled the family once more. "Sir, they are coming." "Damn, sir, please calm down. You and your family have to stay hidden. That is an order. 3-4, come on." Dajir picked up his DC-15A, checked its magazine, and exited the room. The child hugged her mother stronger. Dajir looked through the window. Bunches of Quarrens and droids were swimming past the building they were hiding into. There were even some of the new Aqua droids amongst them. Those droids were something the Separatists first deployed on this battle, and they were almost as agile as Quarrens and Moan Calamarians on the water. Behind the infantry was the crab cannon, its massive body smashing in the buildings and breaking walls. Around it was 30 or so Quarrens. Dajir found it weird. Crab cannons were droid weapons. Why would Quarrens be guarding it? Then he realized it was most probably something arranged by Nasser Rai. The crab cannons were at the back of the enemy forces, and guarding it would probably be the safest role in the battle. Separatist and Quarrens were just using each other, so obviously Nasser Rai wanted his people to stay as far of the fight as possible. Of course, he didn't expect that half of his forces would be buried under tons of rocks. "Let them pass." "Sir, look." Dajir looked to where Tech was pointing and saw a group of droids separate from the big group and enter a building. He paid attention and saw that there were other groups doing the same every time they passed by a building. That was what Dajir didn't want the most. The droids were searching building by building, and most certainly the same would happen on the one they were. If Hell Squad didn't want their whole ambush plan to fail, they would have to take care of the droids quietly and quickly. "Okay, there are 5 of them in each search group. We have to do this quietly. That means no blasters. They will start by the lower floors. That gives us some time." Hell Squad positioned themselves. Brain, Dab, Tech, and 3-4 were on 2 of the apartments, ready to surround the droids. Cell, Metal, and Dajir were just on the sides of the elevator door leading to their floor. They pulled some furniture from the apartments to cover them. The trick wouldn't last long, but it should cover them from the first stares of the droids. The door of the elevator opened, and 5 droids swam out of it, all of them standard B1s, with thrusters on their backs. They glanced over Dajir, but didn't notice him or Metal and Cell. It was only after they were a little more on the floor that their scanners seemed to pick up something. "Wait, ZZZ, who is there?" Dajir and Cell pushed the table behind which they were hiding. The table half floated, half crashed, and knocked down 2 of the droids. Dajir used his feet to push the wall behind him and used the thrust to throw himself over one of the droids. Holding both ends of his DC-15A, he passed it over the head of the droid and pressed its neck. The droid struggled, but with a violent twist, Dajir ripped off its head. On his side, Cell and Metal had worked together to hold one of the droids, and the others had come out of the apartments to take care of the droids. The last thing the 2 droids who were trapped under the table saw was the butt of Hell Squad blasters. Capitulo 88, typical Hell Squad strategy. Hell Squad took care of the droids nicely, and not one blaster was fired in the process. They took back their positions near the windows, just waiting for the crab cannon to get close. "ZZZ, R1 ZZZ, R1 H6, what is your unit doing? ZZZ, report, you were supposed to have cleared this building. ZZZ, 20 seconds ago." The voice was all broken, with static interference, but it was coming from one of the dead droids. That was bad. If they didn't respond, that could screw their whole plan. Dajir had to make a decision at the moment, so he chose to pass on the responsibility. Cell answer that. "W me, but I'm not a droid." "You are always mocking the voice of the clankers. I hope you can copy it." I will try. BZZZ, I am sorry. BZZZ, there was some debris on the way. We are returning soon. R1H6, check your vocal piece when we return to the cruiser. Your transmission is weird. Roger. Fief, that was a close one. Hey, Cell, maybe we should change your name to R1H6. Hahaha. And maybe you should change your name from Brain to Joker. I just saved us, and you are making fun of me. Hahaha. Hey, it's not time to joke now. Their infantry already passed. Be ready to assault the cannon. We are ready, sir. The crab cannon was really close now, almost under them. Brain, if you don't mind. Brain got close to the wall of the building and stuck a thermal detonator on it. Hell Squad took some distance from the wall, and Brain blew it up. Small rocks crashed in their armor, but they didn't seem to notice it. With Dajir leading the way, Hell Squad swam out of the building through the hole they blasted. Somehow the explosion had passed unnoticed, and the Quarrens protecting the cannon weren't looking up, but to the front, until one of the rocks blasted from the building dropped in the head of one of them. The Quarren looked up, and his eyes widened in surprise. His mouth started to open, but Dajir's blaster was faster. Now that they were revealed, Hell Squad spared no efforts to make the most out of the surprise effect. Metal's Z6 was again the most eye-catching, and the fact that there were no obstacles in the way only helped. The following scene wasn't a beautiful one. After the Quarrens were annihilated, Brain planted the detonators. Before the droid forces nearby could see what was going on, a big explosion shook the water. Moments later, when enemy reinforcements arrived, all they found were dead Quarrens and the remains of a crab cannon. Hell Squad was nowhere to be seen. 10 minutes later, at another building 4 blocks away from the one they were, Hell Squad was laying on ambush again. "Sir, we might have a small technical difficulty." "Which is?" "I am down to my last grenades. We didn't have time to catch our breath ever since we got to Vernilla, so I couldn't find many detonators. I'm afraid that crab cannon is the last we can take out." "That sure is a problem, and I suppose we can't go back to our lines and come back even if we wanted to. Let's destroy this one first and think about the others later. We will work something out. We aren't a special squad for no reason." "That's what I wanted to hear. Hell Squad is ready for some fun, sir." Their second ambush went as well as the first one. This time the enemy was a bit warier, so the fight was more intense, but Hell Squad didn't sustain any injuries, and the second crab cannon was destroyed. It was their third and last target that was the most troublesome. All problems seemed to have come together on this one. Not only they didn't have anything with which they could blow up the cannon, but there were 2 crab cannons. Besides that, the guard around them had increased a lot, to almost 300 enemies. No matter how good Hell Squad was, there was no way they could pass through that. But if they didn't, the Republic might win the battle, but casualties would be heavy. "Apparently they heard of us, sir." Dab showed a multitude of enemies on their way. Dajir shrugged. "We weren't exactly discreet." "So what is the plan?" "I'm open to ideas." "Is the situation that bad?" In the end, it was Tech who had the best idea. And even then, it was a terrible one but the best they got. "Tech, are you sure you can do it?" "No, sir, but we have to give it a try, and I have quite the confidence in myself." They didn't have the time to sit and think, so they had to go with Tech plan. His plan, of course, involved a lot of shooting and quite a bit of luck. The crab cannons were getting really close. They brushed by another building, turning parts of it into rumble. The dust settled quickly in the water, but it was enough for Hell Squad to make their entrance. A droid swimming in the front looked at its sensors, which have changed to red. "My sensors are picking up something. Going to investigate." "Roger, roger." The droid went forward, but something touched his chest and made a clank sound. Dajir looked at the droid and pulled the trigger. The droid's chest blew up, and at the same time, Hell Squad opened fire. The droid front lines were hit hard. Each droid was hit 3 or 4 times, chest, head, arms, legs, everywhere. They were thrown back due to the impact, hitting the others behind them and dropped to the bottom, becoming more debris in the ocean. "Tech, go." After Dajir's order, Tech dropped his blaster and turned the thruster on his backpack to full, gaining speed. He swam swiftly across the droids and got to the nearest crab cannon. Using all his force, he opened the cockpit of the cannon and pulled out the droid inside it before quickly closing it again. Torturous slowly, Tech controlled the cannon to turn. When it was facing the other crab cannon, he smiled. "Hello there." Capitulo 89, Counterattack. Tech turned the crab cannon, aimed right at the other one and pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. Tech looked at the panels and cursed. "Sir, it needs time to charge." "What, how much time?" "As much as we can get." It was Dajir's turn to curse. They were getting surrounded by droids, and they didn't have an escape plan. Their idea was to hijack one crab cannon, use it to destroy the other, and then carve a path amidst the droids. Tech, do you best. We will hold them off for as long as we can. Dajir said that, but things were going poorly. Hell Squad had taken cover behind the crab cannon, but they were getting flanked. And there was the fact that the other crab cannon was turning towards them. They were floating behind the cannon, making some shots at the droids when they could, concentrating on taking out the ones that were trying to get to the cockpit. Tech. Almost there, sir. It needs another 8 seconds. Dajir turned to his left and fired 2 lasers instantly, each hitting a droid in the head. 5 seconds. Start getting in the cannon. Dab, sell you first, we will cover. Sir, I don't know if there is enough space for all of us there. It will have to do. That or we fight a whole army with blasters alone. One by one, Hell Squad squeezed in the cockpit with Dajir covering them. Now that he was alone, his position was getting overrun by the droids. 3 seconds. It was time for him to go. Using the last of his magazine, he sprayed blue laser in the incoming droids. He grabbed the border of the cockpit and pulled himself inside, and Metal immediately shut the door behind him. There were so many clones in the cockpit that Dajir hit someone when he entered. Ouch, what did I do to you, sir? Don't complain, brain, I almost died there. 2 seconds. Dajir looked outside. The other crab cannon was facing them. A red light was building inside its barrel. Besides that, the cockpit was getting pelted with lasers from the infantry outside. Now that he was inside the cannon, Dajir's confidence grew, and he was fairly sure that they could pull this off, although it would be a close one. 1. When you are ready, Tech. Firing. Tech pulled the trigger, and the red glow that had formed inside the hijacked cannon flew forward with full force. Good aim or coincidence, the shot from the crab cannon flew straight inside the barrel of the other cannon. The cannon seemed to inflate, and then it blew from the inside, sending shrapnel in the water. Both crab cannons were only 50 meters apart. When one of them exploded, the other was forced a few meters back by the pure strength of the blast and almost dropped to one side. The clones inside faced a lot of turns and bumps, but came out unscathed. The droids and Quarrens outside, however, became butts and pieces. Dajir pushed Tech, who had fallen over him, and took a look at the desolation outside. Everything on 100 meters radio had been thrown away or been smashed into pieces. There was no immediate threat. 3-4, do a quick checkup on everyone. Tech, see if this thing can still walk. Brain, do you still have your comlink? Mine was broken just now. Here it is, sir. Dajir turned on the comlink, and after a lot of static, Jeffrey finally answered, with a lot of noise in the background. Sir, we saw the explosions, damn. Medic, I have a man down, sorry sir, did everything go as planned? Not exactly, but we did what we were supposed to. Now, Lieutenant, it is time to start the counterattack. Yes sir, we will start now. And Jeffrey, be advised that that is one crab cannon on our side. Sir, did you? Try not to shoot us. Considering that they were now in possession of a droid vehicle, Dajir had another of his ideas. After ensuring that the clones that would come knew they were on their side, Hell Squad left the crab cannon, leaving only Tech to control it. Hell Squad advanced on foot or swimming until they found a groupment of droids. Following their new plan, Tech drove the crab cannon straight in the middle of the droids and fired it. Before the droids could react to why one of their own was attacking them, clones and Moan Calamarians arrived and crushed them. From then on, it was a totally one-sided battle. The left flank pushed back the droids and regained enough ground that they could send reinforcements to the other parts of the battle. Monk was pinned down with some of his men, suffering heavy casualties. They were fighting bravely, killing 10 droids for each clone they lost. Suddenly, a big line of droids was annihilated by a red blast, and a crab cannon appeared in their field of vision. Already knowing the power of those weapons, all clones got their heads down, but the attack they were expecting never came. Wait, that thing is firing on its allies. Look, Commander. One of the scuba troopers stuck his head out and saw the crab cannon firing wildly, with dozens of clones as support. Monk glanced surprised when the cockpit of the crab cannon opened, and Dajir waved at him. Hey, Monk, Commander, we thought you might need some support. Dajir, I should have imagined. The left flank should be okay, since you have the time to come on our aid. There are no droids attacking the left flank anymore, we push them back. In a sense, you are now the left flank. That is good. Since you are doing so well, take that toy of yours and go be our frontline. Yes, sir. Dajir got in the crab cannon once again. Inside it was Tech, with who he was splitting the job of controlling the cannon. They were now on the outskirts of the city, so a little more and they would take the fight away from a civilian area. Half of the separatist forces had been buried by Yo's TiVos, and a large number of their crab cannos had been blown up by Hell Squad. If they pushed the enemies to outside the city, victory was guaranteed. Capitulo 90, Reg. Nasser Rai was never found. The Republic assumed he was either buried or had run early in the fight. The clones pressed the droids and stopped for nothing. In the end, the battle was considered to be a brilliant victory. Republic casualties were only a small fraction of what was expected, and CIS casualties were 3 times the estimated. But that were just the numbers. For the clones who fought, it wasn't so simple. Victory or not, they still lost many brothers. Besides that, the statistics didn't account for the civilians. Intended or not, the crab cannons had caused massive damage to the buildings, razing many of them to the ground. Thousands of Mon Calamarians died and became collateral damage. A meeting was conducted after the battle to decide what would be done with the clones. Other planets required them, so not all could be kept at Mon Cala. Also, the droids had fled, but the defeated Quarrens were still there. A lot of political moves would be needed to make them accept the Republic. Using the excuse that he was still clearing some resisting droids, which wasn't a total lie, Dajir didn't go to the meeting. In the end, many hours later, he got to know what had been decided. First of all, the planet of Mon Cala as a whole joined the Republic. And although the Quarren representatives complained, as the defeated party, they didn't have much of a choice. Secondly, Hell Squad and the 303rd clones who took part in the battle would return to the Sincerity. With Hell Squad intervention, they haven't suffered many deaths, and their losses would be replenished soon. Thirdly was what Dajir considered the dumbest and unnecessary decision of the meeting. Yo's TiVos, brother of the king, was considered a traitor for actively going against his king's orders. As such, his name would be erased from the royal family, and all his closest relatives would lose their positions in the royal court. Anyway, neither of those points above were for Dajir to worry. For him, that was just another battle. Surely, not one to be forgotten, but still just a battle. Before leaving, Dajir found Kit Fisto and Monk to say his goodbyes. They would stay on Mon Cala at least until the planet stabilized, and all separatist resistance pockets were exterminated. Well, Dajir, you crazy clone, take care, all right. Don't worry about me, Monk. You are the one who fights in the water. Compared to that, Geonosis was easy. While Monk and Dajir were bickering, the Jedi said nothing. It was only when Dajir was about to go that the Jedi talked. Dajir, you are a weird clone. I can tell you disagree with my methods, but dove into danger to save me even when it wasn't your job. You are a commander, but you didn't stay out of the fight, where it was secure, but jumped in the action. You are mistaken on this one, General. It is not that I am a weird clone, but just that I am a clone. Every one of my brothers would have done the same. The longer you fight by Commander Monk's side, the more you will understand that. After all, we are the same. Dajir saluted the clone and the Jedi, and turned on the thruster on his back, going back to the surface. There a cruiser from General Dai's fleet was waiting to pick up the soldiers. Kit Fisto looked at Monk, who got a little scared by the stare. He had never seen his general so surprised. Clones hum. Dajir did his job as sub-commander, seeing each of his men out of the transports and following the injured to the infirmary. It was only after that that he reported to General Dai. As always, the Jedi was on the command bridge, looking to the vacuum outside. Together with him were Admiral Dao, Commander Keeley, and a small hooded figure that Dajir didn't recognize. The first to greet him was Commander Keeley with a handshake and Admiral Dao with a nod. Neither General Dai nor the figure turned around, so Dajir started his report. General, Sub-Commander Dajir reporting. During the battle on Mon Cala, of the 2 regiments sent, 282 clones died. Another 340 will need some time to recover. General Dai turned, as did the hooded person, but Dajir still couldn't see his or her face. You did a good job commanding your men down there. We already received confirmation that our forces will be replenished soon. For now, I would like to introduce you to someone. You will work with him a lot from now on. The hooded person stepped forward and took off his hood. A young face was revealed, with light blue skin and red eyes. Two large protuberances sprouted out of his head, blue as his skin, but with white stripes. Tgthegood, that was the species of the newcomer. They lived in a planet called Shili and took the Republic side as soon as the war started. Not only that, but the planet had a significantly larger number of force-sensitive children. Dajir, this is Ragu Latte, the new Padawan sent to me by the Jedi Council. He is still young and learning, so you will have to look after him in the following battles. Ragu made a gracious Jedi posture. It is my pleasure to meet you, Sub-Commander Dajir. Commander Keeley already told me about your achievements. I look forward to fighting alongside Hell Squad. The young face was filled with expectations. Dajir felt pity for the kid, as he would soon face the dark and not so glamorous side of war. Still, Dajir answered him without giving away his thoughts. It will be good to have another Jedi by our side. Welcome, kid. Kali Grievous Base. General Grievous was watching Hyagi with his hands behind his back. A few weeks had passed since he started training Hyagi, and the body of the Mon Calamari was riddled with scars. Hyagi was at the moment just looking at the empty air, his eyes blank. Grievous coughed and slammed his metallic leg on the floor to capture his attention. Insect, your planet just fell for the Republic. Cough, cough, cough. Hyagi said nothing and just looked at Grievous, who laughed maniacally. Kakakakaka, I forgot, you can't say anything anymore. Cough, 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 kakakakaka, the insect lost his tongue, kakakakakaka. Capitulo 91, Respect. Somewhere in the space, Ragu and Dajir were walking alongside. It was the day after the Battle of Mon Cala, and the Padawan had asked Dajir to show him around. The Tgthegood was still a kid, although his mind was much stronger than the one of a normal child. It was obviously something new to him, seeing all the military pieces of equipment and the serious-looking soldiers. Here is the main hangar, where most of the lots are stored. That is the weapon deposit. I'm afraid you can enter there. It is a controlled area. Why, I am a Jedi Padawan. Isn't my rank even above yours? When they sent me here, they told me that I am only under my master. That is not how things work here, kid. You might be a Jedi apprentice, but that doesn't mean much to us. We were trained to follow your orders, however, you still have to earn our respect. Of course, if you order me to take you to the deposit, I will have to obey. Ragu frowned, obviously dissatisfied with the way Dajir put things. Dajir sighed. He forgot he was talking to a young and most probably full of pride Padawan. I am sorry, I phrased that wrong. I didn't mean to diminish you. It is hard to explain just with words. You will understand way better when you fight your first battle. Ragu's expression got a little better. Dajir decided that it was time to show the infirmary to the Padawan. He was sure that when the Padawan saw the injured clones, he would understand what Dajir meant. He guided Ragu in the corridors, getting saluted by each clone they saw. Dajir's helmet was very distinctive and a symbol that he carried with pride. 2 clones were guarding the doors to the infirmary, but they gave passage to Dajir and Ragu without saying a word. Medical droids and some medic clones were walking amongst the beds. The infirmary of the Sincerity was the biggest of General Dai's fleet, and as such, it was the best equipped. Because of that, it was also where the most badly injured clones were. Lost limbs, debilitating wounds, all of those were being treated there. No matter how good the medical technology of the Republic was, there were still some clones who lost their lives. When that happened, they were sent to the crematorium, and their ashes were later sent to Kamino, home of all clones. It was on such an occasion that Dajir and Ragu arrived. One clone that was missing his left leg had lost too much blood before being brought to the medical base and didn't resist. Medical droids put the body in a litter, and when they passed, Dajir took off his helmet and mourned for another lost brother. Ragu had a serious face when they left the infirmary, and Dajir thought that maybe he was being too harsh, showing such scenes to the Padawan. But when he thought about how a battlefield was, he knew the Padawan would face much worse. Ragu, do you know the reason why we respect General Dai so much? It isn't just because he is our general. Every clone legion has one, and we all respect them. The reason is because of what you saw inside there. General Dai wasn't only commanding us. He fought alongside us and saved many of us. In war, injuries and deaths are inevitable. What a soldier respects the most isn't some hero who killed thousands of enemies, but some unknown person who did his best to save as many as possible. Of course, General Dai isn't unknown. I think I understand now, at least a little, I guess. Oh, what is that? The now familiar alarms went off in the ship. Dajir put his helmet again and ran, letting the Padawan behind. He could recognize from where the alarms were going off, the cargo bay. He checked with Brain with he got something. Brain, it is the cargo bay. Do we have anything of value there? Besides the ATTs worth millions of credits, I don't think so. Then it is probably a decoy. I am already near there, so I will go check anyway. Get Cell and Dab there too. 3-4 is in the infirmary, keep him there. Find Tech and send him to the weaponry. You and Metal, I want you besides General Dai at all times, no matter what he says. Also, any free trooper you can find, I want them patrolling 5 floors up and down from the cargo bay. Yes, sir. Dajir ran, and other clones joined him. The cargo bay wasn't too far from where he was, but he was quite sure there would be no trespassers there. Clank! There was a loud sound above Dajir's head. He looked up, but there was only the ceiling. He probably was imagining things. Dajir shook his head and looked forward while giving orders to the clones who were with him. In the ventilation, ducks above Dajir. A woman's voice was scolding someone quietly. Idiot, you almost screwed everything. It is not my fault. How did you expect me to pass through those ducks? Not everyone is as slim as you. Those last words were said in a low voice, so the female didn't hear it. There were also some traces of lust on it. Shut up, I swear that I will kill you if you mess up. As expected, Dajir didn't find any intruders on the cargo bay. He did find, however, what set off the alarm. A lot of crates had fallen down to the floor, and one of them had crossed the invisible line the alarms had. If it was just that, Dajir might have considered it to be an accident, maybe someone bumped into it, or the ship turned too fast. But on the floor there were also 2 dead clones, their necks snapped like twigs. Dajir cursed. Trooper, I want a full search on the whole ship. We have trespassers. I repeat, we have trespassers. 2 dead soldiers accounted for. Every trooper, confirm your position, follow standard procedure. The last sentences were said in his comlink and transmitted to the whole ship. Clones started to check in, first to their squad leaders, who then passed the information to their sergeants and so on. That way there wouldn't be any chaos, and it was faster. Capitulo 92, Pirates. Squad leaders reported to sergeants. Sergeants reported to lieutenants. Lieutenants reported to captains, and captains reported to Dajir. One by one, the reports trickled in. Most of them didn't have any problems, but not all. A captain named Vartos called Dajir worried. Sir, we have problems. Who is missing? We have lost contact with an entire squad, including the squad leader. Who is the squad leader? Any chance that they are at the canteen or the infirmary and didn't hear? No, I was at the canteen, and everyone in the infirmary already checked in. Also, the squad missing is under Barrow's command. You know him, sir. He would have answered if he could. Barrow, what was their assignment? They were guarding the elevators of the 11th floor. Go there right now. Be careful, they have killed or captured an entire squad without anyone noticing. I'm on my way. I'm almost there. Vartos, leave your comlink channel opened. I want to hear what is happening. Yes, sir. The sound of Vartos giving orders and his rapid breathing were the only sounds Dajir heard for a while. Finally, Vartos arrived on the 11th floor and reported. Dajir was still on his way. I'm here, sir. Go easy, check for allies before firing. Yes, sir, all right, typo, blut with me. The others split in groups of 3. Guard the doors and do a throughout sweep. Before long, Dajir arrived on the 11th floor. Panting, he saw Vartos waiting for him near one of the elevators. Captain, what is the situation? What is the status of the missing squad? The floor is clear, sir. No signs of enemies. We did find Fort Squad. They have 4 dead, their necks twisted the same as Weembo and Guiley on the cargo bay. Barrow and 6 others are unconscious. Something or someone hit them hard on the head. You didn't find anything. What do we have of important on this floor? Nothing, sir. There are just some storage rooms with little to no value. Most of the rooms are dormitories. No. Wait. Vartos stopped in the middle of his sentence. He took a data pad from one of the clones nearby and looked at it for a few seconds. Actually, I did not remember it at the start because it is new, but General Dai's Padawan was moved here while proper accommodations are made. The room he was supposed to have suffered some damage on Mon Cala. That is it. Whoever they are after the Padawan. It is the only possible option. But how did they know he would be here? The most logic would be for the intruders to go after him at his normal room. And if they knew he was staying here, how did they even get this information? They can break into our capital ship, incapacitate an entire squad without making a sound, and are still on the run. We don't even know who they are. They wouldn't come unprepared. But they will come out empty-handed. Ragu is not here. I know, I was with him and I left him alone. I was stupid. Ragu, come in. Come on, kid, come on. There was no sound from the other end of the transmission, not even static. That meant that the comlink had been broken and that the Padawan was in danger. Commander, we have problems, huge problems. I and Vartos came to the 11th floor, but there were no signs of trespassers. We think they are after Ragu, but we can't get in contact with him. Commander Keeley was at the other end of the transmission, waiting for news from Dajir to know where he should send his men. Do we have any information on his location? Last time I saw him was near the infirmary. Do you want me to seal the area? Do that, then meet me there. The general said he sensed something wrong just before the alarms went off and left. I will warn him. Yes, sir. Captain Vartos, initiate a lockdown protocol level 3. After giving his orders, Dajir went back all the way to where he first left the young Jedi. Of course, there was no one, just an empty corridor. Keeley, Dajir, go to Hangar Bay 34. I found the invaders. General, just let me gather some troops and I will be there. No, just you two, that is enough. Any more and the pirates will notice us. Besides, I have brain and metal with me already. Pirates, all right, General, we will meet you there soon. Dajir, where are you? I am near the infirmary. I will meet you at Section 7, Commander. Okay, be quick. Albeit worried, Dajir followed his orders perfectly and ordered the clones that were with him to stay behind. When he met Commander Keeley, who had also ditched the guards that were with him, neither of them spoke anything. It didn't take long for them to arrive at Hangar Bay 34. General Dai, Brain and Metal were waiting for them there, hiding behind a lot. Dajir couldn't see from what they were hiding, as the hangar bay looked totally normal. General, be quiet, they are close. Commander Keeley and Dajir got silent and paid close attention to the hangar bay. His eyes sweeping around, it took some time for Dajir to understand what the Jedi meant. At the far end of the hangar bay, a connection tunnel had been opened, meaning that there was some ship connected to the Sincerity. Near the entrance of the connection tunnel, a group of shadows was discussing. Focusing more, Dajir saw that one of the shadows was carrying someone over his shoulder. Dajir was sure that he could take all the shadows in a matter of seconds since they were with their backs turned to him. And he had assistance from 3 other clones. I see them, General, permission to fire. No, I want to follow them. Let them leave, we go right after. Sir, are you sure this is the best idea? They are taking your Padawan. Nobody kidnaps a Padawan for no reason. They are receiving orders from someone, I want to know who it is. They are going. Come on and stay close. Capitulo 93, Hut Territory. The group of 5 quickly followed the pirates to the connection tunnel. They could hear the pirates talking subtly and even laughing. Kekek, dumb clones, all they know is fight. You need brains and thoughts. Only then can you win. Kekek, stupid clones. Shut up, idiot. I will kill you if you speak again. After that, there was silence again. Soon, Dajir heard the sound of a door opening and closing. General Dai waved for them to keep going, and they advanced carefully, blasters ready to fire. When they were a few meters away from the door, General Dai waved his hand in a right-to-left motion, and the door opened alone. They entered the other ship quietly, but there was no sign of either the pirates or Ragu. General Dai found some stairs leading to the storage room of the ship and got in. After that, he used the force to move some boxes and crates, creating a space large enough for all of them. Wait here, I will find out how many pirates we are against. Don't make a sound, and no communications by the comlink unless absolutely necessary. Saying that, General Dai used the force again and moved the crates back, isolating the clones from the rest of the ship. General Dai walked with light steps, making no sound. The ship they were was quite big, although nothing compared to the Republic cruisers. It did have, however, the advantage that it was difficult to detect. The ship appeared to be manned by only the two that he saw early. Asides that, there were only cleaning droids. Eventually, the Jedi found the control room of the ship. Sitting with their backs facing him were the two invaders, pirates. One of them was a tall woman with white skin and wearing bright orange clothes. The other was a plump man with red skin and a face looking like a pig. Shimba, detach. Okay, why do you keep hurrying me? If it wasn't for your pretty face and that body. Did you say anything? Think about your answer, or I might kill you like the pig you are. All right, detaching in 3, 2, 1 now, detachment complete, they should find about us. Now. The moment the pigman said that, the turrets from the Sincerity turned to them and started firing. Large laser bolts almost hit the ship, but the two pirates appeared to be unconcerned. The woman pressed some buttons on the control panel and put her hand above a lever. Inserting coordinates to jump point, ready to jump, now. When the woman pulled the lever, the ship found a spot between two cruisers and jumped to hyperspace. More feeling than knowing, Imagun Dai left just before the pirates turned to where he was and left the control room. When the crates were moved again, the 4 clones pointed their blasters, but it was just General Dai. Lowering their weapons, the clones looked at him expectantly. We are in hyperspace. I already checked my Padawan, although I didn't have the chance to speak with him. Commander Keeley caught Dajir's eyes. Both of them knew that if the Jedi was speaking so calmly, then he planned to take ahead his idea of following the pirates. Metal, unaware of the thoughts of his commanders, asked the question most concerning to him. How many enemies are we facing? Here, I saw 2 pirates, and there were 2 IG-88 guarding Ragu, but we won't make our move here. Since they are taking my Padawan, they most probably have a buyer for him. We will find out who dares to capture young Jedis. I just hope it's not Count Dooku. That last part was said in a whisper, and none of the clones understood it. Sorry, General. It is nothing, now try to get some sleep. I will be able to sense with anyone come. The Jedi sat at meditation position and closed his eyes. However, none of the clones slept, but just closed their eyes and stayed silent. In a planet very distant from the inner core, a medium-sized spaceship landed, blowing up a cloud of dust and sand. As the rear of the ship opened, a group of figures walked out. The woman and the pig face were walking on the front, and behind them were 3 IG-88 droids, one of them pushing Ragu ahead of him. They were walking to a giant palace that sprung from rocks and sand. A big gate protected the palace from invasions, but at the moment diverse visitors were passing through it, many carrying prisoners or stolen goods. At the gate were many pigmen, similar to the pirate, but those had green skin. When the group arrived at the gate, the red-skinned pigman said something in a language that made the others laugh. After that, they were given passage to the inside of the palace. After waiting for a while, the clones and the Jedi left their hiding place. The ship was empty, but they found something interesting in the ship's main computer. Brain hacked into it and found out where in the galaxy they were. General, we are on a small planet called Tatooine. I don't know exactly where this is, never heard of it. Dajir didn't know the planet, as it seemed Commander Keeley and his brothers also didn't. They turned to General Dai and saw in his face a look more serious than ever. General, you know where we are, right? Yes, Dajir, and it is not good. Tatooine is a small planet very far from the inner core. They don't even accept Republic credits here. It is home to smugglers, bandits, murderers, and thieves, but it is even worse than that. Tatooine is under the Hutt cartel. The Hutts, that is no good. Dajir only knew that the Hutts were a slimy race of crime leaders, but nothing more than that. On the Clone Wars, they had taken a neutral stance, and neither Republic or Separatist ships could cross their systems. So what we do now, General? We get my Padawan back. If the Hutts are capturing young Jedis, then we will show them that the Jedi Order is not afraid of starting a war with them. Capítulo 94, Bounty Hunters. So, what is the plan, General? I need to think, but the most important is to find a disguise for you all. The clone armor is quite conspicuous. Most of the scum on that palace probably never saw a clone, but those two pirates we are hunting certainly have. Metal shook his head when he heard General Dai's words. I don't think they are pirates, General. I think they are bounty hunters. General Dai lifted his eyebrows. Is there any difference? Bounty hunters are much more deadly. Before I was recruited in Hell Squad, on my first battle, in Geonosis, my platoon and another one were tasked with capturing a small Genosian leader. Everything was going okay until we fought two bounty hunters that he had hired. At that point, Metal shook his head once more, but this time he seemed sad and angry. That was how many bounty hunters we confronted. They killed 24 of my brothers. And even then, one of them still managed to run, although he left the Genosian behind. Silence enveloped the group. Dajir had never fought bounty hunters before, and to him, they were just a slightly better version of pirates. But now it didn't seem so. He looked again to the front gate of the palace, where dozens of people were carrying weapons and prisoners. If even half of them were as good as Metal described, then they were in serious trouble. General Dai's face got even more serious. We have here a commander and 3 clones belonging to a special unit. If we get rid of your armors, or at least disguise them, I believe we can enter there. They aren't checking everyone who goes in. Besides, those creatures are simple-minded. We will do that without fighting, and after we rescue my Padawan, we go back. Following General Dai's plan, the clones smeared dust in their armors and took off their helmets. After that, they found some pieces of ragged clothes and used it as cloaks. The white armor was covered in dust, so even if a piece of it or another appeared under the cloak, it was unrecognizable. Without their helmets, each clone had different hairstyles and tattoos, so unless someone put them side by side and compared, it would be difficult to recognize them. The Jedi found a red mantle to himself, and by intention or not, this clearly marked him as the leader of the group. After making sure that no one was looking at the ship, they departed and walked to the palace. The sand was incredibly hot, and Dajir was sweating profusely inside his armor. 2 suns hanged in the sky, sanding heat wave after heat wave onto them. Dajir wondered how the Hutts could build a crime empire on such planet. The only one who looked comfortable was General Dai. When they arrived at the palace gate, they had to enter in a long queue that the bounty hunters from before had skipped. Hours passed and day turned to night. Dajir was tired of waiting in line all day, and it looked like they still had some time to wait. His throat was sore, and he seriously needed a drink. At that moment, there was a commotion in front of the gate. The big metal gate started to close, and many of the aliens near to it tried to run inside, only to be beaten back by the guards. That was bad, because if they were locked outside, then who knows what would happen to Ragu. Dajir looked at General Dai, waiting for his orders. The Jedi walked ahead calmly, even though the gate was already half closed. He got near one of the green-skinned pigmen. You will let us pass, you won't close the gate. The eyes of the pigmen blinked and then got misty. He made a move to stop the gate, but as soon as he touched the lever that controlled it, electric currents passed through his body and he fell to the ground twitching. An electronic voice appeared, together with a mechanic eye. Unauthorized, unauthorized. Any who dare to stop the mighty Jabba's orders will be killed. After the pigman was killed, the others just kicked its corpse aside and let the gate close. Nobody tried to go against the guards anymore. General Dai looked quite shocked. He never expected that the owner of the palace, Jabba, would kill one of his own men. But after thinking about it, it was quite normal. He couldn't maintain his position as one of the heads of the Hutts if he was merciful. What do we do now, General? Commander Keeley approached the Jedi and asked quietly. Their path was blocked, and they couldn't let Ragu wait another night. Let's go back for now. We need to find another entry point, and if we stay here it would look suspicious. The group retreated enough so the darkness of the night could cover them, and started circling around the palace. But there were no windows, doors, or anything they could use. After half an hour, General Dai finally lost his patience. He knocked on the walls until he found one thin enough, then used his lightsaber to open a hole through it. The blue lightsaber melted the wall, leaving a bright orange and yellow lava-like substance on the border of the circle. Using the force, he pushed the circular block he had cut, and it fell to the inside. The first thing they saw when they looked was a surprised pigman, with the meat of some animal halfway to his mouth. General Dai did a rapid spin, and the chest of the guard was opened, a blood-red line showing where the lightsaber had cut. That was the first time Dajir saw the general kill someone who wasn't a droid. When he saw that the Jedi's expression didn't even twitch, he wanted to say something along the line, "For a peacekeeper you kill quite decisively," but he got a hold of his mouth. Maybe that was why he liked General Dai. Both he and Kit Fisto were Jedi, but the first knew when it was necessary to kill, while Dajir felt that the last would have tried to knock down the guard, which could have ruined the entire operation. Capitulo 95, Getting Information. Being careful not to make noise, Metal and Brain grabbed the dead guard, using all their strength to carry the heavy body. It just barely passed in the hole General Dai had cut. After that, they lifted the block that was cut off and put it back in place. It wasn't a very good disguise, but thankfully the palace was really dark, so it should be able to trick the guards. The time they took to complete these actions was perfect. The moment they finished, another 2 guards appeared at the end of the corridor. When they saw the clones, the guards started screaming some incomprehensible stuff. Dajir's grip on his DC-17 tightened, and he prepared to take action. However, the moment he was about to reveal the blaster, a silver figure followed the guards and talked to them, stopping their screams. When the silver person approached, followed by the guards, Dajir saw it was actually a protocol droid. It had a human-shaped figure, but some wires were hanging out of its torso. "Respected lords, please pardon those guards. They were afraid you were trying to escape Mighty Jabba's palace. You surely are not doing that, are you?" General Dai was the one to answer. "Of course not, we were just looking for a friend." "Oh, maybe I can help you. I am F5PO88, a protocol droid. What is the name of your friend?" "No need, we already found him. We will be on our way to our accommodations." "Oh, I wasn't informed of any guests staying in our rooms. Usually my lord prefer that everyone sleep near him. I suppose that by accommodations you mean level 3. Yes, I'm sorry, is just that it is a great thing to be near Lord Jabba, so we unconsciously referred to it as accommodations. Level 3 is what we meant." The droid seemed as pensive as a droid could be for a moment, but then accepted their shady explanation. "Follow me and I will take you to level 3. If you stay here, the guards might mistake you for trespassers or fugitives." "Of course." The droid sent the guards away and started to guide them, always talking about the palace and how glorious Jabba was. "Lord Jabba is not merciful. Lord Jabba is the mightiest in the galaxy. If you try to go against him, he will." From time to time, he would point out some rooms or directions, as if they were visiting some tourist attractions and not the lair of a crime lord. Dajir suddenly thought that maybe they could take advantage of how talkative the droid was. He walked a little faster to catch up with F5PO88. This is such an impressive palace, as expected of Lord Jabba. However, he must have many enemies that are jealous of him because of that. "You are right. The Pikes, the Crimorath, Kaldana, but Lord Jabba have special ways of dealing with such scum. Those he considers unimportant he gives to his favorite pet. Those that he needs, he keeps them very well guarded. That is what that scum deserves for daring to defy Lord Jabba. I'm sure his prisons are packed full of those idiots. I bet it feels amazing to see them receive their punishment." Unfortunately, you can't do that. The prisoners are kept on level 13, where no light enters, but anyone who tries to go there has to be authorized by Lord Jabba. I guess such unimportant pirates like us will never have that pleasure. It is really a pity. Well, what about? After talking with the droid a few more minutes, always in a happy manner, Dajir slowed down and let the protocol droid continue on its never-ending monologue. He looked at General Dai, who nodded at him, recognizing that his plan worked. Brains smiled at him. After quite some time, the droid finally left them at a junction, indicating that they should go ahead. Apparently, he was forbidden from entering the room. Of course, they didn't go in, but Dajir could see part of the room through the door. There were people sleeping on the floor, one on top of the other. But there was an empty space in the middle of the room, on which a big bed was. Snoring on it was Jabba, who looked like an incredibly big and incredibly fat worm. 2 beautiful Twi'leks were with him, chained to the feet of his bed. One of them saw Dajir, who was peeking inside the room, and stretched her hand to him, tears on her face. Dajir almost walked to the room, but Commander Keeley put a hand on his shoulder and shook his head. Dajir looked to the Twi'lek, who now was crying profusely, and walked away with heavy steps. 2 hours. That was the time that they took to arrive at level 13. The more they descended, the better guarded the floors were. At start, they had just slipped past the guards, or General Dai used the Force, but they faced their first problem on level 8 or 9. General Dai took care of those problems with his lightsaber, and from that moment on they had no choice but to keep going until they found Ragu. Of course, they were still trying to do it silently. It would be for the best if no one noticed that they rescue a prisoner until the next morning, but the clock was ticking. Soon it would be dawn, and the palace would wake. The bodies would be found very soon. Dajir had taken out his blaster pistol, and all the clones threw their cloaks away. It hindered their movements, and it wasn't necessary anymore. Their armor, already full of scars before, now had brown patterns of dust that had been shaped by the contact between cloak and armor. Moving ahead of formation, Brains signaled enemies in front. Dajir peeked over the corner. 2 pigmen were snoring on the ground, a bottle of something near them. Dajir walked to one of them and hit his head with the butt of the pistol. The only change was that the snoring stopped. Then he repeated the action with the other and glanced at the floor number. "General, we are just 1 floor away. We might just do that without fighting." Capitulo 96, Missing Lightsaber. Jedi and clones walked down the stairs, heading to the prison. General Dai was in front, lightsaber ready to dispatch the guards. He was followed by Brain and Metal, both who, for Metal discontentment, had small blaster pistols stolen from the guards. Dajir and Commander Keeley were in the back, guarding their rear. There was a quiet noise in the front, as if something moved at a high speed, and 1 pigman dropped to the ground without his head. The cut-off head dropped to the ground and started bouncing downstairs in a weary and gross manner. None of the group paid much attention to it, as it wasn't the first time they saw it since they started their mission. But who would have expected that at this moment, when they were already near level 13, someone would be using the same path as them? The head hit someone's foot with a squishy sound. Dajir stopped dead on his tracks. The stairs were deadly quiet. Neither they nor their opponent moved. After a few seconds of stalemate, General Dai took a deep breath and jumped a few steps, aiming his lightsaber for the enemy. He almost hit, but when the blue lightsaber was a few centimeters away, it stopped. Pale blue light shined on the face of their enemy, revealing a small Togruta's face. "Ragu, what are you doing here?" "Master, I'm sorry, I was captured. I'm so sorry, I was returning to my room when someone knocked me unconscious. I am so sorry, "No, we know you were captured. What I meant was, what are you doing out of your cell? We were coming to get you. How did you escape?" It wasn't difficult. There were only 2 guards near my cell, and they were quite easy to manipulate. After that, I sneaked past the other guards. General, it is great that we found you, but we are running out of time." Commander Keeley stopped them, quite unsure about how to call Ragu. Theoretically, he was considered a Jedi, so he should be called General. But that made the chain of command rather awkward because General Dai was the master of Ragu, so his rank was even higher. But he brushed that question apart and got to the important part, which was that they should escape. "Keeley is right. Come on, Ragu, let's go." General Dai almost pulled the young Padawan, but found unexpected resistance. He looked at the Padawan intrigued. "Master, my lightsaber, I need to take it back." Dajir thought that the Jedi Master would have been at least annoyed or exasperated at the suggestion of losing precious time to look for a weapon. But he wasn't. General Dai actually looked concerned about the lightsaber. Do you know where it is? That worm, Jabba, kept it with him when I was brought to his presence. I guess it is still with him. Dajir had a bad feeling. Judging by how serious General Dai was, it looked like he really wanted to go take the lightsaber from Jabba. He couldn't be more right. Without uttering a word, both Master and Padawan started climbing the stairs. The clones looked at each other, not sure if they should say something or not. In the end, they decided it was best not to. The lightsaber seemed to have a very special meaning to both master and apprentice, and they already knew how stubborn General Dai was. Their way back was quiet. The only ones they found were those they had already defeated. Soon they reached level 3, where they found the same people still sleeping. The Hutt was still twisted on the bed, his fat tail dropping over the edge. The two Twi'leks that Dajir saw before were also sleeping, although they still had some tears on their faces. General Dai showed the clones the corridor they used the first time, when they had just entered the palace. You go back, wait for me at our exit. I will take back your lightsaber, but things will probably get a little heated. He urged the clones and his Padawan, not giving them the chance to complain. It was only when they were a good distance away that they stopped. Knowing that they couldn't go against their orders, Commander Keeley chose the second best option. Dajir, turn around and go back. We will continue and wait for you and the general at our exit. There is no need to do anything unless General Dai get in trouble. If needed, then assist him the best you can. Yes, Commander. Dajir immediately turned around and started going back. Behind him, he could still hear Ragu saying he would go too. Keeley, why? Our mission was to come here and rescue you. I can't let you go, otherwise, I will be disobeying General Dai. What? Letting me go is disobeying, but letting Dajir go isn't. Come on. For that, Commander Keeley just kept his mouth shut and didn't answer. Eventually, when Ragu saw that Dajir was already gone, he gave up and followed Commander Keeley dejectedly. Dajir arrived at level 3 for the third time in a few hours and saw something that looked simple, but for some reason, he would remember that for the rest of his life. General Dai was facing Jabba the Hutt, who wasn't sleeping anymore. Their faces were centimeters away from each other. Despite that, the Hutt didn't try to call his guards or do anything. In fact, he hasn't spoken a word, neither tried to wake up the dozens of sleeping bounty hunters. The reason for that was the lightsaber that was between his and General Dai's face. The small eyes of the Hutt were squinted so hard that they were almost closed, and he was sweating profusely. It was possible to see the fear in his face. Dajir couldn't see General Dai's face because he had his back turned to him, but he appeared to be talking. Jabba's face twisted, and he used his worm-like tail to grab something behind him. When he presented it, General Dai used the Force to pick up the lightsaber and put it on his belt. After that, he said something else and retreated slowly, always facing the Hutt. Capitulo 97, More Than a Weapon. General Dai watched the backs of the clones and nodded to his Padawan, who followed them reluctantly. To tell the truth, Imagun Dai was really worried about his Padawan. The boy had just arrived, a fresh apprentice, but was kidnapped by some bounty hunters for reasons that were still unknown. His confidence had suffered a huge blow, and General Dai knew that if he didn't fix that, the young Padawan could and would lose all his fighting spirit and motivation. Because of that, when Ragu said he needed to get his lightsaber back, General Dai readily agreed. He understood how important a lightsaber was to a Jedi. Not the metal part of it, but the true soul and heart of the lightsaber, the Kyber crystal, that was the important bit. A broken lightsaber could still be fixed or switched on the condition that the crystal was still intact. General Dai himself had lost a couple lightsabers during his life, but as the crystal was destroyed, a Jedi could never get another. The connection between a Jedi and his lightsaber was like that. If one side of it disappeared, the other also couldn't exist. A lightsaber was more than a weapon. It was the symbol of a Jedi, the proof that he deserved his position. During their training, the younglings built a strong link with their weapon, a link that couldn't be broken. If that happened, all the pain and sorrow that the crystal and its owner felt would be turned in a strong emotion: rage, hate, madness. That emotion would be driven to the crystal, and it would suffer as if it was a living creature. When the pain was too much, the crystal would either break or change colors. In the first case, the mind of the Jedi would break together with the crystal. In the last, the crystal would turn red, and the oldest enemies of the Jedis would be born. That was how Siths first came into being. So General Dai couldn't let that happen to Ragu. Although most probably it wouldn't get to that point, he didn't want to risk anything. He walked slowly in the room, stepping lightly in the spaces between the sleeping pirates and bounty hunters. He saw the red-skinned pigman that captured Ragu leaning on a wall, many empty bottles around him. There was no sign of the woman or the droids, but the palace was big, and they could be anywhere. He didn't want to waste time on them. He soon arrived in front of the big, sleeping, fat figure in the bed. Jabba the Hutt was snoring loudly, mucus dripping from his nose and mouth. General Dai jumped over the sleeping Twi'leks and came face to face with the crime lord. With a quiet zoom sound, his blue lightsaber flicked into existence, its tip only millimeters away from Jabba's face. Maybe it was the heat, maybe it was instinct, but the Hutt woke up without any help from General Dai. Without opening his small eyes, he used his long tongue to sweep up and swallow the mucus and leftover food on his face. Only after that did he open his eyes, and immediately closed then again when he saw the lightsaber. His lips parted open, about to call the guards when he heard General Dai's cold voice. "You better not do anything. If your guards come, the first to suffer the consequences will be you." The Hutt froze, looking to the lightsaber, and then to the Jedi and the lightsaber again. The tip of his tail twitched nervously, and his eyes showed rage. "Shawaru woidio yurik, taut harmato Jedi, willow suyudi fatio." "Enough, I do not speak your language, but I am sure you can understand mine. So listen carefully, Hutt. My name is Imagun Dai, Jedi Master. The Padawan who you imprisoned was my Padawan. Now, Jabba, try to explain to me why a Hutt lord is kidnapping young Jedi." The Hutt said something in his language, and when he saw that General Dai didn't understand him, he used his small arms to point to somewhere near him. When General Dai looked over, he saw a protocol droid similar to F5PO88. "No droids, tell me why now." The eyes of Jabba showed some internal struggle, but he apparently gave up, and started talking the common language with difficulty. "Getro, I not speak well. Hufas, I not know. Tyri Giadi, he was Jedi. Jogyo, bounty hunter bring him, say I. Durave Yauna, say I pay good." General Dai didn't believe a word the Hutt was saying, but it was better to let things flow. He couldn't risk a conflict here. "Then why didn't you contact the Republic immediately?" "I tried, Furetokadias, Sunstorm 2, Strong, have to wait, Gyutuo." "Well, then, Jabba, I am sure you won't mind that I take my Padawan back with me. That will free you from a lot of bureaucracy." "Yoi, of course, I send someone to get him." "No need. Now, Jabba, give me his lightsaber. You don't want him to be ashamed for losing his weapon, right?" A dangerous glint flashed in the Hutt's eyes. After some moments of careful consideration, he eventually gave the lightsaber to General Dai, who caught it using the Force. Before leaving, he made sure to warn the Hutt about the consequences of capturing Jedis. "Thank you, mighty Jabba. Before I take my leave, I think it is important that we make one thing clear. The Jedi Council won't allow this to happen again. So, when your bounty hunters bring their prey, make sure it is a good idea to accept it. I would hate to see you in such unfortunate circumstances again." Ignoring the rage on Jabba's face, General Dai retreated slowly, always with his lightsaber pointed to his opponent. Jabba could do nothing more than swear quietly. General Dai wasn't surprised to find Dajir waiting for him. He knew how the troops under him thought, and already expected something like that. So, he only nodded to Dajir and started running. Not much later, both of them heard the angry screams of Jabba the Hutt and started running faster. It wouldn't take long until the whole palace started chasing them. Capítulo 98, Aura Singh. After the small conversation that General Dai and the crime lord had, Dajir suspected that the situation at hand would get heated pretty soon. His suspicions were confirmed when the Jedi just nodded at him and immediately started to ran. Not much later, guttural screams could be heard from Jabba's chamber. In their way, General Dai explained his talk with Jabba quickly and concisely, never stopping running. There was something that he said that bothered Dajir, but he wasn't able to pinpoint what it was. He was lost on his thoughts, but not enough that he wouldn't pay attention to their path. So, when a guard appeared, Dajir instantly fired his pistol. Even though he was running, it was difficult to miss the large frame of the pigman, and his laser opened and cauterized a hole on the left leg of the guard. The guard fell down, screaming loud enough to startle the Blixus on Scarif. It was a sorry image, but Dajir showed no mercy. When they passed by the guard, Dajir fired a round in his forehead, stopping his pain once and for all. In Dajir's mind, an enemy killed was an enemy less. Showing mercy to an enemy was the same as putting his brothers and himself in danger. His way of thinking was both unique and normal at the same time. Aside from clones, only pirates and bandits would be so merciless. It was unique because for most, wounded equals to out of the fight. To the clones, however, fighting despite injuries was just normal. It wasn't uncommon for a clone to die because he insisted on fighting with injuries that should have kept him to the bed. But his thinking was also normal because there were millions of clones in the galaxy that thought just like him. If anyone heard that or saw what happened, they would call Dajir crazy or murderer. General Dai's reaction wasn't that exaggerated, but he still frowned hard. Dajir, why did you do that? General, when we were in Mon Cala, before you were sent down, I told all the clones that you couldn't treat living beings the same you treat the Separatists' droids. Remember. Dajir remembered. Just before he and the 2 regiments from the 303rd were transported to Mon Cala, General Dai made a small speech. He said that the clankers from the CIS were one thing, but if they ever fought the Quarrens, then they couldn't do what Dajir just did. Of course, he didn't tell the clones that they couldn't kill their enemies, otherwise he would have gone against all the fundamentals of a war. General, with all due respect, now is not the time to have pity. When you were going against the guards to rescue Ragu, you killed them because there was no other option, and because you needed to do that to rescue your Padawan. Now I am doing my mission, which is to make sure we get out of here safely. Subtly, Dajir had thrown to General Dai the blame. Of course he didn't mean to do that in a bad way, but he knew, that with the Jedi tried to stop the clones from doing what they were created for, all their respect for him would be lost. In a way, Dajir said what he said to show General Dai what attitude he should take. It was a very arrogant thing for a subordinate, or a soldier, or a clone to say, and Dajir was making a gamble. Either the general would understand what he was saying, or he wouldn't, and Dajir would be heavily punished. His gamble paid off, or so it seemed, because the Jedi said nothing else. Soon, they arrived at the hole that General Dai had cut and found Brain waiting for them with half of his body stuck inside and the other half outside. Let's go, we already saw the guards at the front gate running in. It won't be long before they arrive. Dajir and General Dai passed through the hole and saw Brain, Metal, Commander Keeley, and Ragu waiting. With a single command from General Dai, the group started running towards the bounty hunters' ship. It was at that moment that things went really wrong. From the darkness of the sand dunes, 5 metal cables shot out, wrapping around the legs of Dajir, Brain, Commander Keeley, and Ragu. One of them was aimed at General Dai, but he dodged just in time. However, the others who weren't so fast all fell face first in the rough sand of Tatooine. Dajir rolled and spat the sand that entered his mouth. While looking carefully at the 4 figures approaching, he tried to untie the cables around his ankles. A feminine voice full of malice came out of the darkness. I wouldn't do that if I were you, sweetie. Dajir ignored the woman and continued to untie the cables with one hand while holding his DC-17 on the other. Well, I warned you. Blue streaks zapped in the cable, coming out of the darkness all the way to Dajir. Instantly, he felt incredible pain as electricity hit every part of his body starting from his legs. His body twisted, and he screamed in pain. After the woman turned off the power, Dajir was just barely conscious, everything on his body aching and his vision clouded. Dajir. Sir, you stop. Ragu, Brain, and Metal yelled at the same time. General Dai turned on his lightsaber and made a signal for the clones, ordering them to stay quiet. Who are you? Rararara. Step by step, the curvy figure of a woman walked out of the dark, followed by 3 IG-88s and a Nikto, the same species as General Dai. Sweetheart, don't you know it is rude to ask that so bluntly? You will never find a woman interested in you if you keep doing so. I have neither time nor will to joke with you, bounty hunter. I will ask again. Who are you, and why did you kidnap my Padawan? Nah, you are not funny. Listen, Jedi, you wanted my name, Aura Singh it is. Now the reason why I captured your young Padawan, Rararara, of course it is because of money. Capitulo 99, Padawan. Aura Singh was a famous bounty hunter, known by her cruelty and efficiency. For the years she had been around, she also received the unofficial nickname of Jedi Killer. Nobody knew why she was so focused on killing Jedis, but normally, if the job involved murdering one of the peacekeepers, she would accept without even asking about the payment. Aura had a personal reason for hating the Jedi so much, but more important than that, she found killing them especially enjoyable. When Dajir saw the bright orange clothes that she was wearing, his mind finally clicked. Before, when General Dai had told him about what happened inside Jabba's room, he felt that something was missing. That something was the bounty hunter. The protocol droid they met said there was no one on other rooms, and everyone had to be together with Jabba. So where was the bounty hunter? Now he knew. Even though his whole body was numb, his mind was still working. However, besides shooting, he couldn't think of any way to get out of their predicament. Meanwhile, General Dai and the bounty hunter were sizing up each other. Aura Singh, you already received your reward from that hut, didn't you? So why keep chasing us? Confronting a Jedi can only end badly for you, winning or losing. Rararara, you misunderstood me, Jedi. Jabba hired me to capture that youngling for a good sum of money, but after that my job with him was over. The reason why I am after you involves no money. It is completely personal. What have I done to you? Or is it not me, but the Jedi Order as a whole? Singh got deadly serious. Apparently General Dai had added salt to an injury, and her face was now full of hate. You are right, it is not just you but your kind. The powerful and invincible Jedi Knights, fighting for the freedom of the galaxy. You really fight well when the one who employs you is the Chancellor or the Hippocrates from the Senate. But when a little girl needed your help, not one of you moved to rescue her. The way that Singh said that sounded like she was telling a story about someone else, but Dajir felt the truth was different. He was quite sure the bounty hunter was talking about something that happened to her a long time ago, way before the clones were created. Aura, I understand your rage, but there are only 10,000 Jedis in the galaxy. We can't save everyone, but we do our best. Killing us will only make things worse for many other little girls just like Yo, just like the one on your story. In response to General Dai's pledge, Singh laughed. She and her droids approached, and Dajir saw General Dai make eye contact with Ragu. They seemed to have come to an understanding, but what could they do in this situation? Aura, if you don't stop now, I will have no other choice but bringing you to a Republic prison. General Dai made a motion of turning on his lightsaber, and at that instant everyone's attention was focused on his hand. Taking advantage of the millisecond that General Dai had bought to him, Ragu jumped high. Even with his legs tied, he still reached a height of 5 meters in the air and at the same time did a backflip. The end of his stunt brought him just behind one of the IG-88 assassin droids. This droid was also the one who was holding the cables that tied him. Ragu landed on his feet and used the force to push the droid 5 meters away, at the same time making him drop his weapons. General Dai then threw Ragu's lightsaber to him. The Padawan caught it in the air, and in a fluid motion turned it on and cut the cables on his legs. It was the first time Dajir saw Ragu's lightsaber. Different from General Dai, he had a pale green lightsaber, almost yellow or maybe white. It was also smaller than the one from his master, but it seemed to fit better with the small frame of Ragu. Having got his lightsaber back, Ragu jumped once more, not as high as before, but just enough so he could slice open the head of the nearest IG-88. You. Singh certainly didn't expect what happened, but she showed her instincts as a bounty hunter. She neither stood still, nor went after Ragu. What she did was press the cables, sending more electricity through it. Dajir, Commander Keeley and Brain all started screaming in pain, and were out of the fight for good, or at least until they were cut free. Then Singh turned to General Dai, and at the same time her partners, the Nikto and 2 IG-88 faced Ragu. It was clearly a trained maneuver, and one they had executed many times. Amidst his pain, Dajir thought why Aura Singh was with a Nikto and not the red-skinned pigman. The bounty hunter was firing her blaster wildly, but General Dai deflected each and every laser. He was able to do that against an army of droids, so one person wasn't difficult. He slowly approached her, and although Singh tried to run, she was surprised when Metal appeared behind her and held her arms. With a swift motion, General Dai cut the barrels of her pistols, and Metal kicked her at the back of her knee, making her grunt in pain and fall to the ground. When she got up, his lightsaber was at her neck. Almost at the same time, there was a shout of pain. The Nikto that was fighting Ragu had dropped to the ground as well, his hands holding where previously it was his left leg. His two companions, the assassin droids, were pieces on the ground. Metal picked up the control on Singh's pocket and crushed it, freeing Dajir and the others from the cables. The battle, which had started with them as the losing side was turned around and won so quickly that Dajir was surprised. When Ragu helped him up, Dajir accepted gladly. The Padawan had won his respect, or at least a part of it. Capitulo 100, Stubborn Prisoner. Aura Singh, for your crimes against the Republic and the Jedi Order, you and your partner will be taken to jail. You will receive a fair trial. While turning off his lightsaber, General Dai uttered those words. Of course, all he received from Singh was a face full of disdain. While Brain, Dajir, and Commander Keeley were recovering, Metal chained Singh, who struggled a lot. Aside from Singh, the other bounty hunter behaved quite well. The fact that he was missing a leg might have something to do with that. Dajir got up, his whole body numb. He rubbed his arms, trying to make the numbness go away, but it only got worse. Commander Keeley and Brain had done the same and suffered a similar result. General Dai went to talk with his Padawan, and at the same time pushed the Nikto in the direction of Dajir. Put them on the ship and prepare to leave. After this small battle, it won't be long before Jabba's guards find us. Yes, sir. Dajir half-pushed, half-carried the Nikto, while Metal did the same to Aura Singh. Both bounty hunters grunted, but with their hands and foot tied, there was little they could do. Or so Dajir thought. When they were a small distance away from the ship, Aura Singh's legs, which should have been firmly tied, somehow got free, and she arched her back and kicked Metal in the head. Metal wasn't wearing his helmet, so when the tough boots of Singh hit his head, he got nauseous, and his vision doubled. Singh started running away, her hands still tied. Metal, damn it. Dajir pushed the Nikto to the ground, just in case he tried to run too, and chased after Singh. The long legs of the bounty hunter meant her steps took her farther, and Dajir was still feeling the effects of being electrocuted. So when he saw Singh getting farther and farther away, what he did was stop and take out his DC-17. Singh, stop or I will shoot, you asked for it. Dajir first tried to convince her, but the answer he got was some hand gesture that probably meant no good. With no other option, and a little bit of pleasure, Dajir aimed his pistol. His first shoot was evaded with a jump, even though Singh didn't look back to see from where it came. His second shot lifted the sand next to her feet. The third laser hit the target, and Singh fell to the ground holding her left calf. Now prepared to her tricks, Dajir wasn't in a hurry to secure her again. Only after making sure she wasn't faking and that she had no weapons did he lift her up. Seeing the burning rage on the eyes of Singh, Dajir couldn't help but question her. Why did you do that? You should have known that I would shoot you. Rararara, little cloney my sweet, so you can talk, not only bark. He would have no answer from her. Noticing that, Dajir gripped the back of her neck and forced her to stay up, even though she grimaced in pain. Since the bounty hunter wasn't going to say anything important, Dajir only had to do his job and take her back. They weren't too far from the ship, and when the duo got back, the clones were still loading the Nikto that Dajir had left behind. Metal was sitting in the cargo ramp, using a piece of his old cloak to wrap his head. How bad is it, Metal? Nothing much, sir, just another tattoo, right? Hahaha. Hahaha, good to see that you don't mind. Now take her inside. She can't run anymore, but be careful anyway. She is a dangerous one. You bet I am, rarararara. Yes, sir, come on, bounty hunter. Brain, General Dai, and Commander Keeley had already boarded the ship. The only ones still outside were Ragu and Dajir, who was waiting for the former. While the Padawan looked at Jabba's palace, Dajir just stood guard dutifully. Dajir, we are ready to go. General Dai said to you and General Ragu get in. All right, Commander. When Commander Keeley ringed Dajir, he went ahead and called the Padawan. General Dai says it is time to go. We would better get going. There is no need to call me General, Dajir. I did nothing to deserve that title. Okay, let's go. Dajir followed Ragu to the inside, and soon the ramp closed and the ship got off. It was only when the two suns appeared in the sky that Jabba called off the pursuit. Deep space. General, I've been trying to contact the fleet, but the distance is too much. If they haven't moved from our last position, then we might be able to get a recorded message to them, but not a transmission. That is all we need, thank you, Brain. Just doing my job. General Dai started recording the hologram, explaining what happened and where they should meet. Dajir wasn't paying much attention until General Dai said something totally unexpected in the last sentence. I will meet you at Sector 76. Commander Keeley also noticed it, as did Brain, who was in the command center of the ship. The one who stepped out to ask was obviously the one with the higher rank, Commander Keeley. General, did you say Sector 76? If I am not wrong, that is almost in the inner ring. That area is entirely under Republic control. What will we do there? Keeley, how long have been since the 303rd was deployed? 102 days, General. We are approaching the 4 months mark. If you remember, that is when we are given a period of rest. General Dai was right. According to the decisions made by the Senate, if the Clone Wars were to last more than 4 months, then all the legions that took part on it, since the first battle would have 2 weeks of rest before being thrown back in the battlefield. Meanwhile, new and fresh legions would step out to take their place. Of course, if they were in the middle of a battle, they would have to wait, but luckily that wasn't the case for the 303rd. Author message, very important. Hey guys, first of all, I want to say thank you. I started this novel as a random thing that I wasn't even sure I wanted to do. However, I received so much support from you, and now here we are with a 100 chapters. I want to say that the 100 chapters mark is an important part on every novel. That means the author doesn't plan to stop, and I sure as hell don't. There are still many battles left, and many stories for Dajir and Hell Squad to write. I saw a big evolution in my writing in the process of writing this novel. I started writing small chapters with 400 or so words and thought it was really good, but it was only when I read it that I saw how little it was. But now each chapter have about 1050 words, and I plan on expanding it to at least 1300 or 1400, which is the max I can do if I still want to release 1 chapter a day. The moment I am writing this, 272 people have my novel in their library, and seeing so many liking my work makes me really happy. Also, I want to say my special thanks to some of you. Thank you Democrates, Enabling Barney, Madlord, Demon Razgriz, Dealord Silvermoon, Azunyan, Nanomi, W3BN0, Vel L0V3R, and the many others that I've surely forgot. Lastly, I know I've said it sometimes already, but if you can, do a review. That helps a lot, because the more reviews the more a person get to knows about the novel and decide to read it or not. A big thanks to everyone, and may the Force be with you. Rise 123. Capitulo 101, Journey to Prison 1. Dajir went to check on their captives, who were, at the moment, being guarded by Metal, and Ragu was keeping him company. Their hijack ship didn't have any kind of prison, or cell block, so they had to make do with what they had at hand, and locked Singh and the Nikto in the same storage room the clones had used. Metal was still using his dusty armor, and it was only when Dajir saw it that he realized that neither of the clones had cleaned theirs. He had to find a moment to wipe it, and also tell others to do the same. Metal was also wearing his helmet, and his beloved Z6 was leaning on the wall just beside him. It wasn't a blaster good for guard duty, as it took some time to charge, and it also didn't have stun mode, so Metal also had Brain's DC-15S with him. The clone made a salute to Dajir when he passed, straightening his back. His head injury was probably still hurting pretty badly, but he didn't make a sound. Sitting on the floor, with his legs crossed and eyes closed was Ragu. Since Commander Keeley had started calling him General, Dajir and the others had followed suit. For the first few times, Ragu corrected them, but after noticing that it was useless, he only gave an exasperated look. It was the same now, when Dajir greeted him. "General, are you sure you don't want to go rest? Metal and I can take care of that scum. I feel no need to sleep at the moment. In fact, staying here is quite good for my training." "I don't get it, General. I'm training my senses. We Jedi have ways of sensing danger, and I feel an incredible amount of it from there." The Padawan stretched his index finger and pointed it to the storage room. When Dajir approached the glass window, he saw the penetrating eyes of Aura Singh. She and the other bounty hunter were tied together, back to back, in the middle of the room. The Nikto was sleeping, and his leg, or what was left of it, was wrapped in bandages. After they got on the ship, Brain had taken care of it under General Dai's orders and given him some sleep drugs. Aura Singh, however, was awake, staring back at Dajir with palpable hostility. After 5 seconds, Dajir understood what Ragu meant. He was sure that if the bounty hunter got her hands on any of them, she would kill them cruelly. Taking his eyes off Singh, Dajir stood beside Metal and told him and Ragu about the news. Their reactions were different. Metal was curious and happy, but Ragu looked pensive and disappointed. Dajir noticed that, but it wasn't his place to say anything. "And for you, bounty hunters, a nice little prison cell is your next stop." Dajir couldn't help but taunt Singh. There was something about the woman that worried him. She was facing a lifelong jail time, and yet there were times she laughed and smiled. He wasn't sure if Singh heard him or not, but her stare intensified. The following 2 days passed in a blink. The group had stopped at some other planets to refuel, and were about to make the final jump to Sector 76. Dajir was on guard duty himself. Usually, as an officer, he wouldn't need to do that, but they had a limited contingent, and Metal and Brain needed rest. Commander Keeley was the one controlling the ship, and although the starcraft was small, Dajir wasn't sure on where the Jedis were. Dajir looked through the window and saw both prisoners awake and talking to each other. He didn't understand everything, but apparently they were discussing about a reward from one job. There was a slight tremor, and Dajir knew the ship was in hyperspace. He turned to look at one of the windows, but heard a noise behind him. Centimeters away from Dajir's face was Aura Singh. She had somehow freed herself from her handcuffs and smashed the door panel with it, opening the door. Dajir wondered how the bounty hunter could release her ties over and over again, no matter how well they detained her. Singh grabbed Dajir's head and bashed her knee on his stomach. Dajir felt something rising on his insides and had to hold back not to throw up. But Singh wasn't over yet, and when Dajir curled up, her elbow crashed down on the back of his head and his vision went dark. But even then, Dajir didn't give up. Since Singh had made him fall to the ground, Dajir grabbed her ankles and twisted it hard. "Aya, you clone bastard." The wound on her calf opened again, and bright red blood started oozing out. Unable to bear the pain, Singh fell over Dajir. He twisted his body, and they switched positions. Now she was under him. Using both hands to grab her head, Dajir bashed it in the ground, and when the bounty hunter got dizzy, he locked his right arm around her neck, and his left on top of her head. Applying pressure, Dajir could see Singh's face turning red and then acquiring a slight purple color. Her nails scratched his armor and his helmet, but she could do nothing more than that. Her legs were kicking the air to no avail, but her movements started to decrease until she turned stiff. Very slowly, Dajir decreased the strength on his arms, so Singh wouldn't die, but he made sure to keep his lock on her firmly. It was only after confirming that she was unconscious that he remembered the Nikto. Looking over his shoulder, Dajir saw that the half-legless bounty hunter was up, rummaging through the boxes, looking for something to use against Dajir. Dajir let his left arm leave Singh's neck and pulled out his DC-17. "Halt, this blaster doesn't have stun mode." Defeated, the Nikto dropped the power tool he was holding and sat on the floor. "Commander," Singh tried to escape. "I restrained her, but I would appreciate some help." "I am sending Brain." Singh was still unconscious, but maybe this was a blessing for her. That way she didn't have to see the whole Republic fleet that was waiting for her. A group of ARC-170s flew near the ship. All of them were painted with the colors of the 303rd Attack Legion. General Dai, this is Steel Leader. We will escort you to the Sincerity. Is there anything we need to do? Hello, Rosal. Yes, please, prepare a well-guarded cell. Capitulo 102, Journey to Prison 2. The bounty hunters' ship wasn't small by any means, but when the doors on top of the Sincerity opened and the ship passed through, the difference was quite big. Waiting for General Dai, Ragu and the clones to disembark was a full platoon. General Dai hadn't really explained why Aura Singh needed so many guards, so Commander Keeley had to step up and expose her deeds. All in all, Singh had captured a Padawan, killed at least 6 clones, and made 2 attempts to escape. Taking all of those in account, although it seemed like stupidity for her to try to run in a Republic cruiser, Dajir felt it was good to be prepared. The clones lined up at the sides, first saluting General Dai and his apprentice, then later Commander Keeley and Dajir. In the end, Aura Singh and her Nikto accomplice were pushed out of the ship by Brain and Metal and received by the lieutenant in command of the platoon. Dajir, take Singh to the prison level and then meet me at the command bridge. We have a report to make, and General Dai want to discuss about our timeout. Yes, Commander. Lieutenant, let's go. Sir, permission to go to our quarters. Permission granted. Also, Brain, Metal, scrap that dirty out of your armor. Yes, sir. Being followed by the lieutenant and 10 clones, Dajir took the group through a maze of corridors that were well known to him. Unlike the time on the ship, Singh spent the entire course without saying a word. Dajir hoped that the truth, that she was going to prison for real, had found her way inside her mind. Or maybe it was just another one of the many personalities that the bounty hunter had. The prison cells if a Venator-class cruiser were very simple. A room with a bed, and that was all the furniture. On one corner was the bathroom, which had transparent glass walls until the prisoners entered it, turning the walls in a dull gray for 7 minutes. If the prisoner spent any more than that, or took any object that the scanners believed to be dangerous and prohibited, or tried to remove something, the walls would become transparent again, and a guard would be called for inspection. Under the watchful eyes of Dajir, Singh was put in one of such cells, and the orange ray shield sealed the entrance. General Dai had especially ordered that 2 guards should be guarding the cell at all times. The first thing Singh did after being locked was stare at Dajir and say venomous words. Sweetheart, what is your name? I would like to remember the clone who arrested me, for when I come out. You won't come out, there is no need to know a clone's name. Dajir, Commander Keeley, Admiral Dao, General Dai and Ragu were having a meeting in the command bridge. Dajir had come here right after delivering Aura Singh, so he didn't have the time to clean himself or his armor. Commander Keeley was the same. After greeting the Admiral, who was livid for not being warned, Dajir rested his hands on the hologram table. The meeting was an informal one, and he didn't have to worry so much, but he still kept his posture. As usual, General Dai was the one to open the meeting. Our next stop will be on the heart of the Republic, the planet of Coruscant. The normal period of rest that a legion receives is 2 weeks every 4 months, but due to the unexpected strength the Separatists showed, this period was cut in half. For all legions. Dajir let out an audible sigh. As a clone who passed every moment of his life side by side with his brothers, he knew the clone army was tired. Battle after battle had worn out even the most battle-thirsty of the men. For the last few months, we have fought in many corners of the galaxy. From Geonosis to Ren Var and Mon Cala, the 303rd won many battles and lost many members. Keeley, during this week we will receive new troops. I want you to organize then and make sure they are ready when we depart. If what we have fought until now means anything, then we are likely to be thrown back in battle as soon as possible. Dajir, you are, of course, to assist him. Yes, General. Admiral, I believe you would like to meet your family, right? Yes, that would be great, sir. Then just make sure to leave the fleet in good hands. Thank you, sir. Ragu, you and I will return to the Jedi Temple. After our last few days, I believe it is good for us both to train our senses. Master Yoda can help with that. Yes, Master. That is all then. Keeley, Dajir, we will be arriving at Coruscant after another jump. After that, Singh will be handed to the Coruscant guards, and this matter will be officially out of our hands. make the arrangements for the disembark. Yes, General, Dajir, you are on it. Yes, Commander, General, may I speak with you? Yes, come over here. Dajir followed General Dai to the end of the command bridge, from where they could see the blue and white streaks of light from hyperspace. What is it, Dajir? General, I have heard some rumors and questions from not just one clone, but many of the men, and not only ours, but also from the scuba troopers on Mon Cala. I wanted to confirm with you. What kind of rumors? Well, word is that the Republic Army is going to change. Since the Clone Wars is going to take much longer than previously expected, some officers are saying that a reorganization is going to happen. Just today, Barrow talked to me about it. He asked if the legions are really going to change. Oh, I see it. I don't know who told the soldiers about it, but it is true. As a result of the previous battles, the Senate is voting a bill, and it is almost sure to be approved. From the moment the Senate agrees on it, a new kind of armor is going to be introduced to the clones. New recruits will come with it from Kamino, and for those soldiers who are already on the battlefield, the armor is going to be changed little by little. And about the rest of the rumors, General. Capitulo 103, on leave. What about the other half of the rumors, General? What other halves? It is quite weird. The officers were saying that each legion is going to receive an identity. That would be better discussed with Keeley rather than me. He was directly involved in said rumors. Find him when you can. Now, Dajir, if that is all, your men are waiting. Yes, General. Thank you, General. Unfortunately, Dajir didn't have the chance to talk with Commander Keeley. The logistics of a disembark like the one they would do were almost as difficult and complex as the ones for an invasion. First of all, money. Clones didn't receive payment or salary, but all their expenses were covered by the Republic within a certain range, of course. Dajir had to make sure all the clones had what they needed. Obviously, when he said he needed, he meant the officers under him needed. Advantages of being a sub-commander. Second, and most important, Dajir had to oversee the transfer of the wounded. The infirmary on the Sincerity was as good as the one on a battleship could be, but it wasn't enough. They had limited supplies, so there were some moments after the more heated battles that the 303rd had to choose between leaving the minor wounds untreated or leave the severely wounded untreated. Minor wounds, such as scratches or cuts, wouldn't affect the overall strength of the clones or of the army, but Dajir knew by experience how uncomfortable it was. Dajir decided to see the injured personally. He couldn't go do something else without knowing how his brothers were. The fleet arrived above Coruscant without much fuss. Looking at the planet for the first time, Dajir was as impressed as anyone else. Coruscant was a big planet, but even then, the capital of the Republic was turned into one massive city. There was no green or blue on the planet, only black, brown, and orange. The lights could be seen from space no matter where you were, and the planet never slept. Coruscant was divided into many different levels, including the underground ones, where the scum of the city lived. Nevertheless, Dajir wasn't expected to go there. The headquarters of the clone army was in one of the few unused areas of the planet, and every bar or entertainment center the clones needed was near there. As an officer, Dajir knew the real reason why the soldiers were stationed away from the more bustling parts of the city. 4 months had passed since the start of what the Senate first called a small and quickly solved conflict. Although there were no open riots yet, the higher-ups were worried that if clones were allowed to walk on the city freely, problems would arise. At start, most of the population and senators were siding with the Republic decision of waging war against the Separatist and building a huge army of clones. But now some senators, mostly from the neutral factions, were inciting the population to speak against it. Taking that reason in consideration, right before the 303rd disembarked, Commander Keeley called for a speech. He and Dajir stayed in front of the troopers, but in the end the only one to speak was Commander Keeley. 303rd Attack Legion, listen up. For the last 4 months, we have fought from one planet to another. Now, it is time to let our brothers from other legions step up for a while. You have 1 week, but remember to follow the rules. Any trooper who is found out of our headquarters will suffer punishment. There was an annoyed murmur between the clones. They weren't dumb and didn't like being restricted to an area. But that wasn't what angered them the most. The reason for the murmur was the spam of their leave, but discipline was ingrained in their genetic code, and the buzz was silenced by the officers in a few seconds. The Republic needs us, brothers. Stick to the rules, obey your officers, and before long we will be back on the battlefield. Am I clear? Yes, sir. Commander Keeley turned around and started going down the big ramps that opened under the Sincerity. Dajir and Hell Squad made up half of the first line of troopers to set their foot on Coruscant. As he had decided before, Dajir sent Hell Squad together with the main clone force and followed the group that was going to the medical installations. The 303rd wasn't the only legion who had a hard time out in the galaxy. In the medical installations of Coruscant, thousands of clones from different legions filled up the dormitories and rooms. Dajir even saw some familiar faces. Monk, for instance, and Commander Cody, both of which had just returned from battle. Monk was only accompanying his troops, but Commander Cody had a nasty wound on his face. He and the 212th were on some unnamed moon fighting the clankers when an 8TTE blew up and the shrapnel almost took his eye out. I am glad to see that you are okay, Commander Cody. Thanks, Dajir. Keeley said you faced some problems with some bounty hunters. Commander Keeley was also there, but to tell the truth, it was General Dai and his Padawan who did most of the work. Most of the time me, the commander, Brain and Metal were just tagging along. Commander Cody just nodded. Clones had no need to be too humble between themselves, and Commander Cody knew that Dajir wasn't giving his general all the credit out of humility. Well, commanders, I see you around. I need a good night of sleep to recover from all that dust of Tatooine. All right, Dajir. I will have to stay here a bit more because of my injury. You should check out the Revanter. It is the best and only place for us while we are on leave. I will see you there. Thanks for the advice, Commander. Commander Cody, Commander Monk. After saying his farewells to the clone commanders, Dajir left the medical installations, but before anything, he went to the headquarters of the 303rd to have a bath. That was a luxury the clones didn't have in the middle of battles, and he had come all the way from Tatooine to Coruscant without stopping by his quarters. Capitulo 104, Changes. Most of the clones felt the same way as Dajir, and when he arrived at the barracks destined to the 303rd, he saw most of his brothers sleeping. Only a few had gone to explore the surrounding bars, most of them being those who were idle before they arrived at Coruscant. After taking a much-deserved bath, Dajir dropped at his bed without trading words with anyone. Maybe because he was too tired, that was the first time in months that he slept without having the usual nightmares. Dajir woke up with Cell tapping his shoulder. Oofmum, what is it, wah? It took some time for him to fully wake up, but after washing his face, he became smart enough to understand what Cell wanted. Sir, Hell Squad requesting permission to go to Revanter. You are in leave, Cell. Unless you are about to do something really stupid or really important, there is no need to request permission. But since you woke me, I will go too. That is good. Barrow and Frit already went there, and they say it is awesome. Besides, everything is on the Republic. There was one time when Dab and I were cadets that our squad got the chance to go to a bar during a visit to the moon of Kamino. We want to see how it is here. All right, you are behaving like you are a cadet again. Hahaha. Cell laughed freely, not ashamed at all. After all, although they joked about it, they had been in life-and-death situations one after another. No matter how good they were, the chances of they dying on some random planet weren't small. I assume everyone is coming. Yeah, then Hell Squad, let's get going. There was a happy hurrah amongst Hell Squad, and they boarded a transport that would take them to the Revanter. They had all traded their armors for the loose brown cloths that represented the 303rd. Dajir at first was in doubt between using his old, soldier-rank clothes or the new, almost commander-like clothes. In the end, he decided for the old ones. Clones had discipline on their blood, and if they knew he was an officer, they wouldn't fully enjoy themselves. The transport arrived quickly, and contrary to what Dajir thought previously, what waited for them was a bustling area of the city. The majority of the people he saw were clones, but there were also Mon Calamarians, Twi'leks, Nyctos, Togrutas, Celestians, and dozens of other alien species that Dajir didn't recognize. The Revanter was pretty easy to find, and Hell Squad only had to follow the stream of clones. Many of the men of the 303rd Attack Legion were there, but Dajir also recognized the uniforms of the Scuba Troopers, the 212th Attack Battalion, the 327th Star Corps, and the 41st Elite Corps. Those were basically all the legions that were able to leave the battlefield that was the Outer Rim. Hell Squad also met a good number of Coruscant Guard troopers, wearing their red-striped armor. As they approached the Revanter, the music got louder and louder, and the noise of laughs drifted towards them. Soon, Dajir saw clones carrying bottles and glasses, and some of them were so drunk they couldn't even walk normally. Dajir frowned when he saw some of the 303rd members amongst them. "Sir, should I go?" "No need, Brain. We are on leave, and the men are stressed. Just make sure none of them break the rules, or they will be dealt with as Commander Keeley said, all right? And I hope I don't see Hell Squad amidst them, or you will face my punishment." "Okay, Cell." "What? Why did you line me up, sir? Do I look like I would do something like that? I am more serious than Dab and 3-4. Cell put one arm around the shoulders of each of the clones he mentioned, and both 3-4 and Dab immediately pushed him, making him trip. "Ha. Okay. Let's get something to eat and drink, boys." The inside of the bar was even bigger than Dajir thought, easily able to accommodate hundreds of clones. Hell Squad went to the counter and ordered a couple of drinks. "Hey, Dajir." A sharp voice called for Dajir. When he looked up, he saw a clone with no armor waving to him. It took a while for him to remember who he was. Dajir grabbed his drink and nodded to Hell Squad to indicate he was going. "Lieutenant Thayer, I haven't seen you since Genosis. Unless you move to the Coruscant Guard, it will be a while before we can meet again. After Genosis, I received a promotion, and I have been on Coruscant since then." "Congratulations, then. Wah, that was one hell of a fight, wasn't it?" "It sure was. Now come on, I want to introduce some brothers to you." "Actually, my squad is over there." "It is all right, they will do fine. And I wasn't the only one to rise, was I? You should meet the other officers, Sub-Commander Dajir." "Okay then, boys, behave yourselves while I'm away. I don't want General Dai complaining on my ear." "Yariot." Dajir shook his head. His words had passed straight by his men without they capturing a single one of them. But he couldn't complain, since he also wasn't being formal. If he was in duty, there was no way he could have said what he just said. He followed Thayer to the so-called officer's room, a room upstairs where they could sit and talk. Meanwhile, Dajir was thinking about how things had changed in just 4 months. When he first met Thayer, he was a lieutenant and Dajir was just a soldier. But Thayer received his promotion to the Coruscant Guard, although his rank stayed the same, and Dajir performed many meritorious deeds, enough for him to become a sub-commander. In a way, Thayer, who was out of the battles for a long time, was much safer than Dajir, who fought in the front lines. But in another, unless Coruscant was attacked, Thayer would never have the chance to battle again. Throwing away the unnecessary thoughts in his head, Dajir passed through the door that Thayer had opened and faced the 20 or so clones on the room. Capitulo 105, High Rank Meeting. There were about 20 clones inside the room. Since all of them were officers, that meant they represented the majority of the legions not on a battlefield at the moment. Thayer excitedly sat down and immediately started talking with another clone before getting up again. He went to Dajir and put his arm around his shoulder before talking. "Brothers, this is Dajir, sub-commander of the 303rd Attack Legion and leader of Hell Squad. Dajir, Commander Monk said you already met." Dajir nodded to Monk, who was sitting on a couch at the far end of the room. Standing next to him was Sheeta, his sub-commander. Just like his commander, Sheeta was a quiet clone. Dajir didn't hear he speak more than a dozen words in Mon Kala. "Dajir, this is Commander Gree and Sub-Commander Philo from the 41st Elite Corps. They just came back from Felucia." This time the clones referred to were sitting near Dajir. Commander Gree had 2 strands of hair following a horizontal line on his head and wore a dark green uniform. From what Dajir knew, the 41st Elite Corps was a legion trained to fight in the jungle and forest, so the color of their legion was also a deep dark green. Commander Gree wasn't alone, and aside from his sub-commander, he also had 2 other officers with him. "Welcome, Dajir. It is a shame that Keely can't be with us. I remember we used to be on the same block when we were cadets. I am sure Commander Keely would like to be here, but General Dai left some orders for him, so." Keely was always like that, always rushing to do what he could as soon as possible. He and General Imagun Dai are very alike, from what I heard. Well, don't let me interrupt you, Thayer, keep going. This is the 4th time I am hearing this introduction today. Hahaha. The last sentence was said in a way that only Dajir and the clones next to Commander Gree heard him. Unaware that his brothers were talking about him, Thayer kept on his excited mood. Over there are Commander Bly and his men, who have also just come from Felucia. He and Commander Gree have been there since the start of the war. How are you doing, Dajir? The 303rd moved a lot since Genosis. I bet you got the chance to fight in quite a few different places. We sure did. It wasn't easy, though. The one who spoke amicably was the first clone with long hair that Dajir had ever met. The soldiers didn't usually choose such haircut, because it could be a bother in the battle. Commander Bly had tied his hair in a big chump above his head, so it probably stuck there when he put his helmet. Bly was the commander of the 327th Star Corps, another elite legion of the Grand Army of the Republic. Actually, most of the legions out in the galaxy, including the 303rd, were considered elite legions, at least for now. The reason for that was because they were the only legions with fighting experience. With more legions entering into play, many unknown factors would be added to that classification. After all that, Dajir had gotten to know not only the commanders presented above, but also a clone captain and a sergeant named Rex and a Poe respectively. Both of them were from a new legion, called 501st. The legion was crossing the galaxy from one end, Kamino, to the other, Dantooine. Dajir also met the leading commander of the Coruscant Guard, a stern clone that went by the name Fox. After all presentations were up, the high-ranking commanders of the clone army all sat around a table, discussing battles, telling stories. They had all started the same, but fought different battles. Dajir discovered that he was, surprisingly, the one with the most experiences amongst them. Fox and Thayer had only fought on Genosis, and then were moved to Coruscant. Rex and Poe were new, so they hadn't experienced any battle yet, and just listened through the entire night. Bly and Gree both entered in a lot of battles, but they were all on the same planet. Monk and the scuba troopers only fought in aquatic planets. The 303rd, on the other hand, was the legion that moved the most through the galaxy. They didn't have a fixed specialty, so the leaders of the Grand Army of the Republic basically directed them to where they were needed the most. Before Dajir noticed, many hours had passed, and the nightlife of Coruscant gave place to the workers of the early day. During the course of the night, the meeting had followed a sort of routine, starting with the battles and then remembering the brothers who had fallen. Every time that happened, there would be a moment of silence before someone changed the topic. It was in one of those moments that the reorganization of the army was brought up by none other than the newcomer Rex. "Commander Fox, you are closer to the decisions of the Senate and of the Republic than we are, and will be. Before the 501st was deployed, Lama Su almost held us back. Something about a change in the army." Hahaha, Rex, you don't need to be so cautious here. Old boy Fox isn't actually the one who knows the most about such topic. It is the 41st Elite Corps commander that is most familiar with the rumors. Commander Bly answered the question that was left in the air, and at the same time pulled Commander Gree in the conversation. "Bly, if you weren't going to answer the question, why push it to me? See, even Fox is laughing. I think the only time I saw that happen was when we were cadets, and even now I am not sure if he wasn't sneezing." Burhuet had a hata. The clones had got to know each other enough and drank enough that they laughed without restraint. Bly almost spilled his drink, and Dajir had a hard time containing his laugh. "And also, don't act like you know nothing about that. You, I, Fox, Keely, Bakara, Cody, Monk, and Wolf were the ones that pushed this preposition forward. The 41st is only testing it first." Dajir was lost. He knew what they were talking about, but many new details had been added at once. The commanders that Gree quoted were the most important of the Republic, and they all had moved together to convince the higher-ups. Capitulo 106, Phase 2 Armor. Author talking. Well, because there are too many characters in one single place, I won't name them every time they talk, or it would be boring. So, imagine them as the one you want. Start of the chapter. The one who explained the changes in the military was Commander Gree. Rex, see if you can follow my line of thought. You weren't on Genosis, but what happened there was at the same time a failure and a success. Yeah, we gave the Seppas and the Bugs a good blow, but most of their leaders escaped. The moment Count Dooku left the system, it was already decided that this would be a long and tiring war. After 1 month of war, when that became even more certain, Cody contacted us, with the authorization of General Kenobi, of course. Commander Fox took over. He said something on which we had been thinking for some time. Since it was clear that this war is going to last, we felt that giving each legion an identity was important. That is how all those rumors about new armor and colors started. The legions already have numbers, and some even names, but there was one thing that made us step up and talk with our respective generals. And what was that? Our names. Initially, only captains and above received a name from the Kaminoans. That was so we could distinguish ourselves and to get the chain of command clear. But on our first battle, soldiers, sergeants, lieutenants, and even medics started receiving names. Some were like Thyre here, granted his name by a Jedi. Dajir interrupted Commander Fox, something he would never have done if he wasn't slightly drunk. I was the same. General Peel was the first to call me Dajir. You see what I mean? But those named by generals were only a few. The majority of our brothers received their names in the middle of the battle or right after it, and the one who gave them their names was none other than ourselves. And by that I mean that we, clones, looked at our brothers and felt that we didn't deserve to fight and maybe die without a proper name. The fact that the higher-ups didn't stop that gave Cody and us more reasons to make our claim. When Apo and I left Kamino, some cadets also had names. When Rex said that, Dajir remembered the young cadet that he met after the Battle of Kamino ended. He had given the cadet the name queued up in a whim. He wondered if he had influence over the changes that were taking place in Kamino. Commander Fox approached the great conclusion, and every clone in the room stayed quiet, even the commanders who already knew about it. Revealing it to Dajir and the others in the room was the same as making it official. As you probably know, the claim Cody made to the Senate was that identity that each clone was acquiring little by little was represented by a new armor. We were quite successful, and the result is that each legion, independent of new or old, will have its color on the armor. Now, not only commanders, but sub-commanders, captains, lieutenants, sergeants, soldiers, and staff will have their own mark. In most of the legions, that is purely an aesthetic measure, but the morale boost will be huge, or so we expect. My legion, the 41st, was chosen to be the first to receive the new armor because we fight in forests. The white color is quite conspicuous and have caused more than a few casualties. And that new armor is being called Phase 2 armor. I think that makes the one we are wearing the Phase 1. Don't lose it, boys. When that war ends, we can hang it on the wall and say we were the first. Hahaha, for the clones and for the Republic. 5 hours later, Dajir woke up to find Hell Squad still sleeping. Even though he had slept only 3 hours, he felt renovated. The last day, after the meeting on the second floor of the Revanter was over, Dajir found his men leaning on the counter, trading war stories with other clones. It took just an order from Dajir for them to form up, although they tripped a little. Dajir decided to tell them the news later, and he had yet to decide if he would do that. Wake up. I don't want the 303rd men to become lazy because of one night of fun. Brain, call the captains and see them do the same. We get up as if we were on hostile territory. Humam, yes sir. Dajir sent Hell Squad in their exercises so they wouldn't get lazy. He felt that this routine would be the same for the next 6 days, until a voice came through his comlink, bringing bad news. Commander, I came as fast as I could. Dajir, wearing his full armor, his helmet and carrying his blaster, stopped in front of Commander Keeley on the meeting room of the headquarters of the clone army on Coruscant. In the room were not only Dajir and Keeley, but most of the clones Dajir had met the day before. We are still waiting for Fox, Step aside and be prepared to move out at any moment. Things aren't good. Dajir did as he was ordered and waited behind Commander Keeley. Less than a minute later, Commander Fox arrived. "Commanders, please make your reports. We need to confirm the news we received." Cody. Yesterday, 3 troopers of the 212th Attack Battalion didn't return to the barracks. Neither their squad members nor any other clone knows what happened to them. Keeley. It was the same with the 303rd, but only 1 soldier is missing. Monk. No scuba trooper unaccounted for. Agree. 5 missing. Bly. Also 5. No trooper have any intel on why or where they went missing. On our side, more than 10 Coruscant Guard members went missing last night. We don't know who or why, but we are working on it. Meanwhile, our and your order are to not disclose anything, but keep your men at the barracks. Fox, we won't stay locked in while we have men missing. Besides, how do you expect we to tell them that their leave time is to be spent in the barracks? Honestly, Bly, I don't know, but orders are orders. This is a clone army matter, so there will be no Jedi interference. That means no loopholes. Don't be rash and follow orders. Capitulo 107, Mystery in Coruscant. Commander Keeley activated the lockdown order immediately after getting back to the barracks. No clones were to leave the barracks, and those who were outside it were to return immediately. Luckily, there were still entertainment facilities inside the headquarters of the clone army, although not as good as the Revanter. More luckily than that, the clones hadn't gotten out of their usual routine, so no complaints were raised. The next action Dajir took was to bring Hell Squad together and head to where Commander Keeley was. This was basic military tactics, and the commander should be protected at all costs. An army without a leader wasn't more than a bunch of loose grains of sand. "Sir, who is the enemy? What should we prepare?" "Bring everything we have. Metal and 3-4, you two especially. We will need heavy firepower, and 3-4, stay close to Commander Keeley. Protect him no matter what. Tech, Cell, and Brain, you are to pursue if anyone tries to flee. Dab and I stay here to make sure it isn't just a distraction." "How many enemies?" "We don't know. In fact, we don't even know if they will really come. Remember your orders. Our priority is Commander Keeley's safety." Hell Squad moved fast and arrived in front of Commander Keeley's chambers. The clone commander showed no surprise and asked Dajir to come in. 3-4, Tech with me." Commander Keeley's room was nothing different from the ones belonging to the normal troopers. The only thing that stood out was the huge number of blasters on the wall. Hell Squad took position and stayed beside Commander Keeley the whole day and night, no matter what he did or where he went. But it was unnecessary, as no attack had happened. As a way to cover up the futility of their actions, Cell said that the attack Dajir was expecting didn't happen because Hell Squad was there. The members of Hell Squad, tired from the last day and night they stayed up and awake, gladly accepted the excuse. The blow came next morning, when Dajir, who hadn't slept yet, saw the report that Commander Fox had sent to Commander Keeley. No clone from any of the legions temporarily on the capital planet of the Republic went missing the last night. But almost 30 Coruscant Guard soldiers didn't return from their patrols. The next day that number was reduced to 12 Coruscant Guards. There was no kind of pattern, neither in the number of attacks or in the place they happened. With more than 50 clones missing, Commander Fox finally decided that the Coruscant Guard couldn't deal with the problem all by themselves. Still, all the commanders agreed that since the clones were being specifically targeted, the Jedi weren't to be involved. A measure was soon taken, thanks to a contact that Commander Fox had in the underworld. The snitch would do anything for a good price and didn't deserve any trust, but Commander Fox pressed him hard. Of course he didn't pay, but hinting that he knew about some of the crimes the snitch committed was enough. In turn, Commander Fox had lost his best informant, as the snitch wouldn't do anything for him anymore unless Commander Fox paid double the price. But it was worth it. Although the snitch didn't know the name of who attacking the clones, or why that group was doing it, they got other important news. First, the location, and second, the number. According to the snitch, deep in the underground world of Coruscant, a gang of more than 100 members was capturing the clones. How can we make sure your informant is telling the truth? And even if he is, How can we guarantee he won't tell that gang that we know their location? Later in the meeting, Commander Monk voiced his doubts, for which Commander Fox already had an answer. We can't, but he has nothing to win if he does this. You moved from a planet to another and didn't have the time to understand how the underworld works. But I have been here since the start, and I can guarantee to you that Coruscant is much worse than it looks like on the surface. A snitch that tells both sides about each other wouldn't survive a day here, and even if he decided to do that, there is a 99% chance that they would kill him for crossing them. Commander Cody cut in at this point. Think more rationally than Commander Monk. Even then, 100 is still a lot to deal with, and if finding them was so easy, I wouldn't be surprised if the real mastermind is still hiding in the dark. Fox, how many men can the Coruscant Guard spare without leaving other areas lacking? We can barely cope with what we have in hand, 200 men at the most, but we have to be careful. They are on level A83. The Coruscant Guard have no men after level 67. Down there is a world with no laws. 200, if we take them by surprise, that should be enough, but we have to prepare for the worst-case scenario. We can take the legions that are here. What do you all say? Commander Bly put his fist in front of his chest, determination on his face. We thought you are never going to ask. We will squash those who dare to mess with our brothers. There were sounds of agreement between the commanders and sub-commanders, but Commander Fox destroyed their desire to move out before it had the chance to grow. I said the Coruscant Guard can move 200 men, not that it should. If we mobilize more than 100 men, the chances of they noticing are already big. If we bring out the legions, before we make it out of the headquarters, there will be no more than rats in their place. Silence. It was logical if the clones thought about it, but still frustrating. If the depths of Coruscant were under total control of thieves and criminals, one clone would be quickly stopped, not to talk about 200. We will have to storm their lair before they get the chance to flee. How many soldiers shall we take? The sub-commander of the 327th broke the silence with a question. I will take 100 men of the Coruscant Guard. You move your troops in a different place, to give anyone the impression that we are just searching aimlessly. That is a good plan, but take some of my men with you, Fox. I can assure you they won't disappoint. Commander Keeley spoke for the first time since the start of the meeting. Capitulo 108, storming the hideout. The moment Commander Keeley opened his mouth, Dajir knew Hell Squad wasn't going to have an easy job. But he didn't think Commander Keeley would throw them right in the middle of the attack force. Even more so after Commander Fox had said only the Coruscant Guard would take part on the attack, and the other legions would be bait. If I ain't wrong, none of you, including the Coruscant Guard, have a special unit. Hell Squad, led by Dajir here, helped take down a battlesphere on Genosis, and their ranks weren't even full at the time. They are the elite of the 303rd. Besides, they have experience in close combat. Commander Fox was pensive. It was true none of the other legions had a special squad, since it was too early to sort out the best men of an entire legion. They were turned on a special unit by General Windu himself. At the time, I wasn't even aware of their potential. That was enough for Commander Fox. Since a Jedi had recognized their capabilities, it was worth giving a try. How many? Dajir stepped forward this time, since this was a question concerning the unit under his command. 7, including myself. We are prepared for any circumstances. I can assert for them. If it wasn't for Hell Squad on our left flank, we would have lost many more on Mon Cala. With the intervention of Commander Monk, Commander Fox finally accepted it. You have to follow my orders, understood. Dajir looked at Commander Keeley, and once he nodded, made a salute to Commander Fox. Yes, sir. All right, the plan will follow that line then. Bly, take the 327th to Sector D108, GRE 2. It was dawn of the next day when the clones put their plan into action. It is worth mentioning that 5 more Coruscant Guard members went missing, even with the clones in high alert. One by one, the 303rd Attack Legion, the 41st Elite Corps, the 327th Star Corps, the 212th Attack Battalion, and the Coruscant Guard started searching randomly for the ones capturing the clones. The scuba troopers under Commander Monk stayed at the headquarters to give the impression everything was normal. It would be difficult for anyone to notice. There was a reason behind the searches the clone legions were conducting. That is because they were really random. Aside from the commanders and subcommanders, no other clone knew the hideout of the gang. Besides, following the plan devised by Commander Fox, all the legions were quite a distance away from the real action. In an abandoned warehouse on level A67, 80 Coruscant guards and Hell Squad were listening to Commander Fox. We are at the last level where the Coruscant guard have some sort of presence. The moment we step outside, every criminal on Coruscant will know we are here. We will have to be fast and arrive at their hideout before they can react. No one will mess with the Coruscant guard apart from the gang we will face. Remember, INTERSTELLAR the leader, take him alive. We have permission to use lethal fire against the rest. The plan wasn't difficult, but things could go wrong at any moment. Commander Fox said the scum that lived in the underground of Coruscant wouldn't fight them, but Tgthegood wasn't so sure. Anyway, they had a plan, they had a target, and they had their orders. Hell Squad needed nothing else. Hell Squad Commander Keeley spoke highly of you. Tgthegood, I need you to be serious and cautious with the answer to the question I am about to ask. Yes, sir. Can you be our frontline? You need to be sure. One step wrong and you will be in trouble. Tgthegood looked at Hell Squad, but he couldn't see their faces under their helmets. He put his own helmet on his head, the single horn painted on it being very eye-catching. They won't even know what hit them, sir. Good, Coruscant guard, let's move. The clones got in 2 different police transports, and the doors of the warehouse opened. As the 2 transports flew out, many citizens scurried to get out the way, and some even threw curses at the clones. But quite a few instantly took out their communicators and started passing messages. One of them, in special, uttered a very specific message. The worms are coming, they know where we keep our worms. It took mere seconds for the 2 transports to descend on the big holes that led to the depths of Coruscant. After that, they hurried to the address provided by the snitch, almost running over the pedestrians. For a few moments, Tgthegood had the chance to see the poverty of the Republic. The streets were dark, and the people looked like the worst of the worst. Tgthegood saw at least 3 different crimes happening. Their objective, a warehouse similar to the one they just left, came into view. A human was at the door, hearing someone through a communicator. The moment the transports turned the corner, the man opened the door of the warehouse and tried to run inside. Dab. Got him. A blaster shot from Dab's DC-15 X-Later, and the man fell to the ground with a smoking hole on his back. Before the transport even stopped, Hell Squad had already jumped out. Tgthegood yelled at the civilians nearby to get away and approached the warehouse. Brain Tech, your turn. Through the door the man had left opened, Tech threw a kind of smoke bomb that immediately triggered a volley of lasers from the inside. Without showing himself, Brain threw the real grenades, blowing up anyone near the entrance. Tgthegood and Cell jumped in and rolled over their shoulders, dodging another volley of lasers and immediately responding with fire from their own. Knees on the ground, Tgthegood took down one enemy to his left. Meanwhile, Metal followed them in, his Z6 cutting down the gang members like they were dummies on a training field. The smoke impacted Tgthegood's vision a little, but the problem was much worse for the enemies, who didn't have helmets. Within seconds, 10 gangsters were killed, but more keep popping out. When Tgthegood thought that maybe Hell Squad had been too bold, Commander Fox arrived. Tgthegood, when I said frontline, I didn't mean get yourself killed. Watch out. Commander Fox was followed by many Coruscant guard clones, but one of them was hit the moment he stepped inside the warehouse. Tgthegood and Commander Fox had the same reaction, which was shooting the enemy hidden behind a pillar. Capitulo 109, Sharpshooters. The warehouse was totally open, and besides the pillars, there wasn't much else to be used as cover. On the far left end of it was a set of stairs that led to some sort of office. When Tgthegood looked briefly, he felt the warehouse was smaller than he expected. Paying closer attention, he saw a door at the opposite end of it. The wall they were seeing was only a division separating the warehouse in 2. Since the missing clones weren't in his line of sight, they were most probably on the other side of that wall. A clone fell behind Tgthegood, his body becoming another one on the pile that was growing at the door. The door was only big enough for 3 troopers to pass together and was turning in a choke point of death. But there was nothing Tgthegood could do besides keep advancing. Only if all the enemies were cleared out would the clones be able to take better positions. The only positive side was that their distractions had worked and there were fewer gang members than they had expected. Tgthegood heard Dab shoot, and a body crashed in the floor near Tgthegood. He looked and saw Dab aiming his blaster to above. Tgthegood hadn't noticed before because he was too worried about the problem ahead, namely the huge amount of blasters firing at them. There was another office-like room right above the door, and if Dab hadn't noticed it, the first clone to advance would have died for certain. Dab, get up there and provide overwatch. Gilly, Heat, Blove, Tari, go with him. See if you can get the ones on the far end of the warehouse. Commander Fox went along with Tgthegood's commands. Dab and the other soldiers got up the stairs, although one of them, Heat, was lost in the middle of the way. Dab was actually the only one with a sniper blaster, but the soldiers that Commander Fox brought with him were also the elites of the Coruscant Guard and weren't to be outdone. They hit 4 shots in 5, and with Dab to make up for the ones they missed, they soon established a foothold. With a group of sharpshooters now providing help, the clone attack couldn't be stopped. All they needed was one chance and they would win. Tgthegood decided to give them that chance. Metal, suppress them. Cell 3-4 with me. Metal had just finished reloading his Z6 and got up as soon as his squad leader called for him. He sprayed laser through the warehouse without worrying if he was hitting anything, but making the enemies keep their heads down. Hundreds of hours of practice made Hell Squad actions seem like they were connected. Every member of Hell Squad knew what the other was about to do and what they had to do. Every time Tgthegood, Cell, or 3-4 had to reload, Dab would take down any enemy aiming at them. Just like that, Hell Squad conquered half of the warehouse all by themselves. Go, go, go. Commander Fox was close behind Hell Squad, bringing the Coruscant Guard with him. Sir, the construction on the left. Dab warned Tgthegood, who immediately looked at the left. The office-like construction was similar to the one Dab was using, so Tgthegood first thought there were sharpshooters there. But then he saw a bunch of gang members running down the stairs. He understood what caught Dab's attention. They were much more organized than the other gangsters, and moved in a way there was also a space in the middle of them. Tgthegood knew this well, because he had practiced it a lot when he was a cadet. They were protecting someone. Commander, left, maybe it is the enemy leader. Before Commander Fox answered, however, Tgthegood had already turned his attention. He had heard a very familiar scream. Sure enough, Hell Squad had one member on the ground. Cell was already besides 3-4, spraying blue laser to keep the enemies away. 2 members of the Coruscant Guard were pulling 3-4 back. He had a black spot on the left side of his torso, and Tgthegood knew the armor wasn't enough against something like that. But no matter how much Tgthegood wanted to go after him, he couldn't. If he stopped now, the enemy leader might have the chance to flee. So Tgthegood had to throw all his thoughts to the back of his mind and keep going. Commander Fox had charged forward and was near Tgthegood. Tgthegood, remember, we need him alive. Yes, Commander. Move, we don't want to lose him. Since they couldn't kill the enemy leader, the clones also couldn't fire directly at the group crossing the end of the warehouse. The most they could do was fire in front of them to keep them from going further, but the enemy was fearless. No, not actually fearless, but well-trained. They understood that the clones didn't want to kill them, so they stopped worrying about dodging the lasers. Luckily for the clones, they had already got their entire force, nearly 100 inside the warehouse, so their fire output was strong. Tgthegood took cover behind a pillar and peeked by the sides of it, killing one enemy and then hiding again. One of the men protecting the enemy leader fell to the ground, wounded by a blue laser that missed its mark. Tgthegood got the chance to see a tall, blue person in the middle of the group. They were almost on the door and near escape. Tgthegood, get your men to fire on that cluster. They can't make it to the other room. Yes, sir. Dab, you have permission to take them down. Just don't kill the one in the middle. Copy that. Brain Tech Cell, let's charge. Metal, cover us the best you can. Time was tight, and Tgthegood didn't have time to devise a better offensive strategy. So he just gathered as many Hell Squad members he could and jumped from behind the pillar, trusting that metal would cover them. 4 clones ran forward, their blasters spraying lasers, but with surprising accuracy. The cluster of enemies near the door started to diminish, their members falling to the ground like dead leaves. When Dajir, Cell, Brain, and Tech got near, only 4 enemies had made it to the door, including the leader. Dajir halved that number with 3 quick pulls on the trigger. Nevertheless, the remaining 2 still made it past the door. At almost the same time, the clones finished clearing all the enemies in this half of the warehouse. Capitulo 110, Can't Change Destiny. Without stopping to rest, Dajir got near the door and prepared to breach in. However, he was stopped before he could. Ho 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 ho, don't come in, clone, or all your friends die. Dajir ignored the arrogant voice and kicked the door, swinging it open. However, he didn't come in, and that was proved to be a wise decision, since the doorway was soon filled with lasers. Standing on the other side was a scene from hell. Aside from the dozen or so gang members, this side of the warehouse was filled with Coruscant guard clones, but they weren't chained like prisoners as Dajir had expected. About 60 beds filled the warehouse, and on each of them was a naked clone. Plastic tubes and syringes came from a glass container near the bed and ended under the skin of the clones. Medical droids were walking amidst the beds without caring for the battle. The liquid in the glass containers was yellow and was flowing without stop in the veins of the clones. Beads of sweat adorned their bodies, and their veins were bulging out. None of them was awake, but Dajir could see they were visibly in pain. "What are you doing? Release them now." Dajir yelled at the man responsible for that without thinking and stepped out in the open, aiming his DC-15A at him. Immediately, a dozen guns were aimed at him, but before they could shoot, they all dropped dead to the ground with 10 burning holes on each of them. Commander Fox and the Coruscant Guard, as well as Hell's Squad, had arrived, but the man didn't seem afraid. He put his right hand up in the air so every clone could see a trigger in his hand. "Ho ho ho, this is a release trigger, clones. I am pressing it the moment I release it. Every clone on those beds dies." The man was tall and slim and had a purplish-blue skin. His eyes were wide, and he was laughing maniacally. He was totally crazy. Seeing that, Commander Fox gave the order to hold fire. "You captured soldiers of the Grand Army of the Republic. That is a crime which the penalty is death or a lifelong sentence. But if you carefully deactivate that trigger and come with us, we can say you cooperated." "Ho ho ho, ho ho ho, crime against the Republic, you say? I don't care about the Republic. You are all dirty liars and murderers. But I will show this galaxy the Republic is nothing. When my creation is complete, the Republic will be a defenseless prey for the separatist cause." While he was saying that, the man kept lifting his thumb off the trigger, and then pressing it again. Every time they saw the finger lift, the clones gripped their blasters harder, and relaxed a little when the crazy man pressed the trigger again. "Sir, I have him on my scope." "Don't, if he dies, that trigger will be released." The clones would have to talk their way out of the situation. Fortunately, the crazy man didn't seem interested in dying either, and offered the solution himself. "You see, Clone Commander, I have much more to do in my life. I still haven't completed the task Count Dooku gave me, so I will retreat slowly and you won't shoot. Because if you shoot, ho-ho." "I can't agree with that. Stop right where you are and disarm the bomb." However, the man ignored Commander Fox and started walking without turning his back to the clones. "Ho ho ho ho," who said, "It is a bomb." Without any warning, the crazy man simply dropped the trigger. Without the pressure, the trigger popped back into place. Dajir had subconsciously shrunken, waiting for a blast, but nothing of the kind happened. Commander Fox fired his twin DC-17. It was a bluff, catch him. The clones had stopped worrying about capturing him alive now that they knew where their missing brothers were. However, the man was crazy but not stupid. The moment he released the trigger, a hatch opened under his feet and he dropped into it. Before any clone went after him, the hatch closed. "Split and look for any exit on the outside. He can't be too far. Bring the rest of our forces here, search for him everywhere." The Coruscant Guard had been on standby on the levels above, just waiting for that order. The moment Commander Fox gave it, they moved fast. "Arg, arg, argchh. Horrifying screams overwhelmed Commander Fox's voice on the comlink. The clone that had been laying on the beds had started to contort and scream in pain. Dajir ran to the nearest one and saw that the yellow liquid on the containers had started pumping out much faster. The skin of the clone started turning yellow and his screams got louder. Dajir pulled the syringes connected to the arm of the clone, making the liquid splash and accumulate on the ground. The other clones started doing the same to their brothers, but it was useless. After more than 10 minutes of blood-curdling screams, the clones started to get quiet one by one. Dajir, Commander Fox, Hell Squad, the Coruscant Guard, medics, and anyone else had been able to do nothing, but watch the clones suffer and die. Back at the Clone Army headquarters. Thyre, please, tell the commanders the analysis results. Yes, Commander. Of the 51 troopers captured, none of them survived. They were injected with something that caused their genes to degenerate in a fast and painful way. We suspect the man who escaped was working for the Separatist, trying to create a chemical weapon that affects only clones. That is why only clones were being kidnapped. Before the enemy escaped, he injected a much larger amount of the chemical, activating it. We also lost 22 troopers on the assault. Commander Fox said that very quietly, but the impact was big. In a day, more than 70 clones died. They had suffered a total defeat and a huge blow. We didn't find the crazy scientist, but the most intelligent thing to do would be to leave the planet. The Coruscant Guard will send a warning to all the legions. If the same thing happens to them, they will be better prepared. Meanwhile, our analysts are working on a cure or at least a medicine for the chemical. I think that concludes our meeting here. Commanders, make sure to let your men vent out their stress. The Separatists are starting to fight back, and you can't be sure when your legions will have another break. None of the commanders said anything, because they couldn't change what happened. The best they could do was follow Commander Fox's advice. Capitulo 111, Grave Injuries. The clones spent the remaining 4 days of their leave without worries, drinking and talking at the Revanter or playing at the headquarters. Well, most of the clones did. Hell Squad and others of the 303rd Attack Legion spent most of the time in the infirmary, checking on 3-4. Needless to say, the wound on his side was pretty bad. His armor protected him from a fraction of the damage, but the angle that the laser hit was terrible. 2 ribs were hit and had fractured, and his left lung was perforated. Because laser fire was too hot, the wound had been cauterized immediately, but the damage was big. 3-4 hadn't woke up yet, and although the doctors were confident that he would live, he might not be able to fight again. Dajir and Brain stood side by side, looking at 3-4, who was floating in the Bacta tank. His wound was wrapped in bandages, but Dajir had seen it without it, and knew 3-4 had been lucky to be on Coruscant and not another planet. In normal battles, that would have been a fatal injury, because it needed immediate treatment. But on Coruscant, it took mere minutes for 3-4 to arrive in a medical center. Come on, Brain, medic, get him in the cruiser. Yes, sir. As the medic droids got 3-4 on a transport, Dajir left Brain behind and went to the Sincerity. His week of rest had passed, but it felt like he was on a normal battlefield. In the heart of the Republic, the supposedly safest planet on the entire galaxy, 77 clones lost their lives, including those who didn't resist their injuries. Dajir, sir. Barrow, how you doing? Had fun on the Capitol. I did, I heard you didn't. I am sorry about 3-4. I am sure he will be all right. That happens in battles. Besides, there is no need for us to feel down. He will be back on the battlefield before we know it. It just bothers me we didn't capture that Separatist bastard. The man with blue skin who had tricked Dajir and Commander Fox, the man who had escaped under their grasp, the man who was creating a poison, a virus to kill all clones. Dajir swore he would catch that man no matter what. He swore it in front of his dying brothers. He can't escape the Republic. If we don't find him, some of our brothers will. But that is not the reason why I came after you, sir. General Dai called all lieutenants and above to the command bridge. I am going. You can return now, Barrow. Appreciate your last few hours without your armor. Yes, sir. Dajir made his way to the command bridge and cleared his mind of unnecessary thoughts. One soldier had been hurt, but he couldn't falter because of it. The clone wars were far from ending. He stood quietly at one corner of the command bridge, waiting for General Dai and Commander Keeley. When they arrived, General Dai first spent some time greeting the clones. When he arrived in front of Dajir, however, he said nothing, but patted his shoulder. It was Ragu, his Padawan, that talked to Dajir. Dajir, we passed by the infirmary in our way here. 3-4's life force is strong. I sensed it. He will recover without problems. Dajir's eyes went wide, but Ragu couldn't see them since they were covered by his helmet. Dajir didn't know Jedis couldn't tell things like that. It appeared their skills didn't lie only with lightsabers. Dajir, please, share with the rest of the officers our orders. Yes, General. Officers, we received our next destination from the Army headquarters. We are to recover Dantooine from Separatist control. That is a planet-wide invasion. We can expect a long, tiring battle. Sir, we have a whole bunch of rookies with us. Valid considerations, Captain, but we will have much more than a bunch of rookies with us. We will have a whole fleet of shinies. The 501st Legion is with us in this battle. The response the Separatist gave was much stronger than we expected, so we will have to make do with our 2 legions. All right, we will attack Dantooine from 2 different areas. We, the 303rd, will start here, 200 kilometers from the capital city, Garang. The 501st will have the easy target, Kunda. And by easy I mean they will face hell, and we double that amount. Dajir showed the 2 cities on the hologram. Dantooine wasn't a big planet, and the only importance it held to the Republic was in terms of showing strength. But orders are orders, and Dajir was never going to contest them. Besides, he was born to do that. Now, let's make things simple. The Clankers know we are coming, so it won't be an easy battle. But we are clones, and we don't shy away from a battle. Our men are rested, and we got the new troops we needed. Let's give the Seppas a beating. Oh yeah. You heard Dajir. Now make the preparations to the embark. Our fleet sets out in 6 hours. General Dai ended the meeting and called Dajir aside. Dajir, I need someone to stay here and organize things, and someone to go talk with the commander of the 501st Legion. Commander Keeley decided you go to the 501st headquarters. Yes, General, I will go right away. Minutes later, Dajir was at the capital cruiser of the 501st Fleet. Once he announced his purpose, he was immediately brought to the commander of the 501st Legion. Dajir, you came to discuss the invasion plans for Dantooine, I imagine. Dajir frowned. There were 2 irregularities in Captain Rex's words. The first was that he called Dajir by his name, even though his rank was lower. That was against military regulations. The second irregularity was that he was just a captain. The one to receive Dajir should have been the commander. Hello, Captain Rex. I need to talk to your commander. I am it. What do you mean? I am the commander of the 501st. That is a normal confusion. I am the highest-ranking officer of the 501st Legion. We are a legion composed by the elites of the cadets, so our contingent is smaller than the normal. I am captain in name, but I work as the commander. That was surprising and suspicious. Why would a legion that hadn't even gone to battle be formed in such a strange way? And why wasn't I informed of this? If you have fewer members, that can change our whole plan for Dantooine. I don't know, we were sent here without. What is going on here? Capitulo 112, General Skywalker. General Skywalker. The man who entered the room was surprisingly young and had a serious semblance. It was human, with brown hair and brown eyes. He was wearing the battle robes the Jedi used under their cloaks and had a lightsaber hanging on his hips. Dajir knew that Jedi. They had briefly met on the series of battles on Renvar, Alaris Prime, and Thule. More specifically, Dajir was on the force sent to rescue him after he had been captured, but the Jedi had escaped on his own. However, when Dajir met him, the Jedi was only a Padawan. It appeared he had passed the famous Jedi tests. His name was something Skywalker. Anakin Skywalker, if Dajir wasn't wrong. Besides his hair being slightly longer, the Padawan, no Jedi hadn't changed much. General Skywalker. And you are? Sub-Commander Dajir, from the 303rd Attack Legion General. We met at the Renvar campaign. I am also the squad commander of Hell Squad. Oh, you were on the team sent to Alaris Prime, weren't you? Your armor was different, though. It is good to meet you, trooper. The stern face of the Jedi lit up in a bright smile, and he offered his hand to Dajir. The clone stood petrified, not knowing what to do. No matter if it was Jedi or clone, no superiors would ever make such a gesture to a mere clone he just met. And doing such had never passed through Dajir's mind. It just wasn't a common thing. Come on, shake it. On the side, Captain Rex shook his head while smiling. He had passed the same experience as Dajir. Realizing the Jedi still had his hand stretched, Dajir quickly gripped and shook it. It is a pleasure to meet you, General, again. All right, Dajir, what news do you have for us? General Dai sent me to discuss our attack plan on Dantooine. Okay, you and Rex do that. I have to return to the Jedi Temple. See you later. General, it is important that you... Seeing the Jedi excuse himself of the strategy meeting, Captain Rex tried to hold him back, to no avail. General Skywalker had already left before Captain Rex even finished speaking. Is he always like that? I only met him yesterday, and that is already the third time he did that. His master, General Kenobi, says we have to keep an eye on him because he tends to be brash. I am not sure how I am supposed to do that. Anyway, we have more pressing matters. You are right. According to the plan, the 501st will attack Kunda, the second largest city and the biggest economic center. The Separatists are already rooted on the planet, so their defenses will be nothing short from near unbreakable. You have two options, ground assault or air assault. What are their anti-aircraft defenses? Turrets, cannons, dwarf spider droids, anything you can possibly imagine and more. Their ground defenses are no joke either. Hailfire, AATs, turrets, and off-course a huge number of clankers. The only good news is that they are out of vulture droids, thanks to the resistance of the Republic forces prior on the planet. Do we still have any troops on the planet? No, all that could be evacuated have been, and those who didn't, are dead. What is the plan, Dajir? Frontal, direct attack? No other way. Dantooine is 90% grass plains. They have nowhere to hide, and so do we. That is why 2 legions are being used, although I didn't know the 501st was smaller than usual. We will make up for that with the quality of our soldiers. Give us a few battles, and the 501st will be unstoppable. I hope that is true. The meeting between Dajir and Captain Rex lasted well over 2 hours, on which all the strong and weak points of the droid defenses had been discussed. There was not much chance of a mistake on the Republic intelligence, because Dantooine had simple geographical features. When Dajir returned to the Sincerity, all the attack strategy had been laid out for Captain Rex, and it was on him to pass it to General Skywalker. How well the 501st executed it would depend on both the clone and the Jedi leadership. The only missing information for Dajir was Hell Squad role. On a planet-wide invasion, what one squad could make was limited. He had to consult with Commander Keeley and see what were his intentions. Luckily, he found Commander Keeley quickly, eating in the mess. Dajir, have you eaten yet? No, Commander. I've been at the meeting with Rex for the last few hours. Rex, the captain of the 501st Legion. He is the same as their commander. That legion is quite confusing, to say the least. What is up with them? Not exactly them. They are special legion like the Wolf Pack. What I find weird is that we are to attack Dantooine with them, and nobody told us that. Did you know, Commander? No, this is the first time I heard that. Their general is General Skywalker, former Padawan of General Kenobi. I mean no disrespect to him, but between us, Commander, don't you think it is weird to bring out a special legion just to put it under an inexperienced general? Yeah, I will see what I can find about that, but what about our battle plans for Dantooine? Are any changes necessary? I don't think so. No matter what, they are a well-trained legion. Besides, Captain Rex appears very capable. I am pretty sure he was the one who commanded the cadets in the Battle of Kamino. So he has some experience after all. Well, we will have to see how it goes. Sit and eat. You have been in 2 strategic meetings in a row. Dajir sat down and took off his helmet. His shaved head was glowing with beads of sweat. A droid brought him his meal, and Dajir ate it contentedly. It was only after eating his fill that Dajir remembered why he had searched for Commander Keeley. "Commander, what are Hell Squad orders? I was presented the entire battle, but in no moment we were mentioned." "That is because Hell Squad has no specific toll in that battle. We first have to establish a foothold on the planet, and then we will find your targets. We need to find a temporary replacement for 3-4. A medic is of utmost importance, even more if we have to go alone somewhere. We will find someone. Now, prepare to leave. The 303rd will shortly be off to another battle." Capitulo 113, Planet-Wide Invasion. A green ball floating in space, Dantooine was a quite beautiful planet. It would be more if it weren't the debris floating around in space or the clouds of smoke on the planet that were visible from space. Between big and small starcraft, the two Republic fleets hovering above the planet had close to 50 ships. That was without counting the starfighters, of course. But such a big group of cruisers had nothing to do in the battle that was about to start. The droid defenses were too near the cities for an orbital strike, and the few targets that were not worth it. As it was usual before a battle, Commander Keeley was making his small speech to boost morale. The only certainty on the conquest of Dantooine was that many troopers would die. That was something nobody said, but everybody knew, and they could do nothing about it. Ever since Dajir became subcommander, his sense of responsibility had become stronger, as it was expected. That prompted him to make sure the battle plans were the best possible, and that weapons, ships, vehicles, and soldiers were ready. Everything could save the life of a brother. But his increased responsibility also made him think a lot more about the consequences of a battle, even if it hadn't started yet. He didn't know how many of the brothers he grew up with would die today, and how many more would be severely hurt. He could die today, as could Commander Keeley, General Dai, Ragu, Brain, Metal, Tech, and any other clone. But he had to steel his heart and fight. In Dajir's vision, he had a bigger purpose on Dantooine and any other battle. That purpose was command Hell Squad and destroy any droid in his way. Only by doing that could he make sure the brothers who came behind him would face less danger. "Get on the lots, we are going in, boys, for the Republic." "For the Republic." When Commander Keeley finished his speech, Dajir shouted the same as the soldiers. As a clone, his job was simple: fight for the Republic. The lot Hell Squad got into was different from the ones he was used to. Its sides were freshly painted with the reddish-brown of the 303rd. 2 horns, one on each side, made the gunship look fierce. And it wasn't only his lot that was like that, but all of them. In the words of the pilots, "We might fall today, and if so, let it be for the 303rd. Personally, Dajir liked it. Using the basic tactic of splitting the commanders so they don't get all taken down in one swoop, Commander Keeley and General Dai each boarded a different gunship. "Sergeants, check out your groups. We set off in 6 minutes. If anything is wrong, fix it now or go without it. Move, move, move." Dajir rushed the men in the gunships, and for 6 minutes there was only the sound of troopers moving and the sergeants making the last-minute checks. Hell Squad boarded their lot quietly. There was a tradition that the clones started after Genosis. That was to close their eyes and stay quiet until the lots took off. It wasn't just a sort of mental preparation, but more of silent respect for all the clones who would die and already died. That way, the moment the clones stepped on the battlefield, they could focus entirely on the battle. The moment he felt the gunship vibrate under his feet, Dajir opened his eyes. The clones with him were hanging on the sides of the lot or on each other. Just before the procession of lots left the Venator-class cruiser, the doors closed. The clone army was taking off directly from space this time. As usual, the lights turned on, bathing the helmets of the soldiers in red. Near him, Cell gripped his blaster harder. Just like Genosis, all over again, it looks like more than 4 months. "I hope we have a better landing than I did on Genosis. The subcommander and I crashed hard." That was Brain chiming in. He and Cell talked without thinking, speaking in the most inappropriate moments. Dajir had to shush them to hear Commander's Keeley on his comlink. "Quiet you two, okay. Yes, Commander." Closing the channel, Dajir turned on the hologram projector on his hand and showed the clones in the gunship an image of what they would face. "Dab, Cell, and the sniper team, stay back until we take this position here. Then, provide support so we can take objective J3. Lieutenant Fondor, your objectives are J4 and J5. Make sure to clean all the droids on them. After that big hill, we have a good 100 kilometers of plain ground. The Seppies have trenches, turrets, and whatnot. It will be a tough battle, so don't run after clankers. Complete your orders and hold position until you are given new ones. This battle won't be over in a day or two, so there is no need to rush all the way to the capital in one swoop. Sir, we are about to enter their range. Hold on to something. Got it, that is it, troopers. Just do your job well, and we will be one step closer to ending this war. Dajir concluded his words just about the moment the anti-aircraft separatist turrets fired their first shots. Most of them missed, and those who hit didn't do much damage. But that was just them calibrating their guns. The next volley would be much more deadly. And so it was. As the sub-commander, he constantly received the updates about which and how many lots had fallen. Cell was right. It was really like Genosis. Luckily for them, unluckily for many of their brothers, Hell Squad's lot suffered nothing but a scratch. When the gunship touched the ground, Lieutenant Fondor immediately jumped down with his troops. All over the green plains of Dantooine, clones disembarked their gunships and ran towards the droid defenses. The gunships had formed circles, and the clones were using them as cover to start their offense. A red laser hit the walls of the lot, centimeters away from Dajir's head, leaving a scorched mark. Nevertheless, Dajir still walked out of the gunship unhurried. He was still too far to get accurate shots out, so he didn't waste ammunition. Using the macrobinoculars on his helmet, Dajir inspected the droid positions. The green of the grass plains was even more green through the macrobinoculars, but Dajir soon identified their goals. Capitulo 114, Old-Fashioned Battle. The clone army had dropped behind a big hill for two reasons. The first was that it was where the droid defenses started. If they tried to advance more than that, their gunships would have been torn apart. Secondly, if they took the hill, they would be able to establish a base protected from the droids, and from where they would be able to organize a bigger offensive. If they could bring in the big vehicles, like ATTEs, the battle would be easier. Dajir looked around and calculated they already had enough men on the ground to start pushing up the hill. It was about 500 meters tall and filled with droids. Lieutenant Fondor, start the attack. Take down the first line of bunkers, then move up using the tunnels. Captain Narza, we will go up the hill. Squash them between two fronts. Yes, sir. Hell Squad on me. Dab, while we are going up the hill, see if you can find any enemy commanders. Cell, help him. Kuvu, stay behind us. If anyone is hurt, apply the immediate procedures. Leave the rest to the others, you move on with us. Yes, sir. Kuvu was the clone medic replacing 3-4. He was chosen amongst the elites of the 303rd, but still was quite a distance away from Hell Squad standards. So, Dajir ordered him to stay back and give support to the wounded. Of course, Hell Squad would be on the vanguard, so Dajir didn't want Kuvu to be somewhere he was not prepared to be. Deep inside his mind, Dajir probably thought Kuvu would slow them down. Through the 4.5 months of war, Hell Squad ran far forward than the rest of the clones. Their missions, dangerous situations, and especially their determination, transformed them on a special unit that was the best the 303rd had to offer. It was also amongst the rest of the clone army. Dajir was sure that he and his squad were behind only the clone commandos like Delta Squad. That wasn't arrogance, but the confidence that came from the trust their brothers put on them. Each and every member of Hell Squad knew that if they failed, the cost wouldn't be just their lives, but also the lives of their brothers. Under the command of Dajir, the clones grouped up behind two lots. The moment Dajir ordered, the lots would fly out of the way and the clones would charge. Having already analyzed the droid defenses using his macrobinoculars, Dajir knew there were 7 lines of trenches, each of them filled with big and small bunkers. After they took over the first trench line, Fondor would clear the underground and Narza the surface. Hell Squad would be with them. They had to systematically clear each trench before moving to the next. Pilots ready. Yes, sir. 3, 2, 1, now Captain Lieutenant move. Let's go, men. Move out. The 2 lots took off, 1 for each side, flying low so they wouldn't be hit by the anti-aircraft turrets. The clones split into two groups, going in the same direction but in different angles. The first line of clones was immediately shredded to pieces by the droids in the trench, but the second and third lines had fewer casualties, and the fourth was intact. Only the upper body of the droids was shown over the top of the trench, making them harder to hit, but also guaranteeing each hit was lethal. Each time a laser missed, chunks of grass and earth flee in the air, filling the air with dust. But some lasers never missed. Holding his DC-15A at waist level, Dajir fired 2 shots in succession, hitting the droids squarely in the chest. Tech and Brain aimed more, always hitting the clanker's head. Metal was, well, vaporizing the droids with his Z6 rotary. At fixed intervals, seppies on the bunkers would fall, all of them with a hole where their right eye was supposed to be. Dab was suppressing the 4 bunkers near them, making sure to keep the droids away from the turrets and cannons. With Cell marking the targets for them, the other snipers were also doing pretty well. Man down, medic. Hold on, brother. Aza. To the left, Arg. Kuvu had a lot of work to do, and was too occupied to see that Hell Squad had left him behind. Of course, they didn't do it because of some weird reason such as not liking Kuvu. It was just that their rhythm was way faster. More feeling than seeing, Dajir evaded 2 lasers and slid in the ground, directly in the first trench. His feet hit the chest of a B-1 battle droid, kicking it to the ground. The E5 on the hand of his opponent was knocked away from him, and Dajir finished him with a quick point-blank shot. The trench was about 2 meters deep in the central part and 1.5 in the laterals. The trench was littered with droid bodies and even some clone ones. Brain and Tech arrived by his side and cleaned the remaining droids they could see. Each section that passed, more and more clones entered the trench and took over it. Dajir turned on his comlink. Lieutenant Fondor, how are you going with those bunkers? Sir, we almost finished clearing them up. We also found the tunnels, but taking them will be tricky. They had E-webs on each corridor. Do what you gotta do. Captain Narza, what is the overall situation on the first trench? Our troops face difficulties on the middle. I am sending more men to support. Hell Squad will take care of it. Coordinate with Fondor and start pushing up to the second trench. We have to take this hill before nightfall. Yes, sir. Dab, do you have visual on the middle section of the trench? No, sir. Do you want me to reposition? Yeah, Cell with him. Metal, Brain, Tech, start moving. 3-4, support. Kuvu, come over here, I have troopers wounded. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Kuvu applied for the necessary painkillers and medicines, and Dajir patted him on the shoulder, to show he noticed how much the clone was striving. After Kuvu had patched up the wounded, he and Dajir started following the trench towards the middle. The clone army had already taken over the trench, and was in a heated battle with the second trench line. Walking down the middle of the trench, every now and then Dajir saw a clone being shot and falling to the ground. It was becoming more difficult to walk, since now the deepest part of the trench was being filled with bodies. But Dajir just kept going. Scenes like that were now too common for him. Capitulo 115, Helpful Crash. Arg! A clone fell in front of Dajir, his helmet smoking. Since only the upper body appeared above the trench, most hits would be on the head and would be lethal. It was the work of the droids above them, who had the high ground and range advantage. But the lasers that killed this clone didn't come from above. They came from the last section of the trench that was still under droid control. Making use of the S-shape of this part of the trench, the clankers were holding back the clones. That is, until Hell Squad arrived. A few of the thermal detonators' Brain had taken care of part of the droids. Dajir killed the others almost alone. He picked up a droid and used it as a shield. To make the action easier, he discarded his DC-15A and traded it for his DC-17. Each time a laser hit the droid body, Dajir shook, but his hand holding the blaster never faltered. Dajir only stopped when he met Brain and Tech. He let his droid shield, now totally shredded, fall to the ground, where it became another one in the pile already there. Tech aimed at it by instinct when he heard the metallic sound. We took the first trench, sir. Only 6 more to go. That was the most difficult. Now we can attack from both up here and the tunnels below. Kuvu, Tech take the left. Brain, come with me. Metal, when we run out, fire your toy. Yes, sir. Lieutenant Fondor, Captain Narza, the trench is ours. Start pushing towards their second line of defense. Yes, sir. Cell, you have a better visual than us. How is the status of their anti-aircraft turrets? Still kicking, sir. Dab, is there any possibility of taking a shot? I can try, sir, but it is a chance in 100, and, What is it? One of our gunships just crashed in their anti-aircraft positions. Sir, if we push up now, that might be our chance. There were so many explosions going off on the battlefield that Dajir hadn't noticed this one in particular, but following Dab's indication, he saw that 2 of the AA turrets had been crushed, and the droids managing 3 others had been blown away. If they could take that chance to advance and take over or destroy the AA turrets, then maybe they could. However, it was 6 trenches and 500 meters away. Damn it, we will have to risk it. Dab, keep those turrets out of use no matter what. Fondor, Narza, hurry up. Admiral Dow, Admiral, do you copy? Sub-Commander Dajir, what do you need? At TEs, plus a squadron of starfighters for support. That is impossible. Any ship we sent will be shot down immediately. Doing this would be a waste of life and resources. Admiral, we have a chance right now. If we don't take it, then we will lose many more. I can't do that without orders from General Dai. I am sorry, Dajir. Admiral Erg, General Dai, can you hear me? Dajir, what is it? We are in the middle of a battle, Ragu, force push. General Dai's voice was choppy, and Dajir could hear the sounds of battle. General, there is an opening which we can use to put the AT-TEs on the ground, but I need your authorization. How certain are you that our pilots won't be shot down? Certain enough to think it is worth taking the risk. Do it then. Yes, General. Admiral, I have General Dai's authorization. Bring down the big toys. You better be right, Dajir. Thorn Squadron, protect those gunships on their way down. Don't let them fall even if you have to throw yourselves in front of their turrets. With the orders that they needed, adapted lots flew off the Sincerity. They had a larger space in their bottom, so they could fit the big AT-TEs under them. When they were near the ground, the magnetic locks would be released and they would be dropped on the ground. Dabs, how are you doing? Fine by now, but once the SEPs decide to rush to the AAs, we will be screwed. Just keep going, we will have heavy support soon. All right, Metal, empty your magazine on the next trench. We will follow right after. Yes, sir. Metal climbed over the side of the trench and grabbed his Z6 with both hands. One hand on the handle above it to aim, the other on the back where the trigger was, Metal sprayed an entire magazine on the second trench, 60 meters away. A Z6 rotary heavy blaster had a magazine of 13 kilograms of pure Tabana gas, one of the most volatile and powerful substances in the galaxy. At max potency, that was over 120 lasers exiting the barrel of the blaster per second. In just 4 minutes, Metal emptied a magazine worth thousands of Republic credits, for a total of more than 30,000 lasers. Aside from the cost, firing recklessly like this also had another obvious downside. The 6 barrels of the blaster turned orange and red and started smoking. Metal had to drop his beloved weapon on the ground, and even then there were burn marks on his gloves. Seconds before Metal finished, Dajir had already walked out of the trench. At the same time, Captain Narza and Lieutenant Fondor started their offensive. Clones left the trench in a line and ran towards the next one. At the same time, Lieutenant Fondor started his attack on the tunnels below, forcing the droids to divert their attention. The second attack was very much like the first, with the difference that the clones attacking now had the support of those on the trench. Thanks to Metal, Hell Squad had an almost clear path, because all the droids in front of them had been killed or forced to stay down. 60 meters were neither a big nor a short distance, and at full speed, it took Dajir 5 seconds to arrive above the clankers. Dajir stood above the trench, his 2 feet planted firmly on the ground, his blaster pointed downwards. After taking care of the droids and securing that part of the trench, Dajir heard Dab on his comlink. Sir, they are about to take it. There are too many of them. It is just a matter of seconds. Then we just got lucky, Dab. Have you looked behind you? What? Oh yeah. Hearing the excited shouts of Dab, Dajir turned off the comlink. Suddenly, big, blue lasers came from behind the clone army, and a huge section of the anti-aircraft turrets of the Separatist was blown to bits. Capitulo 116, Lost Commander. Giant metal bodies, supported by sturdy legs, with one big cannon on the top and 4 small ones in the front. The mass drive cannon needed some time to charge, but its power was undeniable. The AATs used by the Separatist were no match for it. But what the Separatist lacked in firepower, they had in number. Half a minute after the first ATT touched the ground, one of them crumbled under the concentrated lasers of AATs and turrets. But they had done their job. The AA turrets were in tatters, their crews buried or on fire. Smoke was billowing in the air as Dajir walked in the trench. Hell Squad had made it inside the trench, but the other clones were facing problems. Tech, Brain, and I will go to the right. Kuvu and Metal left. Cell, come up here and help them. Dab, continue with the overwatch. You are free to fire at any clanker. Yes, sir. Dajir's commands were simple. By splitting and following the trench line, they would catch the droids unaware. If they did that, more and more clones could enter the trench. The sound on the battlefield was deafening, with explosions, lasers, and death cries. But for Hell Squad, there was almost no noise. The trench was quiet, and only if they paid attention they could hear the battle noises. Dajir stepped carefully on the ground, making almost no noise. Reloading. Unit R1, R3, where are you? R1, R3 is dead. Oh, well. Die, Republic scum. Not 15 meters away from where Hell Squad split, Dajir ordered Tech and Brain to stop. From up ahead, he could hear the droids talking, although he couldn't see them. Since they were so close, Dajir wasn't sure how the droids didn't hear when Hell Squad captured the trench block meters away. Maybe it was a trap, but why would they set a trap in the middle of a battle? Dajir doubted the clankers were smart enough for that. Most likely they would just fire at the clones straight away. They probably were just dumb. Brain, do you have some detonators? Always. Go ahead then. One explosive device was thrown and disappeared after the corner. Hey, what is TH? The explosions sent soil flying in the air, which then hit the armor of Hell Squad, staining it with mud. But they couldn't care less at the moment. A hole had been carved in the middle of the trench, and the charred remains of B-1 battle droids were scattered around. Dajir kicked a droid torso away, knelt on the ground, and aimed at the droids a bit away. One B-2 super battle droid had turned to them, his rigid arm aiming his wrist rocket. BZZZ, there are clones here. The super battle droid fired its rocket, but Dajir jumped to the side, and all it hit was the trench wall, sending more mud splattering in the air. Dajir's ears hurt, but he surprisingly didn't aim at the super battle droid, but the B-1 units behind it. He hit one droid in the chest and followed with a shot to the head. The second one, his aim was a little off because of the explosion, and the laser hit the left arm of the droid right in the joint. The droid's arm was separated from its body, and his E5 was lost. Losing a weapon in the middle of a battle meant death. By the moment Dajir finished off the B-1 battle droid, the super battle droid had changed its wrist rocket by the twin blasters on its other arm. Still, Dajir showed no intention of reacting to it and concentrated his fire on the droids behind it. Just before the B-2 fired his powerful blasters, 4 shots hit it squarely in the chest and brought it down. Brain and Tech didn't stop there, but aimed at the next target. The reason why Dajir had completely ignored the dangerous B-2 super battle droid was because he had full trust in his brothers. This section of the trench was straight and ended in one of the bunkers. That meant there was no cover, which was unfortunate, for the droids. When the clones finished, about 20 droid bodies were laying on the bottom of the trench. Tech opened that door. Tech went ahead and crouched next to the metal door. He tapped in his comlink and connected 2 cables with the door control panel. Dag ZZZ, Dajir BZZZ. Commander Keeley, are you all right? There is too much in turf. Dajir BZZ, crashed ZZZZ, up BZZ, hill we have ZZZ, wounded. Wait a bit, Commander, let me find you. Tech, wait, don't open it yet. Dajir lowered his macro binoculars and put his head above the trench. But there was too much smoke, and there were too many downed gunships to find which one was Commander Keeley's. Dab, Commander Keeley was shot down. Find his lot, now. Yes, sir. Tech, get back to this bunker. We have to clear it before moving on. I am ready to open it as soon as you command, sir. Brain, pass me some detonators. I will be the one to blow those seppies. Not knowing how his commander was, or whether he was injured or not, Dajir wasn't feeling good. When Tech opened the door, Dajir rolled the thermal detonators inside the bunker, leading to a series of explosion. Carefully stepping inside the bunker, blaster ready to fire, he saw 2 destroyed E-webs and a dozen droids. He sat down and took a deep breath. Captain Narza, Hell Squad have taken control of the bunker at position 498A. We noticed, sir. Captain Narza answered not by the comlink, but in person. He came out from the tunnels, leading a group of clones, including Lieutenant Fondor. The second trench is ours, sir. Good. By the way, Captain, why are you in the tunnels? I was hunting some seppies, sir. What is wrong? The commander is lost somewhere uphill. His gunship was shot down. He contacted me, but the transmission was terrible. When we find him, Hell Squad and a rescue group will go after him. Captain, you will be in command of the offensive while we are gone. Yes, sir. Now, rest up a little. In half an hour, we restart the attack. Dab, do you have eyes on Commander Keeley? No, sir. Maybe after the battle calmed down. Cell, how are you doing on your side? Almost finishing up. A few dozen droids and we are done. Come to 498, leave the remaining droids to the others. Hell Squad will be needed soon. Yes, sir. Kuvu Metal, let's go. Guard, take over. Dajir had done all he could for the moment. Now, he could only hope Commander Keeley could wait until they found him. Capitulo 117, Rescue Mission. Commander Keeley, do you copy? BZZZ, ZZZ, BZZZ. There was only static coming from his comlink. 5 minutes of the 30 Dajir proposed had passed. Dajir used his macrobinoculars and saw the smoke clearing out from the battlefield. There were 5 trenches waiting for them to conquer it. Still, the clones had taken a huge chunk out of the separatist defenses. The ATTEs blew holes in the droid defenses, and without the AA turrets, more and more troopers were being deployed. Sporadic laser shots could still be heard when the snipers on both sides found someone being too bold. Dab anything. Still nothing, sir. There are just too many gunships on the ground. But, sir, I identified at least 6 lots with survivors, all of them uphill. Commander Keeley can be on any of them or in none. This is better than nothing. Transfer their location to my comlink, and we will see what we can do. Using the positions Dab gave him, Dajir compared them to where Commander Keeley should have landed. Those 2 are quite far from his last known position. We will leave them to the end. Then we have 2 gunships crashed roughly 200 meters from us, both on the left. They are his most probable location. On our right, 50 meters, there is also a downed gunship, in between this trench and the next. The last one is the worst. It crashed just before the top of the hill. Getting there will cost us a lot. As Dajir analyzed the hologram map, he used his fingers to trace red lines between their position and the lots. We will split into 3 groups. When we start our attack, 19 minutes from now, Lieutenant Fondor will aim for the closest one. If Commander Keeley is there, prioritize bringing him back. If he isn't, rescue our troopers. Captain Narza, your target is the 2 gunships on the left. They are pretty close to each other. The problem will be getting to them. If we can bring in some fresh troops, I can take the 3rd and 4th trenches in a row and aim for the lots in the chaos. Good plan, we will do that. Now, as for the last lot, Hell Squad will take care of it. No comments. Yes, sir. You have your orders. We have 17 minutes to take back the wounded, no more. After that, I want every available trooper on the front. We can't lose our momentum. Yes, sir. The clones scattered, each following their orders. A line of injured clones was created, protected by the unharmed ones, starting on the 2nd trench and going to the temporary headquarters the clone army built. Hell Squad, replenish your ammunitions and anything we need. Especially you, Kuvu. If we are going after that last gunship, we will need a well-equipped medic. Yes, sir. Brain, bring some ammo for me. Dab, get up here. I want all of Hell's squad together. Brain nodded and Dab made an affirmative noise. Dajir looked at his comlink. 15 minutes left. He wanted to sit down and rest, but didn't do it. He expanded the hologram map to show the whole hill, then zoomed in again. Hell Squad needed a plan if they wanted to get to the top of the hill and come back with the rescued clones. There were 5 trenches in their path. The higher they went, the smaller the trenches were, but the defenders were closely packed. Hell Squad had 2 options to get to the gunship. They could either go by the surface or by the tunnels. Both ways, they would face a lot of problems. On the surface, the most obvious flaw was that the instant they tried to advance any further than the rest of the clones, they would become a target. And if they followed the tunnels, it would take too much time, and the separatist barricades wouldn't be any easier than the ones on the surface. Besides, the tunnels were a maze for which they didn't have a map. Dajir racked his brain but still couldn't think of any solution. He looked at the time, 12 minutes. They would have to force their way through, the best they could. Dajir, I don't know how you plan to rescue Keely, but you have to. Ragu is going with you. Yes, General. Immediately after Dajir ended his transmission with Commander Keely, he informed General Dai. The Jedi ordered them to keep pushing the attack and to find Commander Keely. If Ragu, the Padawan, could come with Hell Squad, it would be easier. Dajir knew that because from the start of the battle till now, Hell Squad had always been the second group to arrive at the enemy trenches. Long before they did it, the Jedi were already there. Even if he wasn't together with them, Dajir could imagine General Dai and Ragu swinging their lightsabers and deflecting lasers. Ragu would be a welcomed addition to their rescue mission. 3 minutes later, Ragu arrived at where Hell Squad was. Dajir was, at this moment, grabbing the magazines Brain brought for him and strapping them to this belt. One magazine of a DC-15A had 500 rounds, but it was still depleting quite quickly on the battlefield. Anyway, when Ragu arrived, Dajir stopped and gave him the standard military salute. General Ragu. I will let you lead, Dajir. What is the plan? There is no real plan, General. I was originally thinking of going by the tunnels, but the chance of we getting lost is high, and I am not sure Commander Keely has that much time. Since we now have you with us, advancing straight up might be the best choice. It is quite a distance. We won't rescue Keely if we are dead. That is why I hope you can block the Clanker's lasers, but it is your call, General. Jedi are strong, not invincible. I might be able to deflect the lasers coming from the front, but what about the droids we leave on our back? We can't destroy them all. That is our biggest problem, and to be honest, I don't have a solution for it. The ATTs can't back us up. They have neither the angle nor the range to duel with their AATs. But the Seppas have the high ground. That gives them a boost in range, and they can oversee the whole hill. 6 minutes left till they commence the attack again. Dajir ordered Captain Narza to get the men ready. What do you think, General, by the tunnels or the surface? The Togruta looked pensively at Dajir. If we follow your plan, do you think we can make it back alive? This isn't the craziest thing Hell Squad had done, neither it is the worst. We can pull this off. Dajir answered confidently. He knew it would be hard, but he never doubted Hell Squad could do it. Seeing Dajir answer without hesitation, Ragu smiled. Then let's do it. Capitulo 118. A rash apprentice causes death. With the last 30 seconds slipping away on the clock, all the clones got in position. Maybe the droids noticed it, maybe they just knew the clones had to attack soon, but they also strengthened their fortifications. Hell Squad ready? Yes, sir. More than ever. Let's get those Seppas. General Ragu, we will get out first, all right. No, you asked me to defend from the lasers coming from uphill. I will be the vanguard. Ragu pulled out his lightsaber, but didn't activate it yet. Hearing the young Togruta talk with such strength behind his words, Dajir didn't say anything else. In fact, he felt it would be an insult to ask the Padawan to stay on the back. Hell Squad looked at the Padawan with a whole new level of respect. If it was the first battle of the Padawan, they might have considered him harsh and maybe even stupid. But Ragu had been in the trenches fighting together with the clones. He knew how dangerous it was, but still wanted to be the vanguard. That was the mentality of a soldier, and the troopers respected it. Dajir, I will start the attack. Are the men ready? General Dai asked this through the communicator. Dajir signaled Captain Narza and Lieutenant Fondor. Just give us the order, General. Very well, all troops attack. General Dai's orders were transmitted to every clone in the battlefield. With a collective yell, the clones climbed up the trench's side. Many of them were shot down immediately, as the blasters and turrets of the separatist bolted into action. Suddenly, the battlefield was filled with action and noise. Screams, explosions, orders being yelled. It was like a gyuri waking up after a 6-month-long hibernation. Angry and noisy. Ragu jumped out of the trench with a somersault, at the same time turning on his green lightsaber. He swung his lightsaber in a diagonal, from the top right to the left bottom. 2 red lasers were reflected, one of them hitting the B-1 unit who fired it, and the other flew off in the distance. Dajir climbed the trench's side and opened fire. He and Hell Squad weren't to be outdone by Ragu, neither wanted to. But they had to admit the Padawan was a force to be reckoned with. In a matter of seconds, he had gotten to the 3rd trench and used the force to push the droids away. Ragu turned around and cut 2 droids in half. Their bodies fell apart, revealing even more clankers. Ragu made a pulling motion, and 1 droid flew directly into his lightsaber. Nevertheless, the Padawan was getting surrounded. He deflected some more lasers and cut down some more droids, but he would soon be overwhelmed. That is why Hell Squad came to help. On one side, there was an explosion caused by Brain's thermal detonators, and it destroyed 5 B-1 battle droids and 1 B-2 unit. On the other side, 2 droid heads popped out of their sockets, thanks to Dab's sniper shots. Cell and Tech were shoulders to shoulder, spraying the droids with blue lasers. Metal couldn't really use his Z6 rotary because Ragu was in the line of fire, but he had a backup blaster, a DC-15S, and Dajir used his trusted DC-15A, aiming for headshots. Even Kuvu, the medic and temporary addition to Hell Squad, got in the mix and took down some clankers. All of that happened in less than 5 seconds, just enough time for a person blink thrice, and for Hell Squad annihilate almost 3 dozen droids. Dajir slid into the trench, taking a couple more shots at the droids. Ragu seemed to have forgotten their objective and was advancing at the droids, so Dajir held him. General, we need to keep going. We will leave the rest of the trench for General Dai and our troops. That is not it, look. Ragu pointed to some dead clones with half their bodies inside the trench. Dajir didn't understand at first, but then he saw one of the soldiers move a little, trying to crawl forward. Then he saw a droid aiming at the clone. Dab right sharp. Dab turned immediately and fixed his aim at the droid. The powerful laser from his DC-15X torn open the side of the droid, almost splitting it in half. We really need to go, General. We have medics for the wounded, but going after them in the middle of the battle will only get us killed. And we have an objective, remember. But we can't leave him. He is a soldier, he will hold on until help arrives. Let's go. There was pain on the Padawan's eyes when he turned away from the wounded clone. After all, he was still a child. A powerful, brave one, but still young. Sorry, brother. Dajir whispered at the clone, so low only he himself could hear it. The clone had a piece of scrap metal puncturing his neck. Dajir knew that even if he received immediate treatment, the trooper wouldn't survive. Leaving the clone behind, Hell Squad followed Ragu and left the 3rd trench for the rest of the army. The distance between the 3rd and the 4th trenches was bigger than the distance between the 2nd, a D, the 3rd by about 25 meters. That didn't seem like much, but it could cost Hell Squad their lives if they weren't careful. General Ragu, we can't go on a straight line as we did before. We have to try not to stand off too much. Since they had been in the middle of the clone army up till now, Hell Squad and the Padawan hadn't been spotted yet. But a lone group of clones crossing between trenches would catch a lot of attention. Follow me. However, Ragu seemed to have other plans and totally ignored Dajir's advice. He spun his lightsaber so fast that it turned in a bright circle. It was very eye-catching, but super effective. Every laser that hit the spinning lightsaber was reflected back, and not one crossed Ragu's defense. It also did the opposite of what Dajir wanted. Not only the droids in the 4th trench noticed them, but some of the 3rd also did. In a span of seconds, Hell Squad was being attacked for both sides. Dajir couldn't understand why Ragu had done that, but there was no going back. Kuvu sell metal on me. Dajir took aim at the droids in the third trench, hoping to reduce the number of their enemies. His focus wasn't to kill all the clankers, but just suppress them until Hell Squad was in the fourth trench. Miraculously, they all managed to get to the fourth trench before something went wrong. While Ragu had jumped in the trench together with Dab, Brain, and Tech, Dajir and the others were a few steps away. When Dajir was about to jump inside the trench, Kuvu slammed into him, and they both tumbled down. Dajir hit the bottom of the trench head first. Kuvu, what was that? Kuvu, oh damn it. Before he could get angry, Dajir saw why Kuvu had crashed into him. 2 black holes had appeared in his back. The poor clone would never fight again. Come on, Dajir, what are you waiting for? We are giving them a beatie. No. Capitulo 119, I never wanted to. Come on, Dajir, what are you waiting for? We are giving them a beatie. No. The moment the Padawan turned around, the smile on his face changed into a scream of sadness. It was as if his yell had supernatural powers, and all the droids in a 10 meters radius were pushed away by the force wave he unleashed. Taking advantage of the seconds they won, Brain and Tech pulled Kuvu's body from above Dajir and laid it carefully on the ground. Dajir sighed, but got up and fired at the droids all the same. The death of Kuvu was sad, but so was the death of all the clones in this galactic war. The battle wouldn't stop because of it, and Hell Squad couldn't mourn now. I didn't mean it. I only wanted to save Keely as fast as possible. We still have 3 trenches to cross, General. We need to go. But, Kuvu. Dajir looked at the medic's body. The clone had stayed with Hell Squad for only a few hours, but it still hurts to lose a brother. There is nothing we can do for him, General. We need to go now. The clankers are closing in. Dab approached Dajir and showed him the hologram map. Sir, we are still 230 meters away from the objective. I know, Dab urged the general very carefully. Cell, Tech, Brain, we will scout ahead, see if there is anywhere we can advance without attracting more attention. Yes, sir. While Dajir led the others, Dab approached Ragu. He understood that Kuvu had died because the Padawan had been reckless, but in his clone soldier mentality, he didn't know why they stopped because of that. General, we really need to go. Commander Keely is still out there, and we need to rescue him. Dab, Kuvu is dead, because of me. Not because of you, General. It was a droid blaster that killed him, not you. Besides, this is a war. Kuvu died fighting for what he believed, for the Republic. Maybe it was because Ragu believed him, or maybe it was because he just needed a reason to keep going, but the Padawan got up. He gave Kuvu's dead body one last glance, then followed the direction that Dajir went. Tech, get down. The mechanic of Hell Squad immediately dropped to the ground after his squad leader yelled at him, just in time to dodge a wrist rocket that would have hit him right in the chest. Whipping out his blaster, Tech fired a stream of blue lasers in the B-2 Super Battle Droid torso. Reloading. Tech pulled the trigger once again, but a click showed the blaster was empty. The moment he started to reload, Cell and Brain stepped forward and covered him. Dajir ran forward and used the walls of the trench as a shield. Red lasers blew dirt and mud in the air, and big holes appeared in his already precarious protection. But since he didn't plan on staying there for long, it didn't matter. The leader of Hell Squad, the only clone aside from the commanders with painting on his armor, came out of hiding wielding his DC-15A in one hand and his DC-17 on the other. His shots hit the droids either in the head or in the upper part of the chest. He was aiming at their core components, respectively the central core and the principal movement control center. Destroying either of those would put the droid out of combat immediately. One of the reasons why the droid army was so worse than the clone army was because just one laser in the right target would make them useless, even if they were still alive. Of course, if a clone took a shot to the head or the heart, he would surely die, but droids usually didn't have such a good aim. The only reason why the Separatist could fight back was because of the staggering amount of droids their army had. Back to the combat, Dajir killed 6 droids before he had to reload. Thankfully, he wasn't alone. Brain did his thing, which was thrown thermal detonators. A blazing path was blasted amidst the droids, and there was silence for some time. Dajir called Dab through his comlink. Dab, get over here. We cleared this area. Yes, sir. We are already underway. Seconds later, Ragu walked over. His face was expressionless, but he still walked stiffly. General, I just checked with General Dai, and they just took the third trench and are in the process of attacking this one. It is as you said, Dajir. We need to keep going. What do you think is the best way to get to Keeley? We don't know if the commander is in that lot, General, but I think I know how we can get there, using that. Ragu looked to what Dajir was pointing, and his eyes became wide open. That is a separatist AAT, and it is destroyed. What are you thinking? It was true. Halfway between the fourth and the fifth trench, an AAT was laying with its front half buried. The hatch was opened, and a dead droid was hanging on it. Tech said he can get it back in motion. If we get it moving, we can probably blast through the fifth trench, maybe even the sixth. The closer we get, the better our chances of rescuing anyone on that gunship. Sir, we got the first gunship. 2 wounded, the rest dead. No sign of Commander Keeley. Okay, Lieutenant. Get the wounded to a medical base and keep going. Yes, sir. Captain Narza, what is your status? We already started the attack on the fourth trench. In a few minutes, we should be able to get to the 2 lots. Do that. Captain, soon there will be a separatist tank moving up. Do not shoot it. Hell Squad and General Ragu are the ones with it. Yes, sir. Captain Narza didn't even think it was weird that Hell Squad would hijack a separatist AAT. The clones of the 303rd had long been used Hell Squad crazy doings. Only Ragu was surprised. Dajir, you were already thinking about it even before we got here, right? One thing I learned with Commander Keeley was to always have a plan. Dajir looked over the trench side and calculated the distance to the AAT. Well, we better get going, and Dajir. Yes, General. I am sorry I never wanted what happened to happen. Dajir kept quiet, and the young Padawan turned on his lightsaber. Hell Squad, we are advancing. Let's go. Capitulo 120, blasting through. Ragu, the Jedi apprentice, jumped out of the trench with another somersault. Dajir and the clones got out more casually by climbing it. Surprisingly, they did not come immediately under fire, because most of the droids were still worrying about the forces attacking the fourth trench. They didn't expect a small group of clones to come out of the trench they were defending. Thanks to that, the clones got to the AAT pretty quickly, and without complications. Tech, get in there, get it moving. Tech grabbed the barrel of the tank and pulled himself up. He pushed the droid body out of the way, and it made a scraping sound as it slid down the tank. Seconds later, another droid was thrown out. When it hit the ground, Dajir stared at it curiously. A droid sergeant. Although I've been fighting with them for 4 months, this is actually the first time I see a droid officer. I think we killed a couple of those not long ago. They were on that bunker Brain destroyed. The droid sergeant had a yellow circle in his chest, and the top of its head also had yellow markings. In Dajir's opinion, both made for pretty good targets the clones could aim at. Got it. A muffled voice came over from the AAT, and suddenly it started trembling. The front part, which was buried, raised little by little and then snapped back to position. Soil was thrown in the air, showering the clones with mud. The tank hovered in midair, and although it seemed a little damaged, it was working. The barrel made a sharp turn and started aiming at the fifth trench instead of the fourth. The main body of the AAT followed soon. Dajir climbed the back of the tank and entered it. The interior of the separatist vehicle was brownish-red and full of mechanisms which functions were unknown to Dajir. The only 2 obvious controls were the driving on and the cannon one. It was all Hell Squad needed. Cell, hop inside, this cannon needs 2 to operate. The others, stay close to the back, use it as cover. General Ragu, when you give the order. The Padawan nodded, and Tech pushed a lever, making the AAT go forward. Inside the tank, Dajir was looking at the red aim control panel, while Cell was loading the ammunition. The screen in front of Dajir showed a huge number of droids right in front of them, each of them marked with a white dot. He figured that meant they were considered allies. Tech, see if you can override the aim weapon system. I don't think it will let us shoot at the droids. On it, Cell, take control here for a moment. All right. Tech and Cell switched positions, and Tech started tapping on the screen. Suddenly, there was an impact, and everyone inside the AAT was thrown from one side to the other. What was that? Cell returned to the driver's seat and apologized to Dajir. Sorry, sir. This thing turns a lot slower than I thought. We hit a tank carcass. Get this thing back in track, now. Yes, sir. However, before Dajir could even get back up, the AAT shuddered. What now, Cell? That better not be your doing. It isn't, sir. Brain status. They saw us, sir. That was one of their turrets, although it missed. I think we can start attacking now. After Brain said that, he immediately fired his blaster, although the distance made hitting something difficult. Dajir put his head out of the tank and saw one turret had turned towards them, and one AAT was advancing in their direction. Tech, we need the weapons system online. Just another second. Got it, we are free to fire. Cell, get over here, reload as soon as we fire. Tech, get back to driving. General, how are you doing out there? Still all right. The AAT is blocking most of the lasers. Since there was no immediate threat to the Jedi, Dajir sat back at the gunner's seat and looked at the screen. The white markings had changed colors and became green. Besides, the AAT coming towards them was marked with a bigger target. Dajir turned the cannon towards the enemy AAT, and both fired at almost the same time. Both missed. The red blast fired by the enemy passed 2 meters away, while the one fired by Dajir caressed the enemy tank without doing any harm. Reload. Cell picked up the big shells used by the AAT, each filled with a deadly amount of Tabana gas. Ready. As soon as he heard Cell's voice, Dajir fired again. He had corrected his aim, and the laser hit the enemy AAT in the bottom left. The vehicle swaggered with the impact, but although a chunk was missing, it was still firing. The first hit Hell Squad's AAT took was right in the center of the tank, where the armor was the strongest. Still, everything trembled, and the ammunition was knocked out of Cell's hands. That gave the enemy the chance to fire once more, and they hit the same place. No matter how strong the frontal armor was, it still was heavily damaged. Frontal plate at 61%. Another 2 rounds and this thing will be gone. Quick, Cell. Doing his best under the precarious conditions, Cell managed to put another shell inside the cannon's chamber. Dajir aimed at the same place he hit before, trying to take out the enemy tank's mobility. His aim was perfect, and the whole bottom of the AAT suddenly was gone. Without its support, the tank couldn't hover above the ground anymore, and it flipped over, leaving a scar in the earth. One more. Without the threat of the AAT, Dajir could aim calmly at it while it was down. The immobile tank could neither fire nor run, and Dajir blew it up with a red blast. Nevertheless, it was too soon to celebrate. The turret was still on the game, and since Hell Squad had been advancing towards it while dueling with the AAT, it was dangerously close. The already damaged frontal armor of the AAT took 2 consecutive shots. Although individually they were less powerful than the main cannon of the AAT, the turret could fire a lot faster. Armor at 30%. Cannon is ready, sir. Dajir turned the cannon and locked on the turret's position. The laser found a straight path to the turret, but Dajir had failed to account for the distance, and it fell short. A bunch of unlucky droids were blasted to pieces, but the turret was intact. One more laser hit the AAT, but Tech managed to dodge the other. 19%. Ready. That was the final shot. If Dajir missed, he would order the clones to leave the AAT, and they would be on open ground. He adjusted the angle of the cannon barrel and took a deep breath before pulling the trigger. In a millisecond, the red laser left the AAT and hit the turret. Oh yes. Capitulo 121, crushing clankers like it's nothing. With the turret blasted to pieces, Hell Squad had only small firearms going against them. The lasers fired by the E5s peppered the damaged AAT, but did nothing. We are approaching the trench, sir. Keep going, Tech. Instead of stopping when they reached the 5th trench, Dajir ordered them to continue. The AAT bumped into some droids and crushed them under its weight. Oh, that is not good. Heavy vehicle AAT 398D, stop. Waya. The only effect on the AAT when it ran over the droids and the trench was a slight shaking. Just like that, the 5th trench was left behind them. If they could use the AAT to cross the 6th trench, then it was almost guaranteed that they would get to the lot they were looking for. Sir, are you there? Captain. Dajir was called by Captain Narza, but he only brought bad news. We recovered the 2 lots assigned to us, but there is no sign of Commander Keeley. I also sent search groups for the 2 we left to the end, but the result was negative. Leave that to Hell Squad. We are approaching the last gunship. How long before we take the 4th trench? Estimated time is 12 minutes. Lower it to 8. This battle already lasted too much. We need to take the hill before nightfall. Yes, sir. Dab, how is the path ahead? Full of clankers, but no big guns. We are clear to go. Good brain, take my place here. Blast every seppi on the way. With pleasure, sir. Dajir lifted himself through the hatch, careful not to be shot by the multitude of red lasers, and slid through the back of the AAT until he hit the ground. The members of Hell Squad who were outside, namely Brain, Metal, and Dab, made space for him, and Brain entered the tank. The clones were firing at the droids in the 6th trench, showing only a part of their bodies, then hiding in the safety the AAT provided. Of course, it wasn't 100% safe, since they had to deal with a few sporadic shots from the clankers in the 5th trench. For that reason, Ragu had his green lightsaber turned on, and was facing the direction from which they came and was reflecting the lasers. General Ragu, the other gunships had all been searched. Commander Keeley is either on the lot we are heading to or in one we haven't found yet. How long, before we can get to that lot? If we continue like this, 10 to 12 minutes, we only. Wait, Master, yes, yeah, we are close, 10 minutes, no, all right. Ragu interrupted Dajir, and answered someone Dajir couldn't hear, but figured it was General Dai. Dajir, my master wants us to do something else after we rescue Keeley. He said you would be the only one crazy enough to do it. Hell Squad was created because we are willing to do all sorts of crazy things, and I am sure Commander Keeley will join us. What is it, General? 3 hours after the battle for Dantooine had started, the 303rd Attack Legion had conquered 5 out of the 7 trenches they had as a target. Without a minute of pause, the clones were now launching an offensive against the 6th trench line. On the right flank of the clone forces, a Jedi with dry, brown skin was swinging his lightsaber and leading the clones. On the left, the one commanding was a clone captain called Narza. And down in the middle of the battlefield, ahead of every other clone, was an AAT, crushing its way over the 6th trench and continuing without a stop. Left, left, left. Warned by Brain, Dajir turned the cannon to a group of droids which were preparing some thermal detonators. After he sent droid parts flying, his vision seemed to clear, and he saw a crashed Republic gunship. The nose of the gunship was buried in the ground, and one of the wings had broken off and was nowhere to be seen. General, straight ahead, Hell Squad move up, form a defense line. As soon as Dajir warned him, Ragu left the cover provided by the AAT and ran to the lot. His supernatural Jedi instincts helped him dodge each, and every laser fired his way. Dajir jumped out of the tank and also went for the lot. When he got to the crashed gunship, he saw Ragu was cutting a hole through the side of the lot. Since the metal frame of the gunship wasn't that thick, he soon had cut an opening. The interior of the lot was originally dark, but a circle of light fell on the clones inside when Ragu cut the side of the gunship. Dajir entered the lot and saw a scene of destruction. Clones were laying on the floor, some clearly dead, with their bodies twisted in impossible angles, and others whose status was unknown. One of those covered his eyes with his hand when Dajir entered. "Brother, are you all right?" "Dajir, it's you." Dajir had knelt beside the clone when he heard Commander Keeley's voice behind him. He looked over his shoulder and saw that the commander was lowering one of his DC-17, which had been pointed to Dajir's back. His other DC-17 was somewhere under a metal plate that was covering the entire right side of his body. Dajir pulled the plate, and Commander Keeley was able to move his arm, although he seemed to be in pain. "Take it easy, Commander. Hell Squad is here to help." "I know, it was just in case you were a clanker, General Ragu." "Stay down, Keely." When he saw the Padawan coming in, the wounded clone commander tried to get up, but Ragu stopped him. While Padawan and Commander were talking, Brain got inside the lot and helped Dajir move the wounded. "Hey, guard, whoa, be careful, brother, let me see this." Dajir found Lieutenant Guard, one of the finest men of the 303rd, badly injured, but still breathing. Sir. I think you broke 3 or 4 ribs, and your arm is also not very good, but you should get back in shape pretty soon. Wait for a minute, let me see the others." In total, there were 11 surviving clones, including Commander Keely. Some, like the commander, had minor injuries and were able to get back to the fight. Others had medium wounds and would need help to even walk. Guard was in this group, and 2 clones had heavy injuries. One of them, a pilot called Siege, had knocked his head on the crash and was just barely alive. The other was Orluo, who had lost both legs at knee length. He had lost a lot of blood and needed emergency treatment, which Hell Squad couldn't provide. "General Ragu, we need to get these men back to a medical base as soon as possible. We still have my master's task. We will split into 2 groups. I will lead those who can fight, and the wounded will use the AAT to get back. With our forces advancing, they should meet the vanguard soon." All of that was decisively said by Ragu, surprising Dajir, because that was what he was about to say. The Padawan was growing at an impressive pace, and Dajir couldn't help but wonder if this had something to do with Kuvu's death. "Yes, sir." Capitulo 122, Taking the Hill. "Keely, you should head back with the others. The men need to see you in battle." "With all due respect, General, they will see me when we take this damn hill." Seeing Commander Keely and Ragu go back and forth with their argument, Dajir had to intervene. After all, there was still a battle raging outside. "General Ragu, I've known Commander Keely for quite some time. Unless you give him a direct order, he won't let us have all the fun, and he can help a lot." "I don't know. Wait, let me talk to my master. If he says you have to stay back, you will stay back, understood?" "Yes, General." While Ragu was talking to General Dai, Commander Keely approached Dajir. "Dajir, thanks for coming after us. I am sure it was difficult, considering Hell Squad is 2 trench lines further than the rest of our forces. Helping my commander is amongst my duties." "Thanks anyway, and Dajir, I didn't see Kuvu outside." "He didn't make it. He was a good soldier." "Yeah, he was." While the 2 highest-ranking officers of the 303rd were talking, Cell made his way inside the crashed lot with his hologram map open. "Commander Keely, good to see you." "Hello, Cell, what is it?" "We need to move, Commander. The AAT held pretty strongly, but if it stays under fire like that, its armor will soon be gone." "Come with me. General Ragu probably made his decision already." The clone commander put back his helmet and stepped outside of the gunship as if he hadn't almost died inside it minutes before. Dajir picked up the DC-15A he had left on the floor and followed his commander. The bright sunlight blinded him for a second, but his eyes were used to it. The battlefield was still the same mess he had left behind, with the difference the clone vanguard was now closer. Dajir adjusted his macrobinoculars and saw they were almost in control of the 5th trench. Commander Keely went straight to Ragu, who was talking in his comlink while spinning his lightsaber. "General, have you come to a decision?" "Huff, all right, Keely, you will be coming with us. Dajir, get Hell Squad together. Sheely and Rocky, you will also come with us." "Yes, sir." "Dajir, send the wounded back. We will leave when they are on their way." "Yes, sir." Dajir walked over to the AAT and ordered Tech and Brain to leave their new toy. Then, he put as many wounded as possible in the tank. The rest would have to walk, but their injuries weren't so bad. Finally, he called Captain Narza, who had been leading the attack. "Captain Narza, do you copy? We have Commander Keely. I repeat, we have the commander." "I hear you loud and clear, sir. It is good to hear Commander Keely is all right. From where are you coming back? I will send a platoon to secure the way." "Coordinates 267D, the AAT we stole will be coming down with the injured. Commander Keely and Hell Squad have a mission uphill." "Copy that." In command of the AAT was Lieutenant Guard, who had a nasty arm injury, but insisted on holding his blaster with the other hand. Not that anyone tried to stop him, as having a weapon was the only way to guarantee one had a chance to live on a battlefield. Just before Dajir sent the clones off, Commander Keeley walked over to them. "Guard, give me your comlink. I lost mine at the crash." "Here it is, sir." A red laser hit the ground between the two clones, making them turn their heads to the source. The droids were getting more accurate, and now that there were so many clones, the chances of someone getting shot were growing. "Go, use that tank to blast as many droids you can, then leave it behind." "Yes, sir, let's move." With the tank gone, so was a great part of the protection the clones who stayed had. All the time they were taking the clones out of the crashed gunship, Tech and Brain had been blasting the nearby droids. Hell Squad had to move to the last trench line before the droids realized they wouldn't get blasted anymore. "All troops, this is Imagundai. Start to push up with all we have. Another blow and the Separatist will be crushed. May the Force be with us." From all comlinks came the voice of the Jedi the 303rd had learned to respect. Even with such a short message, all clones became more motivated and doubled the effort they were putting in the offensive. The 5th Trench remaining defenses crumbled in seconds, and the Republic Army continued without stop. General Dai's Padawan pointed his lightsaber to the 7th Trench. "Let's go, we are almost there." "Oh no, BZZZT." The B-1 battle droid fell to the ground slowly, his vocal controls falling as it shut down. Dajir stepped on the droid body with his DC-15 ready to the next one, but this was the last clanker on the bunker. "Continue, don't stop." A loud clanging ladder, and a B-2 unit dropped to the droid in 3 smoking pieces. Ragu turned around looking for his next target and found nothing but clones. "Was that the last one?" "I think so, yes. The hill is ours, General." The Padawan turned off his lightsaber. His young face had been serious all the time till now, but when he heard Commander Keeley's words, he relaxed. He exited the bunker and looked at the long line of dead droids. They had lost Sheely to get there, but the hardest obstacle to the capture of Dantooine had been eliminated. Now, the Republic Army could build a base from where they could coordinate all the invasion. Ragu picked his comlink to inform General Dai of the good news. "Master, we took the top of the hill. We won." "We won this battle, my young Padawan. There is still a long way before Dantooine is on the Republic's side. But you are right, we won." While Master and Apprentice were talking, Dajir and Commander Keeley were strengthening their foothold on top of the hill. "Admiral Dao sent down the troops and supplies. We need that base ready before nightfall." "Captain Narza, hurry up and take the 6th Trench. Then send all the AT-TEs to the top of the hill. We need to make sure the clankers can't get it back." "Commander, Subcommander, you should see this." Rocky called both Dajir and Commander Keeley to the opposite side of the bunker. There, an opening let them see the path they would have to take until they had conquered the planet. Capitulo 123, The Path to Victory. Dantooine was a mixture of grass plains and rock plateaus and had no big water bodies. Most of the planet was flat, without mountains, and with just a few hills. So, when Dajir and Commander Keeley looked south, they could see Garang, the capital city of Dantooine, without any problems, even if it was 200 kilometers away. The only things obstructing the view were the hundreds of thousands of droids in the way. Seeing the lines of clankers, the AATs, dwarf spider droids, and whatnot, Dajir started calculating what it would cost the clones to take Dantooine. "There are a lot more clankers than I thought." "Dajir, organize the men. We need all troops well rested for tomorrow, and get a good number of patrols. I want every single corner of this hill under our eyes. If we lose it, we might not get it back." "Yes, Commander." Dajir turned around and grouped with his squad. Sheely had died, but no one else had gotten hurt, and although Hell Squad was very tired, they were still pumped up because of their recent victory. As per usual, the most talkative was Cell, followed by Brain. "We did it, sir. Man, I was sure we would die. Did you see how many clankers we destroyed?" "It was easy. No Seppi can stay on the way of the Republic." "Quiet." Listening to Brain and Cell discuss arrogantly, Dajir yelled at them for the very first time since Hell Squad was created. He couldn't see Hell Squad members' faces under their helmets, but he knew that the two clones were only externalizing what all the clones were thinking. And he knew why they were thinking that. Ever since Hell Squad was created on the first battle of the Clone Wars, they had sufficient nothing but minor setbacks. Even 3-4 injury didn't seem so serious since they knew he would recover. Not too long ago, Dajir had been thinking the same, but Kuvu's death had impacted him, mainly because he knew it could have been avoided. As an officer, it was his responsibility to be confident, but not arrogant. You all think the Clankers are so useless they can do nothing to threaten us. If the Separatists were as weak as you seem to think they are, wouldn't this war already be won? If they are so weak, why didn't we crush them immediately? Sir, we didn't. Silence, your superior is speaking. Immediately, all the clones straightened their backs. They had been around Dajir for so long that they unconsciously forgot he was their subcommander. When Dajir yelled at them, the obedience on their genetic code kicked in instantaneously. Not only can the droids stay on our way, but they did it today. Otherwise, I wouldn't be talking only with you five, but also with Kuvu, Sheely, Tootie, Leet, and many others. Hell Squad stayed quiet. Dajir didn't know if they understood what he was saying or not, but he couldn't care less. He looked down the hill to the 6th trench, where combat was still happening. Move out directly north. When we get to the 6th trench, split into 2 groups. I want this hill clear from any Seppas before sunset. Already scared by Dajir's rage, Hell Squad moved immediately and orderly. Looking at them, unnoticed, was Commander Keeley. Only he knew what thoughts were on his head, but there was a smile on his face. Orange light shone upon the hill as the sun rose, illuminating the clone army. Dozens of ATTs were on top of the hill, ready to crash down on their enemies. Behind the ATTs were the smaller ATRT, all-terrain recon transport, and all-terrain attack pods ATAP. Of course, those weren't the only ones who would attack. Behind the heavy vehicles, thousands of clones lined up, waiting for their orders. General Dai, his Padawan Ragu, Commander Keeley, and Dajir were in the command center, discussing their plans with a holographic General Skywalker and Captain Rex. During the night, the 501st Legion had taken control of their landing zone and would start to attack Kunda at roughly the same time the 303rd attacked Garang. That is, if both legions could get to the city today. Normally, advancing 200 kilometers in one day was nothing, but considering the number of droids on their way, anything could happen. When Dajir had discussed with Commander Keeley before, both of them agreed the estimated time to reach the capital was between 10 to 15 days. But the Jedis seemed to think it was too long. General Dai, General Skywalker, the only way to get to the capital is by using a frontal attack. No air support, no infiltration. They have AA turrets everywhere, and the whole city is filled with droids. I know, I am only saying that we can't spend that much time to take a single, almost unimportant planet. There are other places in the galaxy that need us more. No matter how hard Commander Keeley and Captain Rex tried to convince the young General Skywalker that it was impossible to hurry the conquest of a planet, it was for nothing. Even General Dai seemed to think that the 15 days estimation that the clones had given to him was too much. In the end, the 3 clone officers were forced to drop the matter because the attack was about to start. This time Commander Keeley didn't do any speeches. With one order from him, ATTEs and ATAPs fired a volley with their mass-drive cannons, and the clone army started marching downhill to meet their opponents. Let's get to work, boys. General, we just received updates from some battlefields. Cough, cough, tell me. General Grievous answered with his coarse voice. At the moment, he was inside his capital ship, sitting in the captain's chair. Yes, sir, Ryloth has fallen to the Republic. Kessel is still under our control, but it is slowing falling to the Republic. Felucia and Bispin are in a standstill. Christophsis and Deverin are under our total control, with only a few resistance pockets remaining. Dantooine. Don't bother me with those unimportant planets. What difference can a piece of rock like that make? Cough. The droid just ignored General Grievous' words. He was reporting this to the Abomination under General Dooku's orders. Dantooine is falling much faster than we expected. 2 legions, namely 303rd Attack Legion and 501st Legion. Before the droid had the chance to finish, his chest was trespassed with a sharp blade. "What are you doing, Higgy? This unit belongs to Count Dooku." The Mon Calamari said nothing, but the hatred in his eyes spoke better than any word. After he killed the droid, he gave General Grievous a sharp stare, then turned around and left. "General," he left in his ship. General Grievous ignored the droid and kicked the body of the unit Higgy killed to the side. He walked to the end of the command bridge and looked down. Below his ship, a Republic cruiser was split in half, its remains filling the empty space. Capitulo 124, Garing. The initial charge the clones made had gigantic momentum, and with the support of the heavy vehicles, they tore straight through the first defensive line of the droids. The ATRTs were the first to get to the bottom of the hill. Many riders were shot off their walkers, and some even blew, but many more made it, and fired their mortars in the middle of the droids, causing massive casualties. The Republic had taken action shortly after they received news that Dantooine had been conquered by the Separatist. Because of their fast reaction, the droids didn't have much time to build their defenses, and much of their effort went to the hill that the 303rd had already taken. The 303rd might have taken the hill in just one day, but that was only because they hadn't spared any effort or troops to do it. After the battle for Dantooine was over, Dajir would discover that 1/5 of their casualties came from the very first day of battle. Since the droids didn't have the time to set up more trenches, the battle for Dantooine was pretty much a pitched battle, with both sides colliding against one another. In a battle of such gigantic proportions, there was little Hell Squad could do other than charge with their brothers. The clone army made good progress in the first day of battle, nowhere near as much as the Jedis wanted, but above what Dajir and Commander Keeley had expected. When they stopped at night, they had conquered 27 kilometers of ground. If they continued like this, they would reach Garing in less than 10 days. But as the battle raged on, the droid resistance became stronger, and the Republic started to gain less and less ground every day. On the second day, they advanced 24 kilometers, and on the third day, only 20. By the fourth day, less than 20 kilometers were conquered. Both General Dai and his Padawan had lost their initial enthusiasm and understood why the clone commanders were so serious. On the fifth day, the Jedis didn't even have dinner with the clones, as they had been doing, but went straight to their tents and fell asleep immediately. Both Jedis had been on the front lines for the last few days, giving everything they had. But not only the progress was less than they expected, the casualties were also many. It was no wonder they were so tired, both physically and mentally. That night, while the Jedis were resting, Dajir and Commander Keeley were talking with Captain Rex. Surprisingly, the Legion that had made the most progress on the battlefield wasn't the veteran 303rd Attack Legion, but the rookie 501st. When he discovered that the 501st Legion was an elite legion, Dajir had already given them a high evaluation, putting them on the same tier as those legions that had joined the war in the second or third month. But it appeared he had underestimated the 501st. While the 303rd was still struggling with the remaining 90 kilometers they had to conquer, the 501st was just 30 kilometers away from Kunda. Captain Rex insisted that most of it was because of General Skywalker, but Dajir wasn't so sure. Even a Jedi couldn't do that much on a big battle. From that moment onwards, Dajir knew that unless the 501st was completely exterminated in one battle, they would be a major force on the Republic's side. "Good job, Rex. How long before you arrive at Kunda?" 2 days, 3 at most. After that, we still have to evaluate how we are going to attack the city. Do you have enough troops? Even if I don't, is there anything we can do? You all have your hands full. He is right, Dajir. The 501st has been doing okay for the last few days. They will have to keep that way. Captain, good luck tomorrow. Thank you, sir. Good luck to you too. Captain Rex out. Captain Rex ended the transmission on his side, and the blue hologram disappeared. Commander Keeley turned to Dajir. He wasn't using his helmet, and Dajir could see he was tired. Since they had the same face, Dajir imagined he wasn't looking any better. Commander Keeley sighed. Go get some sleep, Dajir. Tomorrow is going to be another hard day. The closer we get to the capital, the harder it becomes. I know, sir. Until tomorrow. Dajir left the command tent and went to where Hell's squad was sleeping. While walking, he crossed with many patrols. Ever since the first day, they had suffered many sneak attacks during the night, so the number of clones on guard duty had been doubled. Dajir sat down on the ground. While in battle, the clones didn't have many liberties, and all they had to sleep was a sleeping bag. It was better than what many had. When they were on Genosis, they all slept on the hard ground. The moment Dajir closed his eyes, he felt his sore body relax a little and drifted into sleep. Still, he couldn't escape the nightmares. 4 days later, Dajir stood up beside a dead clone, after confirming there was nothing he could do for him. He looked ahead. The once green field was now a mess of mud and lifeless bodies. Here and there, columns of smoke could be seen rising from the vehicles. "Sir, transmission from Commander Keeley for you." Dajir turned on his comlink, and Commander Keeley gave him the first good news in the last few days. "Dajir, Kundu is ours. General Skywalker and his troops conquered it. They will come to help us as soon as they can." "Yes, that is good news, Commander." "It sure is. We have to hurry up. If the 501st arrives here and we aren't even at the gates of Garang, that will be the biggest shame on the 303rd history." "You know us very well, Commander. Just tell the troops we are falling behind, and the 303rd will have Dantooine before nightfall." That is what I wanted to hear. On the evening of the next day, the last line of droid defenses around Garang fell. On the night of the same day, the troops of the 501st Legion arrived. On the 12th day of battle, Garang was conquered, and Dantooine became part of the Republic. 12 days might look like few to conquer a planet, but Dantooine was just an unimportant planet, with almost no value for both sides. So, the droid army that was protecting the planet wasn't strong. The only reason Republic and Separatist even fought for Dantooine was to show the other planets that they wouldn't give up without a fight, and to try and lure them to their side. It was too political for Dajir to even bother trying to understand. Capitulo 125, 303rd Phase II Armor. The clones had no time to rest after they took Dantooine. The Clone Wars had been raging on for 5 months now, and the Republic needed every troop it could get. So, no more than 2 days after Garang was conquered, the 303rd received their new assignment. General Dai called all the higher-ups of the 303rd Attack Legion to a building in the center of Garang, where the Republic had set their command center. Every officer from lieutenant to commander was there, which meant that something big was about to be announced. As soon as Dajir arrived, the officers opened a path to him, and he stopped next to the hologram table. Different from other times, at this moment the hologram wasn't showing a specific planet, but a whole sector of the galaxy. General Dai zoomed into one system, called Duraknar. "We still haven't received our next target, but there is something the Senate wanted us to do before we go anywhere." He looked at Commander Keeley and Dajir and gave them one of his rare smiles. Dajir hadn't known what this meeting was about before, but now he had a vague idea. "Thanks to the efforts of your commander, Keeley, and other clone commanders through the galaxy, the Galactic Senate authorized the creation and mass production of a new type of armor. I will let Keeley and Dajir explain all about it to you later. As important as the modifications and updates the Phase II armor has, it is the fact each legion can customize their armor. Only the discipline ingrained in their bones stopped the clones from starting to talk. To them, being able to differentiate themselves from the other clones in the galaxy was as important as winning a battle. That was the reason why they had so many different haircuts and tattoos. I've passed to Keeley the responsibility of deciding what the armor will look like, but we have to go to Duraknar system, where there is a Republic factory, to pick it up. And we have to do that soon, otherwise we will be sent to another battle, and it will be some time before the 303rd have the chance to have its new armor. So, you have 3 hours to get every trooper on the cruisers. The 501st will stay here on Dantooine until someone is sent to guard the planet. Get going." Of course, all the clones were so pumped up that they got moving immediately. In no time, Dajir could hear orders being barked, and the sound of men rushing to tidy up the supplies, vehicles, and weapons. After making sure everything was on the right course, Dajir approached Commander Keeley, who looked surprisingly serious in face of the good news. You did it, Commander. All I did was speed things up. As soon as we started losing battles because our armor was inferior, the higher-ups would have changed it. I don't know, Dajir. A new armor might save the lives of a few men, or even many, but it is for naught if the separatists start overwhelming us. Do you remember what Lama Su said when we left Kamino? Yeah, one battle and we all could return home. That didn't happen, did it? Look at us. 5 months of war and nothing have been decided yet. I am not complaining. I just wonder how many more brothers shall lose their lives before the Sepis understand they can't win this war. When he heard that, Dajir almost choked. What Commander Keeley was saying might seem like a complaint for many, but if someone deliberately misunderstood it, it could very well be seen as treason. In the middle of a war, talking bad about your superiors was punishable by court-martial. But questioning the purpose of the war, that was much worse. From that, it could be seen how much Commander Keeley trusted Dajir. By all military laws, Dajir should have denounced his commander. Of course he didn't. Commander, Keeley, are you all right? Dajir's words surprised Commander Keeley, and only then did he seem to realize what he was saying. Yes, Subcommander Dajir, let's get to our duties. Yes, sir. A few hours later, General Dai's fleet came out of hyperspace in the Duraknar system. Dajir boarded one CR-90 corvette and descended into the moon where the Republic factory was to oversee the operation. The one in charge of the factory was one of the long-necked, calm Kaminoans. Yati Lu showed Dajir around the factory and the many different armors they were producing. There were armors painted with shades of green, others with red, blue, and yellow. Dajir could recognize to which legions they belonged just based on the color and patterns. But the one that interested Dajir the most was, of course, the new Phase II armor belonging to the 303rd Attack Legion. It wasn't much different from the old Phase I in terms of design, but its defensive capabilities were stronger, and the visors were better, able to provide night vision and a dozen other minor abilities that could enhance the clone army as a whole. Still, what was the most different of all was, of course, the colors. Replacing the old all-white armor, this one had the brownish red of the 303rd. There was a coating of paint around the T-shaped visor, and the whole chest area was brown. The arms also had a good amount of paint on them, and so did the back and the thighs. At first it seemed to be purely aesthetic, but Yati Lu soon gave a surprising piece of information to Dajir. According to him, the armor had been designed thinking about General Dai, who, as a Nikto, preferred fighting in the desert. Because of that, when the clones laid on a muddy, dusty, or rocky surface, they would have an extra layer of camouflage. But the surprises weren't over yet. Yati Lu brought Dajir to a small set of crates and asked him to open it. Inside, there were 303rd armors, but different from the others. Each set of armor had a different pattern, but all of them had the same helmet. Dajir recognized it because it was the same he had. On the left side, a single stylized horn came all the way from the bottom to the top. These are Hell Squads. Master Amagun Dai specifically asked us to make them that way. That is yours. Dajir picked up the armor set that Yati Lu showed him. It had 2 black shoulder pads, and it was entirely brownish-red apart from the stomach and a zigzagging line on the arms and legs. He put the armor back in the crate and thanked the Kaminoan, then closed the crate. Metal, Tech, get this crate inside the ship. Lieutenant Shield, let's wrap this up. I want all this in the sincerity in 2 hours. Yes, sir. Capitulo 126, an old enemy. Metal and Tech grabbed the crate and moved it to the CR-90 corvette. After 2 hours, every set of Phase II armor was transported to the corvettes. Now, all they had to do was distribute the armors, and the 303rd would be ready for the next battle. Dajir, if the loading is over, get the corvettes out of there. The 327th needs to dock. Yes, sir. Dajir looked through a window and saw that another group of Republic ships had come out of hyperspace. Lieutenant, get everyone back to the ships and return to the fleet. The 327th need this space. In a few minutes, all the 303rd clones were back in the corvettes. With almost no shaking, the ships took off from the moon's surface and joined General Dai's fleet just in time to catch a transmission Commander Keeley sent to Dajir. Dajir, we received relevant information about our next mission. I've sent it to your datapad. I also sent the jump coordinates to your ship's computer. We will make the jump in 90 seconds. Yes, sir. Commander Keeley ended the transmission straight away. Dajir first warned the pilot to prepare to jump, and then looked at the info he received. 60 seconds. 30 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Sir, there's a ship coming out from hyperspace. What? The mechanic voice was in the middle of the countdown when Brain warned Dajir. A slim ship, about half the size of the CR-90 corvette, came out of hyperspace dangerously close to Hell Squad's ship. 5-4. Evasive maneuvers now. However, it was too late. Even before Dajir had finished yelling, the cannons of the unknown ship had already fired. 2, 1. The whole ship swayed, and clones and objects were thrown from one side to the other. As Dajir fell to the ground, he saw the pilot hit the control panel and push the hyperspace lever. Coordinates altered, initiating jump. The space around them distorted and became white and blue lines. Dajir got up and went to the control panel. Falco, how are you doing there? A bit dizzy, sir, but all right. Do you where in the galaxy we are going? No, sir. The coordinates were altered in the last second. Until we are out of hyperspace, there is no way to pinpoint our location. But I can get us out of hyperspace as soon as you want. Wait, first, scan the ship. Find out what is damaged. I don't want us getting out of hyperspace only to find out that the ship will leave us dead in the space. Yes, sir, it will need a few minutes. Seeing Falco and the co-pilots get back to their seats and start scanning the corvette, Dajir went to find Brain. He found him, Tech and Cell, putting some tools that went flying back in their places. Brain, you saw the ship first. Who the hell was that? I don't know, sir. It wasn't like any ship I have ever seen. Tech, Cell. Both troopers shook their heads. Dajir was also lost. Who would attack a Republic fleet? The answer was obvious, the Separatist. But why would they use a single ship? That was suicide. Still, Dajir didn't believe that the ship attacking right when they were jumping to hyperspace was a simple coincidence. But there was another thing bothering Dajir. Was Hell Squad's ship the target, or was it just another coincidence? At one moment, General Dai's fleet was there, the other it wasn't. Only Hiatus's ship was left in the space. Inside the cockpit, Hiatus sat at the captain's chair as immobile as a statue. Then, his mouth opened, like he was about to scream, but no sound came out. He smashed his fist at the control panel, and it passed straight through it, until it was elbow deep in the control panel. Alarm, alarm. Thermal signature 24.87 meters and approaching. Hiatus looked up and saw 2 missiles coming from the moon below. Unperturbed, he pulled a lever, and his ship disappeared in hyperspace. Damage report is ready, sir. Tell me. Engines 2 and 3 are dead. Engine 4 is slightly damaged, but it's still working. Compartments A12 to B2 have all suffered some kind of damage, and we also lost our long-distance transmitter. Any good news? The hyperdrive is still working, and we probably have enough fuel for another jump or two, no matter where in the galaxy we went. Also, the scanners are still up, and so are the defensive systems. What about supplies? That is the bad part. Since we were moving the Phase II armors, most of the supplies were moved to the Sincerity for the sake of storage. We might have enough for 4 days, or a week if we split it. Let's hope we can find supplies here, wherever here is. Falco, take us out of hyperspace. Yes, sir. Everyone, brace yourselves. Forcefully getting out of lightspeed can be a little bumpy. Falco couldn't be more right. Even with his warning, when the corvette got out of the hyperspace, most of the clones almost fell and stuff went flying again. What are our coordinates? Just a minute, sir. We are in Sector B, Alinda system. Any planets or settlements near? Yes, Iktach. It is small, but our archives say it should be habitable. Land on it. We will try to find the necessary supplies and, if possible, fix the transmitter. Yes, sir. Dajir flipped through his datapad, trying to find out more information about Iktach, but all he got was that it was a rocky planet. There were no intelligent beings, although life forms were abundant. But since there were animals, the clones would be able to at least get the supplies they needed. Hopefully, they would be able to fix the transmitter, or else they would have to travel all the way to the next Republic planet. Falco landed the CR-90 Corvette on a rocky plateau. Just as they had expected, life flourished in Hiatus, but since the planet was so small and distant from everything, no race was interested in colonizing it. Dajir got out of the Corvette with his helmet on, just in case the air wasn't breathable, but it was. Just near where they landed, a herd of horned creatures was grazing. "Lieutenant, start looking for the supplies we need. Hell Squad, let's have a look around, see what we can find." "I am not sure there is much to be found. Our scanners detect nothing but this animals. There is a slight bigger signal to the west, but it is probably just more of them. We have nothing to lose. It is going to take some time to get the supplies we need, so let's go to the west. I have a feeling there is more to this planet than we think." All right. Capitulo 127, Mysterious Lizard. Hell Squad crossed the plateaus of Hiatus using their BARC speeders. The vehicles were small, but very useful, so each CR-90 Corvette had at least a few of them. They were mainly used for scouting, just what Hell Squad was doing at the moment. Leading Hell Squad, Dajir was driving the speeder at the front of their triangle-like formation. There were 2 other speeders, each with 2 Hell Squad members on them, and another one driven by tech and slightly modified to have a bigger carrying capacity. "It is about 3 clicks to the west. We should be able to see it at any moment, whatever it is." Brain had to say that using the comlink because of the noise caused by the wind. Dajir checked his scanners and suddenly shuddered. Ever since they had landed on Hiatus, Dajir had been feeling weird. Not in a bad way, though, but neither in an especially good. It was because of that feeling that he had left the ship as soon as they landed and went after the big thing the scanners had captured. Sir. He was pulled back from his thoughts by Cell, who had speed up his BARC speeder and was now by Dajir's side. "Sorry, Cell, the wind is too strong, I couldn't hear you. What is it?" "Just ahead of us, sir." Cell stretched his arm and showed something in front of Dajir. When he looked up, he saw that a strange rocky formation had appeared. It was big and quite conspicuous because it looked like it was about to cut a hole into the sky. Like a dagger, the rocks pointed to the sky above. Dajir wondered how he hasn't seen it before, since it towered over everything else in the plateau. But judging from Dab's words, it seemed they also hadn't seen it before. "It's weird. It is like we could see it all the time, but it suddenly got much bigger. The signal is coming from it. Sir, do you think there is something up there?" "Let's go." Dajir didn't answer tech. He knew what they were looking for was in the rock spike. Although he himself did know what it was, he also knew it wasn't a bad thing. When Hell Squad finally arrived at the bottom of the rock spike, they realized how big it was. When they entered its shadow, it encompassed the entire sky. Brain checked the scanners again, and sure enough, the signal was up the rock spike. "What do we do now, sir? We didn't come prepared to climb a mountain." "There is no need to climb. Get back on the speeders. Circle it." The clones looked at each other. It seemed a little unusual for their usually cool-headed sub-commander to be so insistent at chasing what was most probably a flock of unintelligent creatures. However, Dajir did as he said he would and got back on the speeder. Lifting a cloud of dust, he started circling around the rock spike and eventually found what he was looking for. At the exact opposite side of where they first arrived, there was a very steep cleavage on the rock spike, but they could use it to get to the top. "How did you know this was going to be here, sir?" I don't know, Brain, I knew it was here for some reason." "Sir, are you okay?" "Yes, quit talking, let's get up there." Every clone shut up after Dajir ordered them to do so. Questioning a superior wasn't something they usually did. Although they had to leave the BARC speeders behind, it didn't take them much time to get to the top of the rock spike. What they found up there, however, surprised them more than anything else. On top of the rock spike, in the middle of a rocky plateau, there was a house. Actually, it was more like a hut. It was shaped like a semicircle with a small chimney. The door was just a hole, and although it was day and light should be shining inside the hut, Dajir could see nothing after the doorway. For all reasons, that hut shouldn't be there. Hiatus was a planet that nobody ever colonized, so either the hut was property of some hermit, or the Republic archives were incomplete. Dajir was more inclined to think the first option was the correct one. Tech metal dab, stay here. Brain cell, come with me. Yes, sir. The weird feeling was stronger, and it was telling Dajir he didn't need to worry, but he was more inclined to trust his experience. He would never enter a house with his guard down, especially when he wasn't in friendly territory. His DC-15A loaded and ready, he crouched to enter the hut. The first thing he did, as soon as he crossed the doorway, was to aim his blaster at the immobile figure at the opposite end of the hut. Cell and Brain covered both his left and right. After making sure there were no threats, Dajir finally turned to the figure. It was vaguely humanoid, but instead of the skin that humans had, it was more like a lizard. Its scales were so white that they seemed to shine. It had a short neck, but a big head, with small and sharp teeth appearing on the sides of its face, even with the mouth closed. Also, it had a big tail that coiled around itself. You are the same, and one. When the lizard spoke, it didn't open its mouth, but the sound reverberated inside the hut. Although it spoke slowly, Dajir could understand it. Who are you? This planet doesn't belong to any force. I am me. You are you, but you are also them, and they are you. The white lizard moved its tail and pointed at Dajir, then Cell and Brain. Everything it was saying was confusing, but it was weirdly relaxing, to the point that the clones lowered their blasters. Are you a native of Iktach? Thyarilla, not Iktach. Iktach is the name you gave, my people, my planet, Thyarilla. So you are a native. We didn't know there was an intelligent life form on this planet. Our ship is damaged. Is there anywhere we can repair it? We left, and now we are back. Maybe it is because of you, maybe it is not. Sir, he isn't making any sense. SHHH, let him talk. He is a native from Iktach, he probably knows where we can fix the transmitter. Many years ago, we left Thyarilla to find peace, but war found us before, now we are back. Are you this war? Are you talking about the Clone Wars? Yes, we are soldiers on the Republic side. Republic, separatist, all pieces in a scheme, the Dark Lord watches and controls. We left because we couldn't fight the Dark Lord, now we are back, yes. Who is this Dark Lord? What do you mean by pieces in a scheme? I can feel the force around you, not in you, around, following but never touching, watching but never moving. Yes, you are important, but you will never change the future. You only moves towards it, another tool of the Dark Lord, but maybe. Capitulo 128, back to work. I can feel the force around you, not in you, around, following but never touching, watching but never moving. Yes, you are important, but you will never change the future. You only moves towards it, another piece of the Dark Lord, but maybe. This time, Dajir was utterly confused by what the lizard was saying. What did he mean by saying the force surrounded Dajir? Wasn't this the thing only Jedis could use? But the lizard just ignored Dajir's confusion. You will have influence. For good or bad, only time can say. You need to be careful. Using the force is a blessing you don't have, but it revolves around you, and it affects you and those close to you. You, be careful, go back and be careful. Be careful. The lizard just repeated 2 words over and over again, but instead of getting upset, Dajir felt relieved. That was because the weird feeling he had been sensing all along had disappeared. He took another look at the white lizard and saw it had closed its eyes and was swaying in place. Let's go, there is nothing we can get from him. Sir, are you sure we can leave him like this? He had been here before we arrived. He will do just fine. Let's go, we need to get back to work quickly. Our legion is probably already near the next target. You give the orders. Yes, I do, move out. Hell Squad stopped the speeders near the CR-90. As soon as Dajir got out of the speeder, Lieutenant Shield came to him. Sir, we got the food we needed, but we are low in medical supplies. However, I don't know if we can really find anything here. You are right, Falco. Yes, sir. We are taking off as soon as possible. Fire up the ship. Yes, sir. Lieutenant Shield, come with me. Hell Squad, you too. Dajir ordered someone to get the BARC speeders inside the cargo compartment of the CR-90 and told a few clones to follow him. They moved through the corridors of the ship easily and arrived at the command bridge. Dajir signaled to Brain, who went ahead and turned on the hologram projector. He typed on the table, and a blue hologram of a planet disappeared. This is Mygeeto, a cold but important planet for both Republic and Separatist, and it is where our next battle will be. Just before we were attacked in Duraknar, Commander Keeley sent me the battle plans. If the fleet followed standard protocol, after we split, they must have continued to Mygeeto. Our transmitter is broken, so there is no way to confirm this, but we are going to there and hoping that they are on Mygeeto. Falco, are we ready to take off? Yes, sir. Then do it. I sent the coordinates to the ship's computer. Yes, sir. The reason why Dajir wanted to leave Iktach so badly was because of the lizard. He didn't know if it was just coincidence that they had stopped at Iktach and found the old white lizard, but it was getting harder and harder for him to believe in coincidences. So, he wanted to get off the planet as soon as possible. Besides, there was a battle in the galaxy waiting for them. Any questions? Is there any blockade around Mygeeto? Shield, the lieutenant, seemed to be worried about what was expecting them on Mygeeto. Dajir checked the datapad once again. Yes, the fleet will already be engaging with it. We join the fleet and get back to the action. Any chance we can surprise them? What do you mean? Well, since the Seppas are fighting our fleet, is there any way for us to appear behind them or do something? Dajir would have liked to do something like that, but after racking their brains for almost an hour, they still couldn't think of anything. By this time, the CR-90 corvette had already left Iktach and was in hyperspace. If nothing else happened, it should take them 5 days to get to Mygeeto. Hell Squad would then be 2 days late, but considering there was a separatist blockade around Mygeeto, they probably would find General Dai's fleet still engaging with the enemy. With little to none bumping, the CR-90 corvette came out of hyperspace and faced the usual scene of destruction that a space battle caused. It was at the same time much bigger, but also more insignificant than a ground battle. Cruisers, destroyers, frigates, battlespheres, starfighters, and many other kinds of ships were torn apart and floating in the vacuum. Each ship that blew meant the death of hundreds, or even thousands of clones and droids alike. For those who used an escape pod, it was all down to luck. Falco, connect us with the sincerity. Now that they were close to the fleet, their short-range transmitter could finally be put to use. Shortly, General Dai's voice was heard. Dajir, you made it back. Where in the galaxy were you? Sorry, General. When we were attacked, the coordinates on the hyperdrive changed. We were sent to Iktach. It took us a little bit of time to get to here. Now that you are here, join the fray. I will send someone to pick up you and Hell Squad. Let your ship join the formation. Yes, sir. You heard him, Falco, get ready to join the battle. Hell Squad, Lieutenant Shield, Tyrio and Faust prepare to leave. Yes, sir. Hell Squad, come over here. Lieutenant Shield and the other 2 clones started packing up their weapons and armors. Meanwhile, Hell Squad formed up on Dajir. Metal Dab, grab that crate. The 2 clones followed his orders and picked up the crate containing Hell Squad's Phase II armor. Dajir opened it and showed the contents to a surprised Hell Squad. Hurry, suit up. All the 303rd is already using the Phase II armor. We can't be left behind. Everyone grab yours. A few minutes later, a lot entered the hangar of the CR-90. Very quickly, the clones boarded it and left only the crew in the corvette. Good luck, Falco. To you too, sir. The lot left the corvette. Thanks to them coming out of hyperspace away from the battle, their journey to the Sincerity was calm. After they arrived at the capital ship, Dajir saw that every clone inside the ship, be it infantry or crew, was using brown armor that represented the 303rd. However, Hell Squad's armor was vastly different from the standard one, and they caused quite an impression when they entered the command bridge. Capitulo 129, Hell Squad armor. Usually just by walking around, Hell Squad would incite salutations from the other soldiers. Dajir was a sub-commander, so he was only under commanders and Jedi generals. But all the other Hell Squad members, namely Brain, Metal 34, Tech, Cell, and Dab, were normal troopers, at least in rank. Nevertheless, because of their status as a special unit, most clone soldiers, and even low-ranking officers were respectful to them. So, like it was said before, there was always some kind of reaction when Hell Squad passed. But now, when they entered the command bridge of the Sincerity, every crewman and trooper stopped for a second before resuming their work. Dajir's armor was the one which was almost entirely brown, with just a few white patterns. This clearly set him apart from the other members of Hell Squad, since their armor was mostly white, with the exception of Cell. As a scout, Cell had two requirements. He had to be quick and silent, and he couldn't be noticed. So his armor had even less white than Dajir's. It was a mix of brown, red, and white, with darker and lighter shades and in random shapes. That way, he would be indistinguishable from the surroundings. To the right of Cell was Dab, carrying his DC-15X over his shoulder. As a sniper, he was away from the thick of the battle most of the time, so he needn't worry about camouflage. His armor was the one with less paint, only a circle around his chest and back, and a small triangle in the back of his hand. Brain's armor had the Republic symbol on the left chest. The right arm was painted all the way from the shoulder to the back of the hand, and the paint created irregular patterns on his right chest, making it seem like he had dipped his entire arm in a can of paint. The shins and feet of his armor were also brownish red. On the left of Dajir were Metal and Tech. Metal's armor was a tad more eye-catching than the others. It had a brown shoulder pad, a symbol of his identity as a heavy machine gunner. The paint job was composed of a vertical strip going all the way from his left top to the left bottom and encompassing about half his armor and his entire left leg. Tech's armor looked like paint was splashed in his chest, making an irregular circle. In fact, it was so similar to a splash of paint that it even had small stripes going down from it and into his legs, as if they were droplets. Of course, they couldn't forget 3-4, who was still in the infirmary. Out of curiosity, Hell Squad had taken a look at his armor. It had the symbol of a Republic medic on it, but crossed over the symbol was a big line, going from the left shoulder to the right side. Its calves and back were also covered in paint, but with a clean spot in the middle. All in all, when Hell Squad entered the command bridge, it was quite the sight. They stopped in front of the hologram table, where Commander Keeley, General Dai, Ragu, and Admiral Dao were. Expressionless, Dajir took off his helmet and held it under his arm. Hell Squad reporting for duty, General. I see you liked your new armor. It is good, General. General Ragu, Commander Admiral Dao. Welcome, Dajir. Dajir. Sub-Commander Dajir, I am glad you brought my Corvette back intact. Dajir, you are aware of our battle plans to Mygeeto, right? Yes, General. Pass through the Separatist blockade, capture or destroy their air bases, and hold our ground until the Galactic Marines arrive. Good, then there isn't much to discuss. You and Hell Squad should rest. We will have to wait until we are on the planet to do anything. Actually, General, there is something I wanted to tell you. About Iktach. General Dai frowned, and so did Admiral Dao and Commander Keeley. What Dajir did was highly informal. According to the protocol, he should have written a report and handed it over to Commander Keeley, who would then decide whether or not to pass it to General Dai. Dajir, write your report and give it to me, then go get some rest. It appears you are tired. Commander Keeley broke the awkward silence and said harshly, but for the first time, Dajir ignored his commander and looked at General Dai. The Jedi seemed to sense something and made a sign for Commander Keeley to stand down. What is it, Dajir? We met someone at Iktach, General. I didn't recognize him, but when I searched our archives later, I found his species. An Iktachi. The only thing is, they were supposed to be extinct for hundreds of thousands of years, but that wasn't all. As soon as we found him, he started talking alone. At first we thought he was crazy, but... But what? He said something about the Force, and then about the war that is happening, and that it is all just because of the desires of a Dark Lord. A Dark Lord? He said this whole galactic war is because of one person. Not like that, but, yeah, I think that was what he meant. General Dai went deep in thought. All the dissatisfaction he was feeling about Dajir had disappeared, replaced by a hard frown. Even his apprentice was serious. Suddenly, Dajir had the feeling General Dai was sensing the same thing he had when he stepped into Iktach. When this battle here is over, I will go there to have a look. A Dark Lord? I need to talk to the council. Ragu, come with me. Yes, master. Master and apprentice left the command bridge, even though the battle was still raging outside. As soon as they crossed the door, Commander Keeley approached Dajir. What was that? Sub-Commander Dajir, you understand that is highly irregular, right? Yes, sir. It is good the general took you seriously, otherwise you would be in big trouble. Bigger than now, I mean. Yes, sir. I want that report. Return to your quarters, you and your squad, now. Yes, sir. Dajir turned around, out his helmet back on, and marched out of the command bridge. Steel 5, you have 2 on your tail. Try to shake them off, I'm coming. Rosal spun his starfighter, dodging an incoming missile. 2 vulture droids were chasing a fighter of his battalion, and he was after them. His aim locked in one of them, and he pressed the trigger, sending a spray of blue lasers on the vulture. The droid was hit, and was sent spinning off into space before blowing. After taking care of the other droid, Rosal set his eyes on a small separatist transport ship. Steel 1-7, form up on me. Target, transport cruiser on marking 19983. Capitulo 130. Intercepted communications. Chaos, that was the only word that could describe what the aftermath of the battle looked like. Just like always, debris and bodies filled up a small parcel of the space. In the distance, CIS Lucrehull-class battleships, Providence-class dreadnoughts, and Munificent-class frigates were guarding Mygeeto. It was difficult to tell the passage of time in the vacuum of space, but the number of destroyed ships was enough to make one understand that the Republic had been trying to break through the separatist blockade for quite some time. Without success. The 303rd had paid a hefty price, but all they had done was damage or destroy some ships. After noticing it was impossible to win, General Dai had ordered the retreat. It was a wise decision. Even Dajir, who was a ground soldier with 0 experience in space combat, could see that the Republic was being crushed. It didn't feel good, but it was the truth. Rosal was at the lower hangar, working on his Arc 170. There was a big blast mark on the turret, showing the interior of the starfighter. That was the position where his gunner, Spark, should have been, but he had died instantly. And he wasn't the only casualty that Steel had. They lost about 1/3 of their forces between dead and wounded. And when a pilot got wounded, that usually meant his fighter was also out of the fight. Steel Battalion hadn't lost so many troopers and ships in vain, of course. They were the pilots with the most number of kills, including 1 dreadnought and 2 frigates. But considering the Republic made no progress, it all seemed useless. Rosal was working with a droid to take out the broken pieces of his Arc 170 when he saw a clone entering the hangar. Sub-Commander. Rosal stopped what he was doing and saluted Dajir. It was even easier to recognize him now that he had his custom armor. At ease, Rosal, I heard you lost Spark. He was a good soldier. Thank you, sir. This is your starfighter, right? Get another one. I want Steel Battalion on the air. Sir. We intercepted a separatist transmission that gave us some new info. Get your men on the air. Yes, sir. After giving Rosal his orders, Dajir went to the other pilots. Minutes earlier, the Sincerity had intercepted a long-range transmission from Christophsis. Long story short, the separatist troops on Christophsis were facing trouble with the 212th Legion and needed reinforcements, which would come from Mygeeto. Apparently, the Clankers thought the 303rd wasn't strong enough to break through their blockade, even if a few ships were taken away. Dajir couldn't wait to prove them wrong. All the clones needed to do was make a hole in the separatist blockade, and it would crumble. Dajir returned to the command bridge and nodded to Commander Keeley. Everything was ready. Now what they needed to do was strike the moment the separatist left. Hell Squad leader had said it might be a trap, but General Dai denied. According to him, it was possible to be a trap if they waited for too long, because the ships that had just left could return. But if they attacked the moment they left, the massive frigates and dreadnoughts wouldn't be able to get out of hyperspace without a great deal of damage. The bigger the ship, the harder it was to turn or stop it. As the officers of the 303rd looked at the space outside, and the separatist fleet, time seemed to pass slowly. Dajir had his arms crossed and his eyes fixed on the enemies. Commander Keeley and Admiral Dow were moving around in the command bridge, the first barking orders and the latter whispering them. General Dai and his Padawan, Ragu, were sitting on chairs, their legs crossed and eyes closed. Ragu had his mind empty and was concentrating in feeling the force. General Dai, however, was contemplating the conversation he had with the Jedi Council. After reporting all Dajir told him to the Council, he had been assigned the task of investigating Iktach. Master Yoda went deep in thought when he listened to General Dai. The first time we heard of the Dark Lord, this is not. Find that being your soldier did, you also have to. Yes, Master. The first thing Ragu did after General Dai finished the transmission was to ask about the Dark Lord, but his master didn't answer him. General Dai could sense something moving in the depths of the Force, and he didn't like it. Returning to the present, General Dai opened his eyes milliseconds before a crewman shouted. Admiral, they are turning around. 6 dreadnoughts, 13 frigates. They are leaving through section 29003 and about to enter lightspeed. There they go. A huge section of the separatist blockade split from the major force and turned to one side before disappearing. Commander Keeley put 2 fingers in the side of his head, then pointed to the outside. Dajir nodded and turned on his comlink. Rosal, Hawk, Rip, get your boys on the air. Attack the nearest enemy ship. If you get no response, turn around immediately. If they send the vulture droids, press the attack, backup will be arriving soon. Dajir gave the orders so naturally that it took a moment for the Navy officers to understand that they seemed to be inverted. Sir, retreat if we have a free path, attack if we don't. You heard me, go. Yes, sir. The hangar doors in 3 different cruisers, including the Sincerity, opened, and 3 different squadrons left. They left some spacing between themselves, but were all aiming for the nearest frigate. When they passed the 3 clicks mark, a cloud of vulture droids flew towards them. Rosal dove straight into it, spinning his arc 170 to avoid the incoming lasers and blowing a path amidst them. Sub-Commander, we are facing opposition. Confirming orders. Do we press the attack? Carry on, all ships attack. Starfighters get out there. Admiral Dow answered for Dajir, and the fleet sprung into motion. The reason why they had waited for the separatist counterattack was to confirm it wasn't a trap. If they sent a squadron, but incited no response, chances were the separatists were trying to lure the rest of the 303rd Fleet. Once more, Dajir found himself with nothing to do but wait. The ground troops had to be prepared for 2 things in a space battle: either board an enemy vessel or be boarded. Meanwhile, their fates were in the hands of the starfighter pilots. Capitulo 131, Snow. Explosions after explosions, some bigger, some smaller, happened all around the space, only to be instantly extinguished by the vacuum. Rosal already had a faltered battalion, and he was losing more and more men. But it was just his and theirs duty. Since the Republic was losing some, of course they were also winning some. Steel Battalion blew up their 4th target since the attack had started, and the Munificent-class frigate broke in half. That opened a clear path for one of the Acclamator-class cruisers to dive straight in between 2 badly damaged separatist ships. The batteries on both sides of the cruiser opened up, tearing holes in the enemy ships. Each time, one of the highly concentrated energy beams hit the ships, droids were sucked into space, screaming. Suddenly, one of the lasers hit an ammo deposit on a separatist dreadnought. The capsules of Tabana gas were very unstable and couldn't handle a direct hit. They blew up and caused a chain reaction. Sequences of explosions started in the middle of the ship and extended to both sides. In a few minutes, the command bridge lost its support and crashed down on the top of the dreadnought, creating yet another hole. Without its head, and Fangs, the massive ship started falling down, pulled by the gravitational field of Megiddo. As the broken dreadnought entered the atmosphere, the friction caused it to catch on fire and break down even more. The Republic cruiser, having gotten rid of one enemy, focused all its firepower on the other ship and also destroyed it, although it took heavy damages. However, it had opened the path the clones needed. At the Sincerity and a dozen other ships, the ground troopers were already on their lots and taking off. This time, General Dai and his Padawan were on the same gunship as Hell Squad. "Admiral, I'm leaving the fight up here to you. May the Force be with you." "Good luck, General." Lot after lot left the Republic cruisers and started to descend on the planet below. Some were shot down, but many more touches the ground safely, including the one Hell Squad was. Mygeeto was very different from any planet Dajir had fought in before. Geonosis and Renvar were desolate. Scarif and Mon Cala were full of water. Coruscant was a city, rather than a planet. Dantooine and Iktach were flourishing with life, but Mygeeto was a cold, barren desert of snow. As soon as Dajir jumped out of the lot, his legs burrowed into the snow, up to his knees. Dajir cursed. With snow that high, their movement speed would slow down tremendously. Luckily for them, they didn't come under direct fire right after they landed, but had some time to form up. The objective was a small city called Tgthegood. Like most cities on Mygeeto, Tgthegood was built on the edges of a cliff, and it was mostly vertical, not horizontal. The natives of Mygeeto, a small, furry species called Lurmen, had been forced out of the planet by the intergalactic banking clan. The banking clan had maintained a neutral position in the war for just enough time to get their assets out of Coruscant and the core. After all their most valuable possessions were safe, they aligned with the Separatist and started funding their large droid army. Mygeeto was one of the planets that the Separatist had given to the banking clan without worrying that the Lurmen would complain. Since the Lurmen were pacifists, most of them had left the planet on their own volition, and those who didn't were driven away. Of course, none of this mattered to Dajir. In his thinking, driving away the Lurmen was only another injustice the Separatist had committed. What really mattered to Dajir was knowing how and where the Lurmen lived, because that would be his battlefield. As said before, the cities in Mygeeto were built on cliffs and connected by bridges. The bridges had a handrail about waist-high, which was good for the small Lurmen, but just high enough for clones and droids to trip and fall. That being said, the bridges were also an open space with no cover. Tgthegood, in specific, was just a small city, and as such, didn't have a very big droid force. It had, however, one AAT and 2 E-Web turrets that were causing many casualties. As another of his brothers fell by his side, Dajir lobbed a thermal detonator over his head, trying to hit one of the E-Webs, but it fell short. The detonator bumped on a piece of metal and fell on the snow. When it blew up, dirt pieces of snow and ice were sent flying, partially covering the nearby droid units. One of them was even hit by a bigger shard and fell in the snow. "We need to get closer. Go, go, go." Commander Keeley rushed the clones, but the thick snow made moving fast difficult. Each step the clones took needed their knees to get up to waist level before stepping down again. But that was the case just for the clones. The Jedi seemed to be unaffected and were running as if they were on solid ground. Their steps were light, leaving only a small footprint on the snow. The droid sergeant commanding the AAT had already seen General Dai and Ragu, and had focused the tank's main cannon at them. Meanwhile, Hell Squad finally made it to the first building, a small hut that was slowly being transformed into a sieve by red lasers. There was a side benefit to officially stepping into Tgthegood, which was that they were out of the snow. The droids kept the streets clean of snow, so it wouldn't hinder their movements, and this was now working in the clones' favor. One knee on the ground, Dajir was just barely out of the sight of the droids. By leaning to the side, only his DC-15A and a part of his head were shown. Thankfully, the clankers were never very good at aiming. Red lasers passing by his head, Dajir aimed at one of the E-Web's gunner. It was a long shot. He took a deep breath, and for a moment the noises and the surroundings seemed to vanish, and only his target remained in his vision. Dajir pulled the trigger 2 times in succession. Quite a distance away, the droid managing the E-Web was first thrown back after being hit in the chest, and a millisecond later his head acquired a new hole. Dajir had taken out the gunner, but it was for nothing, since another Seppi took control of it. The ammo box. Cell also fired in the direction of the turret, but his DC-15S had a much shorter range and less accuracy, so he missed. He did, however, spot the weakness of the E-Web. Capitulo 132, Coward Tank. The ammo box. When Cell yelled that, Dajir's eyes instantly looked for the ammo box of the E-web. It wasn't very difficult to find it, since it had to be close to the turret. The black box wasn't a big target, but it was worth a try. Once again, Dajir aimed, took a deep breath, and only then fired. The blue laser hit the ammo box and made a hole in it, but it didn't look like it affected the turret. He lowered his macro binoculars and saw that green mist was leaking out of the ammo box. It wasn't what he was expecting for, but it would also work. He took 3 more shots. One missed, but the other 2 hit the target, and now the green mist was leaking profusely. Soon, the E-web stopped working. No matter how much the droid controlling it pulled the trigger, not a single laser left the barrel. The green mist was, of course, Tibanna gas. When the Tibanna gas was transformed into ammunition, it had to be condensed into liquid. When that liquid entered in contact with the air again, it reversed to its original condition. With one of the turrets out of combat, the attack became a little bit easier. Just a little bit, because the AAT and the other E-web were still active. Ragu! The scream from General Dai cut the battlefield. Instantly, Dajir looked away from the droids and to where the Jedi was. That was a mistake, because if Brain didn't pull him back to behind the building, he would have died. Firstly, Hell Squad's leader saw General Dai deflecting lasers while spinning and cutting droids like they were nothing. Then, his eyes scanned the dirty snow, looking for the Padawan. He found Ragu laying beside a hole that most likely resulted from an AAT round. The youngling wasn't moving, but Dajir knew that being knocked away by a cannon blast was more than enough to make anyone unconscious. He himself had suffered from that. General Dai was moving to his Padawan, but he would have to cross the whole battlefield to get there. And the tank was still active. Seeing that, Dajir yelled at him through his comlink. "General Dai, we will get General Ragu. You need to stop that AAT." General Dai looked over at Dajir, his thoughts conflicted. His emotions were telling him to disregard the battle and go after his apprentice. But the rational and calm part of his mind knew that he couldn't do that. Dajir's tipped the balance, and he started running towards the AAT. After he told his general he would rescue the Padawan, Dajir didn't even wait to see what the Jedi would do. Followed by Tech and Cell, he ran to the Padawan's position, in open ground. As he left the outskirts of the city, the terrain changed from clean ground to snow once more. While dodging red lasers, Dajir got to the unconscious Jedi. He grabbed the young Togruta and put him over his shoulders. Securing Ragu with one hand so he wouldn't fall, and his other hand holding his DC-17, Dajir made a sharp turn and started heading back. Thanks to Cell and Tech, he made it back safe and sound. Without much time for graciousness nor respect, he dropped Ragu on the ground. Brain checked the pulse of the Padawan and nodded. Dajir turned on his comlink. "He is just unconscious, General." However, there was no response. Peeking from behind the building, Dajir saw that the Jedi was too busy to answer. General Dai was having a face-off with the AAT. He dodged one laser blast after the other and was getting closer and closer to the tank. Seeing the Jedi approaching, the AAT started retreating instead of attacking. It was an awesome, and at the same time awkward sight, a big AAT running away from one person. But the AAT was soon pinned down by General Dai. It had retreated so far that it was at the bridge now, and all that it had behind it was an abyss. The tank stopped, but didn't fight back even if General Dai was just a few meters away. Dajir killed another droid, then walked out in the open and positioned himself behind General Dai. Commander Keeley and Hell Squad soon followed, as well Ragu, who had just woke up. The reason why the clones did that was that each and every Clanker and Tikala had been killed, the only exception being the AAT. A few tense seconds passed as the clones surrounded the tank, and about 10 RPS-6 rocket launchers were aimed at it. The hatch on top of the AAT opened, and a droid sergeant, recognizable by the blue marks, appeared with his hands up. We would like to discuss the terms of our surrender." Humph. In response to the droid's shameless surrender, all that General Dai did was snort. With a lifting motion from his arms, the droid sergeant was pulled off the tank while screaming and cut in midair by General Dai's lightsaber. Then, the Jedi extended his hands, and the AAT creaked as pushed back by an invisible hand. The Might tank, who could kill countless clones in a battle, fell in the abyss just like that. For a few seconds, it was possible to hear the sound of it crashing against rocks. Don't waste time, we are moving to the next separatist outpost. It took a few seconds Dajir and Commander Keeley to assimilate what the Jedi had said. They were still in awe for how he had handled the AAT. Yes, sir. Cell, Gar, and Hammer take 3 speeders and scout ahead. Dab, Hurricane, and Vigo go with them, find a suitable spot. Dajir sent 3 teams, with the standard configuration of 1 scout and 1 sniper. They couldn't afford to send much more than that, mainly because snipers and sharpshooters were few, even in an elite legion like the 303rd. The main reason why he sent them ahead wasn't really to scout, but to position the snipers where they could take out enemy officers and other important units. In a small city like Tikala, Dab couldn't find a spot to take out the E-Web gunners because he didn't have the time to. The clones had been marching for half an hour waiting for the scouts' report to come in. In the meantime, General Dai had contacted Admiral Dao, but the fleet was still engaged in a fierce battle. Not long after that, they received some intel from the clones ahead, and a few minutes later, reunited with the scouts. The first thing Cell did after they grouped was, of course, report to Dajir what he had discovered. It is a normal Seppi outpost, sir. High walls, spider droids, loads of clankers, and at least 2 AATs. Nothing unusual as far as we can see. Dajir lowered his macrobinoculars and looked at the outpost. It was just like what Cell said. By the amounts of droids he could see on the top of the walls, it was fully guarded. Sir, I think I found something. Permission to shoot. Capitulo 133. Title at the end, otherwise it's spoiler. Sir, I think I found something. Permission to shoot. Dab asked Dajir one of the weirdest questions he ever had heard. Hold, let me see it. Asking to shoot directly, without even identifying what it was. According to Clone Army regulations, a sniper would only ask that question when he thought that the unknown object was of a higher risk than alerting the enemies, and Dajir knew Dab for a long time. He wasn't a rash soldier, otherwise he wouldn't have been trained to be a sniper. Without wasting time, Dajir got to Dab's position. He and 2 other clones were on top of a hill, directly facing the separatist outpost. But there was something wrong. Their blasters weren't aiming at the enemy base, but the huge open field between the 303rd and the outpost. What is it, Dab? Look at the snow, sir, anywhere you want. Dajir lowered his macrobinoculars and swept his glare over the ground. As it was expected, it was all white because of the snow. He could see droid footprints and even signs of where the dwarf spider droids had passed, following a path to the gate of the outpost. I don't see anything unusual. The snow seems clean. What do you want to shoot? That's what I thought, sir. The snow is too clean. Why did they worry to follow all in the same trail? They even did some turns when the gate was meters away from them. Dajir frowned and looked at the outpost again. It was really as Dab said. The path the droid footprints created didn't make sense. If Dab hadn't warned him, he wouldn't have noticed, and he doubted the others would. He searched in his mind what that could signify, and he arrived at only one conclusion. One he didn't like. A minefield. Dab nodded. That is what I think. I locked onto something that could be a mine, or just a stone. We can't be sure. Let me look at it. Dab got up, and Dajir took his place. He laid down with his belly on the ground and looked at the so-called mine through the scope of Dab's DC-15X. It was a gray spot in the middle of the snow, about 40 meters away from the path. It was very inconspicuous and out of the way. Unless someone like Dab was looking for it, it would be very hard to find. Dajir also couldn't identify if it was really a mine or not. Permission to shoot. Hell Squad's leader got up, and Dab asked again. Wait, all troops halt. Dajir ordered a stop in the open channel, his order going to every clone without even passing by the officers. Instants later, Commander Keeley contacted him. What happened? We found what might be a minefield. You should get up here and see it by yourself, Commander. A minefield? That is bad news. Wait for me. Lieutenant Shield, bring the scanners. Soon, Commander Keeley arrived together with General Dai and Ragu. as well as Lieutenant Shield. Dajir showed Commander Keeley where the mines were and then showed it to the others. Lieutenant Shield programmed the scanners, but they captured nothing. Dajir wasn't surprised because he had the time to analyze the mines. If it really is a mine, then it is most probably an ion mine. Commander Keeley went silent. The clones knew that ion mines were bad news, but the two Jedis appeared quite confused. Well, Ragu appeared confused, and General Dai frowned in a different way than he usually did. The clones already knew that this was his way to show he didn't know or understand something. What is an ion mine, and is it so bad? Dajir was surprised, but then remembered that Ragu wasn't a soldier, and ion mines were quite rare. It was normal that he and General Dai didn't know about it. There are 3 types of military mines. The first are the big ones, used on space, usually on asteroid rings. The second are normal short-range mines, and the third are ion mines. They have a bigger radius than the normal ones, and they also send an electromagnetic wave that turns off communicators and vehicles. They are quite rare, mostly because they are expensive, and secondly because clankers are also included in the things it turns off. Dajir gave a short but detailed explanation. He did this not because he wanted to show off, but because knowing more about your enemy and their weapons were always better. But General Dai still wasn't satisfied. The scanners showed nothing, but I can sense you are still worried. Commander Keeley answered for Dajir. Ion mines also have another feature. They are almost undetectable unless you are very close to them. In that case, they usually had already blown up. But they also have a downside, aside from the costs. Because of their design, they have to be very close to the surface, so they only work soft grounds like snow or mud, where they can be buried with a small portion of soil. Also, as Dajir said, they are expensive. I doubt the clankers here have more than a few of them. You were discussing before we arrived, Dajir. How do you plan to get past them, even if they are what you think they are? The Jedi answered immediately, without needing to think much to arrive at a conclusion. Dab looked at Dajir, and when he saw his squad leader nodding, answered General Dai. I can shoot it, General, sir. It is the best way to know. If it explodes, it will alert them, but at least we will know what we are dealing with. Do it. General Dai was very decisive. After getting a confirmation from Dajir and Commander Keeley, Dab aimed at mine and shot. An explosion with a 3 meters radius happened, and it blew snow everywhere. Then, a blue circle about 5 meters followed, but since there was no one in the area, nothing more happened. With their suspicions comproved, the 303rd came to a total halt. The droids on the outpost obviously detected the explosion, but decided to stay barricaded in the walls. Find and destroy all that you can. For the next hour, scattered explosions happened as the sharpshooters found and destroyed every ion mine they could find. When half an hour had passed without them finding anything more, Commander Keeley went to General Dai with 2 options. There was still a battle happening in space, and the clones didn't have that much time to spare. As Commander Keeley said, they could either come to a total halt and risk losing Mygeeto, or they could advance even if they lost some soldiers. The way Commander Keeley laid down the options didn't really give much of a choice, and in the end, General Dai chose the only real option he had. Title: Minefield. Capitulo 134, Captives. Dajir would have liked if the clones could all follow the same path that the droids did to enter the outpost. But doing that would cluster all the clones together, and they would be an easy target for the dwarf spider droids and their laser cannons. So, at some moment, the 303rd would have to spread out. Dajir could only hope that Dab and the others had found all the ion mines, or at least most of them, otherwise it would be a massacre. As he stepped into the snow, Dajir was searching every corner of the path ahead with his eyes. He didn't want any of his brothers to step on a mine, and he certainly didn't want to step on one himself. It was when the clones were 300 meters away from the outpost that the droids opened fire. As they had practiced thousands of times, the clones split and advanced while returning fire. With his every time better accuracy, Dajir shot down a droid after another. The droid lines up the walls were being cut down faster than the clankers could replenish them, but the 303rd was also suffering many casualties. The main culprits were the dwarf spider droids. that could strafe a whole area in one blast. Although the clones were focusing their lasers on the spider droids, their armor could take a lot. At the same moment that one of the dwarf spider droids finally died, an unlucky clone also detonated one of the ion mines that hadn't been found. 3 other clones were caught in the blast, which were quite few, considering the 303rd still was closely packed together. The second blast, the electromagnetic pulse, was almost harmless, only putting a few detonators out of use. Here the screams of the wounded was always terrible, even more so when one couldn't do anything about it. War was horrible, and it showed no mercy. Missing limbs, gaping wounds, soldiers bleeding to death. All of that was still better than the silence of the dead. After Kuvu's death, Hell Squad didn't get a new medic. A part of it was because they always had some 303rd trooper tailing them. Dajir was, after all, the sub-commander of the 303rd. The other reason was that deep inside, Hell Squad thought that having another trooper that wasn't part of their squad would slow them down. That was arrogance, but they had earned the right to be arrogant. So when they heard the injured crying, Hell Squad kept their heads down and carried on. They didn't like it, but their job was to attack. Another 2 or 3 ion mines exploded before the vanguard reached the walls of the outpost. They killed a dozen men when combined, but the number of troopers that reached the walls was more than enough. Just like Thule right Dajir. By his side, also flattening himself against the wall, was Commander Keeley. Dajir shook his head. All I remember of Thule were 2 crazy men going against an entire base by themselves. At least this time, we have more men. I am glad we brought more hooks this time, on 3. A row of about 20 clones, including Hell Squad, put their DC-15 as on their backs and pulled out hooks. Quickly, they started climbing and breached the outpost using the windows. As soon as they let go of the cables, more clones started climbing them. In a few minutes, an entire section of the wall had been taken. It might also have something to do with the fact that 2 Jedis were helping them. Dajir was organizing some clones to move the dead droids out of the way when Tech came to him. "Sir, General Dai asked you to go to the prison area." "What is it about?" "I don't know, sir." "Shield Fondor, get this base clear. We won't advance anymore. Let's wait for the Galactic Marines. They will take it from here." The Galactic Marines were another elite legion, led by Commander Bakara. Their general was Jedi Master Ki-Adi-Mundi. Both general and commander were known for their aggressiveness and relentlessness in battle. They were the legion assigned to Mygeeto, but since the 303rd was close, the Senate decided to send them as the first wave. The results weren't great, as the Clankers had to remove some troops from the sector before they could break through. The prison was just a small bunch of cubicles, hardly enough for someone to survive. Dajir doubted that the droids actually wanted anyone to live. They didn't take prisoners. What he discovered when he entered, however, was that he was wrong. There were not 1, but 3 prisoners, all clumped up in one single cell. General Dai and Ragu were talking with the prisoners. They were 1 human, a Rodian and a Duros. When General Dai saw Dajir, he introduced the prisoners. "Dajir, those are Bond Lee, Anaconda Far, and Terato. They are Republic senators. Senators, this is Sub-Commander Dajir." The Rodian, Anaconda Far, nodded to Dajir. His dark blue eyes seemed to have stars on it, and although the senator was a prisoner bought long ago, he appeared very calm. The others weren't as calm as him. Bond Lee, the Duros, was sitting on the ground and grabbing his head, while Terato, the human, was talking without a pause. "Thank you so much, Master Jedi. I don't know what those horrible droids would have done to us if you did not come. I own." General Dai just ignored the blabbering of the senator and turned to Senator Farr. When Terato saw that he was being ignored, he slowed down and eventually started muttering to himself. "Master Dai, we really need to thank you. I didn't think the Republic would send a Jedi for us." "The Republic didn't. It was entirely coincidental. In fact, I wasn't even informed you were captured. That is why I need you to tell Dajir the details." "Oh, we were going for a meeting on Naboo when our ship was attacked by that separatist scum. All our escort was killed, and we were captured." "Do you know what they wanted with you, senators?" "No, we were brought here and they said nothing more. In fact, where is here? It is so cold." "You are on Mygeeto, and in the middle of a Republic invasion." What? That is not even close to our route. Why would they bring us here? That is what I want you to tell me, Senator. Meanwhile, you better get some warm clothes. When he heard Dajir say that, the Duros, who had been sitting on the ground quietly, suddenly got up yelling. Why? We need to get out of this planet now. Now. Dajir frowned. Bond Lee's eyes were shifting from his face to the entrance, to the others. That were the eyes of a terrified man. Capitulo 135, Secret. Dajir wasn't the only one who found Bond Lee's attitude weird. Anaconda Far was also looking at the Duros with sharp eyes. My dear Lee, is there something you want to tell us? And no, I am just afraid. We all are. Maybe you should take a rest. Why yes, thank you, Senator Farr. The Duros left the room quickly, all the while holding his hands near his chest, his feet dragging on the ground. Dajir intended to stop the man, but Senator Farr glared at him, stopping his actions. As soon as Bond Lee left, Dajir called Brain. This time, Anaconda Farr didn't oppose to his actions. I want a two-man escort with the senators at all times, and I want one of us with the Senator Bond Lee. Keep an eye on him. When he said us, Dajir wasn't talking about the clones in general, but Hell Squad. After giving his commands, Hell Squad's leader turned to the Rhodian. Senator, I need a good explanation, or I am arresting both you and Senator Lee. I want to talk with Master Imagundai. Anaconda Farr didn't flinch, even under the threat of being arrested. His eyes stared straight at Dajir's, and for a moment the clone felt like he really should call General Dai. Then he shook his head. The general ordered me to stay with you and the other senators. If you have anything you want to say, you can say it to me. Senator Farr glanced at Dajir, then smiled. He approached Dajir and took his hologram projector, without caring that the clone had almost aimed his blaster at him. Of course, Dajir would never do that unless he was ordered to, because as a senator, Anaconda Farr was much higher in the command chain than him. Using the hologram projector, Senator Farr showed Dajir a path between two star systems. Sub-Commander, that was the path our ship was supposed to take. Using his finger, he changed the path to another one that followed the same line most of the time, but at the end diverged completely. And that was the path it actually took. Can you tell me what is wrong? Dajir didn't answer. The senator was clearly on the Republic side, but he was just too cunning. He remembered Dajir of the Jedis, but without the crushing feeling that the Force provided them. Someone altered our route, someone from the inside. If such person really did so, then I have reasons to believe he will try to contact the Separatist again. Once more, Dajir kept his thoughts for himself and let Senator Farr continue talking. The Rhodian didn't stop, as if he was already expecting Dajir to agree to everything he said. I believe you know what we should do if we catch him contacting the Separatist. I and the Senate are very much interested in knowing if and why a senator betrayed the Republic. Senator Farr walked past Dajir and left the prison area. For someone who was used to all the comforts of life, he had dealt with his short capture just fine. Seeing the Rhodian disappear in the stairway, Dajir gave the prison one last look before talking in his comlink. Brain, change of plans. I want 4 men with every senator. You and Tech take turns with Senator Lee and have Cell follow Senator Farr without anyone noticing. I have reasons to believe he might be a target. 2 weeks passed by, each day marked by a deadly battle after another. Many things had happened in those 2 weeks. The Galactic Marines had arrived, and 1 or 2 of their cruisers had forced their way through and landed on Mygeeto and reinforced the 303rd. The Sincerity had taken severe damage and was forced to leave the combat. The battle in space had entered a stalemate, and while the Separatist couldn't totally repel the Republic, the latter also couldn't break through the blockade. Meanwhile, the troops on the ground, although reinforced by Jedi Master Ki-Adi-Mundi and Commander Bakara, could at most enter a war of attrition with the droids. It was a battle fated to last, and the clone commanders knew very well that it could continue until the Clone Wars were over. Being tied to the ground, the clones couldn't send the rescued senators away. So, Bond Lee, Anaconda Farr, and Terito were forced to follow the clone army wherever they went. On those 2 weeks, Senator Lee hadn't tried to contact anyone, but each day he seemed more and more terrified. Dajir also received reports of Senator Far talking with him several times, but when he or General Dai questioned the senator, he said he still hadn't discovered anything. But now Dajir hadn't the time to worry or ponder on that. He was in a precarious situation, caught between a rock and a hard place. The city that the clones were currently holding was attacked, and they were forced to retreat. On the confusion, Hell Squad and 30-odd clones were left behind. Well, it wasn't totally accurate to say that they were left behind. Their path of retreat was cut off by a bunch of clankers, but if they could force their way through, Commander Keeley had some men waiting for them. Situations like that were the ones on which Hell Squad was most proficient. Watch south. Peeking from behind a house, Dajir heard the soldiers' warning and crouched just in time to dodge the lasers fired by 2 B-1 battle droids. From the same position, he returned fire and took out the droids. Urban combat was very favorable to the clones. Clankers weren't good at dodging or hiding, but at firing without stop. On an open field, the Separatist had the absolute advantage, but inside a city, Dajir was confident to force his way out. Sir, destroyers, 200 meters south. Amongst the men that Dajir had with him were Barrow and Shield, and the first had just spotted 3 droidekas at the far end of the street. Lieutenant, we don't have time for this. Deal with it quickly. The lieutenant grabbed an RPS-6, a bazooka, from his back, knelt to get more stability, and fired the rocket. The blue ball of destruction struck the destroyers right on the middle of their group and exploded. Their energy shields could protect them from most types of lasers, but not from a ball of fire like the one that engulfed them. Lieutenant Shield dropped the RPS-6. Usually, a powerful and expensive weapon like that wouldn't be used to deal with mere droidekas, but the clones were running out of time. Keep going. Author's note. Well guys, here I am again, after a 2 weeks vacation. If any of you want to know, it was amazing. But that is not what I am here to talk about. I know I have used a lot of excuses for not updating, all of them true, but I might have been able to publish if I was a little more persistent. But this is the last one. I knew this moment would arrive eventually, and I am not happy it is now, but I can't promise a consistent release schedule anymore. I've been studying a lot, and I have to focus on it even more now. I know many of you will be angry, and maybe even stop reading my novel, but I ask you to at least leave it in your library. I will update when I can, and I won't rush it, because I want to guarantee the quality. Before anyone leaves a stupid comment of sorts, I want you to remember the synopsis, because I said there that broke. A Clone Wars tale was a project I couldn't guarantee stable releases. Just to finish my note, I want you all to know I really do appreciate your support, and that the novel won't stop. Please, give it a chance and leave it in your library. May the Force be with you. Capitulo 136, Backstabbing. The safe passage that the few clones that Dajir was leading had was just a small bridge. The city they were at the moment was split into 2, an east and a west part. At the moment, Commander Keeley and some troopers of the Galactic Marines were holding the east city, and half a platoon, under the command of Galactic Marines Sergeant Rothax, was waiting for Hell Squad and the others on the bridge. The entrance of the bridge was just big enough for 2 men to pass side by side, and just like any other part of the city, it was under heavy attack. Dajir saw about 15 clones, using the characteristic red and white armor of the Galactic Marines. Hurry up, we are outnumbered. Rothax, the sergeant, saw Dajir and the others arriving and urged them. The 303rd clones stopped shooting back and just ran to the bridge, losing 1 or 2 men on the process. They were only 20 meters away from the bridge, and from rescue, however, they were destined not to have it. Who is that? What? Dab shouted and drew Dajir's attention to someone in the middle of the bridge. The person pulled an old K7 Watchman blaster pistol from under his cloak and fired at the back of the clones. Without any chance to react, the Galactic Marines were shot down one after the other. Before dying, Rothax tried to turn around, but was shot in the head and fell from the bridge, his body lost in the snowstorm below. Suddenly, there were 2 small explosions, one on either side of the bridge. It started shaking, and the person turned around and left it right before it fell. With rumbling and tumbling sounds, the escape route of Hell Squad, and the remaining 20 clones was lost. Dajir was still looking to the rising dust when he heard the robotic voices of the droids. "Stop, surrender." Slowly turning, Dajir saw dozens, maybe even 100 droids around the small group of clones. For some reason, the droids were not firing, and so, the clones also stopped. They all came closer together, prepared to make their last stand. "Sir, it was an honor serving with you." "There is no need to say that yet, Barrow. It is only a few dozen clankers, we can take care of them with our eyes closed." "There are a lot more than a few dozen." Barrow, Shield, and Cell tried to make the situation seem a little less dire, but the truth was that the number of clankers was only growing. No matter what they said, there was nothing they could do to change their destiny. "Surrender, Republic scum." "Captain, I thought we didn't take prisoners." "Quiet, Sergeant. This is a secret, we can't let anyone know this." They heard you, Captain." "BZZZ, that is your fault, Sergeant, take them." Following the captain's orders, the droids started approaching the clones. When those were almost firing, and consequently provoking their doom, Dajir ordered them to stand down. "Sir, are you sure?" "It is better than dying outright, at least we might be able to. Arg." Before Dajir was able to finish his sentence, a droid hit him with an electropole. Light blue energy stripes ran across his body, and he passed out. At almost the same time, the same thing happened to the other clones. Before long, the unconscious clones were laying on the ground, and B2 super battle droids picked them up by their feet and dragged them away, without caring if their heads were hitting rocks and rumble on the way. Bond Lee was a senator for the Duros faction, but he had never been able to do much for his people. One day, while on a diplomatic mission, his ship was captured by the Separatist, and his life threatened by the one he least expected. Luckily, he had been saved by the clone army and thought that everything would end well. But now, the same clones that had saved him were aiming their blasters at him. I don't understand what is happening. Why are you doing this? I did nothing. I am on your side." "Are you, my dear Lee? We saw you blow that bridge and leave those poor troopers to die. We have been watching you talking with the enemy for quite some time now." A person using purple robes walked from the midst of the clones. Senator Farr still had the same expression as he always had, but his eyes carried a dangerous glint that Bond Lee never expected the usually kind Rhodian to have. "Senator Farr, you, please." "Arrest him." 2 Galactic Marines grabbed the stuttering senator and took him away. Seconds later, General Dye arrived. He looked at Senator Lee being dragged away and then at Senator Farr, but said nothing. Without anyone noticing him, he left and went to his chambers to meditate. "Kill, Jedi, kill. Mukakakakas. Kill. 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 Kill, kill, kill. Kill. Urg." Dajir woke up, his head hurting. He tried to support himself and stand up, but his hand slipped in something soft, and he fell down again. He looked down and saw the same men that had been with him on the bridge, and about 2 dozen more. They were all on a prison cell, but it wasn't dark and claustrophobic like others he had been to. Instead, there was a whole wall missing, and after it was cold, blowing wind. Dajir walked till the edge of the abyss and saw why nobody worried about building a wall there. The wind was so strong that anyone who tried to escape by there would fall to his death. "Brain, wake up, wake up." Dajir kicked Brain, and the clones started moving. It was only then that Dajir noticed that they were all without their armors and helmets. "Wake the others, see how many we are." Slowly, all the clones woke up. In total, there were 73 captured soldiers. Surprisingly, none of them was injured, or maybe the droids only captured those that were of use to them. What use was that, Dajir still didn't know. "Sir, any idea of why they captured us?" "I know just as much as you do, but I bet we will know soon. The Seppas are here." A group of standard B-1 battle droids opened the cell and started pulling and pushing the captives. "Walk, Republic scum, you have work to do." "Keep walking." "Sir, we could try." "Stop whispering, walk." The droid used his E5 to hit metal and force him to move. Dajir knew what his subordinate was thinking, but there were too many droids and the clones were unarmed. Dajir shook his head. Now was not the time. Capítulo 137, Poisonous Flower. The droids led the captured clones through tunnels and bridges until they found themselves on a snow valley. The clankers didn't hesitate to give some incentive to the clones, so most of them arrived at the valley with a few more bruises than when they left their cell. They were astonished by what they saw when they got to the valley. Half buried in the snow, a massive structure was being revealed. It was triangular, made of rocks and hundreds of meters tall, and by the looks of it, it wasn't totally in sight yet. But Dajir's attention soon shifted to the people working on the building. Hundreds of clones were digging in the snow under the watchful eyes of heavily armed droids. Those clones were supposed missing in action and most likely dead. "Keep walking, clone." A droid pushed Dajir, making him trip and fall in the snow. Without the thermal isolation properties of the Phase II armor, he soon started to feel cold where his body touched the snow. Metal and Cell almost reacted when their commander fell, but Dajir stopped them with a nod. He got up and continued walking. Soon, he and the other clones were given a bucket and a shovel each and ordered to dig. Those who complained were brutally repressed. "I am the sub-commander of the 303rd Attack Legion. Who is the highest-ranking officer here?" When he had the chance, Dajir approached one of the clones who were already at the snow valley. It was obvious that the soldier was so tired that he could barely walk, but he still gave Dajir a standard military salute. "Captain Narza from the 303rd Legion, and Captain Hiatus from the Galactic Marines, sir." "Narza is here. We thought he had died." "He is all right, at least as much as any of us can be here." In a way that didn't alarm the droids, the clone brought Dajir to the other side of the building. There, Captain Narza and another clone who identified himself as Hiatus were digging in the snow. "Sir, you were also captured." "I certainly ain't here by choice. It is good to see you are alive, Narza. We were almost choosing a new captain for your company." The captain from the Galactic Marines, Hiatus, saluted Dajir quietly and looked at him expectantly. After a few seconds, Dajir realized that the captured clones were hoping for news about the battle raging on the rest of the planet. There was no way the clankers would let them receive any news from the outside. "Everything is the same as before. We conquer a city, they take it back. We destroy an outpost, they build another." "Oh. You have been missing for almost a week, Narza, so you don't know about it, but things are looking dire now. The clankers have been beating us back to our original bases, and we even lost some of them. I know what you are thinking, but don't expect rescue anytime soon." "I wasn't thinking about getting rescued. We have you, sir, and Hell Squad with us." It was curious. No matter how dark and desperate things seemed, as long as a person had somebody he or she could trust, it wouldn't be afraid. Clones were by no means unrealistic, but Captain Narza had seen Hell Squad do so many impossible things and survive so many dire situations that even though he was half joking, there was still some hope on his eyes when he spoke. Even Captain Hiatus, who was from a totally different legion, had heard about Hell Squad. Dajir didn't know it, but since Hell Squad was one of the first special units to be created, they had been used as a model for many others, and so many of their achievements and battle stories were circulating amongst the clone army. "Oh, it looks like we have someone important here. Am I right, sweetie?" Right beside Dajir's ear, awfully close to him, a woman's voice said those otherwise normal words. Dajir shivered when he heard the creepy voice and turned around immediately, raising his elbow to where he thought the head of the person was. It was a movement all clones trained when they were cadets, and it had a lot of strength to it, usually enough to throw the attacker away, or at least to know it a few steps back, so the clone had more time to react. But when his strike, which was supposed to knock the opponent away, hit the person, Dajir felt as if he had hit a wall. The person didn't move in the slightest, and Dajir felt cold fingers wrapping around his arm. "Now, honey, that is not how a man should treat a lady." Despite speaking calmly and with a sweet voice, the woman showed no mercy and twisted Dajir's arm hard. Grimacing in pain, his whole body bent, and he had to use sheer willpower not to kneel. Narza, Hiatus, and all the other clones tried to help Dajir, but were thrown away by an invisible force. Most of them had either passed out or were too dizzy to get up. Dajir recognized the attack instantly. It was the Force, the same thing General Dai and his Padawan used. This meant a Jedi. Apparently, it was the wrong thing to say, because the hand gripping his arm exerted more strength and twisted harder. With a sickening sound, his shoulder and elbow broke at the same time. No matter how strong his willpower was, Dajir was unable to endure such pain without making a sound and screamed loudly. The droids might be dumb, but seeing clones being thrown in the air and hearing Dajir scream, they quickly surround the prisoners and the woman. "Wait, who or why? I am sorry, milady." A droid sergeant started yelling, but when he saw who the woman was, he stopped mid-sentence, as if his circuits were broken, and then became much more respectful. Ignoring the sergeant, the woman commanded them coldly. "Bring this one to level A3 and find the other members of a Hell Squad. Immediately, or you die." "Yes, milady." 2 droids grabbed Dajir, without care for his broken arm. Amidst the increasing pain that was clouding his eyes, Dajir saw the attacker. A slender body, wrapped in tight-fitting clothes, showing off her body. Her skin was white, but not as much as the snow. Depending on the angle, sometimes it got a little red. A sinister red. She was bald and had bright red lips with 2 dark blue stripes on each side of her mouth. If Dajir had to describe the feeling she transmitted to him, it was that of a beautiful but poisonous flower. He had no doubt she could, and would, kill him at any time without any remorse.